Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, It Was All in the Name of Science. Boom. Debris were sent flying everywhere, smoke filled a section of an old forest under the purple sky of the underworld. The explosion of demonic energy rung through the forest, making its inhabitants flee. The echo of the blast still lingered as Adrien Agares casually sauntered out from behind a charred tree, dusting off his clothes with a nonchalant flick of his wrist. Well, that was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? He remarked with a lightness that belied the chaos around him, a mischievous grin playing at his lips. Laying in front of him on the ground was a raven. The raven was mostly black, but its stomach was a mix of purple and dark gray. The raven, with one wing missing and a deep cleave across its bleeding stomach, rested its back on the trunk of a large tree, the only tree that survived the explosion in 15-meter radius. Adrien approached it and squatted in front of it, then he said in an amused but questioning tone, "I just wanted a feather, you know." The raven let out a raspy croak, its eyes glinting with a mix of defiance and resignation. Adrien tilted his head, as if pondering the bird's silent retort. "Looks like someone was way too proud of their feathers, huh?" he said, glancing at the wreckage around them with an air of bemused detachment. Adrien then plucked a few purple feathers from its stomach. "Thank you very much, see ya." The feather that was in his hand disappeared in spiraling vortex. Then an intricate light blue magic circle formed under Adrien. He looked around for a second. The mess would be annoying to clean up, but it was a random forest in his view, so he didn't really care. The magic circle flashed, then Adrien disappeared. He reappeared inside his room a second later. It was luxurious to say the least. Deep crimson curtains fell from the high ceiling, giving the whole room a warm, rich glow against the polished wooden floor. A large four-poster bed stood at the center, its canopy threaded with silver that shimmered softly in the candlelight. The silken sheets were perfectly arranged, untouched, completely opposite to the chaos he had just come from. Along the walls, tall bookshelves were packed with grimoires and old tomes. Adrien stretched casually, yawning as he glanced around his sanctuary. "Home sweet home," he murmured to himself, the room's quiet elegance wrapping around him like a familiar cloak. He approached his large desk and sat on the office chair that he stole from Italy. Now then, sitting on the desk, was a flagon containing a light blissy liquid. Adrien grabbed it and stirred it gently, watching as the bluish liquid shimmered with an ethereal glow under the soft candlelight. Now if I add that, the purple feather appeared in his palm. He dropped the feather inside the potion, the liquid devoured the feather like acid would. Then miniature electric currents started to dance across the surface, crackling with energy. Adrien watched with keen interest, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. The currents suddenly intensified to an abnormal degree. Adrien's mouth twitched, and before he could react, boom! An explosion erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations of the ancient stone walls that surrounded him. Adrien sighed in resignation. Fuck. Footsteps could be heard running across a long hall, then the door of his room opened violently. "I heard an explosion. Is everything okay? PFFFF. Sikvera, who had barged into Adrien's room, saw her brother standing in the middle of it. His face was scorched black and his hair was sticking out in every direction like an electrified porcupine. Adrien glared at Sikvera. He knew what was coming. Wahahaha! Sikvera, the cold, serious, and aloof girl, exploded into laughter upon seeing her brother. Adrien flicked a strand of singed hair away from his face, glad to provide some comic relief. He drawled, brushing off the soot from his charred clothes. "Now, if you're done laughing at my misery, could you hand me that towel?" Yeah. Sikvera said through her laughter. Holding back her laugh, she brought Adrien a towel. "So, what were you trying to do?" "I was trying to create an electric poison," Adrien said in all seriousness. What?" Sikvera was genuinely confused by the nonsense Adrien was spouting. "Andy, what does that even mean?" "Well, it's quite simple," Adrien replied, his tone as light as if discussing the weather. "A concoction that electrocutes and poisons at the same time. Perfect for those pesky intruders. Or, well, it was supposed to be. Can't you just electrocute them?" "Well, I could, but they wouldn't usually last long. So it's really not suitable for torture or information purposes, you see. I thought I'd try something a bit more lasting. So I concocted this thing I call electric poison using the feather of a lighting raven and a bunch of herbs. Well, it should have worked, but it seems I miscalculated something." Adrien's eyes twinkled with mischief despite his soot-covered face. Sikvera shook her head, her earlier laughter subsiding into a fond exasperation. "I do wonder whether you actually think these things through, dear brother, or if your whims simply carry you away into chaos." Adrien chuckled, wiping his face with the towel. "A bit of both, I guess. Keeps life interesting, don't you think?" Sikvera sighed, casting a glance at the scattered remnants of the experiment. Interesting is one word for it. Destructive might be more accurate. Hey, destruction's just creation's loud cousin, Adrien countered. Well anyways, he said as he finished cleaning himself up. Why were you close anyways? You rarely come to this part of the mansion. Father is calling for you, Sikvera said. Huh, why? Come and find out yourself. Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. Adrien and Sikvera walked toward the main hall. The castle was massive, every step they took echoed through long corridors lined with expensive tapestries and old suits of armor. The whole place felt old and powerful, like it had seen way too many generations come and go. Moonlight slipped through the tall windows, spreading across the marble floor. Adrien glanced outside for a second, looking over the Agares estate stretching out under the night sky. Sikvera walked next to him, calm and composed now, all that earlier teasing gone. Her long hair moved with each step, catching the light slightly. They kept going until they reached the main hall. Two maids pushed open the huge doors, and they stepped inside. The hall was built to show off the Agares' name. The ceilings were high, covered in detailed paintings of devils from the past. Large chandeliers lit up the room with a soft golden glow, reflecting off the velvet curtains and old furniture. At the far end, sitting on the throne, was Valerius Agares, the Archduke himself. He had long dark green hair, neat and smooth, and sharp emerald eyes. His presence alone should have been overwhelming. But right now, he was leaning forward, one hand on his forehead, staring at the ground, looking like a man who was just tired of everything. Adrien blayed Valerius Agares. Oh shit, he's calling me by my full name. What did I do? I don't think I've done anything bad this week. I'm sure you're thinking, I haven't done anything bad this week. How did he know? Can he read minds? No, I can't read minds. Lord Agares' response contradicted himself. Wait, I'm confused, did I do something? I have just received the atrocious news that you blew up a forest, he said, still looking at the floor. Forest? Oh. News travel fast, I guess. But it's just a random forest. In the Phoenix territory. He shouted the word Phoenix. Was it? I didn't know, nor care. He's pissed. Sikvera whispered in her brother's ear. Adrien then raised his hands in mock surrender. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds bad. I promise it was totally an accident. Valerius finally lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes sharp and discerning. An accident involving explosive magic in another clan's territory does not bode well for diplomatic relations, Adrien. Ah, diplomacy, Adrien said with a sigh. Isn't that just a fancy way of saying, talking until everyone agrees you're right? I'm sure the Phoenix will understand. It was all in the name of science. They want compensation, they ask that you clean up your mess. They can go fuck themselves, Adrien retorted in a low voice. Valerius closed his eyes for a moment, his patience visibly waning, yet his voice remained level. Adrien, this reckless behavior cannot continue. The Phoenix clan is not a minor player in our world. You must learn to control your impulses. Like I care, I didn't even know it was their territory anyways, Adrien sighed, then in the palm of his hand, space distorted in a spiraling vortex and a sort of Erlenmeyer flask formed in his hand. It contained a greenish liquid with silver precipitate still left in it. A silicon stopper appeared in his other palm, then he closed the flask. Give them this, it will accelerate growth of flora by 7 times in a 25-meter radius, but let them swirl the flask for a minute before splashing it on the ground. Sikvera and Valerius looked at Adrien in confusion. Sikvera was the first to speak. How did you even come up with this? You mix monster bone dust, purified spring water, dry sage leaf, and a unicorn horn, but you can substitute it with holy chalk instead. Not that I would recommend using holy stuff, but you do you, he shrugged. Why did I even ask? Sikvera facepalmed as Lord Agares looked at the concoction that his son had created. It's not Inu dash, he tried to say but was interrupted. Throw in 100,000 gold coin in there and they'll be happy. Now see you later. Adrien gave the flask to Sikvera and waved playfully, then disappeared from the room in a flash. The magic circle that he had formed disappeared from the room with him. Valerius Agares lowered his gaze to the ground as he sighed in resignation. You should have been stricter, father, Sikvera said as she adjusted her glasses. Her father, his head still lowered to the ground, said, You think it would have worked? Threatening him is as useless as scolding the wind. Chapter 2, One of the Four Great Satans. Adrien teleported to his room, and sat behind his desk again. A book flew out of one of the shelves and landed on the desk in front of him, then it opened on its own and stopped on the page listing the ingredients for normal demonic poison. So where did I go wrong? Adrien asked himself. He pondered for a few minutes, searching his mind for any ingredients he might have missed. On his desk, clay formed into a cup and water filled it from thin air. He took the cup and downed it in one go, then refocused on the book. The ingredients listed were nightshade petals, demon beast blood, demonic beetle shell and black serpent venom. Of course the measures were also listed, like how much he should put of each ingredient. For example, if he puts a lot of venom, it would insta-kill. Or if he didn't put enough demon blood, there wouldn't be any reaction whatsoever. Adrien closed his eyes and entered his mind palace. A mind palace is a way to store memories in your brain by imagining a place, like a house for example. You place information in different rooms or spots so it's easier to remember. When you need it, you mentally walk through the place and pick the memory back up. The place that Adrien chose as his mind palace was the library in the Agares estate, and specifically the small library in the northern aisle that he spent most his time in. He walked in the library passing bookshelf after bookshelf. Then he stopped in front of drawer, he opened it. Inside were hundreds of files, each containing information about different type poisons. He rummaged through each file till he found a file titled, Demonic Poison. There it is, he whispered. He opened the file and started reading through it. When he got what he wanted, he placed the file back and opened his eyes, returning from his mind palace. So I should have put 0.3 grams of that beetle shell instead of 0.5. TSK, another Erlenmeyer flask formed on his desk, and just as he was about to start again. Knock knock knock. A knock resounded through his room, but no one entered. It must be a maid, anyone in the family would have barged in. Come in, Adrien said without looking toward the door. Like he suspected, a maid entered. She was one of the 3 maids placed under his service. She had long chestnut hair and hazel eyes. She wasn't exactly the beautiful type, more like cute with big round eyes and full cheeks. The maid, Lynn, entered after checking the hall, and closed the door behind her. Andy. She ran and hugged Adrien from the back, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her cheek against his. Lynn was an orphan that Adrien had taken while he was wandering around. Her parents were killed by a demonic beast that suddenly appeared from the forest near and rampaged in their village. Adrien, who was 14 years old back then, had ran away from the island and just happened to be passing by. He killed the beast and found Lynn, who was crying outside her demolished house. He took her back with him and placed her as his first personal maid. Adrien sighed, can't you see I'm working? I was worried, you were in trouble with Lord Agares. Lynn answered in a soft, worried tone. Adrien never acted like a noble, so this personal maid of his was more like a friend to him than a servant. So this situation was normal between the two of them, though Lynn always checked to see if anyone is watching. Adrien was still the son of the Archduke, and he couldn't be seen being overly friendly with her, even though he had told her that he didn't really care. Adrien dismissed her worries. Nah, it's nothing, the Phoenix are just crybabies. Yeah, but aren't they like, super strong and influential? What if they go after you? Lynn answered, still slightly worried. I gave Dad a potion that'll fix their problem, and they wouldn't mess with me with no real reason, so they wouldn't push the matter too much. I hope so. Lynn said as she approached a sort of large bean bag. What is that? It feels comfortable, I've never seen anything like that before. Yeah, it's nice, I stole it from France. Indeed, Adrien stole it the last time he was in Paris. He didn't have their local money, so who could blame him? Stole it. You shouldn't steal stuff, Andy. Lynn scolded him. I'll just return it later when I get tired of it. Lynn started lecturing him about ethics and morals. Apparently she forgot they are devils. Adrien didn't hear any of it. He was back working on his electric potion of his. The second experiment failed again. The third one didn't explode, but it had no effect. An hour passed in trial and error until it worked, finally. Adrien said as he stood up and swirled the flask in his hand. He turned to show it to Lynn, but she had already left. When did she leave? Well, anyways. Just as he was about to summon a test subject, he felt an immense pressure hit the whole mansion. The suffocating pressure subsided, then disappeared altogether. What an entrance. The fuck is going on today? The flask in his hand disappeared into his dimensional storage in a swirling vortex. He walked out of his room, into a large hallway. A maid was on the ground. In front of her was a tray of food, its contents splattered across the ground in a messy mix of crumbs, sauce, and crushed pieces. She probably fell due to the demonic pressure. When she saw Adrien, she hurriedly started to clean the floor. He approached her and helped her up, then with a flick of his fingers, the food stains on the ground disappeared. The young maid, blushing, thanked him, then ran away, taking the tray with her. Adrien continued forward and approached a floor-to-ceiling window. He looked outside toward the garden. On the pavement stood a tall man with shoulder-length fiery crimson hair. His bluish eyes were looking straight at Adrien through the window. An amused smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He got me, Adrien sighed. He walked down the stairs of the mansion, then walked through the main entrance hall. Sikvera was already there, showing Surzex Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans, in. Adrien stood in place looking at Surzex in annoyance. He on the other hand enjoyed Adrien's reaction to the fullest. The 3 of them entered the main hall together. Sikvera was talking with Surzex and he was laughing softly. Adrien walked behind them, looking like he is being held hostage. Lord Agares stood up and bowed in a perfect 45-degree angle, hands behind his back. Greetings, Lord Lucifer. Sirzek's Lucifer raised both hands. No please, no need for such formalities. Lord Agares straightened his posture slightly more relaxed. Pleased to see you, my lord. If you would have notified us beforehand of your visit, we would have prepared more dash. There is absolutely no need for it. I didn't notify you since it's only a semi-official visit, and I'm not staying for long. Sikvera arched an eyebrow with subtle curiosity. A semi-official visit, you say? Is it perhaps related to the latest council meeting? Sirzek nodded with a warm smile. Indeed, though I assure you, it's nothing too taxing. I simply wanted to speak with your family regarding some recent developments. If that's the case, let's head to the guest wing. Valerius Agares looked toward his butler, Ravian. Inform the kitchen to make some tea and bring it there. At once, my lord, Ravian answered, bowing his head before leaving the main hall. The group headed toward the west wing, stopping in front of a medium-sized room. Inside, soft sofas were arranged neatly, with golden curtains hanging by the windows. A silver carpet covered the floor, muffling their footsteps as they walked in. It was an elegant living room clearly meant for private talks and informal meetings. Adrien was, surprisingly, silent the whole way. When they entered the room, he didn't sit on a sofa like the rest, he just leaned on a wall and said, "What an amazing entrance, Sirzek. Had the maids on the floor," he said mockingly. Sirzek wasn't offended at all. That was the way Adrien talked with everyone. He just chuckled amused. "Did you help her up?" "I may be slightly eccentric, but I am gentleman," he answered matter-of-factly. "Slightly." This time, it was Sikvera who replied, causing both Sirzek and Valerius chuckled. "Well, I thought that if I don't make an entrance, you wouldn't even show up." "Me? Hell no, I'm not stupid. When the Demon King calls, you show up," Adrien said, acting offended. "Is that why the last time I came you said you couldn't be bothered?" Sirzek answered, still smiling softly. "Shit, is he angry?" "I don't want to anger him, he's way too influential." "Ahaha, well. I really was working hard on a project and I couldn't come, so I..." Adrien sent help signals to Sikvera, but she ignored him completely, adjusting her glasses. "Well, please forgive my son for his unbecoming rudeness," his father answered, shooting his son death glares. Apparently he wasn't present that time. "We saved me. So what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Valerius Agares changed the discussion before Adrien could humiliate him even more. Sirzek let the matter drop. He smiled and said, "Well, first of all, I would like you to inform the Great King faction that the Red Dragon Emperor has appeared and has possessed a human boy named Issei Haida from Kuo." Chapter 3, A Heartfelt Letter. Sirzek smiled and said, "Well, first of all, I would like you to inform the Great King faction that the Red Dragon Emperor has appeared and has possessed a human boy named Issei Haida from Kuo." The room was plunged into silence. The news was surprising to say the least. The Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, also known as the Boosted Gear, is a sacred gear listed as one of the original 13 Longinus, specifically a mid-tier Longinus, and has the spirit of the Welsh dragon, Draig, residing within it. Long ago, Draig fought his greatest rival, Albion, the White Dragon. Their battle was so intense that it was interrupted by the war between the angels, devils, and fallen angels. Furious, the two dragons turned their anger on the leaders of the three factions. In the end, their bodies were destroyed, and their souls were sealed inside sacred gears. Draig's soul was placed into the Boosted Gear. Needless to say, it was an extremely powerful sacred gear with the ability to double the wielder's powers every 10 seconds until the user reaches their limit. It is said to let its user temporarily rise to a level beyond even the gods and the four great Satans. So its appearance was important enough for the news to reach Valerius Agares, an Archduke of the Underworld and a skilled diplomat who often handled political disputes between the Great King faction and the supporters of the four great Satans. "I never understood why you come to us to relay the messages to the King's faction, made by the Baal clan, who is also your mother's clan. They're literally your cousin. Go to them yourself," Adrien asked, breaking the silence. "Because I cannot," Sirzek Lucifer replied quietly. "My mother is from the Baal clan. My wife is tied to them as well. If I intervene personally, it will be seen as bias, no matter what I say." "Bias? Why would it seem biased?" "I think that's stupid. You're only relaying information." Both Sikvera and Valerius shot Adrien glares for how he was talking to one of the four great Satans, but Adrien ignored them. Sirzek didn't answer immediately, he just gave a soft smile, then said, "In the Underworld, it's never just relaying information. The moment I carry a message myself, it gains weight. I am Lucifer, so even though I have their blood, the Baal clan would see it as authority and people from outside would see it as bias." Adrien sighed. "Sounds like a drag to me, seems like the position is even worse than I thought." "Right," Lucifer answered with an amused smile. Valerius Agares nodded. "I will relay the message. Anything else?" Sirzek shook his head. "No, that's all for now." "Oh, so you're hiding that much from them?" "I don't think that's a good idea, they'll figure it out instantly," Adrien responded. "Figure what out?" Sikvera asked her brother, genuinely confused. Come one sis, think a little, whose territory is Kuo? Rias. Sikvera answered in a muffled voice. Yes, his sisters, come to think it, last time I was in Kuo there wasn't anything that interesting, so the gear must have been asleep inside him, Adrien said as he walked and sat on the sofa opposite of Sirzex's. You called him a boy, must be young, how old is he? Sirzex closed his eyes but didn't respond, and that alone gave Adrien the answer. So he is in Kuo Academy, and I bet Rias already got him in her peerage, Adrien smirked. Enough, Valerius Agares said in a low tone, stop pushing it, don't forget who you are talking to, Adrien. Now, it's fine, Sirzex said with a calm smile. I know what kind of person he is, and I doubt he means any harm. If anything, the fact that he is involving himself this much only tells me he has taken an interest. His gaze then rested on Adrien for a brief moment, sending a warning, this was neither the place nor the time to disclose the information publicly. Adrien understood the message and didn't push the matter any further. Though an amused smile rested on his face. Sikvera, meaning to kill the awkwardness in the room, asked, speaking about Rias, how is her engagement with Riser Phoenix proceeding? She's still furious, Sirzex laughed softly. We're talking with the Phoenix family in the hope to give her a chance to challenge the engagement in a raiding game. So you're playing a swindle, Adrien said, still smiling. I guess you chose Riser so Rias is forced to get married, the raiding game is nothing short of useless. Rias has no way to defeat the Phoenix's immortality. Even though his father scolded him earlier, Adrien continued talking in the same way he always does. Sirzex's smile did not falter though, swindle is a rather harsh way to put it, you're not wrong, though. The outcome of a raiding game can be predicted, if one looks at it purely from ability alone. And Riser has more experience and is also a bad matchup for Rias. He didn't deny Adrien's words and that amused him even more. Sirzex and Valerius talked a bit more about Underworld matters for some time, then seeing that there was nothing interesting left, Adrien excused himself and left the room, teleporting away. He returned back to his room. It's getting boring here, all the interesting stuff is happening in the human realm. Do we have a territory in Japan? Adrien asked himself. There was actually multiple reasons why he wanted to go to the human realm. 1. Apparently all the fun stuff was happening there. 2. He wanted to gather pieces, as of now he only had one pawn, Lin. Adrien was never the type to go search for members for his peerage, he preferred lucky encounters that catches his eyes, until now he hadn't seen many. So he thought it would be a good idea to go to the human world and test his luck. But where could he go? Japan was the place where trouble was brewing, so he had to go there, can't miss the fun after all. But what city should he move to? Kuo was out of the question, it was Rias's territory and Sona Citri, heir of the Citri clan, was there too. Even if he found someone that catches his eye, he couldn't poach them. Kyoto had the Yukai governed by Yasaka, the nine-tailed fox. So he couldn't just go there without being questioned. Tokyo was rather big and wasn't really under anyone specifically, and it was close to Kuo, so that was a good option. From what he knew, Osaka and Sendai were good options too, cause they weren't affiliated with any faction as of yet. Money wasn't really a problem for Adrien, he had in his storage more than 1 million CR, the money currency used in the underworld. He accumulated most of it from rewards of monsters he had killed and dissected. 1 CR was around $100, so Adrien had enough money to live lavishly. After a bit of research, Adrien decided to go to Tokyo, but a problem stood in his way. His parents, and especially his father, would never approve. Not that he ever did what they wanted anyways, so he started preparing as in throwing everything he needed in his dimensional storage. Then he wrote a letter that he left on the desk, meant to be seen by his family or the maids if they entered his room. The letter stated this. To my honored father, my dearest mother, and my ever-watchful sister. By the time this letter finds its way into your hands, I shall already have departed from the underworld and made for the human realm. Now, before any of you grow too dramatic and begin mourning me as though I have died in some tragic poem, let me first say this plainly, I am quite alive, quite well, and in no immediate danger. I know my leaving thus will grieve you, or at the very least irritate you enough to speak of me with great disappointment over tea. Yet I ask that you not trouble yourselves over much. This was no reckless fit, nor some childish rebellion born of wounded pride. I left by mine own will, and with purpose enough to satisfy even the family's dreadful love of reasons. I seek certain pieces for the peerage I intend to build, and for that, I would rather use mine own eyes than trust the words of others. As for where I have gone, I shall not say. I know, cruel of me. Still, I give you my word that I shall cause no needless trouble, bring no shame upon our house, and avoid setting anything important on fire. Do try not to miss me too much. Adrien Agares. He did what? The loud shout of Valerius Agares, Archduke of the Underworld, rung throughout the main of the Agares estate. Sikvera leaned backwards as if trying to create space between her and his shouts. Well, he left this letter on his desk. Lord Agares read the letter, then burned it to ashes and slammed his hand on the arm of his throne, bending inwards. He sighed and covered his eyes with his palm. Well, can't we just track him down? Sikvera asked, even though she already knew the answer. It's Adrien we're talking about. If he hides his presence, even Sirzex Lucifer wouldn't be able to find him. Valeria sighed in resignation. Well, we could place a bounty on him, but that would cause a problem of its own. Celestine, he gulped in fear. Yeah, Mom would be furious if we treated him like a criminal, Sikvera said while adjusting her glasses. Indeed, Lady Agares would be extremely angry, and even the Archduke of the Underworld wouldn't want to face his wife's wrath. Chapter 4, Bidding War Over an Apartment. A flash of light appeared in a dark alley in a rural area of Kuo. The magic circle disappeared, and from it walked a tall boy with long blonde hair tied behind his neck and reaching his shoulders. He had pale green eyes and extremely handsome features. Said eyes scanned the area and landed on a homeless man sitting on the floor, resting his back against a wall. The homeless man was looking at the boy wide-eyed, petrified in fear. Then the boy's pupil changed into a glowing green spiral, curling inward like a hypnotic vortex. It flashed and the man calmed down. He completely forgot what had just transpired in front of him. Adrien walked out of the alley, hands in his pocket, and was greeted by the bustling noises of the city. Good thing I placed a circle here, saved me the trouble of looking for the right coordinates. Adrien, who had hid his demonic energy completely, walked through the masses as one of their own. He grabbed a cab and went straight to Tokyo. Hello, it's my first time in Tokyo. Can you take me to the best hotel you know? Adrien asked the taxi driver with a soft smile. Yes, of course, right away, the driver said, though I'm surprised you speak perfect Japanese for a foreigner. Yes, I made sure I'm good enough before moving here. Adrien answered. Of course that was a lie. Being a devil, he could speak any language he wanted to. As they drove, they talked for a while. The driver told Adrien about good places to visit and the best restaurants in the city. Adrien listened quietly, only speaking now and then. They stopped in front of a huge building. It was definitely a very luxurious hotel by the looks of things. Adrien thanked the driver and tipped him a hefty sum. He walked inside the building into the lobby. A woman was sitting behind a reception desk, tapping on her computer. Adrien approached her to book a suite. When she saw him, she was confused at first. Here was a boy no older than 18, with no luggage at all, and for a moment she thought he was there to beg. But that thought quickly disappeared when she noticed the expensive clothes he was wearing and the overall aura surrounding him. Welcome, sir, the receptionist said with a polite smile. We currently have several luxury suites available. Our executive suite is priced at 290,000 yen per night, while our presidential suite is 370,000 yen per night. If you would like, I can also provide a brief overview of the amenities included with each option so you may choose the one that suits you best. Yes, please, thank you for your help, Adrien replied politely. The receptionist helped Adrien pick his suite, and Adrien reserved a presidential suite for 3 days on the 18th floor. But something bothered her. Do you have luggage that we can help you with? She asked. Someone would at least have a small bag with him, but the boy in front of her had nothing on him. No, there's no need to, thank you again. Then Adrien put his hand in his pocket and took out a stack of money. What was strange was that the stack itself could never fit in his pocket, so from where did it even come from? The receptionist stared at Adrien's pocket, and before she could even realize what happened, the boy had already disappeared, and in front of her was the cost of the 3 nights paid up front. Adrien made his way to his suite, stopping in front of a large wooden door with the number 183 written on it in golden letters. He raised the key card and swiped it across the scanner beside the wall. A soft click followed, and the door unlocked. The suite was spacious and refined, designed with a modern elegance that balanced comfort and luxury. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the city, letting warm daylight spill across polished marble floors and soft cream carpets. A king-sized bed stood at the center of the bedroom, dressed in crisp white sheets and framed by subtle golden lighting. The living area held a sleek sofa, a glass table, and a large flat-screen television mounted against a dark wooden wall. The bathroom was equally lavish, with a deep soaking tub, a rainfall shower, and silver fixtures that gave the entire space a clean, expensive feel. Adrien walked through the room and plummeted on the bed. Now where did I put it? He said as he browsed his dimensional storage in his mind. Ah, here it is. A smartphone appeared in his hand in a spiraling vortex. It was the phone that he used in the human world. He went to an online shopping website and bought a laptop, another phone, and El Cinco. Adrien had always enjoyed playing video games whenever he came to the human realm, so might as well buy a console. After that, he started looking for apartments he could rent. Before long, he found an empty one in a residential building in Setagaya, Tokyo. It was exactly what he wanted, a high middle-class apartment on the 4th floor of a nice building, and it was close to the school he planned to attend, Seiho High, a completely normal school. He chose Seiho High because it was a normal school. He wanted to be as inconspicuous as possible. He messaged the owner of the apartment and offered 160,000 yen per month as rent. Then he took a book from his storage and started reading. A few minutes later, the owner messaged him back and told him that someone offered 200,000 yen for the apartment. Adrien countered by offering 230,000 yen, then returned to his book. A few minutes later, and again the same family had offered 240,000 yen. Tisk, why the fuck am I in a bidding war for a fucking apartment? Adrien was pissed and didn't want to waste any more time on this shit, so he offered 300,000 yen for it. Even though it was approximately double his original offer and way too overpriced for an apartment like that, he didn't give a shit. 300,000 yen wouldn't even count as pocket money for him. Later he got the message that the other family had withdrawn from the bidding war. Apparently, they were a well-off family from out of town named Fujimiya. Adrien spent that afternoon preparing. He sent his files to Seiho High. He would start as a second-year student when the next semester started in 2 weeks. After all the preparations and paperwork were done, Adrien could finally relax. He approached the land phone and called reception. He ordered dinner, 2 servings of smoked salmon and 2 servings of white rice. Then Adrien took the remote and turned on his smart TV. He logged in his Crunchyroll account, and started browsing for any new anime. Just like his sister Sikvera, Adrien loved to watch anime too. He was an otaku through and through. Sikvera preferred mecha anime, but Adrien didn't have a favorite genre. He just watched what caught his interest. Oh wait shit. My Peak Academia dropped Season 8. And JJK Season 3 Part 1 is releasing episodes 2, Adrien was in for a feast. He spent that night binging his favorite shows like he always did in the human world. 3 days later, Adrien left for his new apartment. Before checking out of the hotel, he used his power on the receptionist, making her forget him completely and erase every bit of information about him from the hotel's system. He did the same to the staff who had brought his meals to the suite. Later on, both the receptionist and her supervisor were left utterly confused when they found that a huge amount of money had been paid for a suite that, somehow, had never even been registered as occupied. The owner of the apartment had apparently left the key at his next-door neighbor's place. He arrived in front of the building. It was a quiet and well-kept residential apartment complex, simple but clearly meant for comfortable living. From the outside, it had a clean modern look, with pale walls, neat balconies, and a calm, upscale feel. Adrien could have obviously bought a mansion or at least a luxurious apartment in a high-class residential area, but he wanted to keep a low profile. Everything he had done, since arriving in the human world, was something he would never do. Never let them know your next move. There was no way anyone would think that the troublemaker Adrien Agares would go to school, and a normal one at that. He would never live in anything less than a mansion too. Adrien bought his laptop, his console, and his new phone under the name Bob, without even a surname. He was trying to make it as hard as possible to find him. He wanted to stay low-key for at least a week. Once a week passed, he wouldn't mind anybody finding him, though he won't lead them in himself. Why a week? Nothing really important. He just wanted to live peacefully for a week binging anime. It's ironic, isn't it? I have to work so hard just to earn a little freedom. But if freedom only comes after chains, can I really call it freedom at all? He muttered to himself as he made his way through a softly lit hall where his apartment was. He went to his neighbor's house and knocked on the door. It's Saturday morning, so they should be home, right? Just as he finished the thought, a young woman opened the door. She had long blonde hair, golden eyes, and a soft, beautiful face. The girl was still in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes open. Indeed, the first girl is here, Shina Mahiru from the angel next door. The time of the story is in the current days in 2026 instead of 2009 when the light novel started, so there will be modern-day stuff and gadgets. Adrien is also an otaku, and I have multiple ideas I want to implement based on this. Chapter 5, A Deal with the Girl Next Door. A young woman opened the door. She had long blonde hair, golden eyes, and a soft, beautiful face. The girl was still in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes open. Adrien stared at her for a second. She was still half asleep, but that was not really why he was staring. Being a Saturday morning, it was normal for young teenagers to sleep in. She's incredibly beautiful even by devil standards. Hello, sorry to wake you up. I'm the new neighbor next door. Mr. Nakamura told me that he gave you the keys to my apartment. Adrien went straight to the point. Yes. I forgot about it. I'm sorry. When the girl fully opened her eyes and saw the young man in front of her, she stumbled on her words. She immediately retreated into her apartment and came back a few seconds later with a key. Here it is, she said, handing Adrien said key. Thank you, he replied. Oh, my name is Adrien Agares. Please call me Adrien. At first name basis, she was flustered for some reason. Why is she acting like that? Wait, the Japanese call each other by their family names for some reason. I'm a foreigner, so I'm used to calling and being called by my first name, but you do, I guess, Adrien said casually. I see, she replied, regaining her composure. My name is Mahiru Shina. Nice to meet you, Adrien. Yeah, nice to meet you too, Mahiru. Adrien smiled gently. After that, Adrien headed to his own apartment and opened the door. The apartment was a neat single-person house, with basic furniture. The living room had a TV, a comfortable-looking couch, a glass table and a few lamps, giving the place cozy vibe. The kitchen opened directly to the living room. It had all the basic cooking equipment. No air fryer. Yeah, the owner is gonna hear about it. He made his way to his room. It had a normal twin-size bed with clean white sheets, a bedside table, and a few closets. I'm upgrading that shit, Adrien said as he took out his phone and ordered a queen-size bed and a wooden work desk, and a few other furniture. A few days passed uneventfully. All the stuff that Adrien had bought arrived. He renovated his room and he set up El Cinco in the living room. Look at this beauty, Adrien said looking at his dual-basket air fryer. He already had 2 out of the top 3 of all time. He just needed to watch LeBron play live and his life could be considered complete. He spent the whole day playing God of War, Ragnarok. When the fight with Thor came up he muttered to himself slightly amused, what would people do if they knew that Thor is real? He's probably in Asgard drinking whiskey and playing poker right about now. Then Adrien remembered the last time he went to Asgard and started laughing hysterically. Back then, he escaped from the Agares estate, hid his demonic energy completely, put on a priest's clothes and went as a messenger with a group of worshippers. Then he parted with the group when they reached the city. He somehow avoided Heimdall too. He was 15 back then, but he was already tall enough to not look weird walking in Asgard City. He randomly found Thor, the god of thunder himself, drunk playing poker in a bar. Adrien challenged him into a game. He cleverly cheated, took Mjolnir and returned to the underworld. Wahahaha, Adrien tapped his sofa. I can't, his face when I lifted Mjolnir put it in my storage and teleported away. Ha. Ha, he laughed so much his sides were hurting. Odin caused quite a scene back then. I had all 4 great Satans and a representative of the Baal clan in the mansion the next day. Adrien stood up and went to his kitchen to fill a glass of water. He also opened a bag of frozen chicken tenders and threw them in his air fryer. He was refraining from using demonic energy for now, so he was acting like a normal human, instead of making things fly around. Knock knock knock. Adrien looked at his door. Shit, was I busted already? Now they would have teleported straight into my room. Adrien went to his door and looked through the peephole. Mahiru was standing outside looking very pale. He was confused and opened the door. Hey Mahiru, you alright? You're looking pale. SSSPI. There's a SSPI, house, she stumbled on her words, stricken in fear. Huh? There's a spy in your house? Adrien asked. No, there's a spider in my living room, she said looking toward her apartment and taking another step back. Oh, a spider. You're afraid of spiders, what a stupid-ass question, Adrien. Mahiru couldn't even speak, she just nodded. I see, give me your keys, I'll go check it out, Adrien said extending his hand. Mahiru just looked at his extended hand. Was she really gonna let a dude she met just a few days ago into her house like that? Seeing that she had frozen up, Adrien gently took the key from her hand and walked to her apartment door. He unlocked it and stepped inside. Her apartment was almost the same as his, only the furniture was a little different because he had changed his own. Adrien went to the living room and scanned the area. After a minute or so he finally found he who must not be named. Adrien killed the spider and threw it in the trash. He went back to his apartment. Mahiru was still standing in front of his door waiting for him. I killed it, you can go back in, Adrien said. Wait, but they say if there is one, there should be another, male and female. Mahiru was, obviously, still afraid. Well, I checked out the house, there shouldn't be another one. Indeed, Adrien was a master at tracking things, so if he said there wasn't another one, then there shouldn't be anything to be afraid of. But Mahiru, of course, didn't know that. But what if it attacks me while I'm sleeping? It's just a huntsman spider, it's terrified of humans, Adrien retorted. But what if, Mahiru said lowering her head to the floor. Adrien read her expression and felt bad for her, even though the thing was practically harmless. What do you want to do? Adrien asked her, his voice turning gentle. Mahiru was slightly taken aback by his expression, but then answered, I don't know. Want to sleep in my house, he asked again. Ha? No, I can't possibly, Mahiru said frantically. I don't mind, you can sleep in my room and I'll sleep on the couch, and tomorrow you can call for someone to bug spray your house. No, I can't do that. Adrien sighed in irritation and lifted Mahiru up by her collar like she was a cat. Hey, wait. She yelped in surprise as Adrien took her inside his apartment. Be indecisive inside, he let her go after he had already reached the living room. She looked at him while slightly pouting. Don't treat me like a cat, she said glaring at him. Yeah. Adrien replied as he plummeted on the sofa. Mahiru looked around the house for a second. You live alone? Mahiru asked. Yeah, I do, Adrien responded while scrolling on his phone. When you want to sleep, just go to my room, it's all yours for tonight. But. No buts, I don't want you waking me up in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, Mahiru lowered her gaze, and thank you. Don't mention it, just sit and relax, we'll dine later. Adrien said, sending her a gentle smile after he saw her looking troubled. Mahiru wasn't the type to trouble other people, so she felt like a burden on Adrien for taking his room. But when she looked at him he seemed completely unbothered, and that helped her relax a bit. She went and sat on a sofa, watching TV. Around 30 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Adrien stood up and went to check it out and returned with a pizza. At the same time a bell-like sound rung from the kitchen. Mahiru, can you remove the chicken from the air fryer? He said as he put the pizza on the dining table and went to prepare plates. Yes, of course. Mahiru stood up and went to help in the kitchen. From what Adrien observed, he realized that Mahiru knew her way around the kitchen. He understood that just from seeing her put the tenders in a plate and making a sauce to go with them. Do you know how to cook? He asked. Yes, a bit. I learned from a helper in our house, she said that with a slightly sad expression that Adrien didn't miss it, he just didn't push the matter any further. As they sat on the dining table eating, Adrien came up with a deal. I'm not really good at cooking so I mostly eat frozen food. If you cook for the both of us, I'll pay for it. Mahiru thought for a second, contemplating his proposition, but then shook her head slowly. I don't mind cooking for 2 people but I can't agree that you pay for everything, we can split it. She replied. No deal, Adrien said as he chewed on a piece of chicken. I pay for everything, you just cook for us. You might not know, but making food for 2 people would be quite expensive. Mahiru, not to brag but I have so much money I don't know what to do with it, Adrien said completely serious. Mahiru didn't know what to make from his answer, she just blinked a few times. But she kind of understood where he came from. So you're kind of like me, my family is well off too. Yeah, my family's loaded, but the money I am talking about is mine. He answered while still absorbed in his food. Yours. You work, I didn't ask because you looked young, but how old are you? Mahiru asked. She stopped eating and just focused on Adrien's answer. Me. Yeah, I am kind of young I guess, I'm 17. I'll be attending Seiho High as a second year when the school year begins. What? You made a lot of money while still this young, Mahiru was greatly startled. What do you do? That's a secret. Adrien smirked, if you're lucky enough I might tell you one day. Mahiru didn't like that answer at all. Chapter 6, How Power Works Part 2 days later, Adrien woke up completely refreshed. Even though he could go without sleep for an extremely long amount of time, he still liked sleeping. It was because even though it didn't really affect his body, his mind would become sharper and the brain fog he would have accumulated over the previous day would dissipate. It was like he cleaned his mind palace from the clutter and it became easier to navigate in. He stood up, went to his closet and took out the school uniform he had received a few days ago. It was a normal navy uniform with a red tie. His classes would start at 8 a.m. so he left his house at around 7:30. He didn't see Mahiru so she might have went earlier. He got to school 5 minutes before the bell while eating a croissant he had bought on the way. The school looked normal, nothing special. He looked around for a few seconds, trying to sense any strange energy, but found nothing. So he just went to his classroom, Class 2B. His neighbor was a first-year student, so they were not in the same grade. What he didn't expect was the reaction he got from his classmates. Apparently his blonde hair and Western-like appearance caused quite a stir, especially with girls. Wow, he's so tall. Look at his eyes. His hair is so cool. Unlike the girls, the guys were glaring at him like they wanted him dead. He ignored them completely and sat in the empty seat in the middle row by the window. The classes were extremely boring to Adrien. Everything related to science was very easy to him since he probably knew about them more than the professor. Social studies and languages were also not a problem since he could memorize anything by reading it a few times. So in class he just opened a book and read. He was reading a light novel right now. The day passed uneventfully. It was a normal school day. Though he was at first interested to live what he has seen in anime, it ended up being extremely dull. The next day was the same, but this time he was working on an ability and thinking on how and when to use it. The third day he had PE, they played dodgeball and he absolutely annihilated Class 2C by himself. He also got nicknamed the Prince since he gave the vibe of one. And well, they weren't too far off. He was a member of Imperial Dynasty of some sort. At night Mahiru came to his house and they ate dinner together, but today something was up with her. She had a sad and forlorn expression on her face. Her usual golden eyes that shined and brought warmness were now cold. She was cooking in the kitchen when Adrien flanked her from behind and ruffled her hair. You okay, Mahiru? Yeah, I'm all right, just under the weather a bit. I see, you can talk to me if you want, I'll listen. Thank you, but it's all right, I'm really okay. Adrien didn't push the matter any further. If she didn't feel like talking about it then she didn't need to, he wouldn't force her. He returned to the living room, took his phone and started searching for something. After he was done, he helped Mahiru a bit, preparing the plates and drinks. Then they dined in silence and she returned home after that. It was 10 p.m. Adrien was sitting on the couch lazing around, watching Naruto. Suddenly, he felt a demonic power output from far away. From what he could sense, the output wasn't that strong, a middle-class devil maybe. He wasn't sure that it was a stray devil since he didn't feel any intent from the power. Should I go check it out? Nah, it would be stupid, I would just reveal myself. And who knows, maybe it's a trap set to catch me. Adrien decided to ignore it, he was just a regular dude right now. And if it really was a stray devil, they would send someone to kill it soon enough. It's useless, he wouldn't reveal himself like that, Sikvera said, sighing in resignation. Yeah, but what makes you so sure he's in Tokyo? A mature voice, that of a woman, asked. First of all, Adrien decided to leave just after Lord Lucifer told us about the appearance of the Red Dragon Emperor, and knowing him he would have felt that fun stuff were about to happen in Japan, so knowing him he would decide to go there. Yeah, but why Tokyo? He could have gone to Sendai or Kobe or anywhere else that isn't directly part of a territory, he could just teleport to Kuu. He would, yeah, but it would be too far away from you. Tokyo is close to Kuu, so he would sense if any happened easier, and even though it has a few devils here and there, none of them would be able to find him anyway. They wouldn't. I've only met him a few times, and I've only heard rumors, but is he really that strong? The woman's curiosity was increasing. She had only seen Adrien a few times when he came to Kuu to annoy her best friend, laze around then go back. She had never seen him fight or train or do anything normal devils do. The rumors she heard were even worse, he was nothing but a troublemaker and did whatever interested him in the moment. He would disappear from the estate, cause trouble, then come back. He would mess with high-ranking devils and gods to kill his boredom. Every time he leaves Agares Island, Lord Agares becomes sleepless in fear of what he was about to do. And this time was no different, so his family asked Rias Gremory for help and she sent her queen Akino Himejima with Sikvera to try and find him. Sikvera chuckled at Akino's question. Strong doesn't even begin to describe it. Have you heard the story about Lord Surzek's Lucifer's birth? He had so much demonic power that the natural energy every devil leaks was enough to destroy the entire room he was in. Akino nodded. Yes, I've heard of it from his lady Venelana herself. The power of destruction leaked and destroyed the furniture around him. Sikvera gave a small smile. Yes, but that wasn't the only abnormal birth that the underworld has seen, you know. When Adrien was born there was no energy leak at all. Father even thought that he had no demonic power. Akino blinked, her violet eyes widening in clear surprise. What? How is that even possible? Even the great Satans cannot perfectly control the demonic power leaking from their bodies. It's his body, it's able to contain demonic power perfectly. It's kind of unfair, isn't it? Akino gave a weak smile. Sikvera gave a small, helpless shrug. You tell me. I have never once managed to defeat him. Adrien uses his power with absurd precision. Even if two people possess the same amount of demonic power, where I could use an attack 10 times, he would likely use it 60-inch. Wow, that's crazy, a voice came out from behind him. So he's even stronger than the Prez. Issei, who Rias had sent with Akino so he can watch how she works, was silent until now. But he couldn't stop himself from reacting to the conversation he was hearing. But I didn't really understand how it works, he continued. What works? Akino asked him, puzzled. Well, you said his body doesn't leak demonic power, but all devils do. Even though he had asked while looking at Akino, it was Sikvera who answered. All living beings leak energy, she said. Demonic power, holy power, life force, it does not matter. The amount is usually so small that you would never notice it right away. Only after it builds up, or rather after enough of it has been lost, does the effect become clear. I will give you a simple example. After you were reincarnated as a devil, you immediately felt stronger, did you not? Your stamina increased, your endurance improved, and your body became more capable overall. That is because the demonic power within you began supporting your body alongside the energy it naturally produces from food, rest, and its normal functions. She paused for a second before continuing. But think about it. Even if you do nothing and never use a single spell, why would you still grow tired over time? It is because demonic power is always leaking little by little, and your body is also constantly spending energy just to keep itself going. If that lost demonic power is not replenished, the body starts relying more and more on its own stored reserves. Once those reserves begin to run low, your condition worsens, your stamina drops, and your body weakens. But if that demonic power didn't leak at all, then it would keep supporting the body almost without interruption. In that case, a high-class devil could remain active for an absurd amount of time without truly wearing down. But what about his power? How does that even make sense? I get that his body barely leaks demonic power, but what does that have to do with how crazy his control is when he actually uses it? Issei asked. And the question was not dumb. Where was the connection between his body not leaking energy and the amount of control over it when he was using it? Akino placed a finger against her lips and thought for a moment before answering. Era, if I had to explain it simply, it's that demonic power does not just float around aimlessly inside the body. It gathers and flows through specific points. If it remains still, the leakage is limited, because each point only releases a very small amount on its own. For example, the power centered around the solar plexus mainly leaks from that area alone, so the overall loss is relatively small. But the moment you actually use that power, it begins moving through the body. It spreads toward the shoulders, the arms, the hands, the legs, and the feet depending on the technique. That means the power is no longer concentrated in one place. It is passing through many points at once, and the more points involved, the greater the total leakage becomes. She paused for a second and anticipated Issei's next question, and yes, the amount of power inside a point does affect how much leaks out, but only to a certain extent. Studies gathered over thousands of years showed that even when a point holds more power, the increase in leakage is only slightly higher, not drastically so. That means quantity alone is not what makes the difference. Issei looked completely lost, the amount of shit that entered his head was making it fume. Akino and Sikvera noticed his expression and smiled. You can just think of it as, energy leaks from the points of the body, and when you're using techniques you use more points so you leak more. Adrien's energy points just don't leak at all. Sikvera said. Oh. Now I get it. Wait, isn't that too overpowered? What the hell? When I use 100 mana points to use a technique, he uses 10. That's cheating. Issei understood it in his own gaming sort of way. Chapter 7, How Power Works Part. Issei put his hand on his chin as he thought, I think I got everything, so power is just a sort of, like, an extension to the energy that we already have. Yes, that's it. When Rias reincarnated you, she gave you an extension of demonic power and opened that door for you to cultivate it. And like you already know, it works like a muscle. The more you train by using it, the bigger the well becomes. Also, just like a baby's muscles grows with time, so does your demonic power if you take care of it, Akino answered with her generic smile. A magic circle flashed under them and they teleported away. The magic circle in the middle of the occult research club flashed, and from it walked out 3 people. So basically when I use my powers I just dig into my demonic power reserves and take from it, right? So, basically, I can make Kamehamehas if I work enough. Well, yeah, but it depends on how much power you have and how well you can control the power leaking out. Oh, you were talking about demonic power. How nice, Ria said with a smile. Asia, come here and listen as well. She walked toward them, her long crimson hair swaying gently behind her with each step. Ah. Hello, welcome back. A girl with long blonde hair and green eyes bowed slightly as she welcomed the 3 people that arrived. The girl was Asia Argento, a former nun and newly reincarnated bishop in the Gremory Familia. She sat comfortably on a sofa, while looking toward Issei. We were explaining to Issei how power leakage works and how demonic power works in general, Akino answered. Oh. But didn't we discuss this already, Issei? Rias asked, her blue eyes focusing on him. He averted his gaze. He couldn't really tell her that he didn't hear a word of it because he was so focused on her boobs. Well, it's all right, repeating those important stuff is necessary after all, she said as she patted his head and sat next to him. So, yes, the amount of demonic power, the amount of leakage and how much your body can sustain are all important factors on how much you can use your powers. Sikvera finished what Akino was saying previously. Rias lifted her hand and the cup of tea that was on her desk flew to her hand. Another important factor is imagination. You need to imagine what you want to do with your demonic power and will it to work. Understanding the principle behind it is also important, especially when you're casting elemental attacks. Yeah, I get it, but what is your red power, Prez? Like I've seen it do crazy stuff, but I can't use it right, Issei asked. Oh, you don't even remember its name. You silly goof, you should focus more on what I'm saying instead of my breasts. No. I wasn't looking, it's just that, you know, Issei stumbled on his words causing the girls to chuckle, only Asia was pouting, her cheeks puffed out. My power is called destruction, it's an innate ability of the Baal clan. Most pure-blooded families have their own innate demonic powers that only they can use, it's like their DNA. Another example of innate powers are the Agares clan, Sikvera's family. Their innate power is called time. Time. So you can control time, Issei looked at Sikvera eyes wide open. Even Asia was taken aback, controlling time wasn't anything to scoff at. Yes, our demonic power can control time to a certain extent inside a limited area, Sikvera answered plainly, without going into too much details. Whoa. That's awesome, can you like stop time and do all sort of perverted ouch. What was that for? Rias had hit Issei on the back of his head. You know I don't really mind when you talk like that, but she doesn't, so I just acted before you were hurt even more, Rias said pointing at Sikvera, with a slightly amused expression. Sikvera didn't say anything, she just glared at Issei for a second. Must be hard for you, Rias. You don't know the half of it, Rias said while looking teasingly at Issei. Suddenly a yellow magic circle flashed in the middle of the clubroom. Andy. I finally found time to send you a letter. We finally used the method we prepped for. 1. I can't believe you went away without me. What the hell? Why didn't you take me with you? I'm really pissed off and you're gonna hear about it. Anyways, a few things happened in the estate in the past few days. First of all, Lord Agares sent Lady Sikvera to search for you, and he asked Lady Rias Gremory for help because he thought you would have gone somewhere close to her place. I really hope this bitch's seductress of a queen that she have doesn't approach you again. So while Lady Sikvera was there, by pure chance, Riser Phoenix appeared. It seemed they had a minor dispute and the boosted gear wielder got his ass handed to him by one of Riser's pawns, pretty embarrassing to be honest. Also the raiding game will happen in 5 days. Just so you know, Lord Riser also mocked Lady Sikvera for some reason and cussed you out, which only made the situation worse. Well, you did burn down a part of their forest. Anyways, hope to see you soon. Your favorite maid. Lynn. Wow, what a way with words, Adrien whistled as he read the letter that his personal maid and pawn sent him. Wait. This bitch ass chicken mocked my sister. I'm gonna stick his feathers inside his butthole the next time I see him, no homo. Adrien was pissed. He found the letter in his storage when he woke up in the morning. It had been 10 days since he left Agares' estate and he hadn't heard about anything that was happening in the devil world. So the demonic power output that I sensed yesterday was Sikvera's doing, huh? Must have been a Kendo with her, then. Adrien put on his uniform and went to school like normal. As he walked through the hall, he saw a short girl with white hair walking with the help of a cane. He glanced at her and kept walking. The day passed uneventfully. He just spent it working on an idea that he came up with while watching an anime recently. As he walked toward the exit of the school building, he saw that it was pouring outside. Shit, it's raining. Damn it, I didn't bring an umbrella. Adrien looked around for a second and saw 3 first-year students talking, a boy that looked way too unhealthy for some reason, and another boy and his girlfriend. He approached the unhealthy boy who had an umbrella in his hand. Yo, I'll buy that umbrella from you for 10,000 yen. Deal, the boy with the girlfriend said in an all too serious voice. Wait, that's not even yours to begin with. It's 10,000 yen, dude, that's like 5 times its price, the girl said. Yeah, it's a deal only I would make, Adrien said. Adrien ended up buying the umbrella from the unhealthy-looking kid for 12,500 yen, though he didn't care at all, that wouldn't count as pocket money for him. As he walked toward his apartment, he walked past a park, but then something caught his eye. He suddenly stopped and walked backwards. Swinging back and forth on a swing under the rain was a beautiful girl with blonde hair. Adrien approached the girl and covered her head with the umbrella. The girl slowly raised her head until her golden eyes met his green ones. You're gonna end up sick. Adrien, please, I just want to be alone for a bit. Yeah, not happening. Adrien closed the umbrella and sat on the swing next to her. Wait, what are you doing? Might as well join in you in your public rinse. But you would become sick. No, he wouldn't, but anyways. And that'll be your fault, either we go together or we stay here under the rain. But. Mahiru lowered her head. Her conscience would never let her rest if Adrien got sick because of something she did. Logically, it would not be her fault. After all, who was the one who pinched his ass and told him to stand in the rain like that? And could he not have just kept the umbrella open over both of them? Yeah, he could have. Still, after watching Mahiru for a while, Adrien understood that this way would work best for their current situation. Mahiru was too kind for her own good, and she would blame herself if he got sick, even if it was not really her fault at all. Mahiru finally stood up, head still lowered. Okay, let's go. Glad to hear it, I really don't like wet clothes. Mahiru sent him a look as if asking, who even asked you to get in the rain? Adrien opened his umbrella again, and they both walked underneath it, heading to the building where they both lived. So, why was the angel sulking under the rain? Please, don't call me that, I don't like it. Yeah, right. You're way better than those annoying angels, trust me, they're very overhyped. Pardon, Mahiru asked, looking up at him. Adrien was grinning while reminiscing something. Adrien. Ah yes, sorry, just remembered something. What did you mean earlier? Ah, that's nothing, just take it as an old sage's monologue. You're barely older than me. They walked in silence for a while before Adrien spoke again. You see, I ran away from home, he said. I come from a very far place, and I left because I felt trapped. So right now, I'm living here undercover. Mahiru's eyes widened a little, but Adrien kept going. They're probably looking for me like crazy. My family is kind of like a royal family, so they expect their children to behave like nobles. But I was a huge troublemaker, so they never gave me much freedom. Well, I guess that makes sense, considering all the stunts I used to pull. Adrien wasn't lying but also wasn't telling the whole truth. He did leave because he felt trapped, but he came here to cause fun. Wait, you're a troublemaker. No, you don't look or act like one, Mahiru said, sounding slightly puzzled. Her bigger-than-average eyes stayed fixed on Adrien's, and that only made him smile. She's cute. Yeah, I haven't been causing much trouble since I came here, but I would act out on my impulses normally. I just do what my intrusive thoughts tell me to do. Mahiru suddenly laughed softly. I didn't expect you to be like that. You're normally a bit pushy, yes, but I thought you were instinctively calm. If my sister heard you, she would have probably cussed you out. That only made Mahiru laugh more. They continued talking while slowly approaching their apartments. Chapter 8, Future Prospects. My parents gave me everything I needed. They are very wealthy, so we had a big house, tasty meals prepared by chefs and helpers, and I lived comfortably. But that was not really what I wanted. From the day I was born, my parents never truly showed me any love. I was originally unwanted, just a mistake they made, and my mother gave birth to me. Her voice was strained, but she kept talking. So I was more like something they had to manage and not a real daughter. One of the helpers, Koyuki-san, was the one who really raised me. She taught me how to cook and take care of myself. But I was just a kid and really wanted to be seen by my parents, so I studied harder, worked on myself and tried to be as perfect as possible. It just made me more tired and tried and it was all useless. Yesterday I got a call from my mother, and she talked to me like I was nothing but a problem she couldn't wait till she got rid of. Mahiru's head lowered to the ground, tears slowly dripping on the sofa in Adrien's apartment. Then she felt a warm hand caressing her head. She looked up and saw Adrien, who was smiling warmly at her. Mahiru, you're genuinely amazing. Everything you do is amazing. Your cooking is first class, you're beautiful, smart, kind, maybe a bit too kind for your own good. Your words might be sharp sometimes, and say what's on your mind, but that just makes us birds of a feather. Adrien's smile deepened. I have a motto that I go by, even though it's probably the reason for my current situation, but hear me out anyways. Don't let anybody define what you are or want to be, and that's because you're the only you in the world. If someone don't like you for some reason, they can go fuck themselves. Doing what you want to do without caring about what people think is what makes you different. You don't need to try to fit in, to try to be perfect, to try to please anyone so they can look at you. And to be completely honest, I prefer the real you, not the fake persona I saw you putting at school, the one who'd scold me if I didn't do the dishes, the one who's afraid of completely harmless spiders for some reason. So just be you, Mahiru, and that's enough. Mahiru listened, tears still flowing down her face. She took a pillow and hid her face behind. Then through small sobs Mahiru said, "Will, you look at me." Adrien. Mahiru didn't want to feel unwanted. That was her fear, her own demons. "Sure I will, I'll always watch you whatever you do," he said as he patted her head. "Can I cry on your shoulder just for today?" "Yeah, come here." Mahiru closed the distance and wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. "Please forget that you saw me like that," she said in a soft voice, her ears turning red. Suddenly, Adrien's eyes widened in surprise. There was an energy leaking out of Mahiru. "Wait, that's..." The corners of his mouth twitched and he broke into a smirk. "Nah, I don't think I will." Mahiru let out an annoyed hum. A few minutes later she fell asleep, her head resting on his shoulders. Beep. 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 Smash. Adrien smashed his alarm clock to pieces. It was his fourth in the past 10 days. He sat up and stretched while yawning. "Guess I need to buy a new one." Adrien stood up and went to the bathroom. He rinsed his face, brushed his teeth, then returned to his room and put on the school uniform. Mahiru, a grin appeared on his face. "She has a sacred gear, I'm sure of it." Yesterday, as Mahiru's emotions welled up, a small amount of energy was emitted by her. It wasn't something as crazy as a Longinus, but it wasn't weak at all. For a sleeping sacred gear, the amount of energy that leaked out wasn't small. Then, after the leakage stopped, Mahiru fell asleep immediately. What an amazing coincidence. Adrien went to school. As he walked through the hallway, he passed the short girl walking with a cane again. He looked at her. "Need any help?" Adrien was devil. He didn't usually went around helping people, but something about this girl made it hard to ignore her. The girl looked at him. She was beautiful in her own way. She had short white hair that reached her shoulders and violet eyes that were assessing Adrien. She gave him a small smile. "No, I am quite all right. Even so, I do appreciate your thoughtfulness." "All right then." Just as he about to start moving again she asked, "May I ask for your name?" "Adrien Agares, you." "Arisu Sakayanagi, nice to meet you." "Yeah, same here." Then both of them walked away in different directions. Adrien walked toward his classroom, and like always girls flocked around him asking him random questions. He would answer half-heartedly while smiling faintly. He could have just brushed them off, but if he wanted information on all the students in the school he knew that they would be useful. Oh. Teenage girls and their love from drama. Most of what they talked about was, who started dating who, and who broke up with who. He caught her getting fucked by the whole basketball team. She caught him kissing that girl. Wait a minute. The whole basketball team. What a fucking slut. Poor soul. Then one girl asked Adrien, hey, you surely play sports right? Why don't you try the Kendo team? Our school's team is pretty famous, especially our captain. There's a Kendo team. Yeah, why don't you go check it out later? Wait, you're in the Kendo team, a girl said to her. Yeah, you're just bringing him to your club. Yeah. Kendo, that might be interesting. After classes ended, Adrien passed by Mahiru's class to see how she was doing, but for some reason she wasn't there. Wait, did she even come to school today? He made a mental note to check up on her in later. Adrien headed toward the gymnasium of the school. He found the place where the Kendo club trained. It was a quiet room with polished wooden floors, bamboo swords lined neatly, and the sharp scent of sweat lingering in the air. Inside were a few girls and boys swinging bamboo swords, and watching them was a tall beautiful girl with thigh-length purple hair and blue eyes. Her lips, thin and pink-colored, accentuated her beauty. Oh, we have a visitor, today. What's up, here to join the Kendo club, she said with a smile. Adrien entered the room and walked toward the captain of the Kendo club. I'm just looking, my name's Adrien by the way. Seiko Busujima, nice to meet you. She said, slightly tilting her head up to look at Adrien. You're tall, I think you're one of the tallest in the school. Yeah, I get that a lot. Adrien watched the members swinging their swords, repeating the same movements again and again. Do you know how sword play? She asked. Yeah, I know my way around it. From the way you're watching them, I believe you're very good at the art of the sword. What makes you think that? You're watching their feet, hips and their grip on the handle, not just the overall stance. Adrien smiled faintly. He stayed silent for a second, then said, let's play a game, we'll spar, if you and I join the club and help you teach them, if I when I become the captain and you'll assist me. Seiko Busujima raised an eyebrow at Adrien's proposal. What makes you think that I will take you up on the offer? I don't know, just a feeling. Seiko smiled, then focused her attention on her club members. They were getting more and more tired with each swing. She tapped her hands 2 times, the claps echoed through the clubroom. All right, everyone, let us take a 10-minute break. After that, we will move on to sparring. The club members let out relieved sighs and made their way to their bags to drink some water. At the same time, Seiko took 2 bamboo swords from a stack and handed one to Adrien, who was just smiling, amused. Whispers echoed in the room as everyone made space for the 2 of them. Seiko took a Chuden no Kami stance where the sword pointed at Adrien's throat. On the contrary, Adrien didn't have a stance, his sword just hanging from his right hand, pointing downwards. Gave up already? She asked teasingly. Aren't you going to attack? In an instant, Seiko closed the distance. She moved as if she were about to deliver a diagonal slash, but it was only a feint. Mid-motion, she changed it into a thrust aimed at Adrien's neck. Adrien reacted at once. His blade shot forward with incredible speed, sliding along the full length of her sword and pushing it offline before it could reach him. In the same motion, his sword redirected into a thrust of its own and came to a stop against Seiko's neck. Seiko's eyes widened in disbelief. The whispers inside the room became louder with what's and no ways. A torrent of questions passed through her mind. How did he get so fast to my thrust with no stance? What was that speed? Was there absolutely no wasted movements? I win this one. Adrien flashed a grin. Adrien grew up loving sword play, but as he got older he found it to be less powerful than others of his techniques, so he dropped it. But that didn't mean that he forgot how to swing a sword, on the contrary. Even my father, who is a national master, wouldn't be able to pull that off, Seiko said, her voice soft, mixed in with her disbelief. Adrien just smiled at her reaction. He loved watching people lose their cool. That means, I'm also a master, I guess. But you're just a high schooler. A bet is a bet, right? He smiled, turned mischievous. Yeah, she said, still taken aback. You can call me captain from tomorrow onwards, he said as he left the clubroom, smiling like he just stole a kid's favorite toy. Chapter 9, The Rating Game Part. Inside the Occult Research Club, Rias's familia sat on the sofas, waiting for the rating game to start. Wow, the Prez doesn't look worried at all, Issei said as he watched Rias sitting behind her desk sipping tea. We did everything we could have done, we just have to perform and beat them, Kiba replied. Kaneko nodded, agreeing with him. Then the doors of the clubroom opened, 2 girls walked in. The one in front was a bespectacled girl with short black hair styled in a bob cut, wearing Kua's uniform. Behind her was also another bespectacled girl, a bit taller with long black hair and brown eyes. They were the student council president and the heir of the Citri clan, Sona Citri, and the vice president of the student council and Sona's queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Sorry if I'm interrupting, Sona said in a flat tone. No, please, come in, Sona, Rias answered her. They walked closer to the group. Shinra Tsubaki approached Akino slowly. How have you been? Akino asked. I'm alright, are you ready for your fight? Sure we are. We're gonna beat their asses, it was Issei who answered. Even though he was slightly tense, Issei didn't let it show and motivated himself. He still remembered how he was humiliated by Riser's pawn, but he had trained hard and now he could fight way better. Ria smiled upon hearing Issei's words. She knew that his demeanor would be contagious and help the others relax a bit. Everything has been prepared, the game will be broadcasted to your families and friends. Sona said, looking at Rias, and a smile formed on her face. Are you prepared, Rias? This is your first rating game, I will surely be watching. Rias answered her smile with a one of her own. I promise to do everything in my power to win. Oh, so you all will be watching? Issei asked. Of course, I wouldn't miss this event for anything. Then a white magic circle formed in the room. It flashed for a few seconds and from it walked a young woman with back-length silver hair featuring a braid from each side and red eyes. She was wearing a blue and white French-made outfit with long sleeves and a white-made headband over her head. This woman was Graphia Lucifuge, wife and queen of Sirzex Lucifer himself. She immediately started talking while looking at Rias. Are you ready, my lady? The game will begin in 10 minutes. Everyone stood to their feet and she continued, when the time comes, all of you will be sent to the arena through your magic circle. The match will be held in a neutral space, a separate dimension prepared only for this battle. You may fight with all your strength without concern. Once the match is over, that battlefield will be removed, so there is no need to worry about causing damage. Yes, we are ready, of course, Rias answered. One more thing, I thought you would like to know that the great devil Lucifer will be watching you. Wait, the Demon King. Whoa, Issei said. Oh, brother dearest. Wait, Prez, did you just call the Demon King your brother? Yes, the president's brother is the one of the 4 great Satans. It was Kiba who answered. What the hell? Then Graphia turned to Sona and Tsubaki. Lady Sona, is the broadcasting fully prepared? Yes, I have checked it before I came here and it was operating perfectly. Suddenly, a light bluish magic circle formed inside the room. All eyes turned to the magic circle at the same time. This design, Graphia said. Then a tall boy appeared in the room. His blonde shoulder-length hair was tied behind his neck. He was wearing black shorts and a black compression shirt showcasing his extremely fit body. He was wearing slippers too. Adrien was drinking Coke with his left hand and in his right one was a half-eaten burger. And for the finishing touch, his eyes were hidden by sunglasses. What a fashionable young fellow. Yo Rias, long time no see, he said waving at her. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. You, Graphia composure slightly broke. Who's that? Issei asked. Asia shrugged. It was the first time she's seen this person. You have finally shown yourself. Your sister has been searching all over the place for you, Ria said in a reproaching tone. Akino's smile widened, reaching her ears. But the one most shaken was Sona, her cold and composed aura shattered to pieces. What are you doing here? She asked in a hurry, which led Tsubaki to chuckle slightly. Sona was a girl who was very picky. She broke off her last engagement by beating her fiancé in a chess game, stating that he wasn't smart enough. And that was the whole problem. She wouldn't marry anyone who's not at least as smart as her. And in all of the underworld, no devil from the new generation could match her intellectual prowess, aside from Adrien Agares of course. When she just 12 years old, she played a game of chess against Adrien. Up until then she had barely lost any game, and the ones she did lose to were Rias and her father, Lord Citri. But Adrien checkmated her 2 times and she reigned once all in one sitting. And since then she had fallen head over heels for him. What am I doing here? I obviously came to watch the rating game and have a chat with Riser if possible. Adrien looked across the room eyeing everyone. Oh. You must say hi and nice to meet you. He said as he shook his hand with both of his. Wait, you know me. Who are you? Issei asked slightly suspicious. Of course. You got the boosted gear right. I'm Adrien Agares by the way, you must have met my sister, really charming lady. Oh, you're Adrien. Wait, so Sikvera is your sister right? She was about to beat me up for no reason at all. Yeah, she does that all the time. So anyways, Adrien looked at the watch on his left wrist. Shouldn't you get going? Ah yes, it's time, Graphia said. Lady Rias and her familia please step into the magic circle. Sona then gathered a bit of her composure and said, well, good luck Rias, I hope you win. Thank you Sona, and good luck to you too. Rias smiled and winked at her best friend. Then Rias and her peerage were teleported away. Sona and Tsubaki moved toward the door, Adrien following behind them. Wait. You're coming with us? Sona asked. Sure, you've probably prepared a nice place to watch the game, Adrien answered as if it was a matter of course. Sona sighed weakly. Just as they were about to leave the room, Adrien looked back toward Graphia. By the way, Graphia, can you keep this a secret at least until the game ends? I want to watch it peacefully, he said and left immediately, not even letting her answer. Sona, Adrien, and Tsubaki walked through Ku Academy, heading to the student council clubroom. Ku Academy was slightly bigger than Seiho High, but there was not really much difference overall. The student council was a pretty large room, with a desk at the wall opposite of the entrance. There were a few sofas and a long table in the middle with chairs positioned around it. Adrien took a seat on the sofa and sipped on his coke, then multiple holographic screens appeared in the room. Sona and Tsubaki each took a seat on the chairs in the middle of the clubroom. Welcome, everyone. I am Graphia, of House Gremory, and I will serve as the arbiter for today's raiding game between the Gremory and Phoenix houses. Graphia's voice came out of the school's speakers. By the authority of his lordship Sirzex Lucifer, I shall oversee today's match and ensure it proceeds fairly and without bias. In accordance with the wishes of Lady Rias and Lord Riser, the battlefield chosen for this game will be a reproduction of Ku Academy, the school Lady Rias attends in the human world. They chose this school. I get that Rias would like it, but what would Riser gain from it, Adrien said. Apparently it was to give Rias a bit of an advantage since this is her territory, Tsubaki answered. Adrien chuckled slightly. Riser had given her prep time and home advantage. He wanted to show everyone that he could beat her even in a disadvantageous position. Both teams have now been moved to the areas assigned as their home bases. Lady Rias, your base will be the Occult Research Club room in the old school building. Lord Riser, your base will be the Student Council room in the new school building. All pawns are to move near the enemy team's home base when carrying out a promotion. Graphia's voice echoed out again, assigning each teach their home base, so that pawns of the opposite team that reaches the opponent's territory could promote. Each team distributed communication devices so that they could communicate with each other over long distances and for the king to give instructions to each servant remotely. It's time. The match will continue until there is a clear victor or until dawn in the human world. Let the game begin. Ding dong dang dong. The school bell echoed across the campus, signaling the beginning of the raiding game. Each team immediately started making strategies. Gremory might make the first move. With as many pieces as she's missing, she might no be able to protect her home base and launch a full assault, so she has to commit to one. And it's not in her nature to play defense. Sona finally spoke. Now that she was focusing on the game, she was on her A game and her mind was formulating strategies and analyzing. Kaneko and Kiba took a map and went to place traps in the forest, and Rias asked Akino to cast a mist spell on said forest after they returned. Then Rias released a small part of the seal she placed on Issei. When she reincarnated him, she used 8 pawns. So the demonic power he received were way more than his weak body could handle, so she sealed most of his demonic power away, but after he trained a lot, Rias found it okay to release a small part of the seal. After Kaneko and Kiba returned, Rias sent Kaneko and Issei to the gymnasium where they expected a fight. Once they were inside, they came face to face with 4 of Riser's pieces, a woman wearing a Chinese dress, a pair of twins and another girl. The former was a rook while the latter 3 were pawns. At the same time, Kiba returned to the forest where Riser had sent 3 pieces of his own. Chapter 10, The Raiding Game Part. The boosted gear gauntlet appeared on Issei's left arm, and he immediately began doubling his power. Boost. Issei, you take the pawns and I'll take the rook, Kaneko told him. The pair of twins took out a chainsaw each and attacked Issei. A short distance away, Kaneko and the Chinese-looking lady started exchanging blows. It was like a martial art contest. Small shockwaves erupted after each blow. Kaneko jumped and threw an axe kick at Shualon. The girl jumped backwards and Kaneko's foot slammed on the ground, cracking it. Shualon dashed at Kaneko, trying to make use of her opening, throwing multiple swings and chops. Kaneko still managed to dodge some and block some, but the force behind Shualon's attacks were still hurting her even if they weren't clear hits. Milla swung her staff dramatically and shot toward Issei. At the same time he heard the roaring of chainsaws from both sides and he instinctively ducked. 2 chainsaws passed above his head, moving in opposite directions from each other. Issei jumped again, trying to escape Milla. The girl with the staff and shoulder tackled one of the twins, sending her flying. He jumped to create some distance. Boost. Milla had chased him with her staff again. He twisted his body to dodge her attack again, then jumped back again to dodge a vertical swipe from a chainsaw. Arg. Stop moving, one of the twins said. He's like a cockroach. Hey. Who are you calling a cockroach? Milla dashed again, spinning her staff in her hand. Isle and Nell, the pair of twins, flanked both his sides to try and cut off his escape route. Flames erupted from their chainsaws as they closed the distance with Issei. OSHIT. Issei stopped moving backwards and that gave Milla the opening to hit him within his stomach with her staff. Then a shockwave erupted and Issei was slung away. He flew and hit the wall, making cracks in it. Isle and Nell jumped him, trying to finish him off. Boost. Explosion. A large energy beam shot out of Issei's boosted gear, forcing all 3 pawns to move away. And this opening was all Issei needed. A wicked grin appeared on his face. He moved and, with both hands, tapped the shoulders of Isle and Nell, then shot forward at high speed toward Milla. She had already regained her footing and tried to intercept his attack by spinning her staff and trying to form a sort of shield. Issei didn't stop. Now that he had doubled his power 3 times, he was way stronger than before. He just punched the spinning staff, broke it, and pushed Milla to the ground with one hand. Before he could use the opening, the pair of twins jumped toward him. Issei moved away, creating distance. Alright. Now for my ultimate move. Dress break. With a snap of his fingers, the clothes of Milla, Nell, and Isle were torn to shreds, underwear included. Issei's eye snapped open, trying to save the view in his mind. Eek. What? All three girls crouched on the ground, trying to hide their private parts. Ha. How do you like my ultimate technique? All I had to do was imagine your clothes being torn to shreds and strip you naked. He was very proud of himself, that's for sure. Kaneko had already dealt with Shuelon, one of Riser's rook. She looked disgustingly toward Issei. You're even worse than I thought, she said plainly. Hey, but I won, right? That's what's important. Then Rias's voice echoed from their communicator, telling them to leave the gymnasium. Issei and Kaneko nodded to each other and ran away from the building. Milla, still crouching on the ground, asked her teammates, hey, what are they doing? This is an important position, why are they leave dash? Before she could finish her sentence. Boom. A bright light flashed in their eyes and a gigantic pillar of lightning descended on the gymnasium, destroying it and eliminating all four of them. Take that, came Akino's voice. 3 of Lord Riser's pawns and 1 of his rooks have been eliminated. Inside the student council, laughter echoed throughout the room. Wahaha, Adrien was laughing his ass off as he watched the fight between Issei and the 3 girls. What an absolutely disgusting technique, he's the enemy of all women. Tsubaki was glaring at the holographic screens. Yeah, but it's genius, no woman could be able to fight when her clothes are torn off. Well, maybe not all, but most, Adrien said as he remembered a girl he once met. He's right, Sona nodded, though it is kind of rapey. Akino's strong as always, there's a reason she's called the Vestal of Thunder, Tsubaki said. Though it was a smart move from Rias, she sent Issei and Kaneko from the back in trance, knowing that Riser would have positioned pieces there. Then they would keep them occupied and buy Akino time to prepare an attack, Sona said. Yeah, she's playing her cards right. But they're still vastly outnumbered. Hey, Sona turned to Adrien, who was still watching with an amused expression, do you think Rias will win this? Adrien remained silent for a while, then answered expressionlessly, nah, she might eliminate his pieces but she has no way to defeat him. Silence settled again on the room, they knew he was right. Boom. Just as they were about to move to the next part of the plan, an ear-rending sound of an explosion erupted. Issei was thrown meters by the shock wave, he rolled on the ground for a few times then came to a stop. He stood up, brushing dust of his clothes, and looked toward his teammate. Kaneko was lying on the ground, smoke rising out of her body. Issei immediately ran to her side and took her in his arms. Kaneko. Take that, a voice echoed from above them. A voluptuous woman with long, wavy purple hair that fell all the way down her back, floated in the sky, wings extended. She was wearing a mage's outfit, a navy blue tunic top with gold accents and a pale blue skirt with open sides. The top revealed much of her cleavage and she wore a golden choker with blue and red jewels. She was Eubeluna, Riser Phoenix's queen and the strongest member of his peerage. She was also known as the Bomb Queen. Foo, the best time to attack someone is when they lower their guard after a minor victory. Now that you're down a rook, your situation is really bad, why don't you just give up? Kaneko looked at Issei and Akino with a sorry expression, then her body flashed a bright light. She turned transparent before disappearing completely, as she muttered, I'm sorry. Lady Rias Gremory's rook has been eliminated. After a participant sustain enough damage, they would be retired from the game and transported to receive medical attention. Issei was seething with rage, his body trembled. Just as he was about to challenge Eubeluna, Akino flew toward her, lightning spear in hand. Eubeluna released an explosion, forcing her to stop her momentum and fly back. Oh dear. It seems I am your opponent, Bomb Queen, Akino said in an amused manner. Please don't call me that name, Vestal of Thunder. They both glared at each other, a queen versus queen matchup was about to unfold. Akino looked toward Issei, who was still trembling in rage on the ground. Issei, you have your own role to play, I'll take care of this here. Issei tried to argue, but with one look from Akino he immediately moved away. At the same time, Graphia's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. 3 of Lord Riser Phoenix's pawns have been eliminated. It was Kiba who had easily dealt with them in the trap-filled forest. Tisk, useless, Eubeluna said. In the next second, Akino's wings beat once, and she flew at her enemy at high speed. A golden aura surrounded her, it was her demonic power leaking as she started moving it through her body. A dark purple aura surrounded Eubeluna, and she flew at Akino. A magic circle formed in front of each of them, a ball of water and a demonic explosion collided in midair. Boom. Steam burst throughout the area. They both moved back at the same time. Eubeluna flew below the steam, and Akino flew above it, then both of them cut through it. A staff appeared in the Bomb Queen's hand, while a lightning spear formed in Akino's. They collided in midair. Akino thrust her spear forward, while Eubeluna spun her staff, forming a shield. They collided once, twice, thrice, each time moving slightly backward, then attacking again, cutting through the steam. Eubeluna charged an attack, and a huge magic circle formed in front of her staff. Akino knew she couldn't stop this attack with water, so she formed a two-layered barrier in front of her that took the brunt of the attack. A big explosion hit Akino's defense, its shockwave scattering the steam created previously. Boom. The shockwave flung her away, but she wasn't really hurt. While spinning, she manipulated the clouds to condense, and a lightning beam, considerably smaller than the one she used before but still pretty strong, tore through the sky toward Eubeluna. Crack! Eubeluna immediately formed a two-layered barrier of her own to block the attack. The beam hit her head-on, the beam broke both layers and hit her, but it had already weakened and didn't injure her too badly. Parts of her clothes were burnt off and burns could be seen on her skin. Arg. Annoying pest. Fufu, thank you, Akino replied. Eubeluna shot through the air again toward Akino, her staff pointed at her neck. A magic circle formed in front of her staff, and multiple condensed explosive spheres shot at her opponent. Akino, who had just used an attack, couldn't muster more than a single layered barrier. She flew toward Eubeluna, weaving around the spheres and just barely dodging them. Then, when she had closed the distance enough, she shot upward through the sky, but one sphere changed direction and tracked her down. Akino didn't manage to notice it in time, and it collided with her barrier, shattering it. It reduced some of its power, but a portion of it still hit Akino head-on. An explosion erupted, hiding Akino within its smoke. A smirk appeared on the panting Eubeluna, but it disappeared just as quickly as it had formed. Akino shot out of the smoke, smoke rising from her body and leaving a trail behind her. A good chunk of her shrine clothes had been burnt off. Lightning cackled around her body, boosting her speed. Before Eubeluna could fully block the attack, Akino's palm slammed into her stomach. Electricity coursed through her body, and she was flung to the ground at high speed. Whoosh! She tore through the forest, slamming into tree after tree until she stopped, her back resting against a trunk. A long trail of destruction cut through part of the forest. Akino flew toward her and hovered a few meters above the ground. Era, is that all you've got? She asked through heavy breaths. Eubeluna didn't respond. She only smirked wickedly and took a flask from her outfit pocket. Akino tilted her head in confusion. Tricks won't help you. After I recover a bit of strength, I'll go help Rias, and we'll defeat Riser. What is that, anyway? The smile on Eubeluna's face widened. Recover a bit of strength. I don't think you'll have time. You fell for the trap after all. She had a good run, but their trap was very meticulous. Tsubaki Shinra, sitting in the student council, said. Yes, but Rias should have predicted that they might use Phoenix Tears, Sona responded. What happened? What are Phoenix Tears, chairwoman? A blonde boy sitting across from Sona asked, and no, it wasn't Adrien, obviously. The boy was Sona Citri's new pawn Genshiro Saji, who had joined Sona and Tsubaki in the clubroom a few minutes earlier. Phoenix Tears are a rare healing potion made by the Phoenix clan. They can heal injuries almost instantly and restore a person's condition very quickly. Because they are so useful, many people want them. However, they are also extremely expensive, since the process of making them is very difficult, Sona answered. So Eubeluna sought out Akino, knowing full well that even if she loses she has a lifeline. The plan was executed perfectly, she did her utmost to tire Akino out, then restored her strength and fought a weakened opponent. Tsubaki finished explaining Riser's plan to Saji. Hey, but isn't that like cheating? There are no rules that forbid the use of healing potions in a raiding game. In fact, I think what they did is a wonderful strategy. A battle between queens was inevitable here, so Rias should have just predicted the situation and prepared Akino beforehand. Sona turned to Adrien. What do you think, huh? Adrien was sprawled on the sofa, head resting his against its arm. He was still wearing sunglasses, but now he also wore AirPods. Who's that, chairwoman? Why is he lying like that as if he owns the place? Saji asked, pretty annoyed at the stranger lying in their clubroom. Sona smiled gently, which took Saji aback. His chairwoman rarely smiled after all. He's just a friend of mine. TSK. I'm getting more and more annoyed as I watch Hayadu. Tsubaki said, as she watched the scene on the holographic screen. Chapter 11, The Raiding Game Part. I am Carlamine, Master Riser's Knight. Knight of Gremory, what do you think we settle this sword to sword? After Akino told Issei to do his part, he met up with Kiba. The two of them soon found themselves facing a young woman with light brown hair and green eyes. She wore armor that looked like a mix of a European knight's armor and a Japanese samurai's. At her hip, she carried a broadsword and a dagger. Kiba chuckled. On my honor as a swordman, I accept the duel, he said as he headed straight for the baseball pitch. Huh, are we fighting her? Asked Issei, he cussed under his breath. They approached Carlamine slowly. I'm Yuto Kiba, Knight of Rias Gremory. And I'm her pawn, Issei Hayadu. Carlamine jumped into action immediately. She dashed toward Kiba. A demonic blade appeared in Kiba's hand and blocked Carlomine's swipe. Crank. Clank. Whoosh. Their blades met once, then twice, while some swings missed and cut through the air. They created some distance before moving again at incredible speed. Kiba swung horizontally, aiming for her shoulder. She blocked the attack, then tried to front kick his stomach. Kiba stepped back, avoiding the kick. She pursued him and swung her sword diagonally, but he parried the attack, sliding his blade across hers. She immediately read his intention and swung her sword upward. Their blades met 2 to 3 times per second. They also used anything at their disposal to try to take an advantage, even resorting to kicking and punching if need be. Issei watched the two fight, his eyes couldn't catch up to their speed, to him they kept appearing and disappearing in different spots across the field. You look bored. Issei spun around and 2 people in front of him. The most noticeable was a girl with short, light brown hair and gray eyes. She also wore a plain white mask that covered the right side of her face. She was one of Riser Phoenix's rooks. Good grief, all she thinks about is swords, and now she's found a cute boy who shares her hobby. This time, it was another girl who spoke. She was a young girl with dark blue eyes and long blonde hair tied into twin tails with large, drill-like curls. If Adrien had been there, he would have definitely made fun of her for that atrocious hairstyle. Boosted gear. Boost. The princess-looking girl sighed in exasperation. I'm not going to fight you. Isabella, fight him. Isabella, the half-masked girl, walked toward Issei slowly. That was always the plan anyway. Issei looked suspiciously at the blonde girl, but Isabella eased his worries. Don't worry, she's not going to fight you. Her position is quite unique. She's Lord Riser's sister and bishop, but she usually just watches. So let's do this, Pawn of Gremory. Issei was taken aback by the revelation, as he immediately thought Riser was an incest for having his sister join his harem. During that brief moment of distraction, the masked girl lunged forward and threw a punch at his face. He instinctively moved to the side, dodging her attack. But she didn't stop. She began attacking him from all angles, throwing kicks and punches from seemingly impossible positions. Her movements were extremely strange, but her attacks had both speed and power. She suddenly threw an elbow strike, which Issei dodged by a hair's breadth. For some reason, Issei was unusually good at evading attacks. Then she hit him with a question mark kick that struck his jaw. Gah. His body hit the ground and rolled a few times before Issei managed to steady himself on his right knee. Boost. She did not let him rest and attacked again. She threw a front kick aimed at his chest. He crossed his arms in time and blocked it, but his body still slammed violently into the ground. Isabella then stepped on him. You're not bad. I might have underestimated you a little. But that's all. You're still very weak. Whoosh. A sword cut through the air. The blade was made of crystalline ice. Carlomine tried to dodge it while also blocking with her own sword. It was Flame Delete, a demonic sword created by his sacred gear, Sword Birth, and it was capable of freezing even flames themselves. Kiba threw a feint, then redirected into a thrust aimed at Carlomine's neck. With no other choice, she blocked the attack, and her sword shattered. She immediately jumped back and unsheathed another sword from her hip. You think that's all I've got? Think again. A roiling whirlwind of red-hot flames began to swirl in the middle of the baseball field, centered around Carlomine. That lunatic. Has she forgotten that her own allies are still here too? Isabella spat as she raised her arms to shield her face. That's not going to work. Suddenly, another sword appeared in his other hand, and the torrent of flame was sucked straight into the hilt of Kiba's sword. The wind ceased, and the baseball field fell into silence. Repression Calm, a sword that vacuums intense winds into the hilt, Kiba said with a smirk. How many sacred gears do you have? Carlomine shouted in anger. I have but one, Sword Birth. It has the ability to create numerous demon swords, each with its own attributes and properties. So you forged them. Kiba nodded as he pointed his palm to the ground, and suddenly a huge number of swords shot out of it. Each was a different type and shape, and all of them aimed at Carlomine. Boost. Explosion. A massive ball of energy formed in Issei's palm. He raised both hands upward, pointing them at Isabella, who had lowered her guard, and held the energy ball like a Kamehameha. Second ultimate move. Dragon shot, he screamed. A blast of energy erupted outward, engulfing Isabella in an instant. Aha erga. Isabella screamed in pain. Her body turned transparent and disappeared immediately. The blast continued upward, tearing through the sky. One of Lord Riser's rooks has been eliminated. All right. Issei shouted. TSK, it seems we underestimated that pawn, Carlomine said, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Here they are. Where's Isabella? Don't tell me she lost. 3 girls arrived, 2 pawns and 1 knight. Carloman regrouped with them, and Kiba approached Issei. "Oh, it seems my brother decided to fight Lady Rias one-on-one," Ravel Phoenix said as she looked toward a place high above. Everyone turned their attention to the roof of the new school building. Standing on the roof were 2 figures, one with raging wings of flame, and another with a pitch-black hair and crimson hair. "My brother must be feeling generous today, considering how completely we're crushing you. He's probably taking pity on Lady Rias. If the match had gone on normally, we would have obviously won. At this pace, all of you would have been defeated before he even needed to step in himself," Ravel Phoenix snickered. "The president isn't weak, and soon Aquino will come and we'll turn the tables." It was Kiba who answered as pointed his sword at the group of girls. "Yeah. We will definitely win. The crimson-haired princess of ruin, the priestess of thunder, sword birth, and the boosted gear. Those are certainly impressive titles. But your enemy is the phoenix. No matter how extraordinary your powers may be, you cannot bring down the immortal bird." Ravel's face turned serious. "From the start, Lady Rias never had a chance against true immortality. Carloman, the night is yours, but if you fail, we'll all move together. Don't disgrace the House of Phoenix any further." Carloman nodded. "Cirrus. As you will, my lady." A tall young woman with long black hair with a dark blue tint and brown eyes approached Issei. She was wearing a white top with black accents that is modeled after a Chinese cheongsam, red shorts, and armored knee-high boots. Cirrus unsheathed her sword from her back. It was a large and wide blade. "Ni and Li are up too." "Meow. Meow meow." 2 young twins, they looked like teenagers. They resembled each other a lot, with the difference of one having red eyes and blue hair, and the other having blue eyes and red hair. Both of them were Nikomadas and pawns. They dashed at high speed toward Issei, flanking him from both sides while Cirrus swung her large blade from the front. Boosted gear. Boost. Issei dodged backward, avoiding the blade that hit the ground and cracked it, but just as he landed, 2 kicks hit him simultaneously at the back of his knees. He lost balance and fell to the ground, but he used his hand to lunge himself upward, jumping over Cirrus. "Ah! I can do the arg." Ni had thrown Li into the air, and she hit his stomach with a kick. Issei landed on the ground again, sliding backward on his knee. The shadow of a blade appeared above him, and he rolled to the side immediately, avoiding the blade as it hit the ground again. "Ah shit. Give me a break." Issei glanced at the rooftop again. It appeared that Riser and Rias were talking to each other. He needed to get there as fast as possible to help her. "Draig, land me your strength. Dragon booster." His gauntlet flashed a red light and a high kick came toward his head at the same time. He ducked low and shouted. "More. Dragon booster, second liberation." The gauntlet, a crystal form of extraordinary power, had taken on a new shape. Besides the gemstone set on the back of his hand, another had appeared farther up his arm, and the overall form of the gauntlet had changed ever so slightly. Suddenly new knowledge on how this power worked flowed into his mind and he grinned. He gathered demonic power into his legs and jumped high in the air and screamed at Kiba, "Kiba! Use your sacred gear." Kiba, who was fighting Carloman, jumped backwards and plunged his sword into the ground. Sword birth. Countless demon swords burst from the ground. Issei reached out his hand toward it and screamed, "Boosted gear, second power, gift. Transfer." A metallic rumbling echoed through the area. The whole athletic field had turned into a sea of swords. Blades of all kinds rose from the ground and stretched toward the sky. All of them had been created from Kiba's power through Issei's second ability, Boosted Gear Gift, a power granted by the Red Dragon Emperor. Boosted Gear Gift allowed him transfer Issei's accumulated power to another person or object to increase their own potential. What? What just happened? The blades skewered Riser's servants tearing through their bodies. 2 of Lord Riser's pawns, 2 of his knights, and 1 of his bishops have been eliminated. Then at the same time, Lady Rias's queen has been eliminated. They didn't even have time to celebrate their victory as the announcement of Aquino's defeat echoed throughout the battlefield. What? Boom. The ground shook hard as an explosion burst out from where Kiba had been standing. Issei froze and slowly turned to look that way. Smoke covered the area, but as it began to clear, blood spilled out from inside it, and Kiba was nowhere to be seen. Lady Rias Gremory's knight have been eliminated. Another knight crushed, echoed a voice from above. Yubaluna smirked then flew toward the rooftop of the building without looking at Issei. Enkeaea, Issei's screams echoed through the battlefield. Rias dear, Riser has been waiting for you. Still talking in the third person, you're as weird as ever. Don't say that to your beloved fiancé. Fiancé? I don't think you have one yet. Oh please, you might as well resign. I would not like to hurt that delicious-looking body of yours. Rias became furious. A crimson magic circle formed in front of her hand, and she fired a bolt of destruction. The attack traveled at high speed and hit Riser square in the shoulder, erasing it along with part of his arm. But Riser looked completely unbothered. Flames took the shape of his missing limbs, and new ones began growing in their place. Rias fired attack after attack, but it was useless. Riser simply stood there and took them head-on. He regrew limb after limb as he slowly walked toward her. Then flames erupted from his body, and he shot forward at high speed. He grabbed Rias by the neck and slammed her downward. They broke through the roof tiles of the new school building and crashed through floor after floor until they reached the ground floor, where he slammed Rias against the ground while still holding her by the neck. Rias coughed up a mouthful of blood as she panted heavily. Asia, who was still on the roof, trembled in fear and fell to her knees. Riser was on the higher end of high-class devil, while Rias was still around the middle, and the difference between them was painfully clear. Rias Issei darted through the school entrance. Boost. That was it was finally the moment where he could avenge and save his president and his love. Issei's wings extended and he did something he's never been able to do before, he flew at high speed at Riser. Taek Thea dash, Riser caught the flying Issei by his face without even flinching, flames condensed in his palm and exploded outward. Boom. Shock waves exploded outward, all the windows in the new school building shattered to pieces. From the smoke, Riser could be seen still holding Issei's body, which was burnt brown head to toe. Riser didn't kill him, just taught him a lesson. If you want him alive, resign, Riser said in a cold tone. Issei, Rias screamed as she crawled toward Riser and grabbed his calves. I give up. Please. Don't hurt him anymore. Please, Riser. She begged as tears fell down her face and landed at his feet. Now, Rias dear, Riser let go of Issei and crouched next to Rias. The rating game has concluded, Lord Riser Phoenix is the winner. Suddenly, someone grabbed Riser's hair from behind. Chapter 12, The Mad Devil. Suddenly, someone grabbed Riser by the back of his hair and threw him with incredible force. He flew through the school wall, shot out of the building, then slammed into the ground and crashed through several trees in the forest. What? Rias's eyes widened in surprise. Issei, who was in her arm, turned transparent before teleporting completely, to get medical attention. Rias stared at the men in front of her, as 4 pairs of wings extended from his back. He glanced at her with a smirk and lowered his sunglasses. You did good, though you do need some training, Princess Gremory. Boom. Adrien's 8 wings flapped and he shot toward Riser at incredible speed, so fast he almost seemed to disappear. A sonic boom exploded behind him, and shockwaves spread through the area. Rias's crimson hair was blown back, and she raised a hand to shield her eyes as dust filled the air. No way. He's an ultimate-class devil, she said in a weak voice. 100 meters away, Yubaluna landed near Riser. Lord Riser, what happened? Before she could even finish, Adrien appeared in front of him, grabbed Riser by the head, and slammed him into the ground. The impact was so brutal that blood burst out of his ears, nose, and eyes. Flames quickly gathered around Riser's body and began healing him. He tried to get out of the ground by exploding flames from underneath himself, but Adrien then seized him by the neck and forced him back down. A magic circle appeared in front of Yubaluna. Don't touch him. At the same time, Adrien his other hand toward her. The moment her explosive bolt fired, a magic circle barrier appeared right in front of her. The attack exploded at point-blank range, and she took the full force of it herself. Smoke quickly filled the area, and when it began to clear, Yubaluna collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Adrien had read which magic circle she used and knew it was projectile attack, so all he did was make her take her own hit by placing a barrier right in front of her. Yo Riser, long time no see. I didn't really miss you though. Riser's body erupted in flames trying to push him back so he could regain his footing, but Adrien didn't flinch. Burns started accumulating on his hand and extended to his arm and shoulder. Adrien reinforced it with demonic power and squeezed Riser's neck even more. Riser wasn't able to speak, he just uttered sounds of someone getting choked to death. His face was red and his eyes started losing color. Your regeneration is entirely dependent on your level of demonic energy and your mental endurance. Can't really use the mental faculty thing when the flow of blood to your head is getting cut off right. After 2 minutes of getting chalked, Riser fell unconscious. No you don't, Adrien slapped his face once, twice, thrice. On the 4th slap, Riser jolted open, taking a huge exhale. Yes, exactly, we're just getting started. Don't go to sleep so early. Then a flagon appeared in Adrien's hand in a swirling vortex. He opened its cover then forcefully made Riser drink it. Yuck. What do you want? Do you know who I am? Riser shouted. Apparently Riser didn't recognize him. Well, he wasn't to be blamed. He's seen Adrien less than 3 times his whole life. Adrien smirked and removed his sunglasses, and they disappeared from his palm, entering his storage. Agares. What do you think you're do? He screamed, but before he could finish his sentence, Adrien slapped him again. I hear you, no need to shout. This slap was different. Riser actually felt it. Normally, even if his limbs were blown off, he would not feel much because his regeneration would kick in and start healing him immediately. But this time was not the same. Riser's eyes widened in shock when he realized his flames were not healing him. No need to try, I fed you a poison that cuts the power line between points, Adrien grinned, and no demonic power means no healing, right? Adrien pressed his thumb against Riser's eye and screwed it in, blood exploded outward. Kluk. Aarrghhhh, Riser's screams tore through the forest. Blood poured out of his eye and covered his face. So loud, Adrien closed Riser's mouth by throwing in it a large amount sand. You should have kept my sister's name out of your fucking mouth. Riser's face contorted in agony, he was gagging again and again, his face was red and his remaining eyes was filled with tears. John, get the hummus, Adrien chuckled to himself. It might have been a good idea though. Adrien gathered demonic power in his fist then slammed it on Riser's face. Bam. 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 Riser's face was covered in blood, his nose was bent inwards, his front teeth were gone and his right cheek was caved in, his right eye was gone too. Adrien had controlled his power to not kill, he just wanted him to suffer. Splashes of Riser's blood hit his face, he used his thumb to remove the bits that came near his mouth. Then Adrien spat on his face. Filthy. Aaaahhhhhh, his scream was weak and choked out, tears and snot fell down his face. I think this is enough, a serious voice sounded from behind him. Adrien glanced behind him and saw Graphia in her French-maid outfit. Despite her words and tone, her expression was neutral. Yeah, I think so too. Did Lord Surzex enjoy the show? Adrien knew that Surzex could have intervened and stopped before he had injured Riser too severely. But, apparently, Surzex Lucifer had other plans. Then a huge magic circle appeared mid-air and teleported the remaining players and Adrien out of the dimension. Adrien found himself back in the student council. So you returned from where you entered. That means Rias should be in her clubroom right now. Adrien looked around the room, there was vomit on Saji's clothes and bits of his lunch on the table and the floor, he was still gagging while looking downwards. If that's enough to make you react like that, you've got a really long way to go. Tsubaki's face was pale, and Sona was still frowning while looking at the wall where the holographic screen. Adrien didn't say anything, he knew that what he did was too much. Riser's face was totally deformed and they had probably watched Adrien torture him. Everyone had. He walked toward the clubroom door when he felt someone tug on his shirt. He turned around and saw Sona staring at his burned arm while avoiding his eyes. Without saying a word, she gently placed her hands on his arm, and a soft green light began to heal the burns. Adrien was not really in pain, since his pain tolerance was much higher than something like that, but he was still a little surprised by Sona's actions. After she finished, she turned back and walked toward her servants. Thanks, Sona. Adrien said, but she didn't respond, just nodded. And that was how the nickname, the Mad Devil, was born. By the time Adrien got back to his apartment, it was around 3 in the morning. He took a shower, washing Riser's blood from his face and hands. When he was done, he snapped his fingers and put on a pair of underwear. That was how he usually slept. Just as he was about to hop in bed. Knock knock knock. Adrien walked to the door and looked through hole, he could only see blonde hair, but the person was too short and too close to the door. He opened the door and found Mahiru standing outside. She was pouting for some reason. It's 3 in the morning, you know. I know, but I don't care. Where were you? When I knocked in the evening, you weren't home. Then you came back in the middle of the night. With every question, Mahiru moved a little closer to him. Even while standing on her tiptoes, she still had to look up at him. Then Adrien lowered his head until their faces were only an inch apart. Mahiru's ears turned red. She quickly lowered her head, ran into his living room, and hid her face behind a pillow. Adrien let out a small laugh. After the conversation they had a few days ago, the two of them had become much closer. Adrien walked in, the lights were still off. If you come into a man's room in the middle of the night like that, he might get the wrong idea. He approached her and whispered in her ear. She jumped in surprise after Adrien's breath tickled her ear. He then patted her head softly. Adrien had discovered that Mahiru liked that for some reason. Mahiru let out a muffled groan, her face was still hidden. Then, all of a sudden a magic circle formed in the middle of the room and flashed a bright light through the room. Mahiru lifted her head, her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly in surprise. A bespectacled woman with pale green hair appeared as the flash in the room dimmed. Am I interrupting something? She asked as her eyes met her brother's. Yeah, you are, come back tomorrow. I won't take long, she said. Then, with a flick of her fingers, the lights turned on. Mahiru's eyes opened even wider as she watched Sikvera sit on a sofa. Well, you did cause a lot of trouble, but I'm not here to talk about that today. We'll talk about it once we fully know the results of what you did. Adrien didn't respond, he just looked at Mahiru, who was a few seconds away from losing it. Sikvera then noticed her reaction and her eyes widened slightly. Wait, she doesn't know. Now she does, I guess. Well, it was going to be sooner or later. Adrien leaned in toward her. Hey, Earth to Mahiru, are you still with us? Mahiru slowly turned to Adrien. Hey, Adrien, am I dreaming? She asked. Mahiru's mind decided that the most logical answer to the current situation was that she was dreaming. No, you're actually fully awake. Sikvera answered. Adrien grabbed her head and rested it on his lap. Just sleep, I'll explain everything tomorrow. Mahiru reluctantly rested her head on his lap. Then he casted a spell and she fell asleep instantly. Such a pain, I wanted to reveal it in a flashier way. Why are you so close to a normal human? Sikvera asked. Why not? She's nice, she cooks for me and is an eye candy. But you knew you couldn't hide it from her for too long. Sure, but I was waiting for her sacred gear to awaken by surrounding her with demonic power bit by bit. She's a sacred gear bearer? Yeah, and I think it's a powerful one. And someone just happened to ruin what I was planning. You could just erase her memory of tonight and continue with that plan of yours, she suggested. Nah, I don't want to do that to a future servant of mine. You're surprisingly kind-hearted despite what you did to Riser. Adrien stayed silent for a second. He shouldn't have made fun of you. Sikvera's smile widened. So you did that for me? Why else would I dirty myself with this asshole? Sikvera then walked toward Adrien and sat next to him and started ruffling his hair. Hey, stop that, Adrien said as he tried to flick her hand away. Why didn't you put him in his place back then anyway? I'm not you, Andy. Maybe I could beat him, but not this easily and not without causing damage to the surroundings. We were in Rias's territory. Adrien sighed. You're becoming a political freak like Dad. Well, someone has to take his place one day. Yeah, I'll leave that to you. They stayed silent for a while. Sikvera was in a good mood. Dad wants you to come back, she said. Nah, I'm staying here. Other than Mahiru, there's 2 other students with potential. One of them seems especially cunning and well-connected too. Other than Mahiru, Siko Busujima and Sakayanagi Arisu were both on his radar. Even though the latter seemed very weak, Adrien could tell that her mind was incredible, maybe on the same level as Sona. So this is what you're using? Yeah, Dad wouldn't interrupt me from looking for pieces. He would never interrupt his son's growth. Yeah, he wouldn't. Sikvera decided that was enough for today. She was just happy that she had finally found him. Deep down, she was also a little happy that he had stood up for her, since Adrien rarely showed that he cared. It felt like she had seen a new side of him. She stood up and walked to the middle of the room. A magic circle appeared under her feet. She looked at her younger brother and gave him a warm smile. Thank you, Andy. Adrien smiled. Shut up and do it yourself next time. Chapter 13, Proof is all around them. After Sikvera left, Adrien picked Mahiru up in a princess carry and took her to his room. He laid her gently on his bed and covered her with a blanket. Then he looked at the sleeping face of the angel next door. Tomorrow, he was going to tell her everything. He was going to introduce her to a world she could no longer avoid. Wasn't that cruel? Adrien was basically pulling Mahiru into a dangerous new world. From what he could sense, her sacred gear was not a weak one. That meant many people would start paying attention to her. Was she ready? Could she really face the future waiting for her? And what if her sacred gear never awakened? Some dormant sacred gears never awaken at all. Did he really have the right to decide her future? Could he not just erase her memories of last night and protect her by himself? He could, but how long would that last? Sooner or later, Adrien would have to leave the human world and go back to the underworld. And even if he stayed for now, he would still have to join tournaments and raiding games there, which meant he could be gone for a long time. There were also rituals that could steal a sacred gear and kill its bearer, so Adrien could not just leave her alone. Even if bringing her into his world meant she would face many dangers, she would still be safer there because he would be with her. So Adrien decided to tell her everything. No matter what choice she made after that, he would respect it. The next morning, Mahiru woke up very late. She looked around and quickly realized this was not her bedroom. It was Adrien's room. She knew that right away, because this was not the first time she had woken up there. Then the memories of last night came back to her. The bespectacled woman had appeared out of nowhere from a glowing magic circle in the living room, then turned on the lights with just a flick of her fingers. Could she have been dreaming? It was a possibility, but she knew it wasn't the truth. After all, there was no reason to wake up in Adrien's room instead of Own, and that meant that she did go to Adrien's room last. So everything that she saw last night was real. Then the smell of fried eggs drifted into the room. Mahiru got out of bed and peeked through an opening from the door. Adrien was standing in the kitchen, frying eggs. He was wearing black sweatpants and nothing on top. It was not the first time she had seen him like that. Last time, she made a big fuss because he was half naked, but Adrien had just ignored her and kept doing what he was doing. It was his house, after all, and she was the one intruding. Mahiru's eyes stayed on his body. She knew she should not be staring at him like that, but how was she supposed to look away? She told herself that any girl would stare. Adrien was toned, but not skinny. On the contrary, he was muscular. His arms and back were well developed, especially his shoulders and biceps. Without noticing, her gaze lingered on his biceps. "How long are you going to keep staring like that?" came Adrien's voice from the kitchen. He wasn't even looking at her. Boom. Mahiru's head bumped against the door, and she quickly pulled back a little. She had not expected Adrien to notice her. Slowly, she walked into the living room and made her way to the American-style kitchen. Adrien glanced at her and gave her a smile. Her heart started beating faster, and her stomach felt like it was break-dancing. Adrien took 2 plates and put them on the kitchen table. He served the eggs he had cooked with a side of tomatoes and slices of turkey. "Sit, let's have breakfast," he said. Mahiru pulled the chair back a little and sat down. "Thank you for the meal," she said, then started eating. The two of them ate in silence. Mahiru could not bring herself to ask about yesterday. She did not want to make the mood awkward. So it was Adrien who brought it up. "The girl that you met yesterday was my sister, quite the character, isn't she?" he said. Mahiru stopped eating. She looked at Adrien. "So it really was real?" "Yeah, it was," he said as he gobbled an egg in one bite, which made Mahiru chuckle slightly. "The world is really different from what people imagine. You see, people go to shrines, churches, mosques, and they talk about faith. Faith is the act of believing in or trusting something without complete factual proof. But I think it's useless, because proof is all around them." Mahiru listened to what Adrien was saying without interrupting him. "Great powers are at work in everyone's life. Gods are very much alive. Greek gods, Norse gods, the biblical god, the Hindu, the Shinto, the Buddhist, the Chinese, the Egyptian. All of these gods are alive and they are ageless. But aren't they just stories? The kind people created a long time ago to make sense of things they couldn't explain. No, they aren't just stories." Mahiru remained silent. "Can you imagine for a moment, never dying? Never growing old? Staying exactly as you are forever? If you were a god, how would you like to be labeled as a myth, an explanation for the presence of the ocean or of lightning?" "I wouldn't like it." "Of course you wouldn't, and that's why they left their mark on their people. They told people all around the world about themselves so they could be worshipped." "They did?" Mahiru asked. She was now very curious. "The Bible is an example of that. Do you know how many cross-references there are in the Bible and across how many years it was written? No human could do that. The Greek texts, like Hesiod's Theogony, explaining the birth of the Greek gods. The Norse's Eddas. The Kojiki and Nihon Shoki. All of these stories are their origin, and they are one of the proofs that they gave humans." He paused for a second, then continued. "Each god has their worshippers, and you see their mark wherever you go. Nashville literally has a full-scale replica of the Parthenon, and there is the statue of Prometheus at Rockefeller Center. Not to mention the eagle of Zeus on the flag. These days, you could even say the Greek gods moved to the United States, since that is where their presence is focused the most. The Norse gods stayed in the north. In Iceland, the National Museum still displays artifacts tied to the Old Norse religion, like a famous figure of Thor. They did a pretty good job, by the way. As for the biblical God and his angels, they are still in the Vatican. The number of churches in that region is incredible, even though there are several factions like the Catholics, the Orthodox, and the Protestants. They are still united under the Archangel Michael and the biblical God. I guess. Other gods from other human mythologies also have their own location where they rule. And their presence there is another proof of their existence, because then how could have weak and dumb humans come up with all that? Mahiru stayed silent. She was thinking. Everything Adrien said sort of made sense, everybody instinctively understood that, but it was still kind of hard to really make sense of it all. So what about Adrien, what was he? Mahiru thought to herself. It's pretty ironic, to say the least. The more marks the gods leave on Earth, the more humans believe they are just myths. Adrien chuckled in amusement. So, Adrien, you and your sister, what are you two? Mahiru asked reluctantly. She was afraid of the answer. The Chinese speak of yin and yang, the balance of opposites. There is no white without black, and in the same way, where there are gods, there are also devils. Adrien paused as he watched Mahiru's expression. She gulped. I am a devil, Mahiru. I am Adrien Agares, son of Valerius Agares, Archduke of the Underworld, or as you humans call it, Hell. Mahiru's eyes widened slightly. When Adrien talked about yin and yang, she predicted what he was going to say. She had spent so much time in the past few weeks with a devil. Ironic, she who is called an angel by everyone is friends with a devil. She smiled. You don't look like a devil to me, you're kind and considerate sometimes, not what I expected from a devil. I don't blame you, some of my race are evil incarnate after all. So I am friends with a devil. That doesn't make me very angelic, doesn't it? I told you from that start, you're better than those angels, they are annoying as shit. Mahiru chuckled, last time I didn't understand what you meant but now I got it. You're taking it very well, I didn't expect that. Most people would be screaming and throwing Bibles at me, then they would call a priest to exorcise me. Mahiru looked at me deadpanned, wait, it happened before. Yeah, when I was in Germany a few years back, I told someone that I was a devil. The Vatican ended up sending 3 exorcists the next day, one even wielded Durendal, she was kind of beautiful to be honest. Mahiru started laughing, wait as a devil you should have lots of stories, tell me, Mahiru was very enthusiastic for some reason. Before that, we need to talk about you. Adrien said and his expression became serious again. Me. Yeah, you, there's a sacred gear dormant inside you. A sacred gear? What's that? Sacred gears are special items with powerful abilities given to humans by the biblical God. He created them to give humans strength and new possibilities, especially when dealing with supernatural beings, and to make miracles happen on Earth through his system. There are normal sacred gears too. Many famous people in history became well known because of them. They are not usually flashy or very dangerous, but they give their users an advantage over ordinary humans. Then there are the stronger ones, made to fight and protect their users from the dangers of the supernatural world. And you, Mahiru, have one of the stronger ones. Mahiru stayed silent for a while, then finally said, I have a power like that. Even I can't feel it, so how do you know about it? That night, when you cried on my shoulder, the emotions welled up inside you overflowed and your sacred gear reacted to it and leaked its energy. Mahiru remembered that as she cried on Adrien's shoulder she suddenly felt incredibly tired and fell asleep. Then she thought of what Adrien had said. You said that it is dormant for now, does that mean that it's going awaken someday? Probably. A lot of sacred gears stay dormant inside their hosts, but since yours reacted once already, chances are it will awaken in the future. What will happen when it awakens? She asked slightly concerned. Adrien said she had one of the stronger ones, he didn't say it directly but she knew that meant it was dangerous too. You either control it on your own, or you don't and its energy kills you. Another thing that could happen is that some races might try to recruit you and some might just outright try to steal it from you, also killing in the process. Mahiru's face became a shade paler. The dangers kept stacking as Adrien listed possibilities that could happen in the future. There is another option too, and the choice is yours. I won't force you, but I do recommend it. Become my servant and join my peerage as a devil. I'll help you control and master your power, and no one will dare mess with you. Chapter 14, Reincarnation. Mahiru looked at Adrien for a moment. You said other races would try to recruit me, but that's exactly what you're doing too. Yes, Adrien answered frankly, he didn't have a reason to lie here, your sacred gear is probably strong so you have a lot of potential, if you join me it will make me and my peerage stronger. Mahiru went quiet. What Adrien said hurt her a little. For a moment, a bad thought crossed her mind. Had he been kind to her this whole time just so he could use her? But she quickly pushed the thought away. Adrien had said he only sensed her sacred gear a few days ago. That meant all the times he took care of her and stayed by her side were genuine. Adrien really was a kind person. The night he let her sleep in his bedroom while he slept on the living room sofa. The times he helped her in the kitchen and took her out to eat. All of that showed who Adrien truly was. So if there was anyone she wanted to trust and ask for help, it was the devil standing in front of her. Her first true friend. She smiled, can you explain more about the peerage thing? Adrien noticed her expression and smiled back, he understood that she trusted him. There is a system called evil pieces, created by Adrien Beelzebub, one of the 4 great satans, after the Great War to restore the devil's numbers. These pieces are used to reincarnate people as devils, whether someone who died recently or someone still alive who willingly accepts it. The system is based on chess, and a full set has 15 pieces, 1 queen worth 9 points, 2 rooks worth 5 points each, 2 bishops and 2 knights worth 3 points each, and 8 pawns worth 1 point each. Together, these pieces form the peerage of a high-class devil, meaning the group of servants and allies under the devil. Mahiru listened intently to Adrien's explanation, she understood the basic premise of it, but something bugged her, he called reincarnated pieces, servants. What did you mean by servants? Yes, you would become my servant. But I would not force you to do things against your will, so it is mostly just a formality. Still, if it is about the supernatural world, you would need to listen to me and do what I tell you to do. Mahiru nodded, sorry to ask so many questions, but is there any side effects to it? You'll feel a little weak and tired during the day because of sunlight, but you'll get used to it over time. You'll also gain a pair of wings, though you can hide them tuck them in you. Adrien thought for a moment, then added, "You'll live for like 10,000 years, gain demonic powers, and become much stronger. I'll even give you land in the underworld." Mahiru's eyes widened slightly. Live for 10,000 years. Become a landowner. Then she looked at the men in front of her. Did that mean she would stay by his side for that long too? Her ears turned red as she started daydreaming. Adrien tilted his head slightly. "What are you thinking about?" "And nothing," she shouted. Mahiru thought for a bit more. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Anyone might think she was crazy for thinking like that. She was basically selling her soul to the devil. But she liked and trusted that devil, so she did not care. She had known him for only 2 weeks, but she wanted to stay by his side. She wanted him to help her, teach her, and protect her. She liked Adrien. No, she loved him. Mahiru looked at Adrien's pale green eyes. She felt warmth when she looked at them. It gave her the feeling that everything was going to be all right. She suddenly nodded her head. "Adrien, I want to be with you." Adrien smiled. He lifted his arm and patted her head. "Then we'll start the reincarnation ritual right away, so you'll have time to get used to your new powers before you go to school tomorrow." Adrien motioned for Mahiru to follow him. They stepped into the living room, and with a flick of his fingers, he cleared some space in the middle of the room. Mahiru stood in the open area, and a dark blue magic circle formed beneath her feet, its shade slightly darker than his sister's. A chess piece formed in Adrien's palm. It was a bishop piece, worth 3 points. "The energy that leaked from your sacred gear didn't really feel like it was connected to swords, so I think the bishop piece would suit you best." Adrien smiled. "Ready?" Mahiru nodded. The magic circle flashed and the ritual began. "Mahiru Shina, I call your name and offer you rebirth. By the power of my peerage and the will I place into this piece, cast aside your former self and awaken anew as a devil. From this day on, you shall stand under my protection and by my side. Rise, my bishop." The bishop piece floated toward her and entered Mahiru's chest. Right away, she felt a strong pressure spread through her body. It was not painful, but it was very uncomfortable. After a few seconds, the magic circle started to fade, and the pressure slowly weakened until it was completely gone. Mahiru's legs lost their strength, and she fell forward, but Adrien caught her. She looked at him with a soft smile, then fell asleep in his arms. Adrien felt a small amount of power enter his body and merge with his demonic energy reserve. It was less than 1% of his total power. He was an ultimate class devil after all, so the power gained from reincarnations did not affect him as much as it would affect a high-class devil. Adrien was born a high-class devil. He did not have as much demonic power as Sir's ex-Lucifer, but his unique constitution made him the greatest talent the Underworld had ever seen. By the age of 8, he had already reached the ultimate class rank. However, that fact was never made public. The only ones who knew were his family and the 4 great Satans. To the rest of the Underworld, he was simply seen as an exceptional genius for being born that powerful, but no one truly knew how far his talent went. His fight against Riser was the first time he had ever fought in public. So why did Adrien not already have a complete peerage, if he had basically been eligible to form one since birth? The answer was simple: he did not want one. He refused to accept the evil pieces, saying they did not interest him. Back then, he spent all his time trying to escape Agar's island to explore the world and cause all sorts of trouble for his family. Then, at 16, about a year ago, he finally applied for his evil pieces and was accepted without even needing to take a test. That meant it had only been 1 year since he started searching for servants who matched his standards. He had used one pawn on Lin, and now Mahiru had become his second servant, his bishop. Adrien laid Mahiru on his bed to let her rest. He covered her with a blanket and left the room. Suddenly he felt an eerie feeling from the city, but it dissipated as soon as it had appeared. Must have been the wind, he shrugged. He sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. Jujutsu Kaisen had dropped the final episode of the season, and he was gassed to watch Yuta destroy everyone in the Sendai colony and prove his fraud allegations wrong. And what an episode it was. Mahiru slept through the entire day and only woke up in the evening. Once her mind fully cleared, she immediately felt a new power flowing through her. It was overwhelming, far greater than anything she had ever felt before. She clenched her right hand into a fist and felt a surge of strength. Then she got up and walked into the living room, where Adrien was studying something at the table. "Oh, you woke up. How do you feel?" he asked. "Very strong," Mahiru smiled. "Yet let's see your enthusiasm tomorrow morning," Adrien snickered. "What are you doing?" Mahiru asked as she peeked at the notes in front of Adrien. "I'm working on a sort of magic circle," he answered. "Oh. Like the one your sister used?" "Nah, that one is just a basic teleportation circle that anyone can use. The one I'm working on doesn't need to be cast and doesn't require any demonic power." Mahiru had only been reincarnated that day, so she had no idea what he was talking about. Noticing her confused expression, Adrien smiled slightly. Have you ever watched Naruto? No. You should, it's peak. Since you haven't watched it, I can't really explain what I'm basing it on, but once it's done, you'll understand. Adrien said. Adrien closed his book note and looked at Mahiru, ready to awaken your sacred gear. Wait right now. Yeah, the sooner the better. Now that you have demonic power, it will be easier to awaken it too. Just close your eyes and visualize the strongest thing that comes to your mind. Mahiru was taken aback by how fast everything was going, but she still did as he said. She had to think of the strongest thing she knew, and her mind immediately went to someone she had always admired while growing up, her helper, Koyuki-san. No matter what was happening around her, Koyuki-san was always there, helping her, taking care of the house, and managing the other helpers. Because of that, Mahiru truly looked up to her. Whatever you thought about, try to manifest it in front of you. Manifest it. Mahiru had no idea how she was supposed to do that, so she went with the simplest approach and just imagined Koyuki-san appearing in front of her. A sudden flash of light appeared around her wrist, and a bracelet took shape there. It was silver, decorated with pink jewels. Adrien took Mahiru's hand and examined the bracelet from every angle, then a smile slowly spread across his face. Not bad, that's a strong scared gear, just as I expected. He was fairly content. Do you know what it is? Mahiru asked. It's called Sanctum Veil. It's a barrier-type sacred gear that lets its user create a protected zone around themselves. Rather than acting like a simple shield, it forms a defensive territory, almost like a moving sanctuary. Tomorrow after classes we'll go somewhere for you to train using it. Can't we go now? I don't feel like sleeping, I just woke up. Nah, tomorrow would be better, I want to continue working on my project. In the meantime, try to gather your demonic power there. Adrien said as he pressed his finger against the hollow of her throat. Why? Just do it, I'll explain it later. Mahiru pouted and muttered, you always say that. They spent the night training separately. Mahiru sat cross-legged on the sofa, meditating and trying to gather her demonic power in the hollow of her throat, while Adrien drew magic circles in his notebook. After a few hours, Mahiru fell asleep on the sofa. She had exhausted herself by trying to control her demonic power for the first time. Adrien sighed, this shit is becoming a habit at this point. He took her to his bed, he would normally leave her alone in his bed, but he became her master and she was his servant now, so he had no reason to sleep on the couch anymore. The bed was large enough for two people to sleep very comfortably in anyway. Just as he was about to lie on his bed he felt demonic power surge for half a second from the west, then it completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Adrien spread his senses across all of Tokyo, but found nothing. He narrowed his eyes, even if he went now, the mysterious person would have disappeared. He sighed, what a drag, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Mahiru's sacred gear was an original one, I didn't use one from the original story. I also changed the fact that Adrien met Lin when he was 14 not 9, to match the time he got his evil pieces. Chapter 15, Undead. Mahiru yawned as she slowly opened her eyes, she was in Adrien's bed again. Ah, I made him sleep on the sofa again, she thought to herself. Suddenly she felt something twitch to her right, she looked to her side and saw a boy sleeping next to her, he had nothing but his underwear on. What? She flinched and stumbled backward until she reached the edge of the bed. Sitting up, she stared at Adrien's sleeping form. He hadn't slept in the living room. He had slept next to her. Why is he here? No, that's his bed and it was my fault to fall asleep in his house again but. She crawled toward him slowly, trying to not wake him up. Mahiru stared at his face, he looks cute when he's sleeping. She poked his cheek gently, and giggled to herself. Then her gaze traveled from his face to his body, her face became red. She ran her finger lightly across his abdomen, tracing the lines of his abs. Her breath started getting heavier and she started touching his muscles, his chest, his arms, his core. Her gaze shifted to his crotch, she immediately used her other hand to stop herself. Have you finished inspecting me, doctor? Eek. And no, I wasn't doing anything weird. She immediately hid under the blanket. Adrien chuckled, he expected she would become bolder. She's a devil now and devils are way freakier than normal humans. He knew some terrifying devils that couldn't live without sex for one day. Want me to pretend I'm still asleep? He asked, clearly teasing her. Mahiru let out an embarrassed groan and stayed hidden under the blanket. After a while, Mahiru finally came out from under the blanket, though she still avoided Adrien's eyes as he kept teasing her without stop. They ate breakfast, got dressed in their school uniforms, and Adrien teleported both of them to the Kendo club dojo. He had already placed a magic circle there so he would not need to walk to school every day. My pawn and personal maid will be moving in with us tomorrow. Her name is Lin, so try to get along with her, alright? She's one of us, which means she's your teammate and your ally. Wait, there's another member. I'm not the first one. Mahiru seemed weirdly saddened by the news. Yeah, I met her 3 years ago as I was illegally touring the underworld. Her parents were killed by a high-ranked demonic beast that suddenly attacked their village. Even though her parents weren't really that strong, she had a knack for demonic power and her control was excellent, so I saved her and made her my pawn. After hearing her story, Mahiru felt deeply sorry for her. Even someone like Mahiru, who did not really understand parental love, thought it would be painful to see parents die so suddenly. So for a girl who truly loved her parents, it must have been absolutely heartbreaking. Mahiru looked at Adrien. You didn't just take her in because you saw her potential. You also did it because you felt bad for her, right? She smiled softly. Adrien looked away at once, but Mahiru could tell he was only trying to hide it. He always acted like he did not care, yet she already knew that was not true. Adrien walked and took a bamboo sword in his hand and it disappeared in a swirling vortex. Whoa! What's that? Where did it go? I put it in a dimensional storage. I'll teach you how to make your own sometime. Mahiru became really excited. A dimensional storage would be extremely handy. Adrien was sitting in his class bored out of his fucking mind. Why the fuck do I have to watch that shit again? Ah yeah, attendance. Fucking slavery. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open. The boy who walked in was Adrien's classmate, Takashi Komuro. He was of average height, with brown eyes and spiky black hair. Without hesitation, he headed straight toward the girl sitting behind Adrien, Rei Miyamoto. She was a curvy girl with orange-brown hair that reached her waist, tied back in a small ponytail behind her head. Couldn't just skip class, could you? You also have to disturb others' learning environment too, the teacher snapped. What's up with him? Takashi grabbed Rei's arm and jerked her up from her seat. Come on, we're getting out of here. What? What's going on, Takashi? Hisashi Igu, Rei's boyfriend, asked as he approached Takashi. Some people at the school gate just got killed. It's too dangerous to stay here. Murmurs erupted throughout the classroom. Huh, some people died outside. How? There was no shooting, nor did I sense any weird energy. Seriously? Hisashi asked, slightly taken aback. What do I gain from lying about it? Back up. Rei shouted and freed her arm from his grip. I never understand what you are thin. Slap. Takashi suddenly slapped the shit out of Rei. Damn boy. The feminists gon' have your head on a stake by tomorrow morning. But really, what's going on? I need to check it out. Shut up and listen. Adrien stood up from his seat. Calm down, Takashi, tell us what you saw. Takashi turned to Adrien, his voice a little shaky. I don't know, someone was trying to get into the school. The PE teacher went over to talk to him, but then that guy suddenly bit him. After that, the teacher got back up and started attacking the people around him. What? No way, isn't that like a zombie? The class erupted even more, everyone was losing their cool. Undead. They ain't that dangerous, but they spread fast. Though why are they appearing here? This is not good at all, what a drag. Adrien rushed out of the classroom, and a few of his classmates followed right behind him. As he ran through the hallway, he pulled out his phone, tapped Sona's number, and called her. He needed to know how far this had spread. The problem with the undead was that they had no real energy or power, so Adrien could not sense them. He couldn't get to Sona, there was no line. He sighed, then headed to Mahiru's class. He swung the door open. Everyone's eyes turned to him, including Mahiru. Everyone stay in the class, Mahiru, protect them with everything you got, use your sacred gear if need be. Mahiru's eyes widened, wait, what's happening, and I don't know how to use it. Mahiru started panicking. Undead are spreading everywhere, they ain't strong, trust your instinct and use your power. As soon as he closed the door again, the class erupted in screams as everyone crowded the windows to see what was going on outside. If undead are appearing, that means some kind of necromancer is summoning them. I've been too careless. I should have followed the energy I sensed yesterday. 4 pairs of wings spread from his back, he then felt a presence behind him. He turned around and saw Siko staring at him wide-eyed. Adrien. I'll explain later, protect your class. Adrien flew out of the window rapidly and shot upward, cutting through the sky. Below him, the world had fallen into complete chaos, with smoke rising and fires burning everywhere. Fuck sake. I'll tear you to shreds. As he was about to fly toward the city, a pink barrier spread out, engulfing the school. It was shaped like a half-sphere with the ground as its base. Adrien smirked and shot toward the city at high speed. A minute earlier. Inside Mahiru's classroom, screams filled the air as her classmates saw the undead surrounding the school. They were already at the gate, trying to break it down and force their way inside. Mahiru trembled in fear, not knowing what to do. It had not even been 24 hours since her reincarnation, and she was already trapped in a situation like this. Aoarg, a scream came out of the hallway. Mahiru peeked out of her classroom and her eyes widened. She gagged. On the ground, an undead was crouched over a fallen student munching on his intestines. She recoiled in horror. Then a figure burst past her. Seiko Busujima rushed at the undead and slashed at its neck, knocking it off balance, before driving her sword into its throat with all her strength. Busujima-senpai. Another undead came up the stairs. Seiko stepped in and brought her sword down toward its head, but a hand suddenly shot out from under the staircase and grabbed her leg, throwing off her balance. The undead in front of her opened its mouth and lunged at her, and she quickly raised her wooden sword to hold it back, blocking its mouth. Mahiru realized that if she did not help Seiko, she would die. Instinct took over, and Mahiru sprinted forward without thinking. She was already athletic, but with the boost from her demonic power, she moved even faster now. She lunged and kicked the hand that was grabbing Seiko's leg. Now free, Seiko pushed the zombie back. She freed her sword and swung at its neck. The undead was knocked out and Seiko finished it off. Busujima-senpai, a voice called out from above them. Takashi, Rei, who was crying uncontrollably, and Saya Takagi came rushing down the stairs until they reached Mahiru and Seiko. Clang. Shit. It must be the gates, they're flooding in, Takashi shouted. Have you seen Adrien? He was just with us when he disappeared. Mahiru didn't know what to tell them. I saw him running outside the school, but he's very strong, so there's no need to worry about him. Mahiru looked at Seiko for a moment and could tell she was obviously lying. She did not know what had happened between the two of them, but it was clear Seiko was hiding what she had seen for Adrien's sake. He is. It was Saya Takagi who asked. Yes, but we have no time to think about that, Seiko said as she pointed to other end of the hallway. Tens of undead had entered school through the main entrance. There's too many, we're gonna die. Mahiru thought. She was trembling. Then she remembered what Adrien told her, trust your instinct and use your power. The group tightened their grips on their makeshift weapons and got ready to fight. Mahiru stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. She grabbed the silver bracelet on her wrist with her other hand and shouted, Sacred gear, give me strength. She poured all of her demonic power into the bracelet. At once, the pink jewels set into the silver band lit up one after another, shining like small stars. A soft pink sphere then erupted outward from her body, expanding in a heartbeat until it covered the entire area around them. The zone looked almost like a transparent bubble, its surface shimmering with layers of pale pink light. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they felt their tired bodies grow lighter and their strength return. What is that? Takashi clenched his hand in a fist, he felt incredibly refreshed. Seiko closed her grip on the hilt of her sword and dashed forward. Her speed and strength had skyrocketed. She thrusted her sword and pierced an undead's throat in one move. Blood exploded outward. Her eyes widened. Whatever that first-year girl did, she not only made us stronger, but weakened them too. We can take them on, she shouted. And just like that, the battle to defend the school began. Adrien flew through the city at high speed. Screams echoed through the city. Some were running on the streets, some were hiding in their cars, some trying to fight back. What the fuck is going on? What kind of idiot would expose the supernatural world like that? The problem was that he could barely sense them, which meant they had incredible control over their energy leakage. That alone put them at least on the higher end of high class. Adrien stopped midair. He used his demonic power to shut off his five senses, then poured a huge amount of power into a devil's sixth sense, the ability to detect demonic energy. He spread his senses outward until he felt a small spike of demonic power. Caught you motherfucker, Adrien's wings flapped and he shot toward him. Chapter 16, Adrien vs. Mother Lich. Adrien shot toward the place where he felt the sudden spike of energy. He did not bother flying around the buildings, he simply smashed straight through them and kept going. Adrien landed violently on an undead creating a small crater, and looked around him. He then instinctively ducked and a huge axe cut the air above him. Bam. Adrien twisted his body and slammed a powerful strike into the enemy that had attacked him. The creature was sent flying backward, crashing through a building and bursting out the other side. Adrien looked through the hole it had made and finally saw it clearly. It was a towering monster nearly 4 meters tall, its body stitched together from undead limbs. It had no head. One of its arms was shaped like a long blade, while the other looked like a massive axe. The hole in its stomach that had appeared from Adrien's punch closed by itself. The fuck is that? Adrien tilted his head, he'd never seen or heard of anything like that before. Then DNA by Kendrick Lamar suddenly started playing out of nowhere. I got, realness, I just kill shit, Adrien sang along as the monster charged at him, its blade-like arm thrusting straight forward. Wait a minute, Adrien said, raising one hand. In the next instant, both of the monster's legs were severed, and it crashed forward, sliding across the ground. He then pulled his phone from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and saw Sona calling. He answered. Adrien, undead are flooding in from Tokyo, they reached Kuu. Where are you? Sona, how are you? Short time no see. Right now I'm fighting some sort of chimera made from zombie legs and hands, and has an axe and swords instead of arms. Don't worry, I'll deal with it, but send some backup to all cities next to Tokyo and inform Sirzex Lucifer. Adrien ended the call. The monster's legs grew back, and it slowly stood up again, but this time it did not attack. It seemed to understand that the person standing in front of it was far more terrifying than it was. So where's your boss? The monster stayed still for a moment. Then, without warning, limbs burst out of the ground behind Adrien. They twisted together and fused, quickly forming two more monsters. In an instant, Adrien was surrounded. Called your friends. As if it's going to help you. The monsters towered over Adrien as he stood calmly in the middle of their triangle formation. Then all three rushed at him at high speed. Adrien shot toward the one in front of him. It thrust its blade arm forward and swung its axe upward at the same time. Adrien flew over both attacks. Demonic power gathered in his hand, and he drove a punch into the spot where its head should have been. The monster burst apart into a mass of limbs. Adrien landed on the ground but didn't have time rest. The shadow of a huge axe came down at him from above, but Adrien calmly raised one hand and caught it. Boom. A massive shockwave burst through the area. Windows all along the street shattered, and broken glass rained down from the buildings. A crater formed beneath Adrien, and dust burst into the air. Adrien tightened his fist, and the axe shattered in his grip. Adrien raised his other hand. Dismantle. Whoosh. In the next instant, the monster was split in half vertically. Adrien snickered, that shit is so cool. Dismantle was not a normal demonic slash. A regular demonic slash was just a simple blade of demonic power, so it could still be dodged. Adrien changed that. He compressed the slash until it became incredibly thin, but kept the same force behind it. Then he used demonic energy to push it forward at terrifying speed. That was what made it truly dangerous. Most devils believed mass mattered more, but Adrien understood that speed was the real key. After all, kinetic energy is based on half the mass times velocity squared. In simple terms, increasing speed made the attack far more deadly than just making it heavier. So he gathered demonic energy behind the slash, then released it outward like an explosion to launch the attack forward and make it accelerate even faster. He of course got the idea and the name from JJK, Sukuna's dismantle was almost instantaneous after all. A demonic core fell from the monster's split body and rolled across the ground. It had been cut in half. A moment later, the monster slowly began to turn to dust. So when you cut its core it can't regenerate again. Adrien's wings flapped once, and he shot toward the third monster at incredible speed. To anyone watching, it looked like a black flash passed straight through it. In an instant, Adrien had pierced its body and ripped its core apart from the inside. Green liquid fell from the creature, it had an absolutely disgusting stench. Then slowly turned to dust. Why did the other one not have that green vomit? Adrien shrugged, maybe it was an incomplete one. The first monster, the one that had exploded into pieces, started putting itself back together. But before it could fully reform, Adrien used dismantle and cut its core in half. Adrien stood in the middle of the street and brushed the dust off his clothes. Suddenly, a car was thrown at him. Adrien simply waved his hand, and the car was cut cleanly in half. The two halves flew past him, one to each side. Boom. Each half struck a shop by the side of the roads. Adrien looked forward and clicked his tongue. Around 30 cars were floating in the air. Flying beneath them was a ghostly pale creature. She had long, thin white hair that reached all the way to her feet, and a single crimson eye in the middle of her forehead. Dark antlers rose from her head like dead tree branches, with red flowers blooming on them. Her hands were black, and long sharp claws extended from her fingers. The boss had come searching for Adrien itself, it saved him the trouble to go search for it. I figured it would be something like this, Adrien said, but what is a mother lich doing in the human world? No wonder its demonic power was vanishing instantly, these shits have amazing control over their leakage. Mother liches were high-ranking liches. They were intelligent creatures with strong telekinesis, necromancy, and far greater abilities than normal liches. Mother liches were considered on the same level as peak high-class devils and were already very rare in the underworld. Screech. The lich let out a sharp screech and sent the cars flying at Adrien at high speed. Adrien shot straight toward her, gathering demonic energy in his hands. Slap. He brought his hands together in a clap with tremendous force. A powerful shockwave burst forward in a single direction, striking the cars and sending them flying back toward the mother lich. She instantly raised both arms and created a telekinetic barrier. It appeared as a glowing hexagonal grid in the air. The cars hit the barrier but did no damage to it. Adrien shot toward her again at incredible speed and slammed his fist into the barrier. The point where his punch landed exploded, and the mother lich's eye widened in shock. Adrien raised his other hand, ready to finish her with dismantle, but at that exact moment, beams of fire shot at him from above and below. Ruhar. Adrien lunged backward as he dodged the fire beams by a hair's breadth. And that's why mother liches are so annoying to deal with, ladies and gentlemen. Then he watched as two wyverns charged straight at him. Both of them were completely black, with a faint red color under their wings, and two horns rose from their heads. Adrien shot upwards, the wyverns flapped their wings causing powerful shock waves and followed him. Adrien stopped his ascent then shot downward again. The best way to deal with wyverns was to not deal with them at all. Adrien could kill them, but it would be a pain in the ass. He just needed to kill the mother liches and all the undead and wyverns would disappear. Then, right in front of his eyes, a third wyvern burst out of the ground. Earth and broken concrete exploded upward, forcing its way out in one violent motion before shooting straight at Adrien. That's some Skyrim shit right here. Wyvern scales were extremely tough, but their weak points were the stomach and the lower part of their neck. Adrien's wings flapped, and he sped up even more. The wyvern opened its mouth and fired a beam of flames at him. Adrien twisted his body in midair, slipped around the attack, and flew straight toward the softer skin beneath its scales. Adrien used the fact that they were flying in opposite directions and turned that momentum to his advantage. He drove forward, piercing the wyvern through the neck, then dragged his bamboo sword across its body. The blade, strengthened with demonic power, cut all the way down to its lower stomach before finally breaking. Ruhar. It was enough. The wyvern died on the spot, but its body had not fully disappeared yet. It crashed into the closest of the two wyverns chasing Adrien and slowed it down. Adrien flapped his wings again and sped up even more. In less than half a second, he appeared in front of the mother lich. He broke through her barrier, grabbed her by the face, and kept diving downward before slamming her straight into the ground. Screech. Boom. The impact sent shock waves through the whole district. Then, with one dismantle, her head rolled from her body and she died on the spot. The wyvern that was just about to swallow Adrien whole turned to dust midair. Silence fell on the battlefield. That was easy enough. Adrien cracked his neck. He watched as all the undead around him fell to the ground, turning to dust. Inside Seihohai, just as Mahiru, Siko, and the others were about to face the last horde of undead, they suddenly fell on the ground and turned to dust. What? Is it over? Takashi said in astonishment. Wasn't this supposed to be the kind of story where the world falls apart, quarantine zones and bunkers are built, the military takes control, and people survive in rough cities cut off from everything outside? Then a girl shows up who is somehow immune, so we go on a long journey to bring her to a research team so they can make a cure. But in the end, I save her because making the cure would cost her life, a fat guy with glasses said. He had joined them at some point. Mahiru sighed a sigh of relief. She just wanted to see Adrien now. Siko looked at Mahiru. This first-year girl had really saved their asses, but she knew that her captain, Adrien, that dealt with the outbreak. She still remembered the 4 pairs of wings on his back. So he's one of them. Why am I not surprised, she thought. The whole group surrounded Mahiru and started asking her questions about her sudden power. She tried to answer their question without hinting at Adrien. Might as well tell them since everything went to chaos anyways. In Ku Academy, Rias and Sona watched as all the undead around them started to turn to dust. Rias sighed. There's gonna be so much work. Yeah, it's going to be a pain in the ass. There were no casualties at Ku Academy, unlike at Seihohai, because there were far more devils there to protect the area. But the amount of work needed to hide what had happened will be tremendous. Chapter 17, Aftermaths Part. Adrien came back home after he finished dealing with the mother lich. He could not return to school yet, because the leaders of the supernatural world still had to handle what the public saw today. He turned on the TV, and every news channel was talking about what had happened. Here's the aftermath of the battle between the Black-Winged Men against the Ghost and the Dragons, as you can see. A reporter was showing the battlefield where Adrien had fought the mother lich and the wyverns. They had even gotten footage of the fight, but it was very blurry. That was obviously because of the demonic power in the air, since large amounts of it can disturb electronic devices. Are they connected to the zombie outbreak? That is the question everyone is asking tonight. According to several eyewitnesses, the moment the Black-Winged Men killed the ghost-like woman, the dragons suddenly vanished and the zombies stopped moving. Some even say the creatures disappeared at the exact same time, as if they were all linked to her somehow. But is that really the full truth? Right now, no one can say for sure. Investigators are still studying the battlefield and collecting reports from survivors. Adrien flipped to another channel. 3 men and women were sitting across long curved tables. The real question now is this: since when did powers exist in our world? Were we all living normal lives while creatures, monsters, and people with supernatural abilities existed in secret this whole time? Tonight, many people are asking if the world they believed in was ever truly normal at all. This situation ended up being extremely bothersome, wouldn't you agree? A sudden voice came from behind Adrien. Adrien wasn't surprised, he just nodded. Yeah, if you did your job well you wouldn't have let a mother lich escape the underworld. Don't you have specialists dealing with stuff like that? We do have. Yes, we will be conducting a thorough research after I return to Lilith, Surzex Lucifer said. Adrien turned the TV off and signaled for Surzex to take a seat. After Surzex sat on the sofa opposite of Adrien, he started talking. First, I would like to thank you for dealing with the mother licked. Even if Rias and Sona had tried fighting her together, 1, they would have been too late, and 2, they would not have been able to deal with her as quickly as you did, so even more casualties would have occurred. How many casualties was there? 43,456 people died and 2,578 were injured across Tokyo proper, Chiba, Kawasaki, and Saitama. Thankfully, the undead outbreak did not spread any further. The number of dead was higher than the number of injured because a single bite from one of the undead was usually enough to kill a person and turn them into one of them. I just threw the question like that, but you really had an answer. Adrien wasn't happy with the answer though. We need to act quickly. Even now, we are already working to conceal the incident. The fallen angels will also assist us, since they share territories with us in the underworld, and because this matter is partly their responsibility as well. Is that so? We're working these pricks now. We will accept whatever help we can get. After all, we must conceal this entire incident in a single night. Because of that, we decided that they will handle the smaller cities, while we will take care of Tokyo. Adrien understood what it meant to conceal an event like that. It took an incredible amount of work and cruelty. Don't erase the memories of a girl named Sikobu Sujima, Adrien said. I understand, I'll make sure of it, but do not forget that you'll need to move fast. I know. They remained silent for like a minute, then Surzex talked again. As for the second thing, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels and me decided to reward you. Do you have anything you wish for? I want your sister and his daughter, Adrien smirked. Surzex's eyes widened slightly, then he understood Adrien's expression. I'm kidding, of course. I want Tokyo to become my official territory. Adrien answered truthfully now. How about my sister and Azazel's daughter? Nah, I'll pass. Like I said, I want Tokyo. Do you know what you're asking for? Surzex's eyes became serious for the first time during this conversation. Tokyo is one of the biggest cities in the world, with more than 40 million people residing in it. And did you forget that I saved your asses? If I wasn't here in the first place, then like you said earlier, the number of casualties would have been tremendous and you wouldn't have been able to conceal it that easily without asking help from the angels, and that's not an option you're willing to take, right, my lord? Sometimes, I hate how smart you are. Adrien knew that if the incident had turned out even worse, Surzex and Azazel would have had no choice but to contact the Archangel Michael, and that would not have been a fun phone call. Surzex sighed and thought for a minute. How about you take Tokyo proper without Greater Tokyo? So just Tokyo itself, huh? Adrien thought for a second, then nodded. Alright, I'll take it. It's still heavily populated. Surzex let out a sigh of relief. Azazel would have definitely cussed him out if he had agreed to give Adrien all of Tokyo. Tokyo proper was still a huge area, but they did owe Adrien. For comparison, Tokyo proper was around 20 times bigger than Kuo was. Surzex then looked at Adrien and smirked. My sister is still on the table if you want, it could be an addition to the territory. Don't go around selling your sister like that, Adrien responded, then he remembered something. For you to tell me something like that, what happened to the engagement with the Phoenix? Oh, about that, the engagement had been called off, Surzex answered with a smug look on his face. Huh, why? Well, thanks to the beating you gave him, Riser Phoenix has locked himself in his room and refuses to come out. The humiliation completely crushed his confidence. On top of that, he was pushed to the edge by Rias, even though it was her first time ever taking part in a raiding game. So me and my father decided to cancel the engagement as he is not worthy of Rias. If Surzex wants something, he gets it, Adrien chuckled. What daddy wants, daddy gets. That's such a weird way to put it. Right. So, do you want our Rias? Surzex asked again. Do you want me to write it down for you? No. Surzex sighed in resignation. He had thought he could pull off another swindle on Rias by using Adrien. After all, there was no way in hell or heaven that Rias could come anywhere close to beating Adrien, whether he had a team or not. On top of that, Adrien was the greatest talent the Underworld had ever seen, Surzex included. In half a century or less, he would most likely stand as the strongest devil in history. So the Gremmery would do anything to make him come to their side. Click. A girl opened the front door and stepped into the house, her blonde hair flowing behind her. Ah, perfect timing. Come here, Mahiru, Adrien said, motioning for her to come closer. Mahiru walked to the living room and saw a stranger sitting on the living room sofa. He had shoulder-length crimson hair and blue eyes, with incredibly handsome features. Oh, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Mahiru Shina, Adrien's bishop, she said. Surzex's presence and aura made her feel a little pressured, but that was only natural. Nice to meet you, my name is Surzex Lucifer, Surzex said with a smile. El Lucifer, like the Lucifer, Mahiru's eyes widened in surprise. Well, not everyone would expect to return home and see the Devil King in their living room. The one and only, Adrien answered with a smirk. He was enjoying her reaction. I'll go make you some tea. She darted to the kitchen immediately. Surzex let out a small chuckle. Adrien, do you really think you can manage Tokyo proper? If I remember right, you only have 2 servants, and one of them isn't even here. After all, it has more than 14 million residents. The other one is coming tomorrow, and I'm sure I'll manage it. I have lots of familiars that can help. Surzex nodded. Now what about this Siko Busujima girl? What did you see in her? Aren't you asking a lot of questions? Mahiru stumbled in the kitchen when she heard how Adrien was talking to the Devil King. Well, I'm interested in the peerage of the future Devil King, Surzex replied. Did I ever say I'd succeed you? That position sounds like such a drag, so no thanks. I said the same when I was your age, and look at me now. Yeah, the epitome of bad decision-making, Adrien said with a smirk. Adrien, that's the Devil King, shouldn't you be more respectful? Mahiru said as she brought 2 cups of tea and whispered in Adrien's ear. Surzex did hear her though. It's all right, Mahiru. He's always been like this, Surzex said, trying to ease her worries. That only made Mahiru more confused. Wasn't the Devil King supposed to be terrifying, cruel, and arrogant? Adrien noticed her expression and said, Surzex has always been like this. But trust me, when he gets serious, it's terrifying. Surzex didn't say anything, he just sipped some of the tea that Mahiru prepared and nodded his head approvingly. It's delicious, Mahiru. Oh, you don't mind me calling you by your first name, right? Why, yes, of course, it'd be weirder if you didn't, she replied instantly. Surzex motioned for Mahiru to sit down, so she quietly took a seat beside Adrien. I heard that your sacred gear awakened. Some reports mentioned a pink hemispherical barrier appearing over your school, Surzex said. He paused for a moment, then bowed his head slightly. Thank you for helping us deal with the undead despite you only becoming a devil yesterday, Mahiru. Mahiru quickly raised both hands, trying to stop him. No, please. I was only trying to save the students. I didn't even understand how my sacred gear worked, so it was really just pure luck. Mahiru looked a little embarrassed, but then Adrien pulled her into a side hug with one arm. That's my bishop for you. Her ears reddened slightly. Surzex finished his tea and stood up. Well, I need to get going. I will tell the governor of the fallen angels about the reward you chose and send you a letter. He will probably agree to it. All right, come by again. I'll beat your ass in chess like always. If I remember correctly, it was I who won last time, Surzex smirked. Yeah, you were lucky. After their short back and forth, Surzex left. Mahiru sighed. The day was so long. Right. I'm proud of you, by the way. Adrien patted Mahiru's head. You did a great job. I'm sure the number of casualties in Seihohai would have been way bigger if you weren't present. Mahiru smiled gently. Can I get a reward? Sure, you can ask for everything, Adrien asked. Mahiru turned her head to the side and pointed at her cheek, avoiding Adrien's eyes. Adrien bent down a little and kissed her on the cheek. Mahiru's face turned bright red, and she quickly hid her face behind a couch pillow. Now then, stay here and lock the doors, I need to go somewhere. Siko had just finished dinner with her family. They had eaten in complete silence. What happened today was far beyond anything they had expected. Still, this was not her family's first time dealing with the supernatural. Her father had once made a summoning contract with the devil, so they already knew such beings existed. She waked up the stairs going up to her room. She walked through the hallway of the second floor, her feet tapping the wooden flooring. Click. A few hours passed and she couldn't fall asleep. Despite how tired she was, her mind wouldn't shut down. What if, while she was sleeping, zombies returned and attacked her parents? She got out of her bed and walked to the window in her room. Her eyes immediately focused on a lone figure floating in the sky, framed by the full moon behind him, 4 pairs of wings stretched out from his back. Chapter 18, Aftermaths Part. The next morning, Adrien told Mahiru they'll be walking to school and not teleporting. She didn't understand why but just followed him. As they walked through the streets, Mahiru felt goosebumps spread all over her body. Everything looked completely normal again. Students were heading to school with their friends, chatting, laughing, and joking like any other morning. Adults in suits walked past them on their way to work, some holding coffee, others talking on their phones. Cars moved along the roads, shops were open, and the city was full of its usual noise and life. Just yesterday, there had been a zombie outbreak. People had screamed, run for their lives, and died. Panic and chaos had swallowed everything. But now, it was as if none of it had ever happened. Adrien smiled. It's weird, isn't it? Mahiru nodded. She was silent. This is how the supernatural world has stayed hidden for thousands of years. Yesterday was erased from everyone's memories. Adrien showed his phone to Mahiru. The date on the screen said Monday, May 4th. But, yesterday was Monday. For you, Adrien said. For everyone else in the world, today is Monday. Every memory, every video, every report, every file, every tweet, every social media post, everything connected to Monday, May 4, 2026, was erased from history. What about the people who died? Won't their loved ones think about them? Mahiru asked, dreading the answer. Adrien stayed silent for a minute as they continued walking along the path leading to Seihohai. These people have also been erased from the world, it's as if they never existed in the first place. Mahiru felt a lump in her throat. She remembered the boy who was eaten by an undead in front of her yesterday. He had friends, parents who loved him, siblings, maybe he had a girlfriend. Adrien patted her head. It's cruel, I know. But, that's for the best. As you saw yesterday, the world isn't ready to face the supernatural yet. Mahiru nodded. She knew Adrien was right. He had already told her that the undead were not that strong, yet they still caused many deaths and spread fear across the whole world. So what would people do if they found out that even more terrifying monsters, and people with superpowers, were living among them? Adrien and Mahiru arrived at school and went to their own classes. When Adrien walked into his classroom, everything looked normal. Rei was talking with her boyfriend, while Takashi was playing with his phone. The events of yesterday had completely disappeared from their mind. After classes, Adrien headed to the Kendo club. Everyone was already present excluding Siko. Captain, is Busujima-senpai not coming? A girl asked. Nah, she's sick, so she didn't come to school today, Adrien answered. Yesterday had been interesting to say the least. Low murmurs spread through the dojo. With a clap of his hands, the clubroom fell onto silence again. Take your bamboo swords and start swinging. Each of you gotta do 200 prefect swings. When you're done you can leave. Arg. No way, not again. Clap. With another clap, the dojo went quiet again. They all went to grab a bamboo sword and began to swing it. Adrien watched as they swung their swords. When someone made a mistake he would point it out. Usually it was Siko who did this job, but she wasn't able to come to school today because of him, so he had to take responsibility. After the session ended, Adrien left the school. It was already 5 in the afternoon, so he stopped by a convenience store to buy a few things for tonight. Then his phone rang. It was the real estate agent he had contacted earlier. Adrien was looking for a triplex in Tokyo proper, because he wanted to move there once Surzex gave him the okay. When Tokyo became his territory, he needed to live nearby so devil work would not become a hassle. Apparently, the agent had found a very luxurious triplex in Shibuya. It would cost Adrien around 1.3 billion yen, or about $8.1 million. He had already told the owner of their apartment that he and Mahiru would be moving out soon, but he had not told Mahiru yet. He decided he would tell her when the time came. He arrived home and opened the entrance door with his key. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a girl throw her arms around his neck. She tackled him to the ground, and they both fell backward. Of course, Adrien let her tackle him. Andyy, the girl snuggled her face into his neck. Adrien chuckled as he hugged the girl lying on top of him. What are you doing? Mahiru appeared at the door and shouted as she tried to pull Celia off Adrien, but Celia locked her arms around his neck. Kelly, let's stand up and go inside, Adrien said softly. I don't want to. You'll just disappear like you always do. This time, I won't let you, she protested. Adrien then stood up, with Celia still wrapped around his neck. As he got to his feet, she locked her legs around his waist. He walked inside, and Mahiru followed after him, pouting like crazy. How did you get here? Adrien asked Celia. Did Sikvera bring you, or did you come on your own? Celia pulled her face away from his neck and looked straight at him. Her face was only a few inches from his. Do you think I'm a child? I used a teleportation circle and came here myself. Is that so? Adrien said. Then he noticed she had changed her hairstyle. Her hair was tied up in a messy bun, with a few loose strands framing her face. I like your hair like that. Don't change it. I won't. I always knew you liked girls with messy buns. You did. But I never told you that. Yeah, but they always used to catch your eye without you even noticing. You did. I've never told you that, though. Yeah, but your eyes always went to them, even when you didn't notice it yourself. Adrien took a seat on the sofa. Celia adjusted her position, sitting on his lap and laying her head against his shoulder. He turned on the TV, then looked at Mahiru was standing in the living room still pouting. Celia, I guess you've met Mahiru, right? She's my bishop and a really kind girl, so make sure to get along with her. Celia looked at Mahiru again and nodded. Adrien noticed that they were glaring at each other, then he got an idea. I'm craving hamburgers. Why don't you two go make some? They looked at each other. Okay, they said at the same time, then both dashed to the kitchen. Oh, make one more portion. Adrien called out to the two girls in the kitchen. We have a guest tonight? Mahiru asked. Yeah, something like that, Adrien said as he shifted his gaze to the TV. There was nothing interesting on the news, so he left it on. A notebook then appeared in his hand in a swirling vortex. He opened it and searched for the page he had been studying last. After around half an hour, there was knock on the door. Knock. 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 Must be her. I'll open it, Celia said as she headed to the door and opened it. A girl was standing at the door. Was a tall girl with purple thigh-length hair and a curvy body. She had a bamboo sword attached to her waist. Hello, is this the Agares residence? Yeah, come in, echoed Adrien's voice from inside. Celia stared at the tall girl in front of her, then her gaze went to her breasts, then she looked at her own and frowned. Adrien, are you trying to build a harem? She muttered, her voice muffled as she glared back and forth between Adrien and Siko. Siko looked confused, but she entered the apartment. As she walked inside, she saw Mahiru in the kitchen wearing an apron and cooking. When Mahiru noticed her, her eyes widened slightly, but then she gave her a soft smile. She had heard Adrien and Surzex talking about Siko yesterday. When Adrien left late that night, she knew he had gone to see her. Jealousy ate at her, but she knew it was necessary. Siko walked further inside and stood in front of Adrien, then she bowed, "Greetings, master." "Didn't I tell you not talk like that, just act normally for fuck's sake," Adrien facepalmed. When he had revealed to Siko that he was a devil, she started acting very formally in front of him. But. No buts, just act normally. Wait, did she just call you master? Celia asked, bewildered. Yes. Well, he is my master now, Siko replied calmly. Mahiru stepped out of the kitchen and walked toward them. Wait, that means. Then a pair of wings spread out from Siko's back. Adrien smirked. Celia, Mahiru, welcome Siko, the newest member of my peerage. She's my pawn, well, technically, 3 pawns. Adrien had been left with 2 options when reincarnating Siko, either make her a knight or use a few pawns on her. He made the decision easily enough. Siko was incredibly talented with a sword, but that was all. She did not have a sacred gear or anything like that. She was simply a very talented swordswoman. So he decided it would be better to give her the ability to promote into any piece, since that was far more versatile than only giving her a knight's speed. By the way, how are you feeling? Adrien asked Siko. Have you rested after yesterday? At that question, both Celia and Mahiru's ears perked up. What did Adrien mean by that? Well, I felt incredibly tired and could barely walk, but after skipping school and getting some rest, I feel much better now, Siko answered. Celia's eyes narrowed slightly, but Mahiru exploded. What did you 2D do? Huh? No, it's just the after effects of her reincarnation. Mahiru, you've become such a perv. You're like some readers I know. Mahiru's face turned red and she hid immediately behind a pillow, which made Adrien and Siko chuckle. After they had dinner, Adrien explained how things will work from now on. So, I haven't told you yet, Mahiru, but we're moving to a bigger house. I bought a triplex in Shibuya, and we'll all be moving there. There are around 8 rooms besides the living room, dining room, and kitchen, plus 5 bathrooms. There's also a terrace with a pool. What? Mahiru jumped back, and Siko looked visibly shocked as well. Only Celia seemed unbothered. After all, she had lived in a castle before coming here. Celia then asked Adrien, but how will you even justify having that much money and buy a house like that without the government getting suspicious? Adrien just shrugged. I'm a devil. I'll just launder the money. Celia facepalmed. I had a feeling that's exactly what you'd say. Launder it? You mean actually wash it? But won't the bills get ruined? Mahiru asked, completely serious. Adrien, Lin, and Siko all turned their heads toward Mahiru at the same time. Yeah, she's way too pure. Unlike. Chapter 19, Devil Life Part. On. Aha. HAAA. More. Mahiru covered both her ears with a pillow as she rolled back and forth on her bed. Siko was still awake too, sitting at the edge of the bed with her back against it. Since Adrien's apartment didn't have enough space for everyone to sleep there, Mahiru and Siko were spending the night in Mahiru's room. Siko's face was red, on the contrary Mahiru was about to cry. She thought she'd be Adrien's first, but it seemed he'd been with Celia for long enough that as soon as they became alone they immediately went at it. Andy, please, came Celia's voice from across the walls. She calls him by a nickname too, I hadn't noticed. They're really enjoying it. Said Siko, her face was hot, and her body was getting aroused. Mahiru nodded, without saying anything. They really were enjoying, they could hear Celia's moans and Adrien's grunts through the walls. Mahiru had never noticed that they were so thin before, but now she knew. I'm coming. Ha. Echoed Lynn's muffled screams through the walls. She orgasmed. Siko was slightly taken aback. She'd heard from her experienced friends that they rarely orgasm during sex. Is he that good? Mahiru had covered her ears with a pillow and she was also under a blanket. She just groaned. The next morning, Adrien woke up completely refreshed. He looked to his side and saw Celia sleeping to his side naked. He'd been holding himself back since he came to the human world, not wanting to make a move on Mahiru or anyone else for now, but when Celia came he didn't need to hold back anymore. Hell, she was the one who pounced on him. They had always been close friends, and Celia had feelings for Adrien, which he knew about. Their relationship had become more intimate around 6 months before Adrien came to the human world. Adrien caressed her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. He had a soft spot for that girl. From the day he first met her, when he saved her from the demonic beast, he had felt drawn to her. He did not know whether it was pity or something else, but he did not care. He just felt that he needed to protect her and take care of her. At first he didn't want to turn their relationship physical, but it was she who made the first move and they ended up like that now. Though he really enjoyed having sex with her, her reactions, her body, he knew where she was sensitive and how to make her orgasm and he loved that. Adrien got out of bed and stretched his body. He still had school to go to. Celia had not been enrolled at Seiho High yet, but he was planning to take care of that today. He left Celia sleeping in bed and walked to the bathroom. He brushed his teeth, took a quick shower, and came out. As he walked through his room, he noticed a letter on his desk. Adrien read the letter. Sirs X Lucifer. Lucifer Estate, Underworld. Dear Adrien, I write to formally inform you that your requested reward has been reviewed and officially approved by both myself and Governor-General Azazel of the Fallen Angels. In accordance with this decision, authority over the Tokyo metropolis has now been granted to you, and it shall henceforth be recognized as your territory. This decision has also been made public through the appropriate channels, and the relevant factions have been notified of the change in governance. As of now, your claim stands as an acknowledged and legitimate one before the Underworld and its allied powers. I trust you will govern this territory with the ability and judgment expected of you. Sincerely. Sirs X Lucifer. That was fast, Adrien said as he folded the letter, and it disappeared from his hand. From today, he could start assigning all 3 of his servants devil work. Tokyo metropolis was huge, so they're going to have a lot of work to do. With a snap of his fingers, his school uniform appeared on him. He then stepped out of his apartment to meet up with Mahiru and Siko so the 3 of them could teleport to school. There was nobody outside. Usually, if Mahiru did not sleep at Adrien's apartment, she would already be waiting in front of her door. Adrien walked up to her apartment and knocked a few times. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Siko was standing there in her school uniform. Mahiru was hiding behind her. She did not want to look at Adrien. Mahiru, Adrien tilted his head in confusion. She's angry with you. Your activities made her upset, Siko answered for her. Ah, I see, but what we did was only natural. It is? Siko asked. Sure, devils live for desire. They chase what they want, help make desires come true, and always long for something more. Adrien shrugged as he explained the true nature of devils. I'm a pussy and tits lover, and I'm a devil. I've actually been holding myself back for quite some time. Mahiru's head appeared from behind Siko. Holding yourself back, she asked in a soft voice. Yes, of course I was. Even if I'm a devil, I wouldn't pounce on anyone. Gotta give me some credit, I have tact, and I would never force myself on anyone, Adrien said as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. A teleportation circle formed beneath him. Come on, we're getting late. During lunch break, Adrien headed to the student council. He wanted to enroll Celia in school. He knocked on the door. Come in, came a calm voice from inside. It was a voice that Adrien had heard before. Adrien entered the student council room. Behind the large desk sat a small girl with short lilac hair that reached her shoulders and violet eyes. A cane rested against her desk. She was Arisa Sakayanagi, the same girl Adrien had met once in the hallway. On the sofa sat another girl with very long purple hair, tied into a ponytail on the right side. She also had purple eyes, and her bangs fell to the right side of her face. Adrien didn't know that girl, but she was probably a third-year student. Oh, I'm pleased to see you again, Adrien-kun. Just call me Adrien, nice to see you again, Arisu. Sakayanagi was slightly amused by Adrien's informality, but she didn't really care that much. What may I help you with? She asked. There is someone from my family that I want to enroll in this school. Then why did her parents or guardian not come themselves? You could say that I am her guardian. Is that so? Arisa took a document from a drawer and placed on the table with a pencil. Would you mind filling her information here? Sure. Adrien skimmed through the document quickly. It only asked for basic information, such as her name, her parents' names, her age, and other simple details. After he finished, he slid the document back to Arisu. She took it and read it. Her name is Celia Agares. You listed her parents as deceased, but as far as I remember, your parents' names were listed in your file. So, is she adopted? Right, we adopted her. Adrien answered. All right, Arisu said as she looked over it once more before filing the document away. I will send the document to the school, and they will email you about when she can take an admission test. You said my parents' names were in my file. Does the student council president really read every student's file? No, you just caught my eye. Arisu answered truthfully. Why? You just reminded me of someone I used to know. He was an extraordinary genius. You're giving me too much credit. Aren't my test scores just average? That is exactly the point. The two of you did the same thing, Arisu chuckled. Do you play chess, Adrien? I'm all right. Then, would you like to play with me sometime? I would like to compare you to him. Sure, if you can get me a ticket for skipping classes. I could manage that, Arisu smiled. Adrien looked once at the girl sitting on the sofa, then turned around and left. A few minutes later, Arisu finally spoke. Don't you think they are very similar? I do not see it, Masumi Kamuro said. That guy is way better with people than Ayanokoji. From what I know of him, he's always surrounded by friends. That is not what I mean. Yes, their personalities are very different, but I think Adrien is also a genius on the same level as him. I think you are still living in the past. Just forget about him. Now that you are finally out of that cursed school, why not enjoy your life a little? You even became the student council president. Don't you want to rest sometimes? After school ended, the group met up in Adrien's apartment. So today, you'll officially begin your devil work. Our territory is Tokyo Metropolis. What? That's like a small country. Siko said. Right. Lucky us. So let me explain how this works. Devils need humans to make contracts with them, because that helps increase their power and their status in the underworld. But before a human agrees, the devil has to do their part first. A human can ask for almost anything, so you need to be careful. Do not let any perv take advantage of you. All three nodded. Even though Celia had been Adrien's servant for 3 years, it was her first time doing any devil work. Just so you know, demon society is split into different ranks. I have a noble title. In our world, a person's status usually depends on the family they were born into and how they were raised, but some demons can still rise higher. Everyone starts at the bottom in the beginning. If a reincarnated demon proves they are worthy, they can earn a noble rank and title no matter how they were born. Adrien took a breath, then continued. At first, the three of you will only hand out flyers with simple magic circles on them. When someone with a strong desire makes a wish while holding one of those flyers, I will be summoned to answer them. When I decide you're ready, you will begin answering calls yourself. But aren't there millions on people in Tokyo? Are we supposed to hand out leaflets to each one of them? Celia asked. Good question, Kelly. No, not all of them. If you open your phone, you will see an app with a picture of me on the beach. When you go into it, it will show you a map of the area around you. If there is a person nearby with a strong desire, a blinking red dot will appear on the map. You only need to press it, and the app will show you the building they live in, along with the floor and apartment number. After that, just slide the flyer under their door and leave. Any question? Do we need to make sure nobody sees us? Asked Mahiru. No, not needed. Your demonic energy leakage will cover you. What's that? Siko asked. Both her and Mahiru seemed curious. I will explain that later, Adrien said. For now, go. Try to come back before sunrise, and each of you should hand out 10 leaflets. They all nodded. Wings came out from their backs, and they flew out of the apartment. Siko and Mahiru flew in a very awkward way, but that was normal since they were still beginners. Now then. Adrien looked at the notebook on the table. He was getting very close to figuring out his new skill. He began working on it again. Suddenly, a bright blue magic circle formed in the middle of the living room. TSK, I can never work in peace. A bespectacled young woman with a slim figure walked out of the magic circle, as it disappeared behind her. It was Sona Citri. Sona, are you okay? Adrien asked in confusion. She had never come to him like this before. She gave a small nod. I just wanted to say sorry for the other day, she said quietly. Adrien was the only person who ever got to see that softer side of her. Apologize. She nodded. I was rude to you after your fight with Riser. It's okay, and you were not rude at all, Adrien said. You even healed my arm. She lifted her head a little and gave him a soft smile. You scared me. I had never seen you that angry before, so it really shook me. But after I calmed down and thought clearly, I understood the way I acted, though you did go a bit too far. Yeah, I went a little too far when I beat him up. Sona smiled again. Since I've come all the way here, want to play some chess? Sure. Chapter 20, How Power Works Part. As Sona and Adrien played chess, she told Adrien something very interesting. 2 exorcists appeared in Kuo today, they're both holy sword users. Oh, that's interesting, you informed Rias right. Her knight is a former victim of an experiment to create swordsmen who can wield Excalibur. Just seeing a holy sword could make him go crazy. Adrien said as he made a move. Sona thought about Adrien's move for a second then said, I'm surprised you know about it. Of course I do, I visited their destroyed lab a few years ago. Why am I not surprised? Adrien smirked, you made a mistake. I did. Sona started searching for it. After a minute or so she sighed and resigned. I've never beaten you once. Every time she played Adrien she lost and every time she became even more infatuated with him. Adrien smiled. He had kind of known that Sona liked him. He would not say that he was in love with her, but he was somewhat attracted to her. Still, he never made a move because he did not want to. Do you know what these exorcists look like? Adrien asked. From what I found out, both of them are girls. One has short blue hair that reaches her chin, with a green-dyed fringe on the right side. The other has long chestnut hair tied into twin tails, Sona said. When Adrien heard that he exploded into laughter, which only confused Sona even more. Huh, do you know them? Sona seemed genuinely surprised. Adrien nodded. Sometimes fate is really funny. After Sona left, Adrien sat on his sofa, deep in thought. After a while, a click echoed through the apartment and the entrance door opened. Siko, Mahiru, and Celia had finished their devil work and returned. All 3 of them looked visibly tired. Celia immediately went to take a bath, while Mahiru and Siko reported on their work and then headed to their apartment. Just before Siko closed the entrance door, she peeked her head back in and said, try to lay off your activities tonight. The walls are thin, and we need to sleep. Click. She's cock-blocking now. Adrien sighed, he could do that for today, but then an idea came to his head. 2 walls are better than 1, right? He said as he joined Celia in her bath. The next morning Adrien sat up from bed. Celia was still sleeping next to him, but this time she wasn't naked. The school day passed uneventfully. In the evening Adrien sent them to do devil work for an hour only. After they returned they were greeted by Adrien in his training outfit and sunglasses. We're gonna go train, he announced energetically. But it's midnight for fuck's sake. Celia complained. Devils are stronger in the night anyway, go change into your training clothes. All 3 of them complained under their breath as they changed their clothes. Adrien decided to start training them early. He was expecting something big to happen in a few days. After all, holy sword wielders do not enter devil territory for no reason. After everyone gathered in the living room, a magic circle flashed under them. They vanished from the room and appeared again in a forest covered in snow. The cold hit them immediately. Hha, where are we? Mahiru asked, looking around as she rubbed her arms. We're in a forest somewhere in Russia. You should have brought something warmer, Adrien said. He was wearing only a compression shirt and shorts, but he did not seem cold at all. Brrrrrrr, did we really have to come to such a cold place? Siko asked. Well, the closest city is like 100 kilometers away, so I usually come here to train. You're crazy. Celia said as trembled. Adrien reached his hand toward them, and suddenly winter clothes for the girls appeared in his hands. I brought these for you all. I'm so nice, and considerate, right? Mahiru nodded, as she took a warm-looking coat. Mahiru, you shouldn't be praising him right now. Siko said. Weren't you calling me master 2 days ago? That was in the past. The me of today has seen the truth. Anyway, put these clothes on so I can start with the basics. Celia, I've already taught this to you, so I want you to practice pouring as much demonic energy as you can into each attack. I want to increase your power output. Celia nodded as she took a coat and went to practice on her own. After Mahiru and Siko warmed up a little, Adrien started. Your body has many important parts. The 2 most important are your energy points and the energy lines that connect them. Your demonic energy stays inside these points, and when it wants to move from point to point, it goes through those energy lines. Siko, you asked me before about demonic leakage. Because the body is not perfect, and trust me, not even the gods are perfect, power leaks out through these energy points. And I mean all kinds of power, like demonic power, holy power, life force, and more. All of these powers leak from the energy points, and they recover the same way the rest of your body's energy does, by eating and sleeping. This leakage is like a double-edged sword. It hides the supernatural part of you from the eyes of the human world, but at the same time it messes a lot with the control you have of your demonic energy. When you want to use a technique, the demonic energy in you needs to travel to the point you're releasing it from. So because your power leaks, not all of the demonic energy you use actually reaches your attack. Some of it escapes on the way through the energy points. So if an attack needs 10 units of power, for example, you may need to send 30 or 40 just to make it work properly. Any questions? Both of them shook their heads simultaneously. Good. Now, there are two ways to use demonic power, the direct way and the indirect way. The indirect way is the one you will see most often. It works through magic circles and chants. Chants are used more by magicians because they do not have the same natural feel for power that supernatural beings do, so forget about that, it is a waste of time. Magic circles are far more efficient, but they have to be memorized first. Once you memorize one, you can picture it in your mind and it will form in front of the energy point you are releasing power from. What the magic circle does is guide the demonic power for you. So instead of controlling every movement yourself, you only need to pour in the amount of demonic power the attack needs. Imagine the magic circle, and the power inside it will automatically be guided to the point where you cast it. Siko raised her hand then said, "You said to forget about chants, but isn't it better to know both?" Nah, chants basically do the same thing as magic circles, but there are two main differences. First, a chant does not just guide your power, it also decides which energy point the power is released from, which makes it much less versatile. Second, you are not Sukuna, and you do not have multiple mouths, so you can only use one chant at a time. With enough training, though, you can cast several magic circles at once. Both of them nodded. Okay, lastly, there is the direct way. It is basically you moving your demonic power yourself while imagining the attack you want to unleash. That is the hard method, and almost no one can truly master it. But once you do, it becomes by far the strongest way to fight. The more creative you are, the more powerful and unpredictable your attacks become. But that is also where its difficulty lies. First, you need excellent control over your demonic power, and you must be able to move it through your body extremely fast. The longer it takes you to move that power and release an attack, the weaker the attack becomes because of the leakage through your energy points. Second, you need to memorize every single energy point and energy line in your body, so you do not send the power through the wrong path while moving it. So, what is the best way to fight? That depends on the kind of fighter you are. If you are a close-range fighter like Siko, you need to use demonic power to strengthen your body by moving it through yourself, especially into your arms and legs. So for you, I would recommend starting with the direct way immediately. That should be your main focus. Mahiru, I want you to learn how to defend yourself first, so I want you to memorize as many magic circle spells as possible. I'll give you a grimoire to study. Once you have at least 10 to 15 spells at your disposal, I'll start teaching you the direct way. Adrien then looked at Siko. I'll give you a tip. Before you enter a fight, always move your demonic power to your elbows and knees. That way, you'll be able to move them much faster when you attack. Why can't I just gather demonic power in my hands and feet? Siko asked. Because the energy points in your palms and the soles of your feet are the weakest in the body, Adrien replied. They are good for releasing power because of their weakness, but not for storing a large amount of it. Mahiru raised her hand. I have a question. Why does our energy leakage hide us from the human world? It does not hide you from their eyes, Adrien said. It hides you from technology. The energy leaking from your body interferes with cameras, sensors, and other devices, making it harder for them to properly record supernatural beings. And before you ask, your phone cameras work perfectly fine because I added a special chip to your phones, one made by devil scientists. Siko then asked, why did you tell me to train by gathering my demonic power in my solar plexus? Yeah, me too, Mahiru added. You told me to gather it in the hollow of my throat. That's because once you reach high-class devil, the point where your demonic energy gathers the most becomes known as your energy base point, Adrien explained. Over time, that point is strengthened by your own power. The amount of energy that leaks from it is partially reduced, and it also strengthens some of the surrounding points. Siko, the solar plexus is near the center of the body, so it is more or less equal in distance from your hands and feet. That makes it the best choice for an all-around fighter. Mahiru, the point at the hollow of your throat is closer to your hands, so it makes spell casting easier and more efficient. Mahiru raised her hand again, but isn't it better to just memorize spells instead of using direct powers? I think it's much more powerful. You could, but you would never be able to do something like that. Adrien raised his hand, and in an instant every tree in front of him was cut in half across an area 7 meters wide and 30 meters long. Just as they were about to crash to the ground, Adrien snapped his fingers, and the wind split beneath them like the Red Sea, halting their fall. There are no magic circles for abilities like that. I simply imagine what I want to happen and will it into existence. Wait, you're a master of direct energy control. Siko asked, her eyes widening at what she had just witnessed. Yeah. It's pretty easy when you're me. Huh? What do you mean? Mahiru asked. Well, I told you that everyone is imperfect and leaks power from their energy points, right? Right, she replied. Well, I don't leak energy. Unlike everyone else. Adrien pointed to himself with his thumb and smirked. I am perfect. Chapter 21, A Meeting. Both Siko and Mahiru fell silent at Adrien's shameless boasting. Adrien smiled. For some reason, I was born without leaking energy points. That gives me unmatched control and stability over energy. I can cast any attack I want instantly without wasting a single drop of demonic power. So you're the only one who doesn't leak demonic energy? Siko asked, breaking their silence. As far as I know, yes. Even the Devil King? Mahiru asked. Siko hadn't met Surzex yet, but she knew what that title represented. Yes, him too, but he definitely has stronger energy points than most people. Every time you rank up, you can either keep strengthening the same base point or create new base points in other parts of your body. For example, you can keep focusing on the same base point in your arm. By the time you reach ultimate class or higher, that arm's control and stability over demonic power would become extremely high. The other option is to spread your base points across your whole body, so your entire body becomes stronger and more balanced. So being at the pinnacle of devils, Surzex would naturally have incredible control over demonic leakage. But even then, it still wouldn't be enough to match my control. Both girls looked completely bewildered. Neither of them had ever seen Adrien fight before. They only knew he was very strong because he had stopped the outbreak a few days ago by himself. But now he was saying that his control over demonic energy was even better than Lucifer's, and that he had simply been born that way. Andy. You still haven't explained how the ranking system works. Celia shouted from where she was training. Apparently, she had been listening to his explanation the whole time. Ah, right. Thanks, Kelly. Adrien looked back at Mahiru and Siko before continuing. The ranking system for devils, angels, and fallen angels is mostly the same at first. It goes from low class, to mid class, to high class, and then ultimate class. Those ranks are shared by all three factions. After that, the ranks become different depending on the race. For devils, the next rank is Satan class, and the highest rank is true Satan. For angels, they have Seraph class and Throne class. For fallen angels, they have Cadre class and Governor class. You can identify their rank by the number of wings on their back. As you already know, you have one pair of wings. Low class and mid class beings only have one pair as well. High class is where things start to change. High class devils are divided into 3 levels: 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged. The more wings someone has, the stronger they are. Ultimate class beings have 8 wings, like me. Satan class beings have 10 wings, and true Satans have 12 wings. It works the same way for the other races too. But don't forget, class is not decided by power alone. Prestige and accomplishments matter too. Just like gods become stronger the more worshippers they have, the other races can also grow stronger through their own achievements. The first Lucifer's sin was that he wished to be worshipped like God, and that is where our power comes from. The more a devil is acknowledged, the stronger they become. Logically, it makes no sense. I have tried to study this phenomenon for a long time, but I never found an answer. That is the supernatural part of our world. They nodded at the same time. Finally, next time I'm gonna have them explain all that shit to new members. Siko, go start training. I need to talk to Mahiru now. She nodded and went off to train by herself. Adrien had told her to simply move her demonic power through her body, from her hands to her feet. Mahiru looked a little confused about what Adrien wanted to talk to her about, but then he gently took her thin wrist, the one wearing her sacred gear bracelet. I did some research on sacred gears in the past. From what I learned, there are all kinds of them. Some have souls inside them, like boosted gear. Some take the form of external items, like a gauntlet or your bracelet. Others are internal and don't show on the body at all. Some need energy to be activated, while others can activate on their own. In the end, it all depends on the sacred gear. Adrien said. He paused for a moment, then continued, so there isn't one fixed way to train a sacred gear. You just have to keep using it until you understand how it works and get used to it. Sacred gears are extremely powerful, and they can let you fight at a level above your rank. For example, I know an idiot who doubles his power every 10 seconds. He goes from a low-class little shit to a high-class devil in only a few minutes. So you should split your training time between learning spells and training your sacred gear. Mahiru nodded as she listened to Adrien's explanation, but last time it was only a fluke that I managed to use my sacred gear. I've tried to use it again but I wasn't able to, she said. That's normal. Sacred gears respond to their users' emotions. You were probably under a lot of pressure, so it reacted and manifested to help you. But try to remember exactly how it felt. Did you feel your power flow to it? Or did it awaken completely on its own? The other problem is that Sanctum Veil is an extremely rare sacred gear. For some reason, it barely ever appears. You're only its 10th holder in history, and most of the earlier holders never even recorded what it could do. So there's very little information about it. What we know so far is that Sanctum Veil is a barrier-type ability that turns the area around you into your battlefield. The outer layer is not impossible to break, so enemies can force their way in. But once they enter, the fight starts turning in your favor. Anyone you deem an enemy gets weaker, while your allies, and even you, become stronger. It does not only weaken people, it also weakens what they do, so their attacks becomes weaker too. Since you are the user, you are like the center of the whole ability. That means the closer an enemy gets to you, the more the effect increases. At the same time, allies near you are supported even more. If you use it well, Sanctum Veil can make you extremely annoying and difficult to fight, but it also makes you someone that the enemy will target. Mahiru felt more and more overwhelmed the longer Adrien kept explaining. Her sacred gear was not a simple attack or defense ability. It was something that had to be used with timing, positioning, and careful thinking. To use it to its full potential, she would have to calculate many things at once. And right now, she could not even use it properly, let alone think that far ahead. Adrien, noticing her worried expression, just waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it, you got an expert in the field right in front of you. Occult Research Club. Everyone in Rias Gremmary's familia had gathered in the clubroom. Rias, Aquino, and the two girls from the church were sitting on the sofas, while the others stayed together in one corner of the room. Rias and Aquino both looked serious. Kiba, however, was staring at the two women with clear hatred and anger. In the middle of that tense silence, one of the two visitors was the first to speak. It was Irina Shidu, a beautiful young woman with violet eyes. She had long chestnut hair, tied in twin tails, and she was wearing a church battle outfit. A few days ago, the holy sword Excalibur was stolen. It had been protected by the Catholic Church in the Vatican, and also by the Protestant and Orthodox churches in their own headquarters. But how could Excalibur be stolen from the Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox churches at the same time? It should have only been in one place, right? Issei asked. Irina looked at Issei. Issei, Excalibur was destroyed a long time ago in the Great War. Irina used to live in Kua when she was little, so she had known Issei from back then, before she moved to Europe. This is what it looks like now, the other woman said. She had short blue hair that reached her chin, a green-dyed fringe on the right side, and brown eyes. She took the weapon from her waist and pulled away the cloth around it, showing a single long sword. This is an Excalibur. A chill went through every devil in the clubroom. Excalibur was broken during the Great War. After that, its pieces were gathered and made into 7 new swords with alchemy. This sword is one of them. This is Excalibur Destruction. It is one of the 7 holy swords that were made from the original Excalibur, and right now it belongs to the Catholic Church. After showing her sword, the woman with the blue hair covered it with the cloth again. That cloth looked to be covered in arcane, letter-like glyphs. Next, Irina took out something that looked like a long cord from her pocket. A moment later, it started moving and changed into a Japanese katana. Mine is Excalibur Mimic. It can change its shape however I want, so it's easy to carry and very useful. Every Excalibur has its own special power. This one belongs to the Protestant Church. The blue-haired woman facepalmed. Irina, you really don't need to tell these demons what your Excalibur can do you? She said in a disappointed tone. Oh, Zenobia. They may be demons, but we can't move forward if we don't build some trust between us, right? Kiba stared at the swords and the two visitors with open hatred. He had a personal grudge against the Excaliburs, after all. And what do these stolen Excaliburs have to do with this town, all the way on the other side of the world? Rias asked calmly. Including the sword I am holding now, the Catholic Church has 2 of the 7 swords. The Protestants have 2, and the Orthodox Church also has 2. The last sword, the 7th one, was lost during the Great War between God, the devils, and the fallen angels. Out of those 6 that remained, 1 sword from each church was stolen. From what we know, the thieves ran away to Japan, to this very town, Zenobia said. Rias touched her forehead and sighed. There is always something happening in my territory. So who stole them? The Watchers of the Children of God, the Grigori. Rias looked genuinely surprised. So a group that works under the fallen angels was behind this. That is not some small incident. Still, if anyone would want to steal those weapons, it would be the fallen angels. Holy swords do not really matter much to demons. We already know who led it. His name is Kokabil, one of the leaders of the Grigori. The conversation was a back and forth between Rias and Zenobia for the most part. Kokabil. He's one of the strongest fallen angels and one of the survivors of the war. I didn't expect to hear such a famous name from the Bible, Rias said with a small laugh. We sent several priests to this town to sneak into their group and find the Excaliburs, but all of them were killed. Before Rias could say anything, Zenobia spoke clearly. Our request, or more accurately, our demand, is simple. None of the demons living in this town are allowed to interfere with our fight against the fallen angels behind this. In short, we came here to tell you to stay out of our way. Rias raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. That is quite a bold way to say it. Are you trying to distract us? You cannot seriously think we would work together with the fallen angels, right? The idea that we would join them just to steal a holy sword. Our superiors do believe that is possible, Zenobia said firmly. And hearing that made Rias's anger flare up. Our superiors trust neither fallen angels nor demons. If God's side loses their holy swords, demons would have a reason to be happy, right? You have just as much to gain from our loss as the fallen angels do. So to our side, an alliance between you is not impossible. That is why we are warning you now, anyone who helps the fallen angel Kokobil in any way will be destroyed. Even if that person is the Demon King's own sister. Those are the orders we were given. Since you know who my brother is, then you clearly have ties to powerful people. In that case, hear my answer well, I will never stand with the fallen angels. Never. In the name of House Gremory, I swear I would never stain our Demon King's name with such betrayal. The two of them locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Then, after a brief silence, Zenobia let out a quiet laugh. Good. That is what I wanted to hear. You should understand something, though, Kokobil is hiding in this town with 3 Excaliburs. If anything happens because of that, both we and the church will be held responsible. Her gaze stayed hard and steady. Even so, I will not ask for your help. If a demon, especially the sister of one of the Demon Kings, were to fight beside us, it would shake the balance of power between the 3 factions. And what about the representative from the Orthodox Church? Rias asked. They are waiting in reserve. If Irina and I fail, their mission is to protect the last Excalibur, even if it costs them their lives. Rias chuckled amusingly. So the two of you plan to take back the Excaliburs from one of the leaders of the fallen angels on your own. Do you have death wish? Irina and Zenobia did not look away, their eyes were full of resolve. Yes, Irina answered without hesitation. I feel the same, Zenobia said calmly. Though I would rather stay alive if possible. Rias's gaze turned colder. So you came to Japan already prepared to die. Your faith still goes beyond reason. Please do not insult our beliefs, Rias Gremory, Irina said firmly. It's about time we got on our way. Irina, let's go, Zenobia said. The two of them turned to leave, but before they could walk out, their eyes stopped on Asia. I thought I recognized you back at Issei Haida's house, Zenobia said coldly. You're Asia Argento, the witch, aren't you? I never thought I would find you here of all places. Asia's body shook the moment she heard that word. Irina looked at her closely, without softening at all. So you are the former holy maiden who caused such a stir. Your healing power works on devils and fallen angels, doesn't it? I heard you were exiled, but even so, it is still shocking to see that you became a demon. Asia could barely get the words out, completely overwhelmed by the way they were pressing her. A former holy maiden has become a demon. What a miserable fall. Tell me, do you still keep faith in our Lord? How could she? Irina said, sounding annoyed. She is a demon now. Zenobia kept her eyes on Asia. No. I can feel it from her. Faith. Some people betray the Lord, yet afterward they are crushed by guilt and can never let go of their belief. Asia lowered her eyes, sadness filling her face. I never abandoned him. I always believed. The moment she said that, Zenobia raised the cloth-wrapped sword toward her. I understand. Then you should have no complaint if I kill you here and now. In the name of the Lord, I will pass judgment on you. As Zenobia moved closer, Issei quickly stepped in front of Asia. But before anything could happen, Rias's voice rang through the whole room. Do not step any closer. I am still allowing you to stand here as guests. But if you touch even one hair on my servant's head, I will cut you down where you stand. Lightning danced around Akino's hands as she smiled. Era, I've been so bored lately. This might finally make things interesting. A demonic sword formed in Kiba's hand, and demonic power began gathering in Kaniko's hands. The cloth around Zenovia's sword slowly began to come loose, as if she was about to draw it. But Irina stopped her first. She caught Zenobia by the sleeve and gave a silent shake of her head. Zenovia's expression darkened, but she held herself back. In the end, she said nothing more and left the room with Irina. Chapter 22, The Devil's Whisper. Kiba was clearly unhappy that Rias had let them leave before he got the chance to fight them. Why did you let them go? Rias stayed calm. Yudo, fighting them would have gained us nothing. In fact, they are doing us a favor by handling this problem on their own. We do not need to interfere. Let them deal with those pests for us. Kiba clicked his tongue and turned away. Issei quickly grabbed his shirt. Hey! But Kiba shoved his hand off with force. Don't do. Where do you think you're going? Rias asked, her expression turning sour. I only escaped the church because my comrades gave their lives. The bitterness and regret they left behind, it is my duty to answer it with my demon swords. I will not allow that. Rias said sharply. You are a knight of the Gremory Familia. I will not let you throw yourself away and become a stray. You are staying here. But Kiba turned his back on them and walked out of the clubroom alone. Yuto! Rias shouted after him, but he did not stop or look back. Bam! The door of the clubroom slammed shut behind him. The Holy Sword Project. Rias gave a small nod at Issei's question. Yes. Yuto is one of the survivors of that cursed project. Rias and Asia were in Issei's room, and Rias started explaining what had happened to Kiba. Until a few years ago, there was a plan inside the Christian church to create a person who could use the Holy Sword Excalibur. I've never heard of that before. Asia clearly knew nothing about it. That was only natural. The people behind something so dark were never going to tell a respected holy maiden about it. There are many holy swords, and each one has its own story, but the most famous one is Excalibur. Holy swords are special weapons made by people who reached a godlike level through magic and alchemy. But not everyone can use them. Only a very small number of people are born with the ability to handle one. They say it happens only once every few decades, so they decided to raise children so they could wield one. Yudo was one of the children raised artificially so he could become compatible with holy swords, Rias explained. More exactly, with Excalibur. Does that mean he can use holy swords? Issei asked. The press shook her head. No. Yudo was never able to adjust to them. And he was not the only one. From what I heard, none of the other test subjects could use them either. When the people in the church realized that Yudo and the others could not use the holy swords, they called them failures and got rid of them, Rias continued. Her eyes grew colder, as if the memory itself disgusted her. Many of those children were killed. Yudo would have died too, all because they could not use those cursed weapons. How could they do something like that? Asia whispered. No true servant of the Lord would ever choose to be that cruel. The truth hit Asia hard. Her eyes trembled, and tears began to gather in them. When I found Yudo and revived him as a demon, he was already close to death, and even then, all he spoke of was revenge. Since the day he was born, his talent had been wasted on holy swords. I wanted to save him and give that talent a new purpose as a demon. His skill with the sword was far too great to be thrown away on those cursed weapons. Rias wanted to save Kiba and give him another life, one better than the miserable life the holy swords had forced on him. She had told him to leave those weapons behind and live on as a demon. But in the end, he could not forget, Rias said quietly. Not the holy swords. Not the people behind the project. And not the church itself. Oh, may blessings fall upon the lost sheep before us. Heavenly Father, please have mercy on these poor, miserable souls. At the side of the street, two young women dressed in white robes were praying. How is this possible? Is this really Japan? I heard this country was very advanced. This is why I can't stand countries that don't follow our beliefs. Don't say that, Zenobia. We already spent all our money. If we don't accept help from unbelievers, we won't even have anything to eat. We can't even buy a loaf of bread. This is all your fault. You just had to buy that shady painting from that scammer. Zenobia said, pointing at the badly drawn picture that was supposed to be a saint. What are you saying? Irina shouted. It's obviously a holy person. The man in the shop told me so. Then who is it? It doesn't look like anyone I know. Saint Peter, maybe. You have to be joking. There's no way Saint Peter looks like that. How am I supposed to know? Why did I end up with you as my partner? Lord, is this another one of your trials? Hey, don't talk about me like that. When you get depressed really hard, huh? Only a few seconds later, the two of them were already arguing right in each other's faces. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr to find something to eat. Otherwise, we won't even be able to think about getting the Excaliburs back. Right. Should we threaten the pagans and take their money? I'm sure the Lord will forgive us as long as they're pagans. What about attacking a Buddhist temple? Or maybe stealing the money from their offering box? Please don't do that. You'll just cause a mess. A tall man with blonde hair tied behind his neck said that. He was dressed in a formal black shirt and black trousers, and a pair of sunglasses hid his eyes. Irina turned to look at him, and her face became a little red. She was a church exorcist who had trained her whole life to use holy swords, but she was still interested in men. Zenobia, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes. She was used to men hitting on her. Usually, she would just beat them up and that would be the end of it. Come on, I'll buy you some food. Thank you for your generosity, may the Lord be with you. She said. First, she needed to eat. After that, if he tried anything funny, she would beat him up. So good. Japanese food is amazing. Yeah. It really tastes like home. Zenobia and Irina kept stuffing their mouths, eating one dish after another. This scene is giving me a real sense of déjà vu, Adrien said with a chuckle. Don't you think so too, Zenobia Korda and Irina Shidu? Zenobia and Irina froze. The man in front of them had just called them by their full names. Wasn't he supposed to be just some passerby who took pity on them? Zenobia slowly raised her head and looked at him. A knowing smirk was on his face. Don't you remember? Adrien said. Berlin, 3 years ago. Irina gulped. Zenobia slowly moved her hand to the hilt of her holy sword. If he was really who she thought he was, then this was a huge problem. I wouldn't do that if I were you. This isn't exactly a good place to fight. It'd just give Rias even more work, and the result will only be the same as last time. Zenobia sighed and let go of her sword. What is this world coming to, she muttered, when the faithful have to rely on the charity of demons? Adrien smirked. You said that exact same line 4 years ago. You really don't know how to say thank you, do you? Why would I ever thank a devil? Because I just fed you, you were starving on the street when I picked y'all up like a bunch of puppies. Zenobia looked away and clicked her tongue, while Irina, who was sitting next to her, smiled weakly. 3 years ago, news reached the Vatican that a demon had been spotted in Berlin, Germany. So Irina, Zenobia, and a third exorcist were sent to deal with him. It was their first official mission as exorcists. When they found Adrien, he was sitting on the bruised body of a priest right in front of the church the men served in. You can probably guess how that went. After the fight, Adrien piled the 3 exorcists on top of each other and sat on them. He didn't kill them because they were around his age, and honestly, he didn't feel like it. The next day, he saw them crying at the side of the street. He invited them to lunch, and for some reason, they accepted. They told him they couldn't go back after failing the mission, especially since it was their first one. Adrien had already gotten bored of Berlin anyway, so he left. After that, they returned and reported that the mission had been a success. I love how exorcists lie just as easily as us devils. So, did you go to your dear father and confess your sins? Shut up. Irina snapped. What were we supposed to do? We weren't even mid-class, and as for you, I couldn't even measure your strength. You beat us using a freaking branch against our holy swords. Couldn't you have just reported that the devil was way out of your league? Zenobia frowned. The report said it was a child devil. We were children too, but we had holy swords. Adrien gave a small nod. Fair enough. Irina watched him carefully as he took a sip from the Coke in front of him. Do you live in Kuo too? She asked. Nah, I live in Shibuya. Well, I'll be moving there in a few days. Zenobia narrowed her eyes. Then how did you know about us? A friend told me about you, Adrien said. And from the way she described you, I was pretty sure it was you 3. Not to mention the aura leaking out of those disgusting things hanging from your waists. He paused for a second, then asked, so why are you here? That has nothing to do with you, Zenobia said coldly. Adrien smirked. Come on. Think of it as repaying me for the meal. Irina looked at Zenobia. Zenobia, can't we ask him for help? If he's with us, we might actually pull it off. Zenobia shook her head. We can't take sides. Just like we asked Rias Gremory not to interfere, we can't accept help from a demon who isn't even part of this territory. You know, I can just go to Rias and ask her what you two are doing here. She already owes me, so she'd happily tell me, he said. Zenobia froze for a second. Adrien blinked at her. Whoa, you seriously didn't think of that? Devils being friends with other devils, preposterous. He grinned. You're actually dumber than you look. Slam. Shut up. Zenobia snapped and slammed her hand on the table, spilling their drinks and making all the customers turn to look at them. She slowly sat back down and Irina started apologizing for her. Adrien was just watching everything with an amused smile. Seeing that there was no point hiding it from him anymore, Zenobia started to explain why she had come here. But that does not mean we need your help, even if we are up against Kokabeel. Are you sure? He asked. Kokabeel is a 10-winged cadre. He is basically comparable to a mid-ranked god in some pantheons. Fighting him basically means you're dead. Both of them went quiet for a moment. They clearly did not know how to answer. If they told him the truth, it would mean asking a devil for help. Zenobia bit her lip. The closer the fight came, the more she started to doubt the mission. Rias Gremory was right. They really had been sent here to die. Adrien did not push the issue and ask something else. Where is Mary? Shouldn't she be with you? She is on standby. If we fail, she will have to fight with everything she has to protect the last Excalibur, Zenobia said. Zenobia was still thinking. How was she supposed to face Kokabeel without asking Adrien or Rias for help? Suddenly, 4 people entered the restaurant. The boy in front, with brown hair, was panting heavily and holding his knees as he tried to catch his breath. Beside him was a short girl with white hair, Kaneko Tuju. Yudo Kiba was with them too. Issei had called him to come because he had something important to say, but instead Kiba ended up running all over Koa with him until they reached this restaurant. The 4th person was a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes, Saji Genshiro. The moment Saji's eyes landed on Adrien, he froze. His eyes widened, and goosebumps spread all over his body. His hands started shaking, and he suddenly felt sick. "Ha! I've been searching all over town for you," Issei said as he looked at Zenobia and Irina. Then he finally noticed Adrien, and he froze too. He knew exactly who this guy was. It was the man who had humiliated Riser, the one none of them could even scratch. All 4 of them went silent the moment they saw Adrien. Adrien chuckled as he stood up. He looked at Zenobia and Irina with an amused expression. "The Fantastic Four have come to save you. If I were you, I'd accept their help." "But hey, you do you?" Adrien shrugged. With that, he paid for the food and left. Issei was the first to break the awkward silence. He walked up to the 2 girls, and the others followed behind him. "You said you want to get the Excaliburs back, right?" Issei asked. Zenobia gave him a questioning look. "We do not want Kokabeel to have them, so yes." "Then you can destroy them too, right?" he asked. "If you destroy them, that fallen angel will not be able to use them." Zenobia and Irina stayed silent for a moment. Then Irina was the one who answered. "Destroying them is also an option. I want to help destroy the Excaliburs," he said. Both Irina and Zenobia looked at Issei in surprise, then glanced at each other. A second later, Zenovia's eyes widened. Did he know this would happen after we rejected Rias's help? But how? And why? We told him clearly that we would not work with demons. Why would we accept their help? Zenobia suddenly remembered something and quickly took out her phone. She opened the reports she had on Kuo, and then she found it. A small smile appeared on her face. "I see. Then perhaps we can leave one of them to you," she said. "That is, if you really can destroy it. Just make sure no one finds out what you are. We do not want our enemies, or our superiors, to think that we have joined hands with you." "Hold on, Zenobia. Are you sure?" "Issei is a devil, after all," Irina said in protest. Adrien had warned them that if they faced Kokabeel alone, they would die. But he had also given Zenobia a way out. What if she worked with devils? The church had sent them here to die anyway. Would it not be better to finish the mission and stay alive? She had already lied to the church once before, so could she not do it again? She already sinned once before, nothing really happened, right? Zenobia felt goosebumps spread across her arms. The devil's words were still whispering in her ear. "Irina. To be honest, it will not be easy to take back all 3 swords and fight Kokabeel completely on our own. I know that. But still. At the very least, our mission is to destroy the 3 Excaliburs and escape. If there is even a chance that our Excaliburs could be stolen, then we are supposed to destroy them immediately. Even with our secret weapon, there is only a 30% chance that we can finish the mission and return home safely. But we knew the risk when we came to Japan. We were both ready for this. Yes. Our superiors had no problem sending us here. In the end, they basically told us to die for this mission. Is that not what we, as followers of the Lord, are supposed to do above all else? I've changed my mind about that. My faith is flexible. That is why I can always choose the best path. You know, I've been thinking this for a while, but there is really something wrong with your faith. I will not deny that. But there is nothing wrong with believing that our duty is to finish our mission and return home safely. We should try to stay alive so we can keep fighting for the Lord in the future, should we not? I cannot argue with that. But still. That is exactly why I will not ask a devil for help. Instead, I will ask the dragon. Our superiors never said anything about that, did they? Zenovia's eyes turned toward Issei, the dragon. Chapter 23, The Battle for the Holy Swords Part. Irina looked at Kiba carefully. You really hate the Holy Sword Project, don't you? And the Excaliburs too. Even the church. Kiba's eyes hardened. Obviously. She looked troubled, but still spoke. But Kiba, that project pushed Holy Sword research forward by a huge amount. Because of it, Zenobia and I were able to become compatible users. Kiba's voice turned sharper. And does that make it all right to kill all the children who failed? What happened to Kiba and the other test subjects was an act of terrible cruelty. That kind of inhuman behavior was the complete opposite of everything the church claimed to stand for. Even Irina looked shaken by his words. Zenobia broke the silence. We also despise that entire incident, she said in her usual calm tone. The men behind that project acted against the church's teachings. He was judged a heretic, and now he serves the fallen angels. Kiba immediately focused on her words. The fallen angels. Tell me his name. Valper Galilei, Zenobia answered. These days, he is known as the massacring archbishop. There was a new resolve in Kiba's eyes. I suppose I should give you some information as well. The other day, I was attacked by someone using an Excalibur. He had just killed a priest. That victim was probably one of your people. Everyone there went tense the moment they heard that. The one who attacked me was Fried Selzen. Does that name mean anything to you? I see. So it was him, Irina muttered. Fried Selzen is a former Vatican exorcist who once served directly under the Pope, Zenobia explained. He was called a genius and became a full exorcist at the very young age of 13. He is known for killing countless demons and even legendary beasts. Irina continued, but he went too far. He did not even hesitate to kill his own allies. Fried never truly had faith. The only thing he cared about was brutally killing any monster he came across. That, and his obsession with fighting. So it was only a matter of time before he was branded a heretic. After they finished talking, the two girls left after exchanging phone numbers with the others. Say. Why are you doing this? Kiba asked quietly. We're friends, right? We're part of the same familia. Besides, you helped me before too. Don't think I'm doing this to repay you or anything. I just wanted to help. If I lose control, it will cause trouble for the president. Did you think about that too? Kiba asked. Of course I did. If you go crazy, the press will definitely get mad. Though yeah, me deciding all of this on my own might also cause some trouble. Still, that's way better than you becoming a stray, right? And anyway, we managed to come to an agreement with Zenobia and Irina, so it all worked out in the end. Yuto. I would feel lonely if you disappeared. Her face looked unusually sad. Since she was almost always expressionless, that sudden change shocked the three boys sitting with her. I'll help too. So please don't go. Kiba let out a troubled chuckle. Now you've really put me in a difficult spot. If that's how you feel, Kaneko, then I can't just go off on my own and do something reckless. All right. I'll go with your plan. Adrien was sitting in the bathroom, submerged in the bath with hot water up to his neck. Click. The bathroom door opened. Celia walked in a bathrobe. She slowly untied her bathroom and it dropped to the ground. Her body wasn't voluptuous, but it wasn't flat either. Adrien's eye turned to her. He didn't react at all. It wasn't his first time seeing her naked. He'd already made her his a long time ago. Celia took a quick shower, then entered the bath and sat on Adrien's lap. She leaned her body against his. Adrien grabbed her right tit unconsciously and squeezed it in his hand. She squirmed slightly, rubbing her vagina against his leg. Andy. Adrien did not answer. His mind was completely somewhere else. When he was like this, Celia knew he was inside his mind palace and should not be disturbed. She leaned her back against his chest and rested her head on his shoulder. After a few minutes like that, Adrien looked at Celia. He ran a finger through her wet hair, then gently caressed her cheek. Adrien was still deep in thought. The problem in front of him was something he had never faced before. He could not sense Kokabeel at all. Light power, just like demonic power, always leaked from the body, and as far as he knew, Kokabeel was not an exception to that law. So why could he not sense even the slightest trace of light residue? If you wanted to hide holy swords in a small town, where would you hide them? He asked. Celia shifted her position so she could be face to face with Adrien, then she tilted her head and puffed out her lips. Well, if it was me, I'd hide them in a basement with a magic circle that hides empty spaces. Adrien shook his head. That would work against humans, not devils. Kokabeel definitely knows I'm here by now. He can probably sense the demonic energy coming from this place. Because of me and the other girls, right? Adrien nodded. Yeah, he could probably sense your energy leakage. A few days ago, after Adrien finished talking with Zenobia and Irina, he told his girls that a strong fallen angel was nearby and brewing trouble. Celia lowered her head a little. Sorry, maybe if we weren't here, you could come up with a plan he wouldn't sense or predict. But to him, we're like walking billboards. Especially me, ITR. Adrien cut her off by lifting her head and pressing his lips against hers. After a few seconds, he leaned back. Did I ever say I didn't want you here? Adrien asked. But. This time, he placed his index finger on her lips. The corner of her mouth slowly lifted into a smile. No buts, do you trust me? Adrien's finger was still resting against her lips, so Celia only nodded. Adrien then pulled his finger away, moved a few wet strands of hair from her forehead, and tucked them behind her ears. He leaned in and kissed her. Somewhere in Kuo, Issei, Kaneko, Kiba, and Saji were walking through the streets dressed in priest clothes they had borrowed from the two exorcists. Their plan was simple. They would walk around town dressed like clergy and stay in places where there were not many people. Fried had been killing priests one after another, so they thought that if they acted like priests, they could wait for him to come after them. Saji sighed. Another useless day. Suddenly, Kiba stopped walking. Yuto. From her voice alone, it was clear that Kaneko had sensed something too. A cold wave of fear washed over them. Suddenly, someone dropped down right in the middle of the four of them, leaving small cracks on the ground. It was a young man with short white hair. In his right hand, he held a long sword-like weapon. His red eyes swept over the four of them in less than a second, then a smirk appeared on his face. God bless a group of wandering priests, yeah. The tip of his sword sliced through the air and went straight for the throat of the tallest one among them. Clang. Kiba blocked the attack with his demonic sword. Freed. Issei shouted. That voice. Is that you, Issei? Ha 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 ha. What a miraculous reunion. So, how is it? Has your dragon power gotten stronger yet? Can I kill you now? They all tore the clergy robes off their bodies. Boosted gear. Boost. Everything happened in seconds. Kiba knocked Fried's sword upward with a parry. At the same time, Kaneko and Issei moved in from both sides to flank him. But Fried suddenly sped up out of nowhere. He jumped and threw out a split kick at both of them, even adjusting for the difference in their heights. Issei was hit right in the face, while Kaneko raised her arms and blocked the kick, though the force still made her slide back. Kiba thrust his demonic sword toward Fried's neck, but the tip of Fried's holy sword moved so fast it looked like it disappeared and reappeared an instant later. It crashed into Kiba's thrust with a downward vertical strike, and to everyone's shock, Kiba's demonic sword shattered into pieces. Not against my Excalibur. Fried screamed. Using that opening, he swung a diagonal upward slash. Kiba instantly leaned back and avoided the blade by a hair's breadth. Kaneko moved again. She gathered demonic energy into her hand and slammed it into the ground, using the full strength of a rook. Shards of earth shot toward Fried in large numbers. Fried's eyes followed each shard one by one, and with incredible speed and precision, he deflected every single one. Extend, line. What looked like a thick black tentacle shot out from Saji's arm and rushed straight toward Fried. A strange device shaped like a deformed lizard face had appeared on the back of Saji's hand, its mouth wide open. Fried had just finished deflecting an attack, so he could not react in time to the one coming from behind him. The tentacle-like line wrapped tightly around his right foot. Fried swung his sword again, trying to cut through the restraint, but the blade passed through it like it was slicing empty air. Clearly, Saji's attack had no physical form. What a pain. Fried shouted. You're not cutting through it that easily. Kiba. He can't run now. Get him. Boost. Issei's sacred gear echoed. Kiba rushed forward, charging straight at Fried with a new demonic sword in each hand. TCH. So you have more than just the holy eraser, huh? Having several demonic swords means you have sword birth. Wow, you must be pretty sinful to have such a rare sacred gear. Fried said with a wide grin. As a battle maniac, he was clearly enjoying himself. Kiba swung both swords at the same time from opposite directions, trying to behead his opponent. Fried twisted his body and swung his sword at incredible speed, blocking both attacks. The holy sword clashed with the demonic swords and shattered them again. Kiba quickly jumped back and avoided an upward slash. Kiba. Do you want my power now? Issei shouted. No. I can still fight. Kiba snapped, and his voice made it clear he was irritated. Haha. What's with the way you keep staring at my Excalibur like that? Do you hate it that much? Are you really that angry? I don't know what your problem is, but once this blade hits you, nothing will be left of you. You'll die. Dead. Fried jumped into the air, and as he came down at Kiba again, his body suddenly sped up in midair. He brought his sword down with all his strength. Kiba raised a demonic sword to block it, but it shattered again. Kaneko suddenly picked Issei up and threw him toward the two sword fighters. Issei, go help Yuto. Whoosh. Ah hi. Kaneko. Issei screamed as he flew forward at high speed. Kibaya. Transfer. Now wow. What? Issei. The moment Issei reached Kiba, he activated his sacred gear. Transfer. The moment Issei's dragon power was transferred to Kiba, demonic swords of every size and shape burst out from the ground, from the street lamps, from everywhere around them. Fried instantly slammed his holy sword into the ground beneath him, destroying the swords that were about to stab through his feet. The moment a small opening appeared, Kiba grabbed one of the newly created demonic swords and vanished. Using different blades as footholds, he moved from place to place at incredible speed. Even so, Fried was still able to follow Kiba's movements. Swoosh. Kiba sent broadswords and falchions flying through the air, all aimed straight at Fried. As he jumped from one blade to another, Kiba pulled swords out from the ground and hurled them at Fried from every possible direction. Devil scum. Fried's eyes moved all over the place as he watched every sword flying straight at him, deflecting each one. Clash. Clang. Ching. Kaneko moved into Fried's blind spot, grabbed a nearby car, and hurled it at him. Fried's eyes widened in a frenzy, but it was too late. The car smashed into him head-on, and both of them crashed into a nearby shop. It was the first clean hit they had landed on him. He's still alive. Saji screamed. Kiba jumped into the store through its broken window. Inside, it was dark. The car that had crashed into the shop was smoking heavily. Kiba walked in slowly. Then suddenly, a sword was pressed against his neck from behind. Blood dripped from his neck, and a trail of smoke rose from the cut. Gotcha, bitch. Then Fried felt his energy drop a lot. He shifted his eyes to the black tentacle-like rope wrapped around his foot. A faint light was snaking down the length of that tongue, passing from Fried into Saji. Tisk. The lizard on Saji's arm suddenly pulled back its tongue, and Fried's foot was violently yanked backward. Kiba broke free and delivered a spinning kick to Fried's stomach. Fried crashed into the wall of the shop and burst right through it, landing in the next street. Blood trickled from his mouth. He was badly injured. The car crash had burned him and broken a few of his ribs, and now the kick had hit him hard too. But the grin never left his face. My Excalibur will lead me to victory, he screamed. He looked at his right foot again. That tentacle-like rope had been absorbing his power for a while now, and he was close to his limit. Hey! How's that? This is my sacred gear, absorption line, the pulse of the black dragon. As long as it's latched onto you, it'll keep stealing all your energy. Fried had already guessed that. A dragon-type sacred gear. What a nuisance. But what if I do this? An old man had given Fried some kind of factor that helped him wield the holy sword in his hand, but it should not only do that, right? Fried moved that energy through his body until it reached his holy sword, using it like an external energy point. The holy sword glowed slightly. Fried swung his sword, and this time it cut clean through Saji's rope. Fried's grin widened even more, and he adjusted his grip on the hilt of his sword. Kiba did the same. The two of them dashed at each other. Fried pulled a dagger from his waist and hurled it at Kiba, but Kiba kept moving forward and knocked it away. Kaneko had already moved again and was chasing after Fried. Then suddenly, a long blade shot out from the shop behind them. The blade kept stretching farther and farther, almost like it was made of rubber, and it flew forward at incredible speed. Clang. Fried's holy sword crashed against Kiba's demonic sword again and shattered it to pieces, but he did not have time to block the extending blade. It pierced through his side and burst out the other end, tearing flesh out. Aarghhh, he screamed. Fried lost focus instantly. Kiba drove a punch into his wounded side, making him spit out even more blood. Then suddenly, someone swept Fried's legs out from under him. He fell backward, and his head slammed hard against the asphalt. In the next instant, 3 swords were pointed down at his neck. Standing above him were Zenobia and Irina, each pointing a holy sword at him. Kiba's demonic sword was pressed against his neck, and a thin trail of blood ran down. Kaneko was standing beside them too, holding a stop sign in her hand. Zenobia looked at the holy sword in Fried's hand. Excalibur rapid. You must be very fast to keep up with it, Kiba. This blade boosts speed, flexibility, and senses to an abnormal level. Kiba was panting as he looked down at Fried with intense hatred. So that's why he was way faster than last time, Issei said as he ran up to them with Saji beside him. Fried Selzen, I will cut you down in the name of the Lord, Zenobia said. Ha! Don't say the name of that hateful god in front of me, bitch. Fried spat out through heavy grunts. Any last words? Kaneko asked in her usual calm, unbothered tone. Fried smirked. Then some kind of luminous ball rolled out from the sleeve of his jacket, and before anyone could react, he crushed it in his hand. A blinding light exploded out from him, making everyone shut their eyes. By the time they could see again, Fried had disappeared. Chapter 24, The Battle for the Holy Swords Part. Kiba's face twisted with anger. He crouched down and started punching the asphalt again and again. The skin on his knuckles was ripped open, and blood dripped down his hand. For fuck's sake. I should have sliced his neck off right away. Irina, let's chase them. I can still sense the holy aura coming from their swords. Right. Zenobia and Irina exchanged quick nods, then immediately took off at a sprint. Kiba's ears twitched. He was not as skilled at sensing as he was at his other abilities, but he still reacted at once. Without even looking back, he dashed after them. Hey. Kiba. What do you think you're doing, damn it? Issei shouted after him. Just as Issei was about to run after Kiba too, a huge amount of pressure slammed into him head-on, making him snap his head back. Standing there were Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Both of them were releasing their power. Issei, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Rias looked at Issei's sleeping form and sighed. Ever since she met him, he had always been like this, throwing himself into dangerous situations and worrying her endlessly. She gently brushed his hair back. He was a reckless idiot, she knew that. But she also knew he never acted out of selfishness, he acted for his friends. He was always throwing himself in harm's way to help others, and that was one of the things she liked about him. Asia sitting on his other side shifted slightly, adjusting her position. She too was sleeping peacefully. Idiot. She muttered to herself. Crash. Suddenly, the window shattered inward. An enormous wave of energy filled the room, pressing down on everything. Issei's eyes snapped open, and Rias froze. Slowly, she turned her head toward the window. A pale, sharp-featured man with dark messy hair and glowing red eyes sat at its edge, a thin scar cuts across his face. What a dull little room, he said as he slowly looked around. Then his gaze shifted to the three people on the bed. The boy's eyes were trembling, and there was a girl on each side of him. So you're the Gremory girl. His lips curled in disgust. That crimson hair of yours looks exactly like your brother's. Just seeing it makes me sick. Rias frowned, she was still shaken. She hadn't sensed him approaching at all, but now it was obvious. From what she knew, only one person in this town could feel this overwhelming. How do you do, Kokobile, she said, forcing herself to stay calm. You're one of the leaders of the fallen angels, correct? My name is Rias Gremory. If you came here hoping to make political contact, then I'm afraid you're wasting your time and going about it the wrong way. Kokobile smirked. I actually brought you a gift. He reached behind himself, grabbed a girl, and threw her into the room. She hit the floor, rolled twice like a lifeless doll, then stopped in the middle of the room. Irina. Issei jumped out of bed and rushed to his childhood friend's side. Her face was covered in blood, several bones looked badly broken, both of her arms were twisted at unnatural angles, and one of her legs was gone. Issei quickly pressed his ear to her chest. Her heartbeat was still there, but it was faint. Her breathing was weak too. She and her little friends came to pay us a visit at our base, Kokobile said with a cruel smile. So I gave them the welcome they deserved. Though it's a shame one of them managed to crawl away. Wait. Who else? Issei shouted. Lower your voice, brat. In an instant, Kokobile was in front of him. He grabbed Issei by the neck and lifted him off the floor like it was nothing. Crimson power crackled in Rias's hands, but just as she was about to attack, she suddenly stopped. Good girl, Kokobile said, amused. Do you really think this boy would survive your power of destruction? I would. Him? Not so much. Rias swallowed hard. She glanced at Asia, who was trembling, then looked at Irina. Irina needed to be healed immediately. If they waited any longer, it would be too late. Then Kokobile kicked Irina toward the two girls. I'm feeling generous, he said with a cruel smile. You have 3 seconds to take her and leave, or I kill her. Asia instantly grabbed Irina and ran out of the room. Issei's eyes rolled back, his face turned deathly pale, and saliva dripped from his mouth onto Kokobile's hand. TSK. Disgusting. Kokobile flung Issei out the window, then flicked the spit off his hand. Rias instantly rushed after Issei, but Kokobile stepped in front of her and blocked her path. He leaned closer and pressed a finger against her forehead. Don't even think about leaving, he said softly. I'm still standing right here. Rias froze again. The aura pouring from Kokobile was unbearable. What do you want from me? She asked. A grin spread across Kokobile's face. I'm going to crush your territory. Kuo Academy, the whole town around it, all of it will be turned into ruins. That should be enough to get our dear Sirzek's attention, don't you think? You do realize that if you do that, you'll throw all of us back into a three-way war between the fallen angels, the devils, and the forces of God, right? Oh, that's exactly what I'm hoping for. Kokobeel's smile widened. When I stole Michael's holy swords, I expected the great archangel himself to come raging at me. Instead, he sent a bunch of nameless exorcists and 2 half-baked little swordswomen. Can you imagine my disappointment? He tilted his head slightly. So now I'll just have to drown your dear brother's precious little territory in chaos instead. Maybe you devils will entertain me more. Try not to bore me, Rias Gremory. I'd hate for all of this to be a waste. You war fanatic, Rias spat bitterly. Exactly, Kokobeel said with a grin. That's precisely it. I've been bored out of my mind ever since the end of the last Great War. Neither Azazel nor Shemhazai had any interest in starting things again. Far from it. They buried themselves in that ridiculous sacred gear research. He spread his arms slightly, like he was welcoming the chaos to come. So here's to the next war. I've decided the stage for the first skirmish will be the school where Sirzek's and Leviathan's precious little sisters study. Can you feel it? The air is already filled with magic and chaos. It'll be a massacre. A bright yellow teleportation circle formed underneath Kokobeel's feet and he disappeared with a flash of light. Rias flew out the window at once, searching wildly for Issei. She quickly found him sitting against the wall of the Haida house, rubbing the back of his head. She landed in front of him and crouched down, gently holding his face with both hands. Thank goodness, you're all right. Then she pulled him into a hug. Rias, he might have gotten Kiba or Zenobia. I led them to Freed, and Freed led them to Kokobeel. This is basically my fault. Issei lowered his head, but Rias lifted his chin and made him look at her. No, it isn't. This was bound to happen sooner or later. What matters now is stopping it. Can we even win? I couldn't even follow his movements. We have to. There's no other choice. Rias, we've raised a barrier around the school. It should keep most trouble out unless something especially nasty shows up, Saji reported. The members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council had gathered in a park a short distance away from Kuo Academy. Everyone was there except Kiba and Asia. Asia was still with Irina, healing her, so they were going into this fight without a healer. After hearing what had happened from Rias, Sona had immediately called in the rest of the Student Council and placed a large barrier around the school. Its main purpose was to make sure whatever happened inside would not spread to the town outside. This should help reduce the destruction, Sona said calmly. But to be honest, Kokobeel could destroy this entire area if he truly wished to. What is worse, he seems to be preparing to do exactly that. My servants have already seen him releasing his power at several points around the academy. To limit the fallen angel's room to attack, my servants and I will continue setting up more barriers. At the very least, we want to keep the damage to a minimum. Still, wouldn't it be better if Lady Sona fought alongside us? Aquino asked politely. Rias shook her head. To be honest, it wouldn't change much, she said. He would still be stronger than all of us. So it's better for Sona and her peerage to focus on keeping the damage down. We'll handle the fight ourselves. Rias, the one you are facing is a monster with power beyond reason. You cannot defeat him. It is still not too late to call Lord Sirzek's, Sona said firmly. Rias shook her head at once. And yet you have not called Lady Seraphal either, she replied. Sona narrowed her eyes slightly. That is different. Your brother adores you. If you asked for him, Lord Sirzek's would come without hesitation. Which is precisely why. I have already contacted him, Aquino said suddenly. Aquino. Rias snapped, clearly displeased. Rias, I understand that you do not wish to trouble Lord Sirzek's, Sona said in a calm but firm voice. I also understand that you want to protect your territory with your own strength, especially after everything that happened recently with your family. However, the situation has changed. We are now dealing with one of the leaders of the fallen angels. This is far beyond what we can manage by ourselves. We should accept the Demon King's assistance. Rias looked like she wanted to argue, but in the end, she only let out a deep sigh and gave a small nod. Only then did Aquino show her usual gentle smile. Thank you for understanding, President. Lady Sona, Lord Sirzek's reinforcements should arrive in a little over an hour. Though he did say someone will come to help us sooner. They moved at once. They had no idea when backup would actually arrive, and they could not just stand by while Kokobeel destroyed the town. When they reached the school grounds, all of them froze. In the middle of the area was a girl with short blue hair streaked with green. She was hanging upside down on a cross, her body covered in injuries, with several bones clearly broken. In front of her, 4 swords floated in the air, each one shining with a brilliant, holy light. The 4 blades hovered at the center of a large, threatening magic circle that covered the entire area. Standing in the middle of the 4 weapon was a short, bespectacled elderly man with gray hair, a mustache, and black eyes. He was wearing a priest outfit. Hello, the show was just about to begin," he said with a large smile on his face. Chapter 25, The Battle for the Holy Swords Part. "What the fuck?" Issei muttered in disbelief. "I'm fusing 5 Excaliburs into one," Valpor said, sounding strangely amused by the whole thing. "Valpor," Kokabiel's voice came from above, "how much longer will the fusion take?" He hovered in the sky with the moon at his back looking down at them from a throne-like seat suspended in the air. "Not even 10 minutes, my lord." The fallen angel turned his eyes toward Rias. "So, is Surzex coming? Or maybe Seraphal?" Kokabiel asked with a mocking smile. "We are here in my brother's and Lady Leviathan's place. You can." Whoosh. Boom. A violent shockwave tore through the area, followed by a deafening explosion. Everyone instantly turned toward the source of the blast. The school gymnasium was gone, a massive crater had formed in its place. How boring. Oh well, I'll have to find another way to amuse myself. 5 pairs of wings extended from Kokabiel's back, and with a single flap, he dashed at the group. He was so fast it looked like a black flash had descended from the sky and landed between the 4 of them. Everyone froze in place. He looked at the 4 of them, choosing his first victim. His gaze landed on a short girl with white hair. Holy energy gathered in his leg in an instant, and he drove a front kick into her face, causing the side of her face to melt in the form of an outsole. Before Kaneko could even scream in pain, the impact sent her flying straight into the school building, tearing through the wall before she disappeared inside. "Kaneko!" Issei screamed. Akino's wings spread at once, and she flew backward to create distance. Rias did the same, pulling back to mid-range. Boosted gear, boost. Issei dashed straight at Kokabiel and threw a punch, but Kokabiel stopped it with a single finger. "Is this the boosted gear?" Kokabiel said, sounding amused. "And you're the brat who got it? What a waste." Issei's eyes widened. He tried to jump back, but Kokabiel had already grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward. At that exact moment, 2 crimson magic circles appeared in front of Rias. One of them fired a condensed red orb straight at Kokabiel's back, the other spread demonic energy through the ground in a 30-meter radius from. At the same time, a whip of lightning wrapped around Issei's waist and pulled him back. His shirt tore apart, slipping him free from Kokabiel's grip. Kokabiel's wings flapped as he tried to fly toward Issei, but the moment he stepped forward, destruction exploded from beneath him. The underside of his foot looked badly burned, yet Kokabiel did not react at all. "So you hid landmines inside your demonic energy so I wouldn't sense them," he said with a faint smirk. "Clever." Akino used her lightning whip to fling Issei farther back, then stepped in front of him. Kokabiel raised both hands toward Rias and Akino, pointing 2 fingers at each of them. In the next instant, 2 enormous light swords, each as large as a truck, shot toward them. Whoosh! Both girls instantly raised multiple magic circle barriers in front of themselves. The light swords slammed into them head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, throwing dust and dirt high into the air. As the dust slowly cleared, Akino looked badly hurt. Parts of her clothes were burned, and she was breathing heavily. Rias, on the other hand, looked mostly unharmed aside from a few burns on her hands. That was the difference between a high-class devil and a middle-class devil. Boost. Issei boosted for the second time. "Not bad, Rias Gremory." "I acknowledge you," Kokabiel said with a cold smile. "But you'll have to do better than that." Kokabiel's wings flapped again, this time with even greater force, sending violent gusts across the school grounds. Then he vanished. In the next instant, he appeared right in front of Rias. He grabbed her by the neck, slammed her into the ground, and dragged her across it. Akino shot down from the sky like a bolt of lightning, a long spear of electricity formed in her hand. At the same time, clouds had condensed in the sky and multiple lightning strikes shot down at him. "Rias," she screamed as she crashed straight into Kokabiel. Kokabiel did not even bother to move. He simply raised one of his wings and blocked the attacks completely. "So, this level of control over lightning. Are you Barakiel's relative, perhaps?" Kokabiel asked. "Don't lump me in with him." Akino snapped, her eyes widening in anger. Kokabiel's smile deepened. "I see. So you're the child he had with that human woman." Lightning burst around Akino's arm as she drove a powerful punch at him, but Kokabiel caught her fist with one hand and took the impact head-on. Then his grip tightened with overwhelming force and crushed her hand. Blood ran down from his hand like a river. "Hey!" Akino cried out in pain. Issei shot straight toward him. Drag. I'll give you everything, just help me kill him. Welsh dragon, overbooster. Drag's voice echoed from the gauntlet. Boy, you have 10 seconds. Your body will not endure more than that. The jewel set in the back of the gauntlet released a brilliant red flash, and a deep crimson aura wrapped around Issei. A scarlet suit of armor appeared around him. It was a full body set modeled after a dragon. Extra jewels, like the one embedded in the back of the gauntlet, could be seen on his arms, shoulders, knees, and chest. A propulsion device, like a rocket booster, was built into the back of the armor. Oh, so this is its balance breaker. Very interesting. Kokobile flung Akino aside, then turned his curious gaze toward Issei, who was flying at him at high speed. 9. The Welsh dragon's voice echoed. The fallen angel stopped Issei's attack with one hand, but he felt a faint shiver run through his arm, and his hand was pushed back slightly. Bwahahaha. This is incredible. What a ridiculous power-up. Azazel may have been right. Your sacred gear really is something. 8. Kokobile flicked his fingers, and a magic circle formed in the sky. From it, dozens of light swords rained down around the school grounds. Even through the pain, Rias and Akino each raised a magic circle barrier. Issei threw a high kick, but Kokobile blocked it again and drove a punch into his stomach, cracking the armor slightly. At the same time, the light swords began striking the ground like rain. 7. Issei leaped back and forth, dodging the falling swords. Then he brought his hands together, leaving only a small gap between them, and gathered a tremendous mass of demonic energy. Without any delay, he launched it straight at Kokobile. The ball of raw power grew larger and larger as it tore through the air toward him at high speed. Kokobile's eyes widened slightly. All of his wings folded around him, and a holy magic circle formed in front of him. Boom. The orb exploded the moment it hit the magic circle. It was the biggest explosion of the fight so far. 6. Kokobile burst out of the smoke. His wings had been damaged by the blast, and steam was rising from them. He flew straight at Issei and fired a massive spear of light at him. Whoosh. Issei barely moved in time, avoiding the spear by a hair's breadth. But Kokobile was already in front of him. He punched Issei's face, shattering the helmet. Issei reeled from the blow, he was knocked out momentarily. Kokobile slammed him into the ground, and a holy sword formed in his hand. Just as he was about to finish Issei off, dozens of demonic swords shot up from the ground toward him. 5. Yudo Kiba had entered the battlefield. He leaped from the ground and came down on the fallen angel, swinging his sword downward. Kokobile caught the sword and shattered it with his hand. At the same time, Issei kicked his leg, making him lose his balance for just a moment. Then a gigantic fist of water, as large as a car, slammed into Kokobile from behind. He was flung away, but he regained his balance quickly and only slid backward instead of falling. Destruction exploded beneath his feet, sending smoke into the air. It was another landmine that Rias had placed. Sona flew down at high speed. She brought both hands together in front of her face, lining up her knuckles as she compressed an absurd amount of water into a single tiny point. Then she released a razor-thin beam of water that shot forward at terrifying speed, drilling through the air like a bullet and cutting straight through the smoke. She had entered the fight once she saw that Kokobile was about to kill Issei, leaving the task to maintaining the barrier to her queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Kokobile used his wings as a shield again, but Sona's attack blasted a deep hole through them. Wing injuries were not easy to heal and needed time to recover. He hadn't expected her attack to be that strong since he didn't feel much power from it. What incredible control over water, Kokobile said with interest. You must be Seraphal's sister, correct? Among the new generation of devils, Sona Citri did not stand at the top in terms of raw demonic power. In that category, she fell behind monsters like Riser Phoenix, Rias Gremory, and Sikvera Agars. But what Sona lacked in sheer volume, she made up for with something far rarer, absolute control. Her manipulation of demonic energy was so precise that, among the young devils of her era, none could beat her in that field. Aside from Adrien Agares, of course. 4. Then bullets of light shot toward Kiba, but he blocked them with his demonic swords. You're playing around with me, Blondie, so keep your eyes on me. Freed and Kiba had been trying to kill each other the whole way to the school grounds. Sona. Issei. Get over here. Issei, prepare transfer. Both of them flew toward Rias at the same time. Just as Kokobile was about to attack again, a pillar of lightning crashed down from the sky right in front of him. He jumped back, choosing to avoid the attack instead of taking it head-on. Akino dropped to one knee. Her injured hand was still bleeding, and she clenched her jaw as she forced herself to endure the pain. 3. Issei stood behind Rias and Sona and placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Transfer. Power instantly surged into both girls. Sona stretched out her hand, and a large demonic magic circle formed in front of her. From it, a gigantic water dragon burst forward. At the same time, Rias closed her eyes and focused, shaping her power of destruction around the water dragon until it formed a crimson armor over its body. Kokobeel started laughing hysterically as he watched the dragon rush toward him, its jaws wide open as if it meant to swallow him whole. What an entertaining little show. I never expected the two of you to push this far. At this rate, you might one day stand beside your siblings after all. Of course, the Demon Kings still possessed far greater demonic power than either of them, but Kokobeel understood one thing clearly. Given enough time, these two might truly catch up. Chapter 26, The Battle for the Holy Swords Part 2. Kokobeel created multiple overlapping magic circle barriers in front of himself. The dragon rushed toward him, its jaws wide open, tearing across the battlefield and sweeping everything in its path. Boom. The explosion sent a massive shockwave through the entire area. Violent winds blasted across the school grounds, forcing everyone to shield their eyes and struggle to keep their balance. 1. Issei dropped to his knees, breathing heavily, his face deathly pale. The scale mail armor around his body had vanished completely. Rias and Sona stood in front of him, both staring ahead at the destruction their attack had caused. Did we do it? Rias muttered under her breath. As if. Kokobeel appeared between the two of them like a bolt of black lightning. You really thought you had a chance of beating me? He asked, almost amused. Both of them froze instantly. Kokobeel reached out and caught a lock of Rias's crimson hair, slowly twirling it around his finger. You're both strong. I'll give you that. But this is nowhere near enough. Then he grabbed a fistful of Rias's hair and yanked her toward him. Arg. Rias cried out as her face was pulled close to his. Sona spun around to attack, but Kokobeel caught her by the face and lifted her off the ground with one hand. Holy energy wrapped around his hand at once, and Sona let out a scream as the burning force scorched her face and melted her skin. Aarghh, she cried in pain, struggling against his grip. It's complete, Valper's voice rang out. At that moment, the 4 Excaliburs floating in the middle of the schoolyard released a tremendous burst of light. And just like that, 5 Excaliburs become 1, Kokobeel said with a smirk. The burning divine light of the sword spread across the entire area as the 5 holy swords overlapped. Then the blazing glow slowly faded, revealing that only a single holy sword remained, wrapped in a bluish-white aura. Now that the 5 Excaliburs have become 1, the technique is complete, Valper declared. This entire town will be destroyed in 10 minutes. And the only way to stop it is to defeat Kokobeel himself. Freed, Kokobeel called, his voice light and amused. The white-haired exorcist had been locked in battle with Kiba, but little by little, he was starting to get pushed back. The holy sword he had been using earlier had still been in the middle of the fusion process, so he had not been able to fight at full power. Yeah, boss. Freed replied, grinning like an idiot. Go on. Pick up your new sword. Let's make this last act a little more entertaining. Show me what you can do with all 5 Excaliburs fused into one. Valper, go bring me some popcorn. Of course, my lord. Right, I got it, Freed said, rolling his shoulders. Man, you really do love ordering people around, don't you? Ah, whatever. Using some super amazing Excalibur like that to carve up a bunch of demon trash. Now that sounds fun. The sword Valper created was not a simple fusion. It was a forced convergence of 4 Excalibur fragments into one unstable holy sword. Speed, illusion, shape-shifting, invisibility, and destruction were all compressed into a single blade, turning it into a weapon with no clear pattern and almost no openings. Kiba shifted his gaze around the battlefield, his eyes trembling. All his comrades were laid defeated, his eyes landed on his master, whose hair was still being pulled by the fallen angel, anger flashed across his eyes. Freed grabbed the sword, and the bluish-white aura spread through his body. The exorcist grinned like a devil. Then he dashed forward at incredible speed. To Kiba, it almost looked like he vanished and reappeared in the next instant. Freed swung his new sword down at him. Kiba blocked the attack and twisted his body, already expecting his demonic sword to shatter. Just as he thought, it broke apart. But at the same time, he created another sword in his free hand and slashed at Freed's side. Crack! Suddenly, the holy sword's blade thickened to an absurd degree, and Freed used it like a shield to block the counterattack. Kiba's second sword shattered as well. Then Freed stepped between Kiba's legs and threw off his balance. Kiba tried to steady himself, but Freed shoved him again and thrust his sword forward. Kiba leaned back to avoid it, but the blade suddenly stretched like rubber. Kiba tried to shift his body and dodge, but the attack still cut across his face, leaving a thin burning slash that instantly began to spread. It was Excalibur Destruction's special ability that unleashed pure destructive power. Anything it touched could be broken apart with terrifying ease. Kiba was still standing, Half his face was burnt off and even bone was showing in some places, his left eye was gone and so were his lips and half his nose, but he was still standing. You too. Rhea screamed, tears filling her eyes. One more hit like that, and Kiba might not survive. Issei tried to force himself up, but Kokobile stepped on him again and pinned him to the ground. Sona had already lost consciousness, her face badly burned. Rhea herself was on the ground, barely able to move, while Kokobile held her by the hair and forced her to watch. She knew that if she tried to attack him now, he would kill her before she could do anything. Kaneko had been down since the very beginning. Akino was also out of demonic power and badly injured. Zenobia had regained consciousness, but she was still hanging upside down on the cross, a grim look on her face. So Kiba stood alone on the battlefield, his one remaining eye fixed on Fried and the Excalibur in his hand. Suddenly, Fried dashed forward and began circling around him at incredible speed. To Kiba, it looked as if 6 Frieds were running around him at once. Then all of them attacked at the same time, each one striking from a different direction with a different swing. Kiba chose the wrong one and moved to block it. Too bad, Fried's voice came from behind him. Whoosh! An invisible projectile shot through both of Fried's arms at the same time. Kiba's eyes widened as he saw a figure with long silver hair flash past him at incredible speed, so fast he only caught a silver blur, and a sword sliced straight for Fried's neck. Fried gritted his teeth and leaned back at the last second. The tip of the blade still cut a thin line across his forehead. The girl did not stop there. Using the momentum of her swing, she twisted her body and drove a spinning kick into Fried's side. Bang! Fried was blasted away, his body bouncing across the ground before he rolled to a stop. A tall girl, around 177 centimeters, stood in front of Kiba. Her long silver hair reached all the way to her waist and flowed down her back like a curtain. She wore light black armor that fit close to her body, the same one Zenobia and Irina wore, and in her hand was Excalibur Rapid. Kiba stared at her back for a second, still shocked by how suddenly she had appeared. Fried slowly pushed himself up, a crooked grin spreading across his face despite the blood running down from his forehead. Oh ho! A new girl, he said, laughing under his breath. Kokobile shot her a curious glance, then his gaze shifted between the fused Excalibur and Excalibur Rapid in her hands. Valpor, who was walking toward the fallen angel with a bag of popcorn, also noticed what was happening. Fried was the last one to notice, even though he used to wield that sword. My name is Mary Leroy, and in the name of the Lord, I will cut you down, Kokobile, she said coldly. Mary. What are you doing? Zenobia shouted. The plan has already failed. He did not just fuse the 3 holy swords he had, he fused yours and Irina's as well. Like I promised, I will be the last line of defense, now that neither of you can fight anymore. He'll kill you. He'll cut you to pieces. Mary ignored Zenovia's warning and looked back at Kiba. Can you still fight, devil? Kiba nodded slowly. The two of them turned their eyes toward Fried. He had already pulled out the invisible projectile that had pierced his arm. We kill those 2 traitors first, Mary said coldly. Then we move on to Kokobile. Kiba looked slightly taken aback. He had not expected an exorcist like her to ask him, a devil, to fight by her side. Apparently, she had read his thoughts. Let's just say I once met a devil who changed the way I see your kind. Her silver eyes shifted toward Kokobile, who was eating popcorn and watching everything as if he were sitting in a cinema. Kokobile doesn't look interested in interfering, she said. He just wants us to fight and entertain him until the countdown runs out. Several thoughts flashed through Kiba's mind. How did she know about the 10-minute countdown? How long had she been watching? But he pushed those questions aside, walked over to her, and took his place beside her. Who's that old man? Kiba asked. That's Valpor Galilei, Mary replied. He was the one in charge of the Holy Sword Project. That's him. Kiba's anger flared up at once, drowning out the pain that had been screaming through his body. Hehehehe, came a chortling voice at Kiba and Mary's exchange, it was Valpor. Valpor Galilei. I am the sole survivor of the Holy Sword Project. No, strictly speaking, you murdered me. But I was reborn as a demon. Kiba's voice as he addressed Valpor was calm, but his eyes raged with hatred. Oh, so you're the survivor? Valpor said with a crooked smile. What a strange coincidence, meeting you again all the way out here in the east. Perhaps fate really does have a sense of humor. Hehehe. You see, I love holy swords, Valpor continued, sounding almost like he was telling an old story. I love them so much that I even dream about them. When I was young, nothing moved me more than the legend of Excalibur. So you can imagine my despair when I learned that I had no talent for wielding a holy sword myself. His grin widened. And because I could not use them, I became obsessed with finding someone who could. That is why I devoted my entire life to that goal. And now, at last, that dedication has borne fruit. I owe it all to you, and to the other test subjects. What? Kiba demanded, his brow tightening in anger and disbelief. You completed it. After throwing all of us away as failures. Valper slowly shook his head. I had already realized that a certain factor was needed to properly wield a holy sword, he said. The purpose of that project was to measure how much of it was required to ensure compatibility. Almost all of the test subjects possessed that factor, but none of them had it in a sufficient amount. His smile deepened. So when I reached that dead end, I came up with another idea. If one person did not have enough, then I would simply combine the factors extracted from multiple people. Mary's teeth clenched. I see, so that's what it was, she said, her voice tight with disgust. That thing holy sword wielders receive when they are given their blessing, that was it. Exactly, my little swordswoman, Valper replied. What you received was the crystallized essence of that factor, extracted from countless donors. Chapter 27, The Battle for the Holy Swords Part. Exactly, my little swordswoman, Valper said. What you received was the crystallized essence of that factor, extracted from countless donors. Just like this one. Valper reached into his pocket and pulled out a small glowing orb. It shone with a brilliant light, and a holy aura seemed to pour from it. With this, my research made a dramatic leap forward, he continued. And yet those fools in the church branded me a heretic and cast me out. To make it even more laughable, they seized my research materials and continued using them for themselves. His expression twisted with bitterness. That bastard Archangel Michael. He condemns me as a heretic, then turns around and makes use of my research anyway. You killed all of us just to extract that holy sword factor. Kiba growled, his voice full of killing intent. Exactly, Valper replied without the slightest shame. This orb is one of the originals from back then. I had 4 in total, but I gave 3 of them to Fried. This one is the last. Hiya ha ha. Fried laughed loudly. I was the only one who could handle it. All the others dropped dead because they weren't compatible. Hey, that makes me pretty special, doesn't it? That meant the other people involved in stealing the Excaliburs were probably already dead. Valper Galilei, Kiba said, his hands trembling. A powerful demonic aura was pouring from his body. How many lives has your selfish research destroyed? Valper gave a small hum, as if the question barely mattered to him. If it means that much to you, then I can give this crystallized factor to you, he said casually. My research has already advanced far enough for me to mass-produce as much of it as I want later. His smile twisted with fanatic pride. But first things first. I'll help Kokabeel destroy this town. After that, I'll gather every holy sword from every corner of the world and mass-produce holy sword wielders. Then, with the combined Excalibur in hand, I'll wage war against Michael and the Vatican itself. I'll show those blind fools, the angels and their worshippers who condemned the fruits of my research, just how wrong they were. As if he had completely lost interest in the factor, Valper casually tossed it away. The small crystal bounced across the ground before rolling to a stop at Kiba's feet. Kiba bent down in silence and picked it up. He held it gently, almost lovingly, as if he were holding something precious. Everyone. Tears ran down his cheeks. His face was filled with grief, but beneath it was a rage that refused to die. Then it happened. The crystal suddenly began to give off a faint light, and in the next moment, it was abruptly absorbed into his body. Kiba dropped to one knee and started sweating heavily. Ha ha ha. Now he'll die just like the rest of them. But why was it absorbed like that all of a sudden? Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Fried did not wait for Kiba to recover. He dashed forward at once, and Mary moved to meet him, matching his speed. Excalibur Destruction appeared in her left hand, and it clashed against Fried's fused Excalibur. Cling. Clang. Ching. She switched the sword between her hands, using Excalibur with her dominant hand while relying on Excalibur rapidly to keep up with its speed. Fried was much weaker now, and it showed. Mary was pushing him back without much trouble. That was only natural. He had a hole through each arm, yet he still kept fighting like a complete war maniac. Kiba was still on the ground, while Kokabeel watched with clear interest, waiting to see what would happen next. A sword of demonic power took shape before Kiba. Its base was undeniably demonic and born from malice, yet it was covered in holy light. Black steel and pale radiance coexisted along the same blade, creating something unnatural. Sacred gears did not evolve from emotion alone. Emotion was only the trigger. The real catalyst was transformation in the vessel itself. When a person's thoughts, resolve, and desires changed so violently that even the world around them was forced to acknowledge it, that change reached the sacred gear as well. And when the gear responded to that level of awakening, the result was balance breaker. Everyone watched in disbelief at the phenomenon unfolding right in front of them. A holy demonic sword. Impossible. Valper Galilei's face tightened in shock. Two complete opposites should not be able to merge into a stable existence. Then his eyes widened even more. I see. I understand now. If the balance between light and darkness has been thrown into disorder, then that would explain it. The demon kings, and even God himself. Whoosh. Thump. Before he could finish his sentence, Kiba had suddenly appeared beside Valper Galilei. He had moved so fast that the man never had the chance to react. In the next instant, Valper's head rolled off his shoulders. Kiba shifted his gaze toward Fried. Mary dashed at him. Just as he was about to block her attack, she suddenly threw Excalibur Destruction at him. Fried knocked it aside and was about to counterattack when he noticed she had left one side open. Then a long crimson blade formed in her hand. At the same time, Fried's mind went blank for a moment. That single opening was all Mary needed. She drove the blade through his throat, killing him instantly. And just like that, the stray exorcist, Fried Selzen, was put down like the dog he is. Bwahahaha. Excalibur Ruler 2. Kokobile laughed, clearly entertained. So you really do have Excalibur Genesis, little swordswoman. Both Kiba and Mary charged at the fused Excalibur and struck it at the same time, Kiba with his holy demonic sword and Mary with Excalibur Destruction. Kokobile watched with amusement as cracks slowly spread across the blade until it finally shattered completely. Only then did Kokobile let go of Rias. He slammed her into the ground and turned his attention back to them. Rage filled Kiba, and he shot toward Kokobile, bringing his new sword down in a vertical slash. Mary moved in from the opposite side, flanking Kokobile with Excalibur rapidly in one hand and Excalibur Destruction in the other. Countless demonic swords burst from the ground and shot toward Kokobile, but he casually deflected them with his hands and wings. Kiba leaped into the air and came down with a powerful downward slash, but the leader of the fallen angels simply caught the blade with one hand again. Whether it was his demonic swords or his new balance breaker, Kiba still could not deal any real damage to Kokobile. Mary went for his legs, but a magic circle barrier formed in front of her strike and blocked it. In the same instant, Kokobile swung one of his wings and struck her with overwhelming force. She was flung violently away, rolled across the ground, and only managed to steady herself by driving her sword into the earth. You really think you can beat me with that new toy? Kokobile said as he looked straight into Kiba's eyes. A dark smile slowly spread across his face. Learn your place, fool. Suddenly a holy sword shot out of Kokobile's feet and pierced Kiba's stomach and came out of his back. Blood poured out of his mouth as he fell on his knees and his face hit the ground. Yututu. Ria screamed. Her face was bloodied and she had a few broken bones, but she still forced herself to crawl toward her knight, leaving a trail of blood behind her as she dragged herself across the ruined ground. When she finally reached him, she dropped beside him and immediately began using healing magic. Even as a high-class devil, Rias's healing magic was nowhere near Asia's twilight healing. But right now, she had no other choice. What a foolish little girl. Did you really think taking me on was a good idea? Your precious little servants died because of you. You are a failure of a master. He stood over both of them, a long sword made of holy power forming in his hand. Suddenly, a pink field spread from behind the new school building and surrounded the entire campus. Kokobile immediately felt his power weaken slightly. Everyone turned toward the school entrance. A tall girl leaped over the security gate and landed in the schoolyard. She had long purple hair and a katana in her hand. Without wasting a second, she rushed forward at high speed and hurled the katana straight at Kokobile. Who is it now? Kokobile said. The katana spun through the air and flew straight toward his throat. Kokobile caught it by the blade as if it were nothing. Then, all of a sudden, Adrien appeared upside down above him. He grabbed the katana's hilt and poured a huge amount of demonic power into it. With one powerful swing, he slashed through Kokobile's hand and cut it in half at the knuckle. Kokobile's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy energy gathered in his other hand and formed into a blade. He thrust it toward Adrien just as Adrien was trying to land, but a moment before it could pierce the back of his neck, Adrien vanished again. Kokobile looked around, searching for the one who had attacked him, only to realize that everyone had disappeared from the school courtyard. How is he so fast? Is that really his speed? No, that's impossible. Not even Satans or archangels can move that fast. And why can't I sense him? Kokobile glanced at his hand, it was cut in half and a pool of blood was dripping from it. In all his years of fighting, this was the first time he could not explain what had just happened to him. He had only felt the faintest trace of energy before the attacker appeared. After that, everything happened so quickly that even he could not understand it. Kokobile spread out his senses and quickly found everyone at the old school building behind the main campus. His wings extended from his back and he flew there at high speed. Rias Peerage, Sona, and the exorcist suddenly found themselves standing in front of the old school building. They all looked at the men standing before them. Beside him were 3 girls, moving quickly to the injured, each carrying flasks of phoenix tears. Adrien. Mary stared at the blonde boy in front of her. It had been 3 years since she had last seen him. Mary was the 3rd exorcist, representative of the Orthodox Church, sent with Zenobia and Irina to exorcise the devil that had appeared in Germany. She had heard from her friends that Adrien was in town, but she had not gone to look for him. "Yo, Mary, you good?" Adrien said with a smile, giving her a side glance. "I'd love to catch up, but I've got to deal with that dude first." Everyone fell silent. It was Rias who spoke first. "You're going to fight him on your own. You can't. Even with all of us, we couldn't injure him," Sona said. Zenobia and Mary both nodded. Boom. Kokabeel landed about 30 meters away from them with immense force, cracks spreading across the ground. Adrien shot the group a side glance, then smirked and pointed his thumb at himself. "Y'all did good. I got it from here." Chapter 28, The Battle for the Holy Swords Part. Both Adrien and Kokabeel walked toward each other and stopped when only about 15 meters separated them. "And you are?" Kokabeel asked, his voice calm. "Adrien Agares," Adrien replied casually. "And you must be Kokabeel, right?" Kokabeel did not answer. He only stared at Adrien, his brows slowly tightening. Why, is he not leaking any energy at all? "I was born like this," Adrien said simply, answering the question before Kokabeel could even voice it. Kokabeel's eyes narrowed. For the first time, his face lost a little color. "You're lying," he said quietly. Adrien smiled, relaxed and almost amused, like none of this was worth getting worked up over. "I'm just built different, you see." Kokabeel attacked instantly. He shot toward Adrien like a bullet, and at the same time, dozens of magic circles appeared around Adrien from every direction and fired swords of light at him. Adrien did not move. The swords all began to slow when they were about half a meter away from him. They were still moving forward, but the closer they got, the more they slowed, as if something invisible was stopping them. Adrien casually waved his hand and released a surge of demonic power that shattered the light swords in an instant. Kokabeel was already in front of him. He thrust his sword straight at Adrien, but just like the others, it slowed the closer it came. Adrien did not even flinch. He simply stood there with a smirk on his face, watching Kokabeel. "Is that the Agares time? What magnificent control, you have far surpassed your father." Time. The inherited power of the Agares clan. It lets them create a field where they can control the flow of time to a certain extent, making it faster or slower inside that area. It is not true control over time itself, but a powerful distortion of it. Because this ability is complex and naturally suited for wide-range use, Agares users usually spread it over a large battlefield, and within that field, they control the pace of battle itself, and that terrifying power is one of the reasons the Agares family rose to the rank of archdukes in the Underworld. That was true until Adrien Agares was born. Because of his unique constitution, Adrien had extraordinary control over demonic power and over any technique he tried to use, while also needing less energy to keep it active. The idea for this application came from Satoru Gojo's Infinity. Adrien closed the distance in an instant and forced Kokabeel into his zone. The moment he entered it, Kokabeel felt his movements become unbearably slow. Before he could react, Adrien was already right in front of him, only inches away. Then Adrien drove a punch infused with demonic energy into Kokabeel's side. Kokabeel could not even raise his guard in time. Bam. A thin trail of blood slipped from Kokabeel's mouth in slow motion, and the force of the blow pushed his body away little by little. Then, without warning, Adrien reversed the flow of the zone and accelerated it. Kokabeel was launched out of it at absurd speed. Adrien used his time zone to give Kokabeel an absurd initial velocity the moment he left it. Kokabeel slammed into the old school building in a flash, tore straight through it, and burst out the other side into the forest behind it. Issei slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the grass in front of the old school building. He looked around and saw everyone being treated. He had been treated too, and he was not feeling any pain anymore. He just felt extremely tired. What happened? It was Mary who answered. Adrien somehow brought all of us here, and we're being treated right now while he fights Kokabeel. Alone. Yes, Ria said, lowering her eyes. He told us to leave it to him, but... She wanted to fight. She wanted to help. But she knew she stood no chance. Even with her peerage, Sona, and the exorcists by her side, they had stood no chance against Kokabeel. Just leave it to him, Celia said as she treated Kaneko. Kokabeel might have more raw power than him, but Andy is probably the most skilled fighter in all 3 realms. And now that he has that new technique, he's become even stronger. You mean the one he used to bring all of us here? Sona asked. Isn't it just teleportation? I asked him the same thing, but he said they're not. He said it's called the Flying Thunder God. Wait, isn't that from Naruto? Issei as he looked toward the blasts that erupted from the forest. Kokobile crashed through tree after tree, leaving a long trail of destruction behind him. He finally forced himself to a stop by digging one hand into the ground. He coughed up blood, and his vision spun. What a monster! How am I supposed to beat him? There has to be a limit. Wait. Why did he punch me instead of using some kind of technique? I could barely move back there. He could have finished me right away. Does that mean he can't use a technique while his time zone is active? Adrien dropped from the sky a moment later, his 4 pairs of wings beating as he descended like a bullet. Kokobile instantly created dozens of layered magic circles to stop Adrien's momentum. But Adrien flicked a knife forward and used demonic energy to control its path. The blade curved around the magic circles and landed 3 meters away from Kokobile. In the very next instant, Adrien appeared where the knife had landed. He raised his hand and unleashed a dismantle at Kokobile. What? Kokobile immediately folded his wings, but the dismantle still sliced through them and carved a deep slash across his chest. Kokobile clenched his teeth. Pest, he roared. A large trap magic circle suddenly lit up beneath Adrien, and a pillar of light burst from the ground and shot into the sky. At that same moment, Kokobile saw a knife flying straight toward him. He guessed Adrien would appear right in front of him, so he unleashed an enormous blast of light, making sure the knife would have no room to escape its range. Boom. The blast tore through the forest, destroying everything in its path. Kokobile quickly looked around, only to find Adrien sitting on a tree branch above him, swinging his legs like a child. Adrien leaped down from above and landed beside Kokobile. He tilted his head slightly and smirked. Kokobile frowned. Were you the one in Tokyo? The demonic energies I felt there were weak, so they must have belonged to your servants, son of Agares. Adrien's smirk widened a little. I couldn't sense you either, so I was confused for a while. I thought you were like me, but I guess not. What a disappointment. Kokobile's gaze turned colder. What you possess is something I will never accept. Today, I will kill you. Adrien raised a brow. You're talking like I killed your wife and children. Kokobile's expression darkened even more. You really have no idea, do you? Nope. No idea what you're talking about. Kokobile frowned, then flicked his fingers. Behind him, 2 enormous summoning circles spread open in the air. Roar. In a flash of light, 2 gigantic 3-headed hounds appeared. Their bodies were massive, with thick legs, sharp claws, glowing red eyes, and mouths full of jagged fangs. Wow, you actually brought your pets out, Adrien said, lifting his head to look at the 2 Cerberuses. 5 pairs of wings spread from Kokobile's back as he leaped away. At the same time, several long feathers hardened into black blades and shot toward Adrien from different angles. A long sword appeared in Adrien's hand, and he immediately coated it in demonic energy. Ching! Clang! Cling! Adrien moved with precise, minimal motions. He tilted his body just enough to let one blade pass by his shoulder, then turned his wrist and knocked the next 2 away with quick, sharp parries. Another blade came for his side, and he stepped around it, his sword flashing again as he deflected it off course. Then, in the middle of the barrage, a huge spear of light shot straight at him. Adrien's eyes narrowed. He suddenly dashed forward instead of retreating, slipping through the narrow gaps between the flying feather blades. He twisted his body at the last second, the spear of light missing him by inches as it tore past his side. He threw the long sword at Kokobile, and the moment it passed the remaining black feather blades, Adrien teleported to it before it could reach the fallen angel. His wings flapped once, and he shot upward toward one of the Cerberuses. Kokobile immediately chased after him. The giant hound opened all 3 mouths and fired a blast of flames from each head, while the second beast lunged at Adrien from the side. Adrien weaved through the fire-precise movements, twisting his body between the blasts as they tore past him. One of the Cerberus' massive forelegs suddenly swept toward him, but Adrien leaned back in midair and let the claws pass just inches from his chest before angling himself away. Kokobile shot after him. Why aren't you using your time zone? Is it because it can only defend? Adrien did not answer. He condensed fire magic into his right hand, then detonated it in a burst to violently shift his trajectory, narrowly avoiding a fire blast that had been coming straight at his face. As he passed by one of the Cerberuses, he pressed his left hand against one of its heads, then shot upward again. What did he do? Kokobile thought. Kokobile opened both hands. One of them had been cut in half at the knuckles, but he could still use magic since his energy point had not been damaged. 2 enormous walls formed on both sides of Adrien's flight path, and then Kokobile slammed his hands together. Adrien smirked, and a knife appeared in his hand. He suddenly halted in midair and threw it between the 2 rapidly closing walls. Kokobile reached him almost instantly and thrust a spear of light at him. The spear kept extending toward Adrien at high speed, but the moment Adrien activated his time zone, its movement began to slow exponentially the closer it got to him. Adrien twisted his body, then deactivated the time zone at the perfect moment. The spear shot straight past him. With a flick of his fingers, the Cerberus he had touched suddenly appeared between the two walls. Bomb. Roair. All of it happened within 3 seconds. Adrien dropped from the sky again, laughing hysterically. That's a Kevin De Bruyne type of assist. Ha ha ha. Adrien let himself fall without using his wings. In midair, he turned his body and fired multiple dismantles at Kokobile from all kinds of angles. The moment Kokobile saw Adrien turn toward him, he immediately raised several barriers of light around himself. He had reacted in time. The dismantles slammed into the barriers one after another and shattered them, but Kokobile still managed to come out of the attack without a scratch. What kind of slashes are these? If one of them hits me in the wrong spot, I'll die instantly. It's because of that perfect body of his. With that absurd control, he can release powerful techniques without wasting even a drop of energy. Kokobile sent a mental command to the other Cerberus. It was about to fire at Adrien, but instead it suddenly turned and ran through the forest at high speed, heading straight for the old school building. Adrien noticed the change in direction and instantly vanished again. TSK. Just how far can he teleport with that technique of his? Kokobile flapped his wings and shot back toward the old school building. Chapter 29, The Battle for the Holy Swords Part. In front of Kuo Academy's old school building stood a pink hemisphere with a radius of about 10 meters. Inside it, Rias Gremory's peerage, Sona Citri, the church exorcists, and Adrien's peerage were all resting. Thanks to Adrien's training, Mahiru could now condense the area of her sacred gear and make it much smaller. The smaller and more condensed it became, the stronger its effect grew. Mahiru was using Sanctum Veil to support the others, easing their exhaustion, refreshing their bodies, and making them feel stronger. Thank you so much, Mahiru. You have an amazing power. Adrien is lucky to have you, Rias said. Mahiru gently shook her head. I still can't fight properly, especially in battles this big, so this is the least I can do. Even so, you're a huge help. Thank you too, Celia and Siko. Siko smiled, while Celia raised 2 fingers in AV sign. The 3 girls had already treated the injured and healed their wounds, and now they were helping everyone recover and rest. From what happened earlier, Lord Adrien obviously does not have a good relationship with the Phoenix. So how did he get his hands on those Phoenix tears? Aquino asked. Mahiru and Siko both shrugged. Celia was the one who answered, letting out a sigh. He probably stole them the last time he went to the Phoenix Manor a few years ago. Everyone fell silent. After a few seconds, Issei turned to Rias. Can't we do that too? No, we obviously can't. He may be strong and reliable, but never use Adrien as an example. That made everyone chuckle a little. Since they could not help in the fight, they ended up passing the time with small talk. Adrien suddenly appeared above Mahiru and placed his hand on her head. Everyone turned to him, wide-eyed. Talking about me. Thud. 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 Heavy footsteps echoed through the forest as the Cerberus tore through everything in its path, charging straight toward them. The 3-headed beast burst out of the forest, smashed through the old school building, and leaped forward using its momentum. Adrien raised his hand, and a massive barrier magic circle formed in front of him. Bam. The Cerberus slammed into the barrier head-on. Kokobile shot down from the sky and unleashed a beam of light. Can't dodge this. I'll have to block it, or everyone behind me dies. Adrien raised his other hand and created a 3-layered barrier above them. Whoosh. Boom. Rias, Sona, get everyone to a safe distance. Both of them nodded at once. 2 teleportation circles spread out beneath the group, and in the next moment everyone was moved far away. They could still see the fight, but they were no longer in the path of the attack. Adrien shot forward and fired multiple dismantles at Kokobile. The fallen angel could barely react to their speed. He managed to force himself to the side, but one slash still caught one of his wings and severed it. Kokobile gritted his teeth and flapped his remaining wings, shooting backward through the sky. He raised both hands and poured a massive amount of holy energy into his attack. Hundreds of swords of light rained down from the sky at high speed. Well, it's not exactly the same, but I've always wanted to say this, Adrien said as he kept flying straight toward Kokobile. Domain expansion. Adrien's time zone activated and expanded into a sphere with a 100-meter radius around him. The moment it spread, every sword inside it lost more than half its speed. The larger the time zone becomes, the wider its range grows, but that comes at a cost. Because the same power is being spread across a much bigger area, the distortion of time inside it becomes weaker. In other words, a large zone can affect more space, but its slowing and acceleration effects become far less intense. But the swords had slowed down enough for Adrien to fly between them without any difficulty. Kokabeel was affected by the time zone as well. He kept forcing himself upward until he finally escaped its range, but by then Adrien was already right on top of him. He had deactivated his time zone. Kokabeel suddenly stopped in midair to throw Adrien off, then immediately folded his wings around himself and rolled to the side. Adrien shot past him. He quickly turned and fired a couple of dismantles at the fallen angel. Kokabeel had years of combat experience. He was already starting to read Adrien's patterns. The moment he rolled away, he had predicted Adrien would answer with dismantles, and he managed to evade them. His wings flapped again, and he shot downward through the sky. Adrien was clearly winning, but he still could not land the finishing blow. Kokabeel shot down from the sky like a bullet, and Adrien immediately chased after him. He expanded his time zone again, slowing Kokabeel down once more. Adrien quickly caught up, but the fallen angel suddenly released a violent burst of holy power from his body, forcing Adrien to pull back before he could grab him. Are you seriously going to keep running away? You're the aggressor here, remember? Adrien mocked him. Kokabeel frowned, but said nothing. He was still trying to figure out how to beat his opponent. Right now, all he could do was predict what Adrien might do next and respond to it. Even if Kokabeel had more energy than Adrien, it meant nothing if he could not land a single hit. Adrien's techniques were almost perfect for defense against every kind of attack. He could slow down time around himself to stop attacks that relied on speed or numbers, and he could instantly teleport away without even using a magic circle, making large-scale attacks, which were usually slower, almost useless against him. He could not rely on hand-to-hand combat either. If Adrien condensed his time zone around himself, Kokabeel would not be able to land even a single punch. On top of that, he did not want to get close to him in the first place. That teleportation technique of Adrien's was not limited to moving only himself, he could use it on other targets as well. Earlier, with just a single touch, he had repositioned the Cerberus right into Kokabeel's own attack. The more Kokabeel thought about the situation, the angrier he became. Impenetrable defense, untraceable movement, immense energy control. Adrien, is there anything you're not capable of doing? Ah. I swear I've heard that line before, Adrien said as he suddenly slammed his hands together, creating a demonic shockwave directed straight at Kokabeel. The powerful blast struck the fallen angel head-on, making him lose control of his flight. Every instinct screamed at him, and he tried to twist his body to the right, but he was too late. A gigantic dismantle severed his arm at the elbow. The slash kept going, cutting the old school building in half and leaving an enormous cleave in the ground. Before Kokabeel could recover, Adrien drove his foot into his stomach and slammed him down into the ground. Dust shot in the air, Kokabeel vomited blood all over himself. As he lied on the ground like a corpse, Adrien stood over him with one foot on his chest. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he sent out another dismantle and severed Kokabeel's remaining arm at the shoulder. Blood quickly pooled inside the small crater around them. You really thought you could keep running forever? Adrien chuckled. Monster. Kokabeel muttered. I get that a lot. Everyone watched with wide eyes. What did I just witness? Issei said, staring at the massive cleave in the ground. It stretched from where they were standing, passed through the forest, and continued for more than 100 meters. The slash had carved over 10 meters deep into the earth. Adrien looked down at the fallen angel. You're so weak that all you have is power. You've lived for hundreds of years, yet the only things in your arsenal are basic attacks. True strength comes from the mind. In our world, imagination is strength. I don't want to hear that from an exception like you. Kokabeel snarled. You should not exist. Your very birth is a flaw in the world. Only the biblical God was perfect, and he is dead. So why does a devil like you possess that perfection? What does that mean? Rias asked, her voice full of doubt. Zenobia and Mary both looked at Kokabeel. Then, all of a sudden, the two of them dashed toward the fallen angel. In the name of the saints who dwell within this blade, I release you, Durendal. Zenobia shouted. A large, uniquely shaped broadsword appeared in her hands, its blade blue with a golden edge. At the same time, Excalibur rapidly and Excalibur destruction formed in Mary's hands. 3 legendary swords were suddenly aimed at Kokabeel. What are you talking about? Zenobia shouted. Speak. Mary's hands were trembling. Adrien simply frowned. Seeing their reaction, Kokabeel grinned. Then he suddenly burst into mad laughter, like he had completely lost his mind. He laughed as if he were not lying on the edge of death with both arms gone. Bwahahaha. Right, I forgot. Your superiors never told you the truth, did they? Then let me be the one to tell you. The demon kings were not the only ones who died in the last great war. God himself was killed. He kept going, almost shouting now. Of course they hid it from you. Who would willingly admit that God is dead? Humans are fools. Without God, they fall apart. They drown in despair and chaos. Neither the fallen angels nor the devils could make the masses accept that truth. After that final battle, all that was left were angels who had lost their God, devils who had lost their kings and most of their leaders, and we fallen angels, stripped of many of our own. No. You're lying, Zenobia murmured. Mary's whole body trembled. The Lord is gone. Dead? Then the love we offered him. Both of them were true believers, servants of the Lord. Their entire lives had been devoted to carrying out God's will. Kokabeel looked genuinely amused. Indeed. He can offer you no protection, no love. He has been gone for a long time. Michael is doing quite well, though. He has taken God's place and now commands the angels and their human followers. The system you people use to contact God still works, to a certain extent. Blessings and exorcisms still function as they always have, just far less effectively. And that holy demonic sword brat. He was only able to create such an abomination because the balance between God and the demon kings has collapsed. Normally, holy power and demonic power should never mix. But once that balance was thrown into chaos, all kinds of impossible phenomena became possible. Zenovia's breathing became ragged, and Mary started to feel nauseous. Even Rias, Sona, and the rest of the devils with them were completely shocked. You talk a lot for someone who lost, came a new voice from the sky. Adrien turned toward the source of the voice. A glowing white figure stood there, untouched by even the slightest shadow. Its body was covered in radiant white plate armor, with jewels embedded across different parts of it. Even its face was hidden behind heavy metal. From its back extended 8 wings made of pure light, each one giving off an unmistakable divine radiance. The vanishing dragon, Kokabeel was the first to mutter. Chapter 30, Aftermath 2-part. Adrien looked at the vanishing dragon and carefully studied him, his eyes moving over the white armor covering his body. The vanishing dragon slowly looked over everyone present. His gaze passed over the Gremory and Citri girls, then stopped for a moment on the red gauntlet on Issei's arm before finally shifting to Adrien. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Who are you? The dragon asked. Adrien raised a brow. Rude. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? You should introduce yourself before asking that. My name is Albion. Adrien gave him a flat look. That's the white dragon's name, not yours. There is no reason for me to tell you my own name. Azazel ordered me to bring Kokabeel back and return. And what if I refuse? Adrien asked. He attacked Rias and Sona and nearly started another war between the 3 factions. That deserves execution. Azazel asked me to bring him back, not kill Hai. Adrien casually pointed his hand at Kokabeel and released a dismantle. Kokabeel's head was severed in an instant, blood exploded from his neck. The vanishing dragon fell silent. He had not expected this devil to be so bold. For a few moments, he simply looked at Adrien. Adrien looked back at him with his head slightly tilted and a faint smirk on his face. You killed him without hesitation. Interesting. Adrien did not answer. He just kept staring at him, calm and amused. Everyone watching had gone completely stiff. The vanishing dragon's gaze shifted across the area until it landed on Fried's corpse. He is dead too. There were a few questions he needed to answer, but it no longer matters. He looked back at Adrien. I'll remember you. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed from Issei's gauntlet. Are you just going to ignore me, White One? So, you're awake, Red One. I never expected our reunion to happen like this. Neither did I. Even so, it seems fate still intends for us to meet in battle. Until that day comes, our paths may cross a few more times. And yet, White One, I do not sense much hostility from you. You do not seem as aggressive as you once were either, Red One. Maybe we have both found things more interesting than fighting. That is good. Let us enjoy ourselves for now. There is nothing wrong with having a little fun on our own, is there? Until we meet again, Draig. I look forward to it. Until then, Albion. Just before he left, both Adrien and the vessel of the vanishing dragon stared at each other one last time, then the vanishing dragon disappeared in a flash of light. Adrien looked at Mary and Zenobia. They were both sitting on the ground staring into nothing. He suddenly patted both of their heads. They both flashed him a surprised look, but they didn't protest. He then felt something wrap around his back from behind. He glanced behind him and saw Celia hugging him. She flashed him a smirked, so you're Mr. Cool now. I've always been cool, girl. Mahiru ran up to them. She was pouting again. Everyone who had taken part in the fight against Kokabeel was gathered inside the student council room. The old school building had been completely destroyed, and even though the new school grounds had also suffered heavy damage, the student council room itself had somehow remained untouched. Adrien, Rias, Sona, their queens, and the two exorcists, Irina was still at Issei's house receiving treatment, were seated around a long desk. Everyone else stood in different corners of the room. Adrien let out a yawn. A Kit Kat bar appeared in his hand through a small swirling vortex. Do you seriously keep snacks on you all the time? Rias asked. Adrien lifted the bar slightly. Want one? I've got 12 tons of them. 12 tons. Wait, don't tell me that Kit Kat robbery was you, Sona said, covering her face. Adrien shrugged. Maybe. Then a crimson magic circle flashed in the middle of the room. A tall handsome man with fiery crimson hair and blue eyes walked out of the magic circle followed by a woman in a French-made outfit. It was Surzex Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge, his queen and wife. Silence fell on the room again. It was Surzex Lucifer after all. The Demon King looked at everyone in the room with a smile on his face. Greeting Lord Surzex, Sona stood up and bowed. Rias followed her. Hello, brother dear. Everyone followed suit, greeting him, beside Adrien who was munching on his snack as he scrolled through his phone. First of all, I would like to thank all of you. You chose to stand and fight even while knowing that this was a battle in which you could truly lose your lives, and yet none of you backed down. Surzex lowered his head in sincere respect, and everyone present looked on in surprise at the sight of the Demon King bowing to them. Then his gaze shifted to Adrien. And you as well, Adrien. You came to our aid even though this matter did not fall within your territory. More importantly, you saved my little sister. For that, I offer you my gratitude not as a Demon King, but simply as an elder brother. Adrien simply nodded as he kept scrolling through his phone. He had never liked official gatherings like this and found them extremely boring, so he almost never attended them. He had not planned on coming to this one either. He would have rather stayed back and continued watching the anime he had started, but his servants had dragged him here anyway. Everyone glanced at him as he sat there, casually scrolling through his phone. Surzex, however, only smiled and continued. As you all know, Kokabeel's goal was to either kill Rias or Sona and destroy Kuo. He stole the Excaliburs to provoke the Archangel Michael. When that failed, he turned his attention to this town. His plan was to fuse the Excaliburs and use their combined power to destroy Kuo. And even if that had failed, he still possessed enough power to lay waste to the town on his own. Ultimately, his objective was to force both us and the angels to act. He's an idiot, Adrien said while still scrolling through his phone. He's absurdly good at hiding his presence. Even I couldn't sense him until I was standing right in front of him. If he had really wanted to, he could have just assassinated Sona with one of the Excaliburs and his plan would have succeeded far more easily. Huh? Why me? Sona exclaimed, abruptly turning toward him. Adrien finally glanced up from his phone. You're seriously asking that? Your sister is a champion-ranked Siscon. The moment she got the news, she would have marched straight on heaven. Let's just be grateful he didn't do that. Surzex said with a weak smile. Rias, Sona, will be working through the night to repair the damage done to both the new and old school buildings, so the two of you should get some rest for tonight. As for the remaining Cerberus, which is still unconscious, it will be taken back. I want it, Adrien said suddenly. The Cerberus? Surzex asked, tilting his head in confusion. Yeah, I was thinking of getting a dog. That's a three-headed monster. Celia snapped. Where are you even going to keep it? Same shit, Adrien said plainly. Just send it to Agria's island. I'll tell Sikvera to put it in the field next to Michelangelo. Who's Michelangelo? Issei asked, a question mark practically floating over his head. A kraken Adrien captured last year and stuck in a giant aquarium, Celia said, glaring at him. As usual, he would dump the job of taking care of it on her. How did you even capture it? Aren't those things supposed to be huge? Issei asked, completely dumbfounded. He honestly thought they were fucking with him. How else? I beat it up, then bound it in demonic chains, just like I did with the puppy outside. Everyone stared at Adrien in dead silence, including his own peerage. They already knew he was eccentric, but even for him, this was on another level. Surzex, however, was already used to the shit Adrien did, so he did not look very surprised and simply continued. We do owe you a great deal, so I believe that can be arranged. All right. Since we'll be going through the trouble of helping you with this, I'm sure you won't mind staying in Kuo for a day or two, Surzex said, as though the matter was already decided. Huh? Why would I do that? I would feel far more at ease if you remained here for a few days, at least until the three-faction meeting. Brother, we can protect ourselves, Rias tried to cut in, but Surzex interrupted her. I know you can, Rias. But what if something like that happens again? Adrien may be an ultimate class devil, but he has already proven that he can fight and defeat individuals on the level of the Satan class. I have already spoken with the Agares family, and father has agreed with my proposal. Rias fell silent. The chances of something on Kokobeel's level happening again so soon were extremely small, but she could not say it was impossible. More than that, she knew she was still too weak to protect the people she cared about from opponents on that level. Kokobeel's words echoed in her mind. What a foolish little girl. Did you really think taking me on was a good idea? Your precious little servants died because of you. You are a failure of a master. If Adrien had not arrived at that moment and saved everyone, Udokiba really would have died. So would many of the people she cared about. It was the second time he had helped her like this. The first time was during the situation with Riser. Back then, he had been the main reason her engagement was broken off, and now he had saved her once again. Rias's eyes slowly drifted toward Adrien. He was already back to scrolling through his phone again, looking completely unbothered. He most likely would not even mind staying here for a while. She suddenly stood up and walked over until she was right in front of him. The person before her had saved her, her servants, and her friends. It was something she would never forget. Even though she had already thanked him once, she lowered her head and bowed again. Adrien, thank you. Again. I owe you my life, and the lives of my servants. Adrien glanced up at her, then lightly flicked her forehead while it was still lowered from the bow. Yeah. Just invite me to dinner sometime, he said before looking back at his phone. A small smile appeared on Rias's face. And soon, everyone else watching the scene smiled as well. Everyone continued chatting, except for the two exorcist girls. Chapter 31, Aftermath 2-part. To Zenobia Quarta. By the authority vested in us by the Holy Church, we hereby deliver this formal decree. You are to be excommunicated effective immediately and stripped of all titles, duties, and protections granted to you as a servant of the Lord. From this moment onward, you are to be regarded as a heretic. This judgment is passed upon you for two grave transgressions. First, you have acknowledged and accepted the claim that God is no longer present, a statement that stands in direct opposition to the doctrine that sustains the faith of countless believers. Whether born from doubt or misguided conviction, such acceptance is a betrayal of the teachings you once swore to uphold. Second, you have failed to reject and suppress this knowledge. Instead of casting it aside as falsehood or temptation, you allowed it to take root within you. In doing so, you risk spreading uncertainty among the faithful, weakening the very foundation of the Church and the order it protects. Understand this clearly, faith is not measured by what is seen or proven, but by what is believed despite uncertainty. To abandon that belief is to abandon your duty. From this day forward, you are severed from the Church. No sanctuary shall be offered to you, and no authority shall recognize you. May you reflect upon your actions, even if redemption is no longer within reach. By decree of the Holy Church. Around 1 a.m, Zenobia sat on a bench by the street, staring at the asphalt road as her mind wandered far away. She had sent a message to the Church in the Vatican, the same one that had sent her here, telling them about what Kokobeel had said. In response, they branded her a heretic and excommunicated her. Her whole world had been turned upside down. The reason she had fought for all those years was gone, and the place she had once called home had cast her out. You got the same letter too, right? Mary's voice echoed through the empty street. Mary had also sent a message to the Church, and she had received the same response Zenobia did. The same message, the same words, only the names of the recipients were different. She walked over and sat beside her comrade, her former comrade. Have you talked to Irina? Mary asked. I can't bring myself to. Mary stayed silent for a moment before speaking again. I think it's better if we don't tell her. Zenobia gave a small nod. I agree. I don't think she'd be able to handle the news. How are we supposed to explain why we won't be going back with her? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do from now on. Mary stayed silent for a moment. Then she raised her head and looked straight into Zenovia's eyes. I'm thinking of changing sides and becoming a devil. Zenovia's eyes widened. What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? She shouted. Mary did not look away. What other choice do we have? I'm a sacred gear user, and you're the wielder of Durendal. We could never live a normal life. What are we supposed to do, become stray exorcists and be hunted forever? That's out of the question. That leaves only two choices, work with the fallen angels or with the devils. And as ironic as it is, I would rather join the devils who saved my life. Zenobia fell silent. What Mary said made sense. They could not become stray exorcists, since that would make them enemies of everyone. The fallen angels were the reason she was in this situation in the first place, and one of them had almost killed her. That only left the devils. She's not wrong. A sudden voice came from behind them. Both girls jolted and turned around. Adrien was standing behind the bench, eating fries with a drink in his other hand. When did you even get there? Zenobia shouted. I've been here for like 43 seconds. The two of them fell silent. They had not felt him standing behind them at all. Both of them were trained warriors, yet neither of them had sensed him. But after seeing him fight Kokobeel, they could at least understand how that was possible. He was in a different league after all. Why don't you both become my knights? Adrien said with a smirk. On the rooftop of a tall building overlooking Kuo Town sat a man with black hair, golden bangs, and a black goatee. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the rooftop, resting his chin on his hand. He looked bored as he watched the empty streets. Next to him, leaning against a pillar, was a handsome young man with light silver hair and hazel eyes. So, he killed him, huh? The black-haired man said. Yes. He killed him without hesitation. Not long ago, he stopped a disaster when a mother lich appeared, so I thought he was at least ultimate class. But if he were only that, he could never defeat a 10-winged cadre. That means he has to be at least Satan class. I don't think so, the young man said. Why? I couldn't sense any energy coming from him. There was no leakage at all. That means even if he's only ultimate class, he could still defeat a 10-winged opponent. If he's truly that skilled, he might even be able to fight a 12-winged. You're joking, only God was perfect. You're free to believe me or not, the young man shrugged. The man thought for a while, resting his chin on his fingers. Interesting, he's now in Kuo, you said. Yes. Do you plan to go see him? Yeah. I might pay him a small visit before the meeting. And you're expecting me to attend that boring meeting, right? That's right, Vali. After all, you're the White Dragon Emperor. So, Azazel. What are the odds that all of us will go to war again? Ha. That really does sound like something the White Dragon Emperor would say. Are you trying to live fast and die young? Why not? There's no point to anything anymore. I hate this place. I hate the era I was born into. A world where God is dead. I just wanted one chance to face him, but there's nothing left in this boring world that interests me. Doesn't Adrien's appearance interest you? You said his body is perfect, just like God was. He might be interesting, but he's still not God. He wouldn't stand a chance against me. I think you might be wrong about that. Azazel replied. Mahiru, Siko, and Celia sat in the living room of Adrien's apartment. They were not forced to stay in Kuo like he was. Adrien was going to sleep at the shrine where Akino lived, but the three girls still had to go to school. They could not just fly from Kuo to Seihohai, and they still could not make a teleportation spell to travel back and forth whenever they wanted. To use teleportation magic, they needed a magic circle linked to another one. Only then could they move from one place to another. Since they did not have that in Kuo, they had no choice but to come back home. So annoying. Why couldn't we just stay with him and skip school? Celia practically shouted. What if we're the ones who get attacked? He'd probably sense it and appear out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure he left marks on all of us, but I can't find mine, Siko said. Mahiru nodded, though she felt a little lonely. Lately, aside from training, she had not been spending much time with Adrien. Since Celia arrived, she had been the one sleeping next to him, and as much as Mahiru did not want to admit it, she was jealous. Celia rested her head against the back of the couch and stared at the ceiling. It's your first time seeing him fight, right? I've sparred with him a few times before, but it was just Kendo, and he definitely wasn't going all out, Siko answered. She was the first one to duel him in the Kendo club, and she had lost pathetically. What about you, Mahiru? Siko asked. Yes, it was my first time, Mahiru said with a nod. Andy's the reckless type. He uses his strength to do all kinds of insane things that catch his interest in the moment. But I'm scared. Scared of what? Siko asked, tilting her head. I'm scared that one day he'll fight someone even stronger than him and get killed. Celia's face was full of worry. Both Mahiru and Siko fell silent. Celia's fear was understandable. It was not impossible that one day they would meet someone overwhelmingly strong. After all, Kokobeel was so powerful that they could do nothing against him and had to rely on Adrien to defeat him. And on top of that, the vanishing dragon felt even stronger than the fallen angel, and he had not seemed intimidated by Adrien at all. Adrien was definitely the type to fight anyone who stood in his way, even if he knew he might lose, and that worried Celia more than anything. Then let's get stronger so we can help him, Siko said, determination shining in her eyes. Mahiru nodded. Let's focus on training and getting stronger. Seeing her friend's renewed determination, Celia smiled. I guess I have no other choice. As your senior devil, I'll lead you, she said, puffing out her chest. Aren't you just a pawn? Siko asked with a smirk. Shut up. I'm still more experienced than you. Please, you two, don't fight. Mahiru said awkwardly, trying to calm them down, which only made Siko and Celia laugh. Fine then. Let's see who improves faster. Celia declared, her eyes shining as she challenged the others. In a dark room, a tall woman leaned against the frame of an open window at the top of a skyscraper. Below her, the busy streets of the underworld stretched far into the distance, filled with common devils moving beneath the purple sky. A thin puff of smoke slipped from her lips as she watched the city with a bored, distant gaze. Then the door behind her opened, and a messenger stepped inside. His face was hidden beneath a hood that shadowed everything down to his nose. "Did you receive any new reports?" the woman asked. Her cold voice spread through the dark room as she turned her eyes toward the hooded messenger. "Yes, my lady," the messenger replied. She was a woman as well. Apparently, Kokobeel was defeated by a young devil named Adrien Agares, the son of Archduke Valerius Agares. "Is that so?" the woman murmured, a faint note of interest entering her voice. "So the Agares house has someone like that? Were they hiding him?" "It would seem so. We tried searching for any files or records about him, but nothing useful came up. All we found was that he's known as a troublemaker, and nothing more. All other information about him has been hidden." The woman let out another slow puff of smoke. "What did he tell you about him?" The messenger gulped. "Adrien Agares has perfect energy control. Not a single point of leakage." The woman's eyes widened for a brief moment, then she burst out laughing. "The Red Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon Emperor, and now something close to a god, all gathered among devils," she said, a twisted smile forming on her lips. "It seems the era of demons has finally begun. What else did he tell you?" "A 3-faction meeting will take place in 8 days, in Kuo." Chapter 32, Aftermath 2-part. Cree-cree. 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 At night, a shrine stood silent beneath the moonlight, its dark wooden frame and tiled roof covered in a faint silver glow. Soft shadows stretched across the stone path, while the closed doors gave it a calm, watchful presence. The trees around it swayed gently in the night wind, and the sound of crickets echoed through the quiet courtyard. Sitting on the shrine's front steps was a beautiful woman with long black hair tied into a high ponytail that flowed down her back, and soft violet eyes. She wore a white kimono top with wide sleeves and a red hakama, a traditional shrine maiden outfit. She sat quietly, hugging her knees and resting her head against them. The night breeze brushed past her, gently lifting strands of her hair. Then Akino felt someone sit down beside her, close enough that their legs touched. She lifted her head and saw a man with messy blonde hair tied into a loose low bun, soft strands framing his face. It was the same man who had saved her and her friends' lives, and now he would be staying at the shrine where she lived until the 3-faction meeting, by the Demon King's request. Adrien stared up at the starry sky, his pale green eyes reflecting its light. The night sky on Earth is really beautiful, compared to the dull purple sky of the underworld. Don't you think so? Yes, she replied in a weak voice. She was clearly in a bad mental state. Adrien stayed silent. He and Akino were not particularly close. He had known her for a while now, but they had rarely spoken to each other. His staying here with her was mostly just a coincidence. Since she lived alone at the shrine, she had the most space, so it had been decided that he would stay with her. "Do you need anything?" she asked quietly. "No," he said. Then he stretched out his legs and leaned back against the stairs. Just before his head could touch the wood, a pillow formed beneath it. "What's on your mind?" Adrien asked directly. Akino was slightly surprised by his question. She hadn't expected someone like Adrien to care enough to ask about her, especially since she wasn't part of his peerage. She smiled softly. "Nothing important. I was just lost in thought." "Are you thinking about your father?" Akino abruptly turned to him, her eyes widening. How did he know? She didn't answer and remained silent. Adrien smiled. "I've heard bit and pieces from Surzex. Lord Surzex. Why would he tell you?" "Beats me," Adrien shrugged. "He likes to share information with me and expects me to do something about it, like I'm his personal errand boy. I've been avoiding him lately, but he always finds a way to get his message across." Akino chuckled. "Only you would try to avoid the Demon King. So did I guess right?" Akino nodded slowly. Yes, she was thinking about her father. Kokobeel had reminded her about him. "To be honest, I feel like just lying here and staring at the sky. So if you want, you can tell me more about yourself. If not, I'm not forcing you." Adrien shrugged. Akino stayed silent for a moment. She looked at Adrien's face as he rested his head on the pillow, his eyes fixed on the stars. For some reason, she felt a strong urge to tell him everything, to open up her heart to him. In the past, Akino had felt amused by Adrien's free-spirited nature and slightly attracted to it as well. She liked that he did not care about what other people thought of him and simply did whatever he wanted. Lately, after seeing him fight and save everyone again, another feeling had been added to that. She felt safe when he was around. His relaxed expression gave her the feeling that everything would be all right, no matter how bad the situation became. She felt that it was okay if she told him everything she was feeling, that it was going to be alright. My mother was a shrine priestess, she began softly. She took care of a shrine like this one. She was kind, gentle. She was everything to me. My father was a fallen angel. He wasn't around much. He was always away on missions, so it was mostly just the two of us. Her fingers tightened slightly around her sleeves. Then one day, people from my mother's clan came. They said I shouldn't exist, that I was a disgrace. Her voice trembled just a little. They attacked us, and my mother died protecting me. Silence fell for a moment before she continued. My father came, but it was too late. Her voice grew quieter. He saved me, but I couldn't forgive him. If he had come sooner, maybe she would still be alive. After that, I stayed with some of my mother's relatives, but once they found out about my fallen angel blood, they threw me out. Akino let out a faint, bitter breath. I was 10. No food, no money, so I just wandered around Japan. I used what my mother taught me, purifying evil spirits, to survive. I lived like that for more than a year. In one town, I accidentally helped someone connected to a devil. I thought they would kill me if they found out what I was, so I hid from them. She paused for a second before continuing again. But before anything could happen, the Himejima clan found me again. They came to finish what they started. My granduncle, he was the one leading them. Just as he was about to kill me, Rias and her father's bishop arrived and stopped them. Akino slowly lifted her head, her eyes distant. They made a deal with my clan. I was never allowed to return, and from then on, I had to stay with Rias. Her voice softened, she took me in, gave me a place to belong and taught me how to live again. I really do owe her a lot and I would never forget the help she gave me. Akino fell silent, her expression conflicted. But even now, she whispered, I still can't bring myself to forgive him, or accept what I am. After she finished, she looked at Adrien again. This time, he was not staring at the sky. He was looking at her. Warmth rose to her cheeks and ears, and she quickly avoided his eyes. Sorry for boring you with my story. You don't need to accept it, Adrien said. What? She looked at him again in surprise. She had not expected that answer. Don't accept it. But don't pretend it isn't there either. What do you mean? Adrien turned his eyes back to the sky. You're trying to reject it like it isn't yours. But it is. So all you're really doing is rejecting yourself. Not just the fallen angel part you hate, but the parts of you that you and others care about too. He paused for a moment before continuing. I've said this to someone before and I'm going to say it again to you, you're the only you in this world. Everything in you, good, bad, painful, ugly, it all comes together to make Akino Himejima. If you keep trying to tear away one part of yourself, eventually the whole thing starts to fall apart. It's the same as trying to face the world while cutting off your own limbs. Adrien shrugged. Then don't accept it, but use it to your advantage. He smirked. Use it out of spite. Spite for the world and for everything that happened to you. Even out of hate. Akino listened to him carefully. The more he spoke, the wider her smile became. You really see the world in your own way. I never thought of using it because I hate it. Leave it to time, Adrien said. I'm sure that problem inside you will sort itself out someday. Until then, don't reject yourself because of it. He paused slightly. I'm no therapist. But that's my take on it. A pillow suddenly formed right next his, for now just lie and look at the stars. Akino, who had regained her usual demeanor, smiled. Era, are you trying to seduce me, Adrien, she said, covering her mouth with her hand. Yeah, just for tonight. She rested her head on the pillow and leaned slightly toward him, their shoulders touching. I wouldn't mind you doing it again, she whispered under her breath. Did you say something? No, nothing. After a while, both of them fell asleep outside, under the shining night sky. The next day, Adrien stood in the middle of the shrine's yard. It was around 4 in the afternoon. After Siko, Celia, and Mahiru finished school for the day, they went to Kuo and met up with Adrien at the shrine he was using as a hotel. Adrien was wearing a very out-of-character outfit. He looked strangely overdressed, dressed in a sleek all-black style. A fitted turtleneck was tucked into tailored high-waisted pants, secured with a simple belt. Over it rested a loose dark jacket with a soft white fur collar, hanging casually from his shoulders. Andy, what are those two doing behind you? Celia asked, pointing at the two girls standing behind him. Adrien raised both hands out to his sides with a wide grin, as if presenting a grand surprise. I'd like you all to welcome my two new knights. He snapped his fingers and pointed at Zenobia and Mary. The two girls glanced at each other for a moment before Mary stepped forward. My name is Mary Leroy. From this day on, I serve Adrien Agares as his knight. I hope we get along. Zenobia stepped forward soon after and introduced herself in much the same way. All three girls stared at them with their mouths slightly open. More girls. Mahiru said, her face turning a little pale. Andy, at first I thought it was just a coincidence, but now I'm sure of it. Are you building a harem or something? Celia snapped. Adrien looked off to the side. A harem? No. You're definitely building a harem, Siko cut in. Zenobia glanced around at the group. Now that I see all of you, I kind of understand why they think that. Mary simply nodded in agreement. Nah, for real, it's not like that. I'm just approaching the people I think are worth it. If you look at yourselves, all of you are strong and have potential in your own way. Zenobia wields Durendal, and Mary has Excalibur Genesis, they're both perfect for a night spot. If you say so, Celia said as she crossed her arms and looked away. I think you're giving me too much praise. Durendal is a tyrant beyond all imagination. It cuts through everything it touches. Unfortunately, it also does not like to follow my commands. That danger is why I have to store it in a separate dimension. Not even I, its wielder, can control it properly, Zenobia said. Adrien waved his hand dismissively. That's fine. It's exactly why I'm here. I'll train you. You can do that. I can do everything. I am Adrien Agares, after all, he said with a smirk. Wow, what an ego. Siko said. Everyone rolled their eyes at his shameless self-praise. Anyway, Adrien said as 7 movie tickets appeared in his hand, we're watching a movie tonight. Team bonding and shit. Aren't you supposed to stay on guard and watch over this town? Mahiru asked. I can do both. There are only 6 of us, so why do you have 7 tickets? Zenobia asked. Aquino is joining us. Huh? Why? Celia asked, narrowing her eyes. She was already suspicious that he wanted to add Aquino to his harem. You can think of it as a distraction or something. A distraction from WH. Can you stop asking so many fucking questions? Geez, Adrien snapped. Celia immediately turned away and pouted. What are we watching? Mary asked. Project Hail Mary. Chapter 33, Daily Life I Part. Rocky watch crew die. Could not fix. Grace say Grace will die. Rocky fix. Sniff. Sniff. Adrien looked to his right. Tears were shining in Mahiru's eyes as she watched the movie. Then he turned to his left. Aquino was sitting there too, also on the verge of tears, though a huge grin was still spread across her face. Why am I about to cry too? I'm really about to cry over some fuckus rock. Amazing movie, Adrien said with a thumbs down. Yes. Aquino said excitedly. She looked at Adrien as he walked beside her. In front of them, the other girls were also walking while sharing their thoughts on the movie. Adrien, fist my bump. Ah hell nah. Aquino chuckled at his reaction. She closed the distance between them until their shoulders touched. Thank you for inviting me, Adrien. Adrien smiled. He had decided to invite her because he did not want her to be alone, especially since she had seemed a little depressed yesterday. It was always better to be surrounded by people when going through a tough time. Aquino was not part of his peerage, but that did not mean Adrien would ignore her. When Adrien liked someone, he took care of them. It was a hidden side of him that not many people knew about. Mahiru suddenly walked up to him and wrapped herself around his arm. Her face was slightly red, and she avoided looking at him. Era, it seems Mahiru has a jealous side, Aquino said teasingly as she looked at her. Celia then stepped in front of them with both hands on her waist. Hey, I was here first, so stop stealing my men. I don't see your name written on him, Aquino said as she looked Adrien up and down. Yeah, neither do I, Mahiru said firmly. She had decided she needed to be bolder, because at this rate, she was going to lose to the other girls. Siko chuckled, though she did feel a little left out, as if she was already out of the competition. Zenobia and Mary both looked confused, but also curious about what was happening. The two of them had trained to become swordswomen since they were children, without doing much else, so almost everything they had done today was a new experience for them. They were also still 17-year-old girls, so they naturally had some interest in what a relationship was like. Because of that, watching the 3 girls fight over one man caught their attention. Stop fighting and keep moving, we can't teleport from here so just keep walking. Adrien said as he passed the 3 girls and continued moving forward. Adrien returned to the shrine with Aquino. The rest of his familia, including Mary and Zenobia, his 2 new knights, went to Adrien's apartment. They would be split between his apartment and Mahiru's place. Adrien and Aquino walked up the long stairs leading to the shrine, with the moonlight shining down on them. I didn't expect you to take both Zenobia and Mary, especially in Rias's territory. You basically poached them, Aquino said with a light chuckle. Adrien shrugged. She should have approached them first. Besides, you all owe me, so just think of it as paying back your debt. You saved our lives. I doubt Rias would think that is enough. Adrien did not answer. They kept walking until they reached the shrine. Just as they were about to split up, Aquino stopped and turned to him. Can I ask you a question? That depends on the question. A few days ago, I was reading a book, and creatures called Shinigami came up. Have you heard of them before? Shinigami. Aquino nodded. Adrien closed his eyes and entered his mind palace. Aquino was slightly confused, but she did not say anything. She assumed he was simply thinking. After about half a minute, he opened his eyes again. They are a race that survives by killing humans to extend their own lives. You can think of them as Grim Reapers. Not much is known about them, only that they once had some kind of civilization led by a king of death. Their race was wiped out around 1,000 years ago by the god of death, Hades. Aquino smiled and nodded once more. Thank you. Adrien waved his hand dismissively, then entered the room where he was sleeping. Mary leaped above Zenobia and threw her sword of destruction at her. Zenobia swung Durendal and knocked it aside, shattering the Excalibur blade into multiple pieces. Mary landed and quickly created some distance. Stop, Adrien said as he watched them. Mary, how many swords can you form per second? Per second. Yes. I want you to continuously create those swords and use your demonic energy to throw them, until you can launch at least 5 swords every second. Another thing, you can use Excalibur Ruler, right? Mary nodded. I can, but since it is the strongest of the Excaliburs, I can only use it once or twice at most before my energy runs out. Well, now that I have demonic energy added to my body, I suppose I could use it 3 times, maybe. Makes sense. Just start doing what I told you. Mary nodded again. Adrien turned to Zenobia. Come here and sit on the ground. Zenobia looked slightly confused, but she did as he told her. Adrien knelt behind her. I'm going to pour my demonic energy into you and guide it through your energy points. Then I'll direct that energy into Durendal in your hand, through the energy point in your palm. The amount won't be small, since I need to suppress Durendal significantly, so it may feel uncomfortable. I want you to relax and focus on the demonic energy moving through you, understood? Is that even possible? You need to be a natural to be able to pour energy into Durendal, so it might who. Zenovia's body suddenly squirmed. Ah. Adrien had already poured his energy into her body. Her whole body felt strange. It was uncomfortable, yet weirdly pleasant at the same time. MHMMMM. Adrien's energy flowed through her energy points until it reached the point in her palm, then passed into Durendal. Adrien increased the amount even more, pushing her energy channels and points to their limit. Zenovia's face turned beet red, and she trembled slightly, but she kept a firm grip on the hilt of Durendal. After about a minute, Zenovia's body was trembling violently. Adrien stopped pouring energy into her, and she collapsed forward onto the ground. Her body kept jolting as if she were being electrocuted, unable to speak. She was panting heavily. Rest for a while. When you feel better, try using Durendal and tell me what happens. Adrien ruffled her hair, then moved on to his next familia members. Seiko and Celia were doing push-ups with bags of rocks strapped to their backs. Both of them were pawns, and they could promote into any other piece once they reached enemy territory. But they needed strong bodies to handle those transformations without breaking apart. When promoting they would gain the abilities of each piece, including an increase in demonic energy, so they needed strong bodies to contain that energy. So Adrien had given them a rigorous training routine. 123, 124, 125. Seiko was doing fine. Her body was already above average since she had trained in Kendo for many years. On the other hand, Celia dropped face first to the ground after her 10th push-up. Adrien crouched next to her. What happened to all that energy you have when we're fucking? Celia quickly buried her face in the dirt, her ears turning red. Shut up. That's different. Adrien chuckled, continue, if you get to 40 I'll reward you later. Celia, hearing that immediately continued her workout. Adrien finally turned to Mahiru, she was sitting on the ground meditating. A pink orb surrounded her close to her body. She was training at maintaining Sanctum Veil condensed profusely. Every 10 minutes she would stop, take a break, then start again. Adrien smiled as he saw all of them training. He turned his head toward the stairs leading up to the shrine. After a few seconds 4 people appeared. 3 girls and a boy. Rias walked first, followed by Aquino, Asia, and Issei. Hey, Adrien, Rias said with a smile. Sup, you good? Yes. I just came to talk to you for a bit. Sure, Adrien said as he glanced at the group with her. Yo, Issei. He waved a hand at him. Yo. Rias looked at Adrien's familia training and got an idea. Issei, why don't you do push-ups with Siko and Celia? Wait, right now. I'm not in training clothes. Issei said, clearly trying to avoid the workout. Rias snapped her fingers, and a set of gym clothes appeared in the air before falling to the ground. Issei turned a shade paler when he saw them, but he gave up and went to change. Issei left the group, leaving the three girls standing in front of Adrien. Asia had already heard that Adrien, the mysterious person who defeated Riser after the raiding game, had saved Rias and her friends from Kokobile, then beaten Kokobile himself. He still scared her a little, but she knew he was not a bad person, probably. First, I have a message from my brother. He wants you to attend the three-faction meeting in 6 days. I was going to be there with an invitation or without one, Adrien said casually. No way I'd miss a meeting between the big shots. Sounds interesting. I thought you'd say that, Rias replied with a smile. Are your sleeping arrangements comfortable? Repairs on the old school building are finished, so we can give you a room there if you'd like. Nah, I'm good here, Adrien said, dismissing the offer. I see. Rias then glanced toward Zenobia, who was walking toward them, while Mary trained on the other side of the shrine yard. Congratulations on your new knights. Both of them are excellent pieces. I'm jealous. Adrien shrugged. Should have moved faster. I don't mean it like that, Rias said, shaking her head. Compared to everything you've done for us, you taking both of them is nothing. Don't mention it. If another three-faction war started, it'd be a pain in the ass. So I did it for selfish reasons too. Era, I don't think so, Aquino said with a teasing smile. I think you're just surprisingly kind-hearted. You, shut up. Adrien pointed at Aquino, making her chuckle softly. At that moment, Zenobia reached the group. The first person she looked at was Asia. Asia shifted nervously. After all, Zenobia had spoken harshly to her the first time they met. I owe you an apology, Asia Argento, Zenobia said seriously. If there is no God, then there is no hope for salvation or love. I was wrong. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, then added bluntly, you may hit me if that will make you feel better. And no, thank you, Zenobia, Asia replied, shaking her head. I'm happy with my life. I may be a demon now, but I've met someone. I've met so many people who matter more to me than anything else. I'm truly grateful I was given the second chance. Zenobia stayed silent for a moment before speaking again. You, Mary, and I are the only Christians who learned of the Lord's demise. I can no longer condemn you. Her expression hardened. To fall from being a respected holy sword wielder to an exiled heretic. I will never forgive how quickly the church cast me aside. Chapter 34, Daily Life I Part. Adrien, there's something I want to talk to you about, Rias said. Adrien studied her expression for a moment, then glanced at Zenobia. Can you take Asia to Mahiru? I think it'd be good if the two of them trained together. Reading the mood immediately, Zenobia gave a short nod, took Asia with her, and left the area. That left Rias, Adrien, and Aquino alone. As Rias's queen, Aquino naturally stayed by her side. Rias lowered her voice. We already know Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, is in Kuo. From what I can tell, he's taken an interest in sacred gears. He summoned Issei because of the boosted gear. And you're telling me this because I have Excalibur Genesis and Sanctum Veil in my familia, huh? Rias nodded. I thought you should know. He may try to approach them. I see, Adrien thought for a moment. Rias, can you arrange for my familia to sleep in the old school building? I'd rather keep them close, though I doubt Azazel would try anything reckless. I can do that, Rias replied. Will you stay with them? Nah. If they're with you, he won't approach them so easily. I'd rather stay here. It's peaceful, and there's no city noise. Is that so? Rias shot a glance between Adrien and Aquino. Aquino, reading her mind, said, For now there's nothing between us, she chuckled slightly. For now. Rias asked, then she sighed, Aquino, really? What's your type, Mahiru? I usually train with weights and by swinging my sword over and over. Hey, leave me a slice. Rias and Adrien's familias were gathered inside the occult research club room, which was now so crowded it could barely hold everyone. Small groups had formed naturally. Some were talking about relationships and normal teenage things, while the sword fighters were discussing blades and training with each other. For a moment, it looked like an ordinary gathering of friends. Since the battle against Kokobile, both familias had grown much closer. Irina had already left and returned to the Vatican. The attacker who killed 6 people yesterday in a busy shopping district in Shinjuku has now taken 8 hostages inside this daycare center, including children and teachers. Rias, Aquino, and Adrien were sitting on the sofas, watching the TV. A hostage situation was being broadcast live. The police have now identified the suspect as 42-year-old Kuro Otoharada, unemployed. Negotiations with the suspect will begin shortly. And they say devils are evil when mankind is the most evil of all, Ria said, frowning at the screen. This has been a report from the scene. Thank you very much. What do you think, Mr. Hashimoto? Well, I'm hoping for a quick resolution. Adrien, who was scrolling on his phone, glanced at the TV for a second. Just a minute. There seems to be something happening. The hostages are coming out. They all seem to be fine. On the screen, the figure of children and adults escaping from the daycare appeared. It looks like the SWAT team is entering. Has the suspect been arrested? Yes. We just received word that the suspect died inside the daycare center. The suspect is dead. The police are strongly denying that they shot the suspect. That's weird. Aquino said. Everyone in the room had shifted their attention to what was happening on the news. How did he die? Siko asked to no one in particular. According to one of the hostages, the suspect just suddenly collapsed. A heart attack. Kiba said. What are the chances? Asia replied. She joined her hands together as if she was about to pray. Do you think it's supernatural? Rias asked, looking at Adrien. Adrien didn't answer, he just shrugged, then returned to his phone. Tomorrow is the open house for Ko Academy, Aquino said as they walked back to the shrine. Adrien had said he wanted to walk there, so Aquino decided to join him, though not before receiving sharp glares from the girls of his familia. Even Rias had given her a suspicious look. Is that so? Ours will be in around 2 weeks, Adrien replied. We've been taking walks together at night quite a lot recently, haven't we? Yeah, it's pretty obvious you're stalking me, Adrien said with a smirk. Era, what makes you think that? Aquino replied playfully. Couldn't it be that I simply wanted to walk home and enjoy the moonlight? We devils are at our strongest at night, after all. Yeah. If you say so. They continued walking at a slow pace through the lit streets of Kuo. Aquino kept talking about this and that, while Adrien mostly just listened. Then he suddenly turned onto the wrong path. Just as Aquino was about to point it out, Adrien reached out, grabbed her hand, and interlocked their fingers. He looked at her and smiled. Her eyes widened, and her heartbeat quickened. She wanted to tease him like usual, but no words came out. Instead, she quietly smiled and moved closer until their shoulders touched as they walked. They walked through the streets of Kuo for around 10 minutes before Adrien suddenly stopped. They had reached a quiet area of town, a park where people rarely passed even during the day. At night, the place was completely empty. Aquino looked at Adrien, her cheeks were red. She closed the distance between them, pressing her large chest against him. Adrien suddenly looked behind him, surprising Aquino slightly. If you think I can't sense you, then you're a complete idiot, he said, sounding completely unbothered. A handsome young man with dark silver hair stepped out from the small forest near the park. He walked toward them calmly and stopped a few meters away from Adrien. I suppose this is our second meeting, Adrien Agares. Aquino's eyes widened. She was about to move, but Adrien raised a hand to stop her. Aquino, teleport back to the shrine. Wait, what? No wa. Before she could finish, Adrien touched her shoulder and she vanished instantly. Interesting. Was that an instant teleportation technique? You used it without any visible demonic energy. No, it must have been an extremely tiny amount. So you're the white dragon, Adrien said calmly. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you watching us? No. I knew you would, the young man replied. And I was counting on it. Adrien had sensed Vali observing them since he was still inside the old school building. Because of that, he chose to walk back to the shrine instead. What he had not expected was Aquino suddenly deciding to accompany him. He had no intention of telling everyone that the vanishing dragon was nearby, so he simply let her come along, then guided the situation until they reached a secluded area. Do you usually stalk people like that? No, Vali replied flatly. Only the ones who seem worth my time. I was checking what kind of person you are. Checking me out? Look, I'm not gay. That's not what I meant, Vali said, sounding mildly annoyed. Stop screwing around. His gaze stayed fixed on Adrien. Adrien, where do you think you stand among the strongest beings in this world? Before Adrien could answer, Vali continued on his own. From what I've seen so far, maybe you make the top 40. That's me being generous. Top 40. If you say so, Adrien replied with a shrug. There are a lot of monsters in this world, Vali said calmly. Even the Crimson Satan, your Sirs ex Lucifer, doesn't make the top 10. But there's one position no one argues about, first place has never changed. Is that so? You'll learn soon enough. Adrien gave him a bored look. Did you come here just to talk nonsense and leave? If you've got something to say, then say it. I don't have all night. Vali's expression did not change. What makes you think I'm not here to kill you on Azazel's behalf? You did kill one of his leaders. Because if you were really here to kill me, you'd have come in your balance breaker, Adrien replied casually. If this is your attempt, then you've severely underestimated me. I have. A faint hint of amusement entered Vali's voice. From what I see, you're nothing more than an ultimate-class devil with an oversized ego. Killing a washed-up weakling like Kokabeel isn't something worth praising. Now, let's stop the bickering. A voice came from above them. Both Adrien and Vali had sensed the newcomer before he spoke, yet neither had taken their eyes off the other. If one moved while the other's guard was lowered, even for an instant, it would create an opening. Floating in the sky was a tall man who looked to be in his mid-20s, with black hair streaked by golden bangs. 12 wings spread from his back. The man descended and landed between the two young men. Sorry for the trouble, Adrien, he said casually. Val is obsessed with fighting. He came to see you on his own. Adrien gave a cold smirk. Azazel, don't you know how to control your pets? First that astral lapdog of a leader you had, and now this brat walks up here acting like he's got big balls. You really do have a way with words, Azazel said with a crooked grin. For the record, Kokabeel wasn't exactly taking orders from me. That idiot stopped listening a long time ago. If anything, you saved me the trouble of dealing with him myself. He then glanced toward Vali. And you, quit picking fights every time you catch the scent of someone strong. You're making me look like a terrible boss. That had nothing to do with you, Azazel, Vali replied coldly, still glaring at Adrien after the insult. Didn't you say Adrien didn't interest you? Azazel asked with a smirk. Change your mind. Vali gave no answer. Instead, luminous wings spread from his back. With a sharp burst of speed, he shot upward into the night sky and vanished almost instantly. Azazel turned to Adrien. I've heard quite a lot about you. The last time I saw Thor, he had plenty to say about you. Send him my regards if you see him again, Adrien said. And tell him he still owes me a weapon. Azazel burst out laughing. There's one more thing before I go. Can I meet the wielders of Excalibur Genesis and Sanctum Veil? As you may have heard, I'm a pretty passionate sacred gear researcher, and both of those are very rare. Adrien studied Azazel's face, carefully reading his expression. After about half a minute of silence, he finally spoke. They're staying in the old school building at Kuo Academy, Rias's place. If you manage to sneak in, you can probably meet them. Azazel raised an eyebrow. That's unexpected. I thought you'd reject my request. You accepted my request to take Tokyo, Adrien replied. It'd be rude of me to refuse. On your way there, help them out a little with their sacred gears. You're probably more knowledgeable than me when it comes to that stuff. So that's what you were really after. I don't mind, but why do you trust me? Kokabeel acted on his own with that ridiculous plan after you'd probably already rejected him several times, so I figured you want peace just as much as we do. I see. You're right, Azazel said. I prefer the world as it is now over the old days of war. Well then, it was a pleasure talking to you. See you around. With that, Azazel turned around and walked away. This had been Adrien's plan from the start. He wanted Azazel to meet Mahiru and Mary, but he did not want them meeting him alone. Adrien was also going to be busy over the next few days, so he would not be able to stay with them all the time. So when Rias came to speak with him earlier that day, he got the idea to send his group to her place instead. That way, Azazel could meet Mahiru and Mary there while several other people were around. Chapter 35, Daily Life I Part. By the way, Prez, did Surzek stop by? Issei asked. Rias placed a hand on her forehead and let out a sigh. Yes. My father came too. The open house had already started at Kuo Academy. After the first class ended, Asia and Issei left the classroom and met up with Rias and Aquino near the vending machines. Ah, President. Everyone, Kiba said as he walked over to them. Oh, Yuto. Want some tea? Rias asked. Kiba, however, pointed down the corridor. No, I heard a magical girl is doing a photo shoot, so I thought I'd go take a look. Click. Click. Camera flashes went off one after another as a group of guys kept taking pictures of someone in the corner of the corridor. A crowd had gathered around them, making it impossible for the others to see who they were photographing. As they got closer, they finally saw her, a young, pretty girl dressed as a character from a popular anime. Wah. Ria said in shock. Hey. Who gave you all permission to hold a photo shoot in the middle of a public hallway? Saji's voice echoed out as he pushed his way through the crowd. A group of girls who looked like they belonged to the student council followed behind him. Come on, move. It's open house today. This isn't the time to make a scene. The crowd quickly scattered. Even the guys with the cameras reluctantly left, though not without cursing at Saji. The only ones left were the members of the occult research club, the student council, and the cosplaying girl. And you, please don't dress like that. Wait, did you come here with your parents? Even if you did, you still need to dress properly for the occasion. At this rate, you're going to get yourself into trouble, Saji warned her. Iya, but these are my formal clothes, the girl protested, tilting her head in a cute pose. Saji ground his teeth in frustration, but when he noticed Rias watching he bowed slightly. Oh, Lady Rias. Perfect timing. I was just in the middle of showing the Demon King and your father around the campus, he said, glancing back down the corridor. Two crimson-haired men were walking behind the student council president, Sona Citri, as she guided them through the school. What's going on here? Saji, how many times do I have to tell you to deal with these problems quickly, Anne? Sona suddenly fell silent the moment she saw the young girl. Sona. I found you, the girl cried happily as she threw her arms around her in a hug. Ah, Serafal. So you came too, I see, Surzek said as he looked at the cosplaying girl. Issei looked completely confused as his eyes moved between the two of them. Then Ria stepped closer and whispered into his ear, that's Leviathan. She's one of the 4 great Satans, Serafal Leviathan, Rias explained. And she's Sona's older sister. Ooh. Lady Serafal, it's good to see you again. Rias said, bowing her head slightly in respect. Oh, little Rias. Howdy there. How are you? Rias looked a little caught off guard by her energy. I am well, thank you for asking. Are you here to visit Sona's class today? Yep. Serafal said with a wink. You're so mean, Sona. You didn't tell me about today. As your big sister, I was totally shocked. I almost went and attacked heaven. Issei. Offer your greetings, Rias instructed. He bowed his head. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Issei Hayadu, a pawn of Rias Gremory. Nice to meet you. I'm the Demon King, Serafal Leviathan. You can call me Levia for short, Serafal said with a wink, holding up her hand in a peace sign. Hey, little Surzex. Is this the new Drake everyone's been talking about? Yes, this is Issei Hayadu, the current host of the Welsh Dragon. Surzex didn't seem particularly surprised or annoyed by her calling him Little Surzex. Oh, and Uncle Gremory is here too. Lady Serafal. That's quite an unusual outfit, is it not? Perhaps it is a little too much for a Demon King. This? Don't you know, Uncle Gremory? Serafal asked with a wink. This kind of thing is super popular in this country right now. Oh. I see. I'm afraid I don't know much about those things. Ha ha ha. It really is hard to believe, isn't it, father? Surzex, his father, and Lady Leviathan then started talking among themselves. P-Prez, Lady Leviathan is way more energetic than I expected. I'm sorry, Ria said apologetically. I forgot to tell you, no, I guess I just didn't want to tell you. Each of the 4 great Satans is rather eccentric. In private, they're all especially carefree and free-spirited, to the point that it can be embarrassing to be around them. She let out a sigh. Adrien's image suddenly popped into Issei's mind. Are all strong people weird like that? Sona's face had turned bright red. Her sister's behavior was completely embarrassing to her. Leviathan noticed the change in her little sister's face and looked at her with concern. What's wrong, little Sona? Your face is all red, you know. Shouldn't you be happy to see me again after so long? You should have welcomed me with a happy, sis. Then I would hug you and say, Sona. And then we'd hug each other again in a Yuri kind of way. Sister. This is my school, where I was appointed student council president. Even if we are family, your behavior, and the way you're dressed, are not appropriate. Don't say that, little Sona. You'll make me cry. You know your big sister loves magical girls. Waving a sparkling baton and blowing away all those angels and fallen angels in one attack. Serafal said with another wink. Sister, please control yourself. If you actually did that, you could turn this small island nation into rubble. Hey, Saji, Issei whispered. When that fallen angel attacked the other day, the chairwoman didn't ask her sister for help. Am I right to think they don't get along? You've got it backwards, Saji replied. According to rumors, Serafal Leviathan loves her sister so much that we could have been in real trouble if we had called her. Who knows what she would have done if she thought a fallen angel was about to lay a hand on her little sister. That would have been an instant declaration of war. Calling Lord Surzex alone was the right choice. Still, this is the first time I've actually seen her myself. Ugh, I can't take this anymore. With that, the usually calm and reserved Sona turned around and ran off, her eyes shining with tears. Wait. Little Sona. Where are you going without your sister? The Demon King cried as she ran after her. Don't follow me. No. I won't let you. Don't leave me, Soda-Ayan. I told you to stop calling me that. Everyone watched with bemused expressions as Serafal ran after Sona. What a peaceful family the House of Citri has. Don't you think so, Ria? Brother, please don't call me that. Don't say that, Ria. You used to follow me around everywhere when you were little. Maybe this is your rebellious phase. Surzex muttered, clearly taking her reaction to heart. That's enough, brother. Why do you always have to bring up my childhood in front of? Click. Rias's father snapped a picture of his furious daughter. She looked unusually expressive just then. You have such a lovely face, Rias. I'm very happy to have raised such a wonderful girl. Your mother couldn't come today, so I should make the most of this moment for her sake too. Father. That's enough. Everyone watched as it became the Gremory family's turn to fall into an embarrassing conversation. Each of the Demon King families has something in common, Aquino said with an amused smile. Like what? Issei asked. The Demon Kings all have very interesting personalities. And without exception, their younger siblings are always overly serious. That seriousness is probably a reaction to how free-spirited the Demon Kings themselves are. That kind of reminds me of Adrien and Sikvera, but with their roles reversed, Kiba said with an amused chuckle. The moment Aquino heard Adrien's name, she fell silent, and her expression darkened. Yesterday, she had thought Adrien was taking her somewhere secluded so they could grow closer. But apparently, he had sensed that they were being followed and had chosen that path on purpose to isolate himself and the person following them. Then he used his teleportation technique, and the next moment, she was suddenly back at the shrine. That was not even the main problem. The real issue was that Adrien had not returned to the shrine last night. She had waited for him in the yard the entire night, but he never came back. Rias noticed her best friend's expression, and approached her, which got the attention of Surzex and Lord Zeoticus Gremory. Is something wrong, Aquino? Rias asked, slightly worried about her. Aquino stayed silent for a moment. Adrien was the type to simply disappear. From what she knew of him, that was basically the story of his life. She had planned to tell the others what happened if he did not return tonight, but since everyone was here, including the Demon King, he might have an idea of what to do. After we left yesterday, we were followed by the Vanishing Dragon. Well, I think it was him, but I'm not completely sure. Her words shocked everyone present. Why do you think it was the Vanishing Dragon? Surzex asked. Rias had already informed her brother about the White Dragon's appearance after Adrien defeated Kokobeel. I felt the same aura from him, and he felt overwhelmingly strong. Adrien teleported me back to the shrine before they confronted each other, and I haven't seen him since. Surzex frowned slightly and turned to his sister. Did you feel any energy output yesterday? No, I didn't. They must not have fought then. I see. Surzex then chuckled. Well, I didn't think he'd stay in one place for so long. 3 days is an impressive run for Adrien. His familia is staying in the old school building. Why would he leave them there and disappear? Rias asked. Because he trusts you. He probably had something he needed to do, so he sent them to stay with you so they wouldn't be alone. Rias sighed. Couldn't he at least tell us he was leaving? That's the Agares brat for you, Zeoticus Gremory said with a chuckle. Rias, on another note, there's something I want to discuss with you. Surzex said, I think it's time to unseal your other bishop. Chapter 36, A Supernatural Case Part. From what we know, there have been 52 deaths in just 4 days. All of them were caused by heart attacks. Every victim was either a wanted criminal or someone already being held in prison. There are probably other criminal deaths that still haven't been confirmed. Does that mean the death toll could easily be over 100? Murmurs spread through the conference room. After the large number of unexplained deaths that had continued over the past 4 days since the hostage incident, the ICPO, International Criminal Police Organization, held a conference to discuss the situation. At any rate, they were all criminals who probably would have been executed anyway. Perhaps this is not something we should be too concerned about, an old man with blonde hair and a white suit argued. How stupid. It doesn't matter whether they were criminals or on death row. Killing them is still murder. A man in a red suit shot back. We aren't even sure they were murdered. There's no way over 100 people could all have heart attacks at the same time. It has to be murder. The argument was between 2 people, while everyone else listened to them. Is it even possible to kill that many people at the same time? This time, another man spoke. He was on the same side as the men in the red suit. We believe these killings were carefully planned and carried out by a large organization. If you're saying a large organization is involved, I can't help but think of the FBI or the CIA. I dare you to say that again. Apparently, the two men on the same side were Americans and connected to one of those organizations. Now, let's stop joking around. First, we need to determine whether these are murders or just strange coincidences, an old man in a green suit said, cutting into their argument. But don't all the autopsy reports say the deaths were caused by unexplained heart attacks? The blonde old man shot back. I don't see what else we can learn just from the way they died. That's right. It would only be worth investigating further if they had been stabbed or shot. More people started joining the argument. If that's the case, then we'll just have to let Elle solve this. Silence suddenly fell over the conference room. Representatives from multiple countries began murmuring and whispering to one another. The killings were happening all over the world, not just in Japan. Chief, what is Elle? A rookie detective quietly asked the chief beside him. This is your first time at this conference, isn't it? No one knows Elle's real name, where he is, or what he looks like. But he has solved every case he has taken, no matter how difficult it was. He has cracked many of the world's unsolved cases. He's our ace, our trump card. Something like that, the chief replied. But isn't Elle the kind of arrogant person who only takes cases he's interested in? That's right. We can't even contact him. Voices criticizing Elle started rising from different people across the conference room. Elle is already involved. Everyone turned their attention toward the sound of footsteps coming up to the stage. A mysterious man dressed entirely in black stood before them, wearing a long trench coat, a high layered collar, and fitted gloves. Elle is already investigating the case, the man said. Ah. Watari. Watari. Who's Watari? The rookie detective asked. He's the only man who can contact Elle. Furthermore, Watari's true identity is also unknown. Please be silent, Watari said. Elle will now speak. On the large projection screen behind Watari, the letter L appeared, and a distorted voice came through the conference room speakers. Members of the ICPO. I am L. Yarg. Don't chase me while waving that Durandal around. All right then, start running. You're a daywalker, so moving around in the sun shouldn't be a problem for you. The wielder of the holy sword was chasing Rias's resident vampire across the grounds outside the old school building at sunset. The vampire was an androgynous-looking boy with platinum blonde hair and pinkish-violet eyes. His hair was cut in a short bob, with several small bangs falling over his forehead, and he had pointed ears. Gaspar Vladi was Rias Gremory's other bishop, a half-human, half-vampire. He had been sealed away because of a powerful ability he could not control, his sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View. Forbidden Baylor View gave its user the ability to momentarily stop time for anything within his line of sight. The length of the effect depended on the user's mastery of the sacred gear, as well as the target's power compared to the user's. The problem was that Gaspar could not control this ability, he could only activate his sacred gear involuntarily. That was why he had been sealed away until now. The other problem was that Gaspar was originally a coward and a shut-in with a very shy personality. He also liked to wear female clothing. After Rias managed to fight Kokobile, even though she lost, she earned a reputation among the important decision-makers. They decided that she should be capable of handling him. Kokobile was a 10-winged cadre, while Rias was only a 2-winged high-class devil, yet she still managed to fight him for a short time with the help of her peerage. Because of that, the higher-ups were impressed with her. The same thing happened with Sona as well. Adrien's familia had been staying at the old school building for the past 4 days together with Rias's familia. They still had not heard anything from Adrien, which only made them more worried. Most of their time was spent going to class. Rias had made a teleportation circle for them so they could travel back and forth between their school and the old school building, training, and spending time with their new friends. Zenobia decided that she would help in training Gaspar, so now Gaspar was fleeing for his life. If Zenobia managed to land a blow with her Durandal, it would mean the end for him. According to her, a sound mind started with a well-trained body, so she took his physical training upon herself. Here's the corrected and smoother version in easy English. I was looking forward to meeting another bishop like me, but he would not even look me in the eye. Asia said to Issei with a regretful sniffle. She looked like she was about to cry. Like Zenobia, Kaneko was also chasing after Gaspar with a handful of garlic. Gaspy. Garlic will make you big and strong. Yarg. Why are you bullying me, Kaneko? I think that's a bad idea. Maybe we need to be gentle with him, Mahiru said as she watched the young vampire being chased around. I wish Adrien were here. He could probably find a way to help him. No, it's a good thing he isn't here. Gaspar would probably shit his pants from the kind of stuff Adrien would put him through. He might even bully him for fun. Mary said, shaking her head. Adrien isn't that bad. Mahiru retorted. Not that bad. I still have PTSD from the shit he did to Riser Phoenix. If he was watching with us you would have understood how scary he is. Saji Genshiro said as he approached the group. Hey, Saji, Issei greeted his friend. Yo, Hayadu. I heard you let your familiars shut in out, so I thought I'd come take a look. Yeah, over there. The kid Zenobia is chasing around with her weapon. Wait, she's actually waving her legendary holy sword around. Are you serious about that? Ah. It's a girl. And a blonde. Sorry to break it to you, but he's a crossdresser. Hearing that, Saji was immediately crestfallen, completely devastated. That fraud. Don't people usually crossdress because they want to show themselves off? He's an indoor kid. Who's he trying to impress? That makes no sense. I don't get it. That makes two of us. I don't understand Gasper either. Feminine clothes suit him so well that I don't even know what to say. Anyway, what's up? Russell. Everyone turned their attention toward where the sound had come from. Heh. So this is where the servants of the Demon King families come to play. A man with black hair and golden bangs, dressed in a men's summer yukata, walked toward them. Azazel. Yo, Mr. Red Dragon Emperor. Everyone immediately turned to look at the fallen angel. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Flash. Zenobia quickly took a fighting stance with her sword ready. Mary instantly summoned Excalibur Rapid and Excalibur Destruction. Asia hid behind Issei while he activated his boosted gear. Hayadu, is that really Azazel? I'm not joking around, Saji. I've already met him a few times now. Saji also braced himself for battle. Azazel let out an amused laugh when he saw all of them ready to fight. Relax. I'm not in the mood today. Come on now, little low-class devil brats. You do realize none of you can beat me, right? If I wanted trouble, you'd already know it. I'm not here to waste time bullying kids. I was just taking a walk and thought I'd stop by your little demon school. So, is your holy demonic sword kid around? I'd like to see that thing for myself. Kiba isn't here. And even if he was, I'd never hand him over to you. Issei shot back. Bold words from someone who couldn't even stand against Kokobile, Azazel said lazily. There's no chance you'd beat me. Still, the holy demonic sword kid really isn't here. That's a shame. He scratched the back of his head as he casually walked closer. Azazel pointed toward a nearby tree. You. The vampire hiding over there. Gasper, who had indeed been hiding behind the tree, suddenly let out a panicked cry. Azazel walked straight toward him. You're the one with Forbidden Baylor view, right? If you don't learn to control that thing, it's going to hurt everyone around you. It's a support-type sacred gear, so it can become useful if you make up for its weaknesses. But unless I'm mistaken, you devils are behind when it comes to sacred gear research. He stopped in front of Gasper and looked directly into his eyes. A weapon that activates through one of the five senses is dangerous. If you pour too much power into it, you might trigger it by accident. Gasper trembled violently as the fallen angel stood over him. Azazel suddenly turned and pointed at Saji. That's the absorption line, right? Since you're here training, why don't you try using it? Hook it onto the vampire and activate it while draining his power. Do that, and he'll be far less likely to run away. Saji's expression stiffened when he heard that. I can use it to absorb power from other sacred gears. I thought all it did was drain energy from my enemies and weaken them. Azazel let out a tired sigh. This is exactly what I mean when I say people these days have no idea how to properly use their sacred gears, he said, sounding genuinely disappointed. The absorption line carries the power of one of the 5 great dragon kings, the prison dragon, Vritra. Though, to be fair, it was my research that uncovered that little detail. He folded his arms and continued. You can connect it to almost anything and drain power from it. You can even detach it for a while and make it latch onto someone or something else. So I could connect it to Hayadu, for example. And then Hayadu would receive power from it. Indeed, Azazel replied. The more you grow, the more lines you'll be able to use. Your power output will rise as well. He then pointed at Gasper while looking at Issei. The fastest way to strengthen that sacred gear would be to have your vampire drink the blood of the boosted gear's host. Give him some of your blood, and his power will increase. Chapter 37, A Supernatural Case Part. Azazel then looked at Mahiru and Mary. You're Adrien Agares' girls, right? Sanctum Veil and Excalibur Genesis. Lucky bastard. Both of those are incredible sacred gears. He turned his attention to Mahiru first. When you train with it, put on a blindfold. That way, you'll be forced to rely only on sensing everything inside your barrier. In a real fight, if you need to spread it across a large battlefield, you won't always be able to see everyone entering or leaving the area. Sooner or later, you'll need to feel them instead of looking for them. Azazel crossed his arms, thinking for a moment before smirking. Another thing. I have a suspicion your sacred gear might respond to conceptual laws rather than simple commands. Try saying something ridiculous like, no jumping. Then see if your gear listens. Mahiru looked surprised as Azazel casually gave her ideas on how to train, and even told her exactly what to focus on. Azazel then shifted his attention to Mary. Your sacred gear is much more straightforward. You just need to summon swords as often as possible and push the output higher. Try bringing out all 7 at once, even if you can only hold them for a second. Burst output matters too. And Adrien probably already told you this, but throw them instead of just swinging them. That holy demonic sword brat would actually be a good teacher for you. His gear and yours are extremely similar, while being complete opposites at the same time. Azazel grinned, genuine excitement flashing across his face. And I'm just waiting to see your balance breaker. The true Excalibur infused with demonic energy. He rubbed his arms dramatically. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps just imagining it. From what is known, Excalibur Genesis's sacred gear was to be able to summon a copy of the true Excalibur, but what would happen if its wielder was a devil? With that, the fallen angel took one last look at them and turned to leave. Before leaving, however, he paused for a moment and glanced toward Adrien's familia. Sorry about Vali, our white dragon emperor. He wasn't supposed to approach your master without permission. Just so you know, when I stepped in between them, they hadn't fought yet, and Vali left without a battle. So Adrien wasn't hurt. Then where is he? Mahiru shouted, though her voice weakened at the end of the question. Azazel only shrugged. He seemed busy for some reason. I left him at the park where we were. What he did after that, I have no idea. What about you, then? Are you going to apologize for summoning me without even telling me who you were? Issei asked. Back then, he had been summoned and made a contract with Azazel while the fallen angel was still hiding his identity. Azazel was a 12-winged governor-class fallen angel. If he wanted to, not even most ultimate-class beings would be able to sense his energy because his control was absurdly precise. Of course, even that still could not compare to Adrien in terms of energy control. Azazel remained completely unfazed and simply flashed him a mischievous grin. That's my hobby. I've got nothing to apologize for. And with that, he finally turned and left. Rias and Sona had been spending most of their time preparing for the leaders' summit. The event had to go smoothly, and the venue itself was just as important as the discussions that would take place there. If anything went wrong, it could easily deepen the tension between the 3 factions. Since the summit was going to be held inside Ko Academy, the 2 of them had a lot on their shoulders. Both of them were in the student council room. Rias was lying back on the sofa, while Sona sat properly in her office chair. The TV was on, but neither of them was really paying attention to it. After a long day of work, they were simply resting while scrolling through their phones. Rias, look at this for a moment, Sona said, holding out her phone. Rias glanced at her. Is it about those murders? Sona gave a small nod. Yes. Someone made a website about it. Rias took the phone and read the title on the front page. Legend of Kira the Savior. Sona adjusted her glasses slightly. It seems Kira comes from the English word killer. If you search for Kira online, a surprising number of pages like this show up. The murders are happening all over the world, and every victim has died from a heart attack. Some people might think it's just a coincidence, but I highly doubt it. Most likely, this case is connected to our side of the world, Sona, Rias said, frowning at her phone. I agree, Sona said with a small nod. Do you think it could be some kind of sacred gear? If so, what kind? I don't know. I've never heard of a way of killing that precise. Sona fell silent for a moment before speaking. He is only targeting criminals. I haven't received any reports from the Underworld about suspicious activity. Which means the killings are being carried out perfectly, without leaving behind even a trace of energy residue. We interrupt this program to bring you a special worldwide broadcast from the ICPO, Interpol. The announcement will begin shortly. The program on the screen suddenly cut off, replaced by a news reporter. Both Sona and Rias immediately turned their attention to the TV. A pale, sharp-featured man with long black hair and a cold expression appeared on the screen, dressed in a formal gray suit. The name Lind L. Taylor was displayed on the lower third. I am the one who can mobilize the world's police. My name is Lind L. Taylor, also known as L. L. Who is that? Rias asked, clearly surprised. Sona was already searching on her phone. Apparently, he's a highly skilled detective. He's known for solving extremely difficult cases, though he hasn't taken on many. There has been a string of serial killings targeting criminals. This is one of the most atrocious murder cases in history, and it will not go unpunished. I will definitely catch the one behind these murders, the person commonly known as Kira. Rias frowned. That seems pointless. If this is really connected to the supernatural, how is he supposed to figure it out? That only applies if he is truly just human, Sona replied calmly. Don't forget, there are all kinds of sacred gears. Some are not meant for combat at all, and there are likely many we still know nothing about. He may possess a sacred gear that helps him in investigative work. Kira, I believe I have a good idea of what your motive is. But what you are doing is evil. Rias and Sona kept their eyes on the TV, both of them watching closely. Then, all of a sudden, the detective on the screen began to tremble. Sweat gathered on his face, his body twitched violently, and then he collapsed face first onto the desk in front of him. Sona. Rias said, her voice tightening. Rias, contact your brother immediately, Sona said at once, her tone sharp and serious. Rias nodded and moved without hesitation. She immediately sent a message to her brother, who was still in town. After all, the three-faction meeting was only 2 days away. 2 men in black suits rushed onto the screen and quickly removed the detective's body from the live broadcast. Suddenly the screen changed into a white background with the letter L written in a cloister black font. Unbelievable, a distorted voice came from the screen. I had to test it for myself. So you really are capable of this, Kira. It seems you can kill people without making direct contact. I could not believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. Listen carefully, Kira. If you just killed the men shown on the screen, Lind L. Taylor, then you have just killed a man who was scheduled to be executed today. What? Sona said, genuinely stunned as she stared at the screen. The criminal was someone the police had captured in secret. His arrest was never broadcast on television, nor was it released on the internet. It seems you were unable to obtain any information on him. However, I am L. I do exist. So go on and try to kill me. I dare you. What is wrong? You can't do it. Then that means that you cannot kill this easily. You've just given me a very useful clue. Rias and Sona were staring at the TV in shock. I'll tell you something in return. I said this was a live broadcast worldwide, but in truth, this message is only being aired in the Kanto region of Japan. Wait. My territory is there. Adrien's too, Rias said, visibly shaken. What L meant was clear, Kira was somewhere in this region. That meant a worldwide serial killer, one who most likely possessed supernatural powers, was dangerously close to her. The first victim was the murderer in Shinjuku. The police overlooked that case because it seemed so minor. Out of all the criminals who died of heart attacks, his crime was the least severe. More importantly, that crime was only reported in Japan. From that, I was able to deduce this much: you are in Japan, and that first victim was your test subject. You are lucky that you happen to be in Kanto, the most heavily populated region in the country. Then the screen suddenly turned black and white, and the broadcast was cut off. Sona turned off the TV. They're going to hunt each other down, but neither of them knows the other's name or face, Rias said with a sigh. To be honest, I never would have thought of doing it that way. This case is really bad. If this keeps going, the supernatural world could be exposed to everyone again. Why has this kind of thing been happening so often lately? Rias muttered, hiding her face in her hands in frustration. And on top of that, all the leaders of the three factions are in town right now. Sona added grimly. Surzex was sitting in a hotel suite in Koa when the TV screen turned black and white, signaling the end of the broadcast. What do you think, Grafia? He asked. I have never encountered a method of killing like this, Grafia replied calmly. If what this L says is true, then the killer is close to us. And yet, I have not sensed even the slightest trace of energy. Surzex gave a small nod. Please send a message to the historians in Lilith. Tell them to gather any information they can on this kind of power. As you wish, my lord, Grafia said with a bow. As she turned to leave, Surzex smiled. Come back quickly, so we can have some fun later. Grafia clicked her tongue and walked out, but Surzex did not miss the faint red tint spreading across her ears. Chapter 38, A Supernatural Case Part. Next, the victims, said the chief of the Kanto Police Department. Right, the investigator replied, adjusting the papers in his hands. After further investigation, we confirmed that information about the heart attack victims had, in fact, been publicly available in Japan before their deaths. Also. He hesitated for a moment and glanced at Watari, who was seated quietly at the end of the room. Regarding L's request that we examine the exact times of death for each victim, we found a pattern. On weekdays, the deaths occurred between 4 p.m. and 2 a.m., Japan time. 68% of them happened between 8 p.m. and midnight. Very interesting. L's voice came out in a distorted way from the laptop on Watari's lap. Must be a student then. Everyone seemed visibly shocked by what Elle said. The chief looked around the room at the gathered officers. Has anyone else noticed anything? Yes. The rookie detective said, slowly raising his hand. What is it, Matsuda? The chief asked. I'm not saying this to support Kira or anything. Matsuda said nervously, glancing around the room. But over the past few days, all around the world, and especially here in Japan, the number of violent crimes, especially the more serious ones, has dropped drastically. His report made the policemen and investigators in the room let out low grunts of displeasure. Well, I suppose that was to be expected, the chief said heavily. Anything else? After everyone stayed silent with no additional reports, the chief said, that about sums up our investigation report for today, Elle. Thank you for your cooperation, Elle's distorted voice replied from the laptop. I have a feeling we're getting closer to the culprit. Even so, I'd like to make another request. I want the teams investigating the victims, the news, and the internet to once again examine exactly how the victims' identities became public in Japan, and whether their faces were ever shown. I also want you to try to obtain records of who searched for each of those names online. I know it is a lot to ask, but I believe you should be able to do it. But there are so many platforms where the culprit could have looked up the victims, one of the investigators said. He might have simply switched from one platform to another. I understand, Elle replied calmly. You only need to focus on the 5 most widely used browsers, as well as X and Reddit. Watari will contact those major companies on my behalf and request their cooperation. Light, how are your studies? The chief asked his son as the family sat on the table having dinner. They are okay. Light answered. He's at the top of his grade as usual. My wonderful big brother. The chief's daughter answered with a wide smile on his face. Yes, my wonderful son. The mom said. Dad, you seem a bit tired, Light asked his dad, as he ate dinner. Yeah. I can't tell you any details, but this current case is very difficult. Standing behind the table was a corpse-thin creature hunched forward looking at the family with bulging, unblinking red eyes. Its mouth packed with wet, jagged teeth, while black feathers burst from its shoulders. The family members could not see the creature, only Light could. Lady Rias. By order of His Majesty Sir Zex Lucifer, I am informing you that the 3-faction meeting has been postponed until further notice. Recent events have created a situation that requires immediate attention from all sides. At present, angels, fallen angels, and devils have begun coordinated movements to investigate the cause of these disturbances and determine what force is acting in secret. Until more is known, all major diplomatic gatherings are suspended. Remain cautious, strengthen the security of your territory, and avoid unnecessary actions until new instructions are issued. I will contact you again when updates arrive. Graphia Lucifuge. Ria sighed as she folded the letter and placed it on her desk. Aquino stepped closer and poured her a cup of tea. What is the letter about? Aquino asked. The 3-faction meeting has been postponed. They believe the series of murders may be a supernatural incident, so angels, fallen angels, and devils have begun moving to search for the culprit, Rias explained to her queen. I see. Do you know what the current situation is? The main problem is that the culprit has no energy leakage at all. That means they are likely from a race that uses life force instead of pure energy. Life force was another kind of power some races used. Unlike demonic power or holy power, life force was not pure energy itself. It was more like the fuel used to create energy. Like normal energy, it moved through the body by way of energy points and energy channels, but it did not leak outward because it had no true form or weight. All living races possessed life force. However, races that could use other forms of energy rarely relied on it, since doing so consumed their own lifespan. Races without such options often used life force as their natural means of defense. Not everyone could do that, however. Only those capable of using Tuki through senjutsu or other special methods could use their life force to defend themselves. Tuki was, in essence, the external manifestation of one's life force, in other words, their ki, wrapped around the body like an aura. By using it, a person could greatly enhance their offense, defense, and speed. It also had the added effect of harming others with even the slightest touch, while protecting the user from a wide range of attacks and knocking enemies back. The better a person's control over Tuki was, the better they could manage the life force it consumed. And that was one of the main reasons devils, angels, and fallen angels lived longer than many other races. They did not need to consume their life force to fight, and because of that, they did not shorten their own lifespan. So, in summary, a person's life force could be converted into a kind of energy called Tuki. Like other forms of energy, Tuki flowed through the body by way of energy channels and points. Life force itself did not leak and could not be sensed. However, once it was transformed into Tuki, it could be sensed and leak like other energies, and using it would slowly consume the user's lifespan in small amounts. It makes sense for the culprit to be a life force user, but what kind of power could kill people like that? Aquino asked. I don't know, Rias replied. My brother seems to have some idea, but for some reason, he didn't tell me what it was. Aquino lowered her eyes for a moment. Do you think Adrien is working on the case? Rias gave her a teasing smirk. You've been talking about him a lot lately. Do you really like him that much? Yes, Aquino answered honestly. He is a very attractive man. I'm more surprised that you haven't fallen for him yet. I understand why people would, Rias said with a sigh. He's handsome, absurdly strong, smart, and I owe him my life. I respect him a lot too. But did you not see his personality? He's unbearable. He needs to be watched all the time, he acts cold in public, and he barely seems to care about anyone. I honestly don't understand why you and Sona are so infatuated with him. I'll have to disagree with you on a few points, Aquino said softly. Adrien may act cold, but his heart is actually very warm. He showed me that himself. He can be violent, and sometimes he goes too far, but most of the time he is genuinely kind and cares about others. She lowered her eyes slightly before continuing. I'm sure that if he didn't, he would never have come to save us from Kokobile, because he had no real reason to. Even if we had died, I doubt another war would have started. Maybe there would have been a few skirmishes, but all three factions have already lost too much and still haven't fully recovered from the previous wars. Of course Adrien knew that. He definitely did. And yet, he still came to save us. Rias fell silent. What? There were another 23 heart attack victims yesterday, the chief shouted. The moment he heard the report, he slammed his hand onto the table and shot to his feet. Why yes. The officer answered nervously. 23 victims. 1 death every hour. It's fine, Elle said calmly. I'm very close now. Did you get the information I asked for? Elle was a very slim, pale young man with messy, neck-length black hair and dark eyes. Heavy shadows rested beneath his eyes, making him look even more unsettling. He wore a plain long-sleeved white shirt and a pair of blue jeans. He sat on the chair in his usual strange way, crouched with both feet pulled up onto the seat and his knees drawn close to his chest. His eyes with rather large black pupils rarely blinked as he eyed the room. Why yes. Matsuda said quickly as he stepped forward and handed Elle a stack of files. The pale detective immediately began reading through them. His face remained completely expressionless as his eyes moved across the pages. Elle's eyes shifted toward Matsuda, carefully reading his body language. After a moment, he gave a small nod. Thank you, he said, lowering his head slightly. Watari, please add these to my files. The mysterious old man stepped forward, took the stack of papers from Elle, and quietly moved aside. Have you discovered anything new? The chief asked. Chief, may I come have dinner at your house tonight? Elle asked calmly. I would also like Matsuda to join us. The chief stared at him in complete confusion, clearly caught off guard by the sudden request. Ah. I suppose that would be fine. Shinigami. The governor of the fallen angels muttered. I never expected them to still be alive. After all, Hades eradicated their race long ago. Their ability is interesting. You called it the Death Note, right? Vali asked. Yes, Azazel replied. It looks like an ordinary notebook, but if someone's name is written in it under certain conditions, they die. It is essentially an untraceable method of killing. It works on every race, regardless of the target's power. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It was an absurdly dangerous ability. That is why Hades wiped them out back then. He trained nameless soldiers and laid waste to the land of the Shinigami, slaughtering every last one of them, or so he thought. It seems at least one managed to escape. The three factions are still searching, right? Vali asked. They are, Azazel replied. But Shinigami cannot be sensed. I'm certain it is hiding alongside the one using the notebook. A faint grin crossed his face. Still. I think we've got them now. Chapter 39, A Supernatural Case Part. Elle stood with Matsuda outside the Yagami residence and they rang the bell. A moment later, a young man with brown hair opened the door. His younger sister stood just behind him. Welcome, the young girl said with a polite smile as she greeted the guests. Light stepped aside and led them inside. Behind him, Ryuk the Shinigami floated silently, staring at the two visitors. The moment his eyes landed on Matsuda, he frowned, and his ugly face twisted in displeasure. Matsuda didn't seem to see him. Light noticed Ryuk's reaction, but he did not show any response. My name is Light Yagami, he said calmly. You must be my father's associates. I wanted to thank you for the work you've been doing. Elle gave a small nod. Your father has been a great help. Matsuda said nothing. May I ask your names? Light asked as they entered the small living room. Dinner had already been laid out on the table, where Chief Yagami was seated, waiting for the two of them. "Ah, welcome," Chief Yagami said as he stood to greet his guests. After exchanging greetings, everyone took their seats. L sat in his usual strange posture, crouched on the chair, while Matsuda sat beside him in a much stiffer manner. Ryuk did not remain with them. He drifted upstairs and disappeared onto the second floor. "This is the detective I told you about, Light," the chief said to his son. "Oh, so it's him." "Really?" Light looked at the pale young man before him with clear interest. Then Light's gaze shifted to Matsuda, silently asking for his name. "This is Tota Matsuda, a rookie officer who joined us this year." "Yes," Matsuda said quickly. "Chief Yagami has been very kind to me." The two guests in the Yagami family then shared dinner together. L ate in silence, focused entirely on his food, while Matsuda chatted nervously with the chief and the rest of the family. Once dinner was finished, Light excused himself, saying he needed to study. Soon after, the young girl and Chief Yagami's wife also excused themselves. Tick. Tack. Tick. Tack. The old clock on the wall echoed through the room as the three men sat in tense silence, watching one another. "So, I assume there was something private you wanted to discuss," Chief Yagami said, his eyes fixed on L. L glanced at the clock on the wall. "It should happen any minute now." "What?" Boom. The sound of something breaking came from the floor above. All three men instantly looked toward the ceiling. Then Matsuda's body began to tremble violently. A second later, his face slammed onto the dining table. His body started to slowly break apart, crumbling as though it were turning to dust. Chief Yagami's eyes widened in horror. L, however, only smirked. He suddenly shifted from his usual crouched posture and sat normally, resting his cheek against one hand. "So, I see he forced him to choose that option. Not that it matters. It was checkmate either way." "What is happening?" the chief shouted, his body shaking as he stared at the scene before him. L spoke in the same calm tone. Your son is Kira, and he just killed this man right here." "What are you talking about? And why is he turning to dust?" "Exactly, why is he?" L, or rather, Adrien, slowly rose from his seat. Before Chief Yagami could react, Adrien stepped forward and struck the side of his neck with a sharp chop, knocking him unconscious instantly. The chief's body slumped forward, collapsing onto the table. Without wasting a second, Adrien took out a phone and called the police, speaking in a calm and controlled voice. After finishing the call, he returned to his seat at the table. Then his entire demeanor changed. Still wearing L's disguise, Adrien began to tremble violently, like a man overcome with fear after witnessing something horrific. His breathing turned uneven as he stared ahead, preparing for whoever would come next. Suddenly, three devils entered the house through the front door. Each of them had one pair of black wings. The moment they stepped inside, their eyes swept across the room and landed on the pale man trembling in the chair, facing the other way. Without saying a word, they moved through the first floor in complete silence, then started going up the stairs. The moment they were gone from sight, Adrien's trembling stopped. He returned to normal, and with a faint smirk on his face, he vanished from the room. Adrien appeared in a vast underground chamber stretched farther than any normal house should allow, carved from polished concrete, steel, and black stone. Cold white lights were built into the ceiling in long clean lines, casting sharp reflections across the smooth floor. Sitting behind a large PC was an old butler dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit. His hair was completely white, and a long white mustache rested above a calm, unreadable expression. "Watari, the mission was successful," Adrien said as his body slowly returned to its normal appearance. "I see. Good, then, my lord," the old man replied smoothly. Watari was Adrien's personal butler. To put it simply, he was Adrien's Alfred. Unknown to everyone else, the elderly butler was the one helping Adrien carry out many of his schemes from the shadows. The truth was that Watari was a yokai Adrien had met in Italy years ago. He was not a fighter, only a butler. Because of that, his presence carried no threatening aura and was almost impossible to notice, making him the perfect ally for Adrien. "My lord, may I ask how you figured the boy out?" Watari asked. Adrien dropped onto the sofa, and a Kit Kat bar appeared in his hand. "Like I said in the broadcast, the first victim was in Shinjuku, and it was only shown in Japan. I just happened to be watching TV at the time, and the guy's death felt weird to me. What were the chances of him just dropping dead from a heart attack like that?" He took a bite from the Kit Kat before continuing. "When the death toll got even bigger the next day, I knew this shit wasn't normal. It had to be connected to the supernatural. I got interested in the case, so I decided to handle it as L. Light is just a high schooler with a god complex. He made way too many blunders." Adrien smirked. The first was the number of people he killed. He murdered more than 200 people in 5 or 6 days, and all of them died from heart attacks. That immediately alerted every faction. Like, you saw a fucking creature floating in front of you that looked like absolute shit, and it never crossed your mind that there might be others like it. The second mistake he made was the timing of the deaths. He didn't think ahead. At first, the deaths happened during the hours when students are usually free, so I immediately considered that he might be one himself. Then he changed the times of the killings. That told me he knew we were catching on. So there were only 2 real possibilities: either he had an insider inside the police department, or he was obtaining the information himself. Adrien crossed one leg over the other. When I was at the police station, I watched everyone's expressions and body language. No one looked like they were hiding anything, except Matsuda. But Matsuda was a devil. The higher-ups must have placed him in the Kanto region, just like they do all over the world. Anyway, that meant he was getting the information himself. No one other than the chief and his closest subordinates had access to those files. There were only about 12 of them. So I just thought, which one of them has a family that fits the description? The closest match was Chief Yagami. As for how he was doing the killing, I didn't even need to know. I could just leave that part to Surzex and Azazel. But I didn't want anyone finding out about L, so I took Matsuda to their house. That guy was the checkmate. The Shinigami couldn't leave him alone, because Matsuda would definitely report seeing him. The Shinigami probably didn't know Matsuda was being watched, or maybe he did. Either way, he didn't have a choice. Wouldn't the Demon King figure out that you were the one who led them there? Watari asked. He might, Adrien said, sounding unconcerned. But it doesn't matter. He has no proof. They'll probably reconstruct the chief's memories, but I doubt they'll be able to erase the whole planet's memory of the incident. So in the end, they'll most likely just say that L solved the case and never speak about it again. He shrugged lightly. This whole thing will probably end up becoming one of those weird incidents people talk about for years. The kind they blame on the Illuminati or turn into some creepy story to scare kids at night. Like, if you don't behave, Kira will come for you next. Something like that. Watari chuckled softly. The older I get, the more I think serving you was a good choice, Lord Adrien. At least I got to have a little fun before I die. You'll live for at least another 300 years, Adrien said dryly. Stop talking like you're dying tomorrow. Watari gave a small smile. Time passes quickly, my lord. Inside the shrine's main hall sat Akino, Issei, and a third man. He was handsome, with long blonde hair and green eyes. 12 golden wings grew from his back. He wore a red robe over a white alb with a golden cross on the front. Golden shoulder plates rested on his shoulders, a white sash hung across his body, and a glowing golden halo floated above his head. I wanted to give you this, actually, the Archangel said. Issei turned to where Michael was pointing and saw a sword hovering in the air, radiating a holy aura. Before Michael could speak again, another blond man suddenly appeared in the middle of the shrine. He was dressed in an all-black outfit and wore sunglasses. Adrien looked around the shrine, calmly watching everyone's reaction. Am I interrupting something? Adrien asked. Akino stared at him with wide eyes. It had been a week since he vanished after confronting the vanishing dragon, and now he was back in the most Adrien way possible. Where the hell have you been, dude? Issei asked. The girls were seriously worried. If I were you, I'd never disappear like that with so many beautiful girls around me. Damn it, now I'm getting annoyed just thinking about it. Hands wrapped around Adrien immediately. He looked down and saw Akino clinging tightly to him, her head pressed against his chest. Hey, you good? Shut up. Don't say anything. Akino's muffled voice came from against his chest. You got her too. Arg, for fuck's sake. I already lost Akino. Michael could only stare at Adrien with wide eyes, his pupils trembling. Impossible. Chapter 40, The Three Factions Meeting Part. Impossible. Archangel Michael stared at Adrien with wide eyes. He could not sense a single trace of energy leakage from him. From what he knew, the young man standing before him had to be Adrien Agares, the devil who defeated Kokobile. But then why could he sense no energy from him at all? Don't tell me, his body is perfect. No, that can't be. Only the Lord was perfect. But if not that, then what could it? What you're thinking is completely right, Michael, Adrien said with a smirk, cutting through the Archangel's thoughts. Silence fell over the room. Akino was still holding Adrien tightly. Michael seemed unable to speak, while Issei stayed quiet because of how awkward the situation had become. I'll leave you three to finish your business, Adrien said. Michael quickly regained his composure. No, please stay. Adrien, right? I would like you to be present for this. I'd really rather leave. This sounds like a drag, Adrien said. Then he looked down and saw Aquino staring at him as if asking him to stay with her. Fine. Adrien sat on a tatami mat beside Aquino. Michael's eyes lingered on him for a moment before turning back to Issei. As I was saying earlier, I came to give you this holy sword, Michael said calmly. This is the dragon-slaying blade, Ascalon. It once belonged to Georges, though you likely know him better as St. George. Issei blinked in confusion. Before he could reply, Drake's voice echoed inside his mind. Oi, partner, that's no ordinary sword. We have already performed a special rite, Michael continued, his tone steady and dignified. Even as a devil, you should now be able to draw upon the dragon's power within it. More precisely, it may be possible for you to assimilate it into the boosted gear. Issei stared at him. Wait, hold on. That's actually possible. Adrien gave a lazy shrug, leaning back slightly. That depends on you, he said. Sacred gears react to their owner's will. If you want it badly enough, it'll probably work. Aquino glanced between them with interest, while Michael remained composed. Why are you giving me this? Issei asked suspiciously. It was a fair question. Why would Michael do something like this? He was a devil now, the enemy of all angels. On top of that, he was also the vessel of Drake, one of the two heavenly dragons who had caused enormous trouble during the Great War. Michael, however, simply smiled. I see the upcoming conference as a chance for the three great factions to work together, he said. You already know this, so I have no reason to hide it. Our creator, the Lord, died during the last Great War. The former demon kings also perished. As for the fallen angels, their leaders do not speak openly about it, but even Azazel has admitted that he has no desire to start another war. This is an opportunity for all of us. If we continue clashing with one another, the three factions will slowly weaken and may one day fade away. And even if that does not happen, another force could rise and destroy us if we do not learn to cooperate. Michael then looked directly at Issei. That is why I am offering this holy sword as a personal gesture of goodwill to the devil faction. Naturally, I have extended the same goodwill to the fallen angels as well. Your leaders also returned the holy swords that were stolen from us, and for that, we are deeply grateful. What do you mean by separate forces? Issei asked, looking confused again. There are other mythological systems beyond the one in the Bible, Aquino explained gently. Normally, they stay within their own territories and do not interfere with ours. They also made a clear non-aggression pact with the three factions. But now that the biblical God is gone, no one can say for certain what they might do. That is one of the reasons why the three factions do not publicly reveal his death. Even after that, Issei still looked lost. Rias can give you the history lesson later, so let's just get this over with, Adrien said, looking bored. Michael gave a small smile and brought the conversation back on track. What matters right now is the sword itself, he said. We performed the final adjustments here at this shrine. Azazel, the demon king, and I each carried out the necessary rites so that even a devil may wield it, provided they possess the power of a dragon. Issei cautiously reached for the holy sword floating in the air. Focus on the boosted gear, kid. I'll handle the rest. Sync that blade with the energy of your sacred gear, Drake's voice echoed in his mind. Issei focused and activated the boosted gear, causing the red gauntlet to appear over his arm. Then he concentrated on aligning the holy sword with the energy inside it. The sword's holy aura flowed into the sacred gear, passed through it, and entered his body. Sacred gears could act like external energy points. If energy could be released through them, then it could also be drawn in through them. It was the same basic idea as when Adrien poured demonic energy into Zenobia through her energy points. Flash. A burst of red light exploded outward, and the holy sword fused with his sacred gear. Michael brought his hands together with a warm smile. Then it seems my work here is done. I want to talk to you about something. Issei said. Come to the conference. You can tell me afterward. I assure you, I'll hear you out. Making those his final words, Michael's body erupted in light. When the flash died down, the archangel was gone. Some tea. Thank you. Aquino poured a cup for Issei, then returned to sit beside Adrien. So, how long have you two been this close? Issei asked awkwardly, glancing between them. Adrien looked completely unbothered, casually scrolling through his phone. Aquino, on the other hand, had a faint blush on her face. Well, for now, it's a little one-sided, Aquino said boldly, though her smile stayed soft. But I'll win him over soon enough. Her eyes shifted to Adrien's side profile. And aren't you going to tell us where you were, she asked. You disappeared after confronting the white dragon. We thought something had happened to you. Your familia was very worried, especially Celia and Mahiru. Adrien slipped his phone into his pocket and replied flatly, as if he could beat me. He looked really strong, though, Issei said, leaning forward with interest. If the two of you fought, would you lose? Adrien frowned for a moment, then a smirk slowly spread across his face. Was that question just a coincidence, he asked. Issei smirked back. In that instant, it felt like the two of them were completely on the same wavelength. Nah, Adrien said confidently. I'd win. Akino seemed confused as she switched glances between the two, they both seemed to be grinning for some reason. Issei suddenly slammed both hands onto the floor and leaned forward. Gojo or Sukuna? Adrien answered without hesitation. My blue-eyed, white-haired king, obviously. But one of your techniques is basically like Sukuna's, isn't it? Issei shot back. Yeah, Adrien said with a shrug. And I've got another one that's more like Gojo's. Anime gives you a stupid amount of ideas. There are thousands of characters, so of course you end up taking inspiration. Akino blinked, looking genuinely surprised. You actually base your techniques on anime? Sure, Adrien replied casually. I'm even working on a new one right now. Issei's eyes lit up at once. Wait, then can you explain your teleportation technique? It's basically like flying Raijin from Naruto, right? When people normally teleport, they either move from one teleportation circle to another, or they create a circle at a location they can picture and jump there, Adrien said. But even then, it still takes around 2 seconds for the circle to fully form. In a real fight, that's too slow. So instead of using teleportation circles, I move through storage spaces. What? Akino's eyes widened in shock. How does that even work? I use a tiny amount of demonic energy to let myself get pulled into the storage space, Adrien explained calmly. Before that, I already prepare an exit for myself on the other side. Storage spaces can't handle a large amount of energy, so the moment I enter, the space forces me back out through the nearest open hole. Both of them went silent. After a moment, Akino spoke again, still trying to process it. But how do you even get pulled in? Wouldn't your demonic energy create a repelling force instead? I didn't want to reveal it, Adrien said as he raised his hand, but I guess it was going to come out sooner or later. Huh? I don't see anything, Issei said, squinting at his hand. The ring? Akino asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. There was a silver ring on Adrien's middle finger. It looked plain, almost ridiculously ordinary. That's the one, Adrien said. An artificial sacred gear I made myself. It's still incomplete, though. Akino and Issei's eyes widened at the same time. What? Issei muttered. You made a sacred gear? Akino asked, unable to hide her shock. I've always been interested in sacred gears, so I tried making one, he said. It turned out to be way harder than I expected. This ring's ability is simple in theory. When I activate it, I can reverse the way something is supposed to work. Neither of them interrupted him now. It sounds overpowered and yeah, it is. But it's still unfinished. Forget a balance breaker, I can't even apply it to everything yet. As you know, the world is built on laws, formulas, and structure. In other words, math. Everything around you follows a certain formula, whether it's physical or supernatural. What this sacred gear does is reverse that formula. Issei stared at him blankly, but Akino was following closely. If heat is reversed, hot becomes cold. If size is reversed, big becomes small, Adrien said. But what do you think happens when a formula gets reversed without any proper base to support it? Akino's expression sharpened as she understood first. It would collapse. She said quietly. Adrien smirked. Exactly. It would collapse. So I started thinking, why not translate formulas into magic circles instead? Magic circles can be reversed, so I began converting formulas into them. Some things worked, and some didn't. It mostly depends on how complex the target is. The simpler and more stable the formula, the easier it is to reverse. A storage space, for example, is built on a fairly constant formula that doesn't change much, so it was one of the easier things to work with. Adrien raised his hand slightly, glancing at the ring on his finger. Using demonic energy, I created a formula that reverses the storage magic circle and inscribed it into the ring. So now, whenever I pour demonic energy into it, the ring activates automatically and reverses the storage system. Instead of pushing things out, it pulls me in, along with anything I'm touching, and then, once it deactivates and the storage returns to normal, it ejects us through the exit I prepared beforehand. When I want to teleport something, I just place the reversed magic circle on it and activate it. It gets pulled in, then I open an exit while deactivating the circle. Of course, anything being drawn in and pushed back out needs to have some kind of energy of its own, or at least be infused with energy first. So that means you've memorized the coordinates of every exit? Akino asked stupefied. Yet when you have my mind, it's not that hard. Adrien waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 41, The Three Factions Meeting Part For now, it's only about a quarter of a sacred gear, Adrien said. And it's barely usable in battle. The day it can automatically create formulas to reverse all kinds of techniques and phenomena, then I'll call it a true sacred gear. Both of them looked stunned. Akino had grasped the basic idea behind it, but to Issei, it all sounded like complete gibberish. Oh, so you're here. A girl's voice came from the entrance. Everyone turned and saw Ria stepping into the shrine's main hall. So you finally came back, Ria said, her eyes settling on Adrien. Where were you? I was busy. Solving the Kira case? Rias asked with a knowing smirk. Akino and Issei both turned toward Adrien, but he only looked confused. What case? That answer caught all of them off guard. The Kira case, Rias repeated. More than 200 people were murdered in a supernatural way, and I just received word that the case was solved last night. Huh. Adrien frowned slightly. I wasn't even in the human world. I had something to take care of in the underworld. Rias looked at Adrien with clear skepticism, but she decided not to press him any further. Instead, she turned to Issei. Did you get the sword? She asked. Yeah, Issei said with a grin. Now I've got a holy sword in my arsenal. Has Archangel Michael already left? Rias asked. Yes, Akino replied calmly. He seemed to be in quite a hurry. I see, Rias said with a nod. Good. Then let's head back to the clubroom. Sigh. Adrien looked to his left. Celia was asleep, using his arm as a pillow. On his right, Mahira was doing the same. Akino was lying on top of him, her head resting on his chest. I can't even move. Is this what suffering from success means? After Adrien went to Ko Academy's old school building, he got an earful from his familia. Later that night, when he was about to return to the shrine, Mahiru and Celia refused to let him leave. In the end, he stayed and slept in a room Rias had prepared for him. Akino stayed as well. And now he was stuck in this situation. Today's the meeting. After that, we'll move to Shibuya. Adrien vanished from the bed, and all three girls suddenly lost their pillows. He appeared outside the Occult Research Club building and saw Issei and Asia helping a young blonde boy train. Guh. I Issei. I am tired. The boy whimpered, rubbing his eyes. Don't give up now. Issei shouted back. We have to achieve our dreams. He threw another ball toward him. What dreams? It's probably a rapey since it's him. Issei, here's another one, Asia said gently as she handed him the next ball. So this is Rias's other bishop, Adrien said, glancing at Gaspar's eyes. That single look was enough to make the half-vampire flinch and hide behind Issei. Yo, Adrien. Issei said, waving at him. Yeah, that's Gaspar. Sorry, he's shy, but he's not a bad guy. Adrien looked at him for a moment. So he has forbidden Baylor view, huh? That's an incredible sacred gear. But he can't control it properly yet, right? Yeah, that's why we're training him. Issei said. This is our usual practice. I throw a ball into the air, and Gaspar is supposed to stop it in time. Alright, see you later. Yeah. Issei tried to raise his hand to wave at him, but it was frozen. Gaspar had suspended it. By mistake. Why yelp? I am so sorry, he cried, collapsing down to the ground. Adrien turned and walked away. I told you not to worry about stuff like this, didn't I? It's okay, we're training here, and you still need to get a lot more experience. Issei's voice lowered as Adrien got farther away. Siko was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling as she pointed her sword at Adrien. Adrien stood across from her unarmed, watching her calmly. Again, he said. Siko rushed forward and swung her blade down in a vertical slash. Adrien tilted his body and dodged it with ease. She attacked again, and again, and again, but Adrien kept avoiding or deflecting every strike with his bare hands. Then he stepped in and gave a light punch to her side. Siko dropped to her knees. You've gotten better, he said, reaching out to ruffle her hair. She lowered her head. No. I'm still the weakest in our familia. Celia has way more experience than me, even though I'm worth 3 pawns, and... Adrien crouched down until they were at eye level. That doesn't matter, he said. I promised I'd make you stronger, right? So for now, just train as hard as you can. And don't compare yourself to the others, alright? Siko's face turned red when he moved so close to her. She gave a small nod, avoiding his gaze. Master Adrien, can I talk to you for a second? Zenobia asked from behind him. Adrien stood up and turned toward her. You don't have to call me master, he said. Just call me Andy, like Celia does. You too, Siko. Zenobia nodded, Andy, can we have sex? Huh. Adrien and Siko both stared at her with flat expressions. Ever since I was a child, my dreams and goals were always tied to my faith, Zenobia said seriously. I never once doubted that I was fighting demons in the name of the Lord, or that the Vatican's duty was to spread the gospel. That is why, now that I have become a demon myself, I no longer know what I should strive for. What does that have to do with your request? Siko asked, clearly confused. When I was serving the Lord, I had to cast aside the ordinary desires of a woman, Zenobia said without embarrassment. I suppressed my wants for the sake of my faith. But as you can see, I am a demon now. At first, I did not know what to do. So while you were away, I asked Rias about it. She told me, demons live through desire. They fulfill desires, grant desires, and long for desires. So try living for yourself. It's awfully close to what you told us, Siko said looking at Adrien. Yeah, that's the kind of shit they tell to devil kids. Zenobia placed a hand on her chest, her expression remaining as serious as ever. That is why I came to this conclusion, Zenobia said with complete seriousness. I think I should finally release everything I have kept sealed inside me until now. My new goal, my new dream, is to have children. Wow, Adrien said flatly. What a noble dream, Zenobia. Do you object? I'm confident in my body. My breasts might not be as large as Rias or Aquino, but they're certainly larger than Celia's, don't you think? They're worth a look, wouldn't you agree? Zenobia. Siko cut in, her face turning red. You can't just say things like that. At least say them to someone you actually like. If I am going to have a child, then I want that child to be strong. I want the father to have powerful genes. In other words, I desire strength. That is why I believe you are the most suitable, Andy. You are the strongest person I have ever seen. Then, without the slightest embarrassment, she held up a few small packets of condoms. Let's practice using these first, then we'll go raw. Adrien sighed, unbelievable, though not a bad idea. Adrien gave her a thumbs up. Zenobia smiled happily, then let's go now. Wait, you're agreeing? Siko asked. Yeah, why not? It's normal for the master to have skinship with his servants. I've been having sex with Celia for a while now. Siko looked blankly at Adrien. She also wanted to these things with him, but she wasn't bold enough like Zenobia. Though not now, I want to go buy some clothes. We'll do whatever you want later. Oh, can I come with you? Zenobia asked at once with a smile. I want to buy a few things too. Sure. Want to come, Siko? Siko glanced between the two of them before answering. Yeah. I'm not comfortable leaving you two alone. You might end up missing the meeting. The meeting was being held in the staff conference room inside Kuo Academy's new school building. Since it was a holiday, the summit had been scheduled late at night so nothing would disturb it. The representatives of the three factions were already waiting in the lounge of the new school building. A powerful barrier covered the academy and the area around it in case anyone tried to interfere. But because of that, no one inside would be able to leave until the conference was over. Outside the barrier, the forces of heaven, the fallen angels, and the devils had each stationed a large number of troops around the school. If anything went wrong during the summit, or if the negotiations collapsed, this place could become the first battlefield of a new war. Knock knock. The press tapped at the door to the venue of the leaders' summit. Excuse me, she said, moving to turn the handle. Inside was a long, elegant table prepared specially for the meeting. On the devil side sat Surzex and Seraphal Leviathan. Graphia stood behind them beside a tea trolley, waiting on them as usual. On the angel side were Michael and a beautiful young woman with pure white wings, and Irina Shidu was standing behind the archangel. On the fallen angel side were Azazel and the white dragon emperor, Vali. These are my younger sister and her familia, Surzex said, introducing us to the other leaders. Rias stepped forward and offered her greetings politely. It was Rias and her familia and Sona Citri who stood against Kokobil during his attack the other day, Surzex continued. There is also Adrien, the devil who defeated him, but he has not arrived yet. I've read the report, Michael said. Allow me to express my thanks once again. Rias and Sona bowed their heads once more, both perfectly composed. Surzex then turned toward Adrien's familia, who were standing in one corner of the room. Do any of you know where Adrien is? Celia stepped forward. She was the one most used to speaking in situations like this, but even she was clearly nervous. I'm deeply sorry, my lord, but I do not know where our master is, she said respectfully. He told us to come ahead of him. I'm sure he'll be here soon. Azazel chuckled. That kid's got nerves of steel, making all of us wait like this. Why don't we attack his peerage? Vali said with a faint smirk. I'm sure he'll show up right away. Vali, keep those ideas to yourself, Azazel said dryly. Click. The door opened without so much as a knock, and Adrien walked in. He was wearing a loose white haori over a tight black top, with a thick black scarf wrapped around his neck and a white sash tied at his waist. His lower half was covered by wide white hakama-style pants, finished with simple black slip-on shoes. "Sorry for being late," he said with an easy smile. Mahiru stared at him, her eyes shining. He looked so cool. Everyone in the room turned toward Adrien as he pulled out a chair and sat down at the table as if he had always belonged there. Chapter 42, The Three Factions Meeting Part. "Please, take a seat." After Adrien sat down at Surzex's urging, Grafia calmly guided each familia to the chairs lined up along the wall. Sona and Tsubaki were already seated, waiting in silence. Ria sat beside Sona, followed by Issei, Akino, Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba. Adrien's familia took their seats soon after. As Zenobia and Mary moved to sit down, they noticed Irina glaring at them. Both of them ignored her and sat without a word. Once everyone was settled, Surzex spoke again. "Now that everyone is here, let us begin by laying out the groundwork for the summit." His tone was calm, but the weight behind his words was obvious. "I assume everyone present is already aware of the forbidden subject we must address, the matter of greatest concern to all of us. The fact that God no longer exists." Silence filled the room. Seeing that no one objected, Surzex continued. "Then let us move on. First, we will discuss the incident that took place over the past few days. To summarize, after the series of human murders that happened, one of our devils, operating under the name Matsuda, was killed by a Shinigami." His expression turned more serious. "The Shinigami were believed to have been wiped out entirely, but it seems one survived Hades' attack 900 years ago. Their ability is extremely dangerous," Azazel said. "All they need to do is write your name in that notebook, and you die." "Yes," Surzex said, "but once we found it, defeating it was easy. 3 of my devils, all only middle class, were enough to deal with it. Detective L was the one who led Matsuda to the Shinigami's eyes, but we still don't know why. We also have no idea where he is now." His expression darkened slightly. "My soldiers said they saw him trembling at the table. That means he must have witnessed something supernatural, so his memories need to be erased. Unfortunately, we still don't know where he is. We are searching for him as we speak." Azazel and Michael both nodded. "Before we move on to Kokobil's attack, there is something I would like to ask," Michael said. "Of course," Surzex replied. "What is it?" Michael's eyes shifted toward Adrien. Were the Demon Kings hiding the fact that Adrien Agares' body is similar to the Lord's? At once, everyone's attention turned to Adrien. By now, almost everyone in the room already knew about it. Almost everyone. Irina's eyes were wide in shock. "Yes," Surzex answered without trying to avoid the question. "Adrien was born that way. At first, we believed he simply had no demonic energy at all. Later, we realized the truth, his body does not leak energy whatsoever. Together with the Agares family, we decided to keep it secret. If news of his existence had spread, he would have almost certainly become a target for assassination." Leviathan answered with her usual upbeat tone. "That's not really the answer you wanted, is it, Michael?" Azazel said with a smirk. "Let me put your question another way, what does it mean if Adrien has a body like God's? Is it just a coincidence, or is there something else behind his birth?" The entire room fell silent. Adrien was the one who broke it. "I have no intention of becoming God. Hell, I don't even want to become the heir of my clan," he said lazily. Then a faint grin crossed his face. "I'll keep living the way I want, surrounded by snow bunnies and enjoying all the beautiful pleasures life has to offer." Azazel chuckled. "I like the kid. He totally gets it." Michael just narrowed his eyes while Issei's were shining as if he had just found his idol standing right in front of him. "But as angels, we cannot simply ignore it," Michael said calmly. "Still, I believe this is something we can leave to the future. For now, peace should be our priority." After Michael finished speaking, Surzex turned toward his sister. "Well then, Rias. I believe it is time for you to tell us about the incident the other day." "As you wish, Lord Lucifer." At Surzex's prompting, Rias and Aquino rose from their seats and began recounting their battle against Kokobil. They explained everything up to the moment Adrien arrived. As Rias spoke, her hands trembled ever so slightly, betraying the calm facade she was trying to maintain. No matter how fearless Rias tried to appear, this situation had to be weighing heavily on her. After all, she was still just a teenage girl. When her report ended, the leaders of the 3 factions each reacted in their own way. Some let out tired sighs, others frowned deeply, and a few even laughed out loud. "That is everything that I, Rias Gremory, and my familia are aware of," Rias concluded. "Good work. Please, take your seat," Surzex said. Then his gaze shifted to Adrien. "Adrien, tell us what you know." Adrien leaned back. "Rias already said everything. I just beat his ass. Azazel and Seraphol chuckled, while Surzex could only sigh. He didn't tell you anything else? Nothing we didn't already know, Adrien replied with a shrug. Well then, Azazel. Now that we have heard the full story, I would like to hear the governor of the fallen angels' opinion. At Surzex's request, all eyes turned toward Azazel. The fallen angel's lips curled into a fearless grin as he answered, this incident was entirely the result of Kokobil's actions. He is one of the executives of our central organization, Grigori, but he acted on his own, without the approval of the other leaders. Because of that, I sent the White Dragon Emperor here to deal with him. However, by the time he arrived, Kokobil had already been defeated. Then Adrien killed him, even though Vali told him not to. If I had arrived even 1 second later, Yudokiba would have died, Adrien said, completely unfazed. He was already severely injured by then. The least I could do was kill him for attacking us devils and committing acts of terrorism. Michael let out a quiet sigh. Am I correct in understanding that you have no intention of causing any major conflict between our factions? Yeah, Azazel replied casually. I've got no interest in starting another war. That devil girl already told you what Kokobil said about me. Then it was Surzex's turn to question him. There is one thing I would like to ask, Surzex said. Why have you been gathering sacred gear users over the past few decades? At first, I assumed you were collecting humans to strengthen your forces. I believed you were preparing them to serve as soldiers in a new war against heaven and the underworld. Indeed, Michael said with a nod. No matter how much time passed, there was never any sign that you were preparing for open hostilities. To be frank, I was deeply concerned when I learned that even the Vanishing Dragon was under your command. Azazel flashed them both a cheeky grin. It's all for my sacred gear research. If you're that worried, how about I send you some of my materials? I promise you, my studies aren't meant for war. I'm not interested in fighting anymore. I'm satisfied with the world the way it is. I've even told my people to stay out of human politics. We have no plans to meddle in religious matters or devil affairs. He gave a small shrug. But I guess I'm still the least trustworthy one here, huh? Indeed, Michael said at once. I'm afraid so, Surzex added with a helpless smile. Exactly. Seraphol said, winking as she joined in. On that point, Surzex, Michael, and Seraphol were all in complete agreement. Azazel clicked his tongue and lazily scratched at his ear with a finger. TCH. I thought you two would be easier to deal with than God and the old Lucifer, but you're just as bad. I don't want to sneak around just to do a little research, got it? Fine then. How about we make peace? That's what you've always wanted, right? Angels and devils alike. Everyone except Adrien looked surprised by Azazel's proposal. After all, Adrien had already spoken with him about it around a week earlier. Michael, though clearly taken aback, soon smiled. Yes. In truth, I had intended to make the same proposal to our friends from the Underworld and Grigori. If relations between our three factions continue like this, the world itself will suffer. His expression softened slightly. It may sound strange coming from me, the leader of heaven, but the ones responsible for the Great War, God and the original demon kings, are already gone. It is time for us to move forward. Azazel burst into laughter at the Archangel's words. Ha! Now that's a good one. And coming from stiff old Michael of all people. He grinned teasingly. I still remember when all you ever said was, God this, God that. That is true, Michael admitted calmly. We have suffered a terrible loss. However, there is nothing to gain from clinging to what no longer exists. His voice grew firmer. It is our duty to guide humanity. All of the seraphim are in agreement on this. What matters most to us now is to watch over the children of God, to protect them, and to lead them. Hey, keep talking like that and you'll end up becoming a fallen angel too, Azazel said with a grin. Still, I guess you've basically taken over the whole system, huh? Sounds pretty lenient now, way better than what we got when we fell. The same is true for us, Surzex admitted calmly. If devils are to survive without the original demon kings, then we must continue to adapt. We have no desire for war. If we were to become trapped in another large-scale conflict, it could very well mean the end of devilkind. Azazel nodded. Exactly. Another long war would finish all three factions. And that's not even counting what it would do to the human world. We might end up wiping it out completely. No, another war just isn't an option anymore. A moment ago, Azazel had sounded as carefree and mocking as ever, but now his voice turned serious. Did you all think life would lose its meaning without God? He asked. Did you think the world would just rot away and collapse? Sorry to disappoint you, but that didn't happen. I'm still alive and doing fine, and so are all of you. Then he spread his arms wide. The world keeps turning, even without God. Chapter 43, The Three Factions Meeting Part. I suppose that concludes the important matters, Surzex said. Everyone seated around the table let out tired sighs. It seemed the most critical part of the summit had finally come to an end. As Graphia began to serve the tea, Michael turned to Issei and said, "Now that our discussions are going well, and everyone here stands on equal footing, I believe you had something you wished to ask me, Red Dragon Emperor." At once, everyone's eyes turned toward me. Issei tensed a little under all that attention, but after a brief moment, he gathered his courage and looked straight at Michael. "Then let me ask you something first," he said. "Why did you exile Asia?" "I can only offer my deepest apologies," Michael replied, his voice full of sincerity. "With the Lord gone, only the system that governs divine protection, mercy, and miracles remains. It is a network created to carry out God's will in his place. The Lord built that system and used it to grant miracles across the world. Every exorcism and every holy artifact draws power from that creation." Adrien, who had remained mostly silent throughout the meeting, finally spoke. "So, there's something wrong with the network?" he asked. Michael gave a small nod. "To tell you the truth, the system is extremely difficult for anyone other than the Lord to control. I have been leading the other seraphim in maintaining it, but even then." He paused for a moment. "Compared to when the Lord was still with us, we cannot grant as many blessings or acts of mercy as he once could. Regrettably, there are only so many people we are able to save. Because of that, we must make sure that people who could place too much strain on the system are kept separate from the church. So the issue with Asia's sacred gear is that it can heal devils and fallen angels?" I asked. Michael gave another quiet nod. "Yes. If someone within the church were to possess a sacred gear capable of healing devils and fallen angels, it could shake the faith of those around them. And faith is the very foundation of life for those of us who dwell in heaven. Twilight healing has the power to affect the system itself, so it came to be treated as something taboo. As for others who might disrupt that balance." "You mean people who learn the truth about God, right?" Zenobia cut in. "Yes, that is correct, Zenobia," Michael said gently. "Losing you and Mary was a great loss to us. However, if knowledge of the Lord's death were to spread beyond the highest-ranking seraphim, it would also damage the system. I am deeply sorry. We had no choice but to cast you, Mary, and Asia Argento out as heretics." With that, Michael lowered his head before the three of them. "No, Lord Michael, please do not apologize. No matter what happened, the church raised me since I was a child. At the time, I did think it was unfair, but now that I know the reason, it is easier to accept," Mary said with a gentle smile. "The fact that you were turned into a devil is also one of our sins. I do have some regrets, but my time with the church kept me from many things that now give my life color. The people in the church might be upset to hear me say this, but I am happy," Zenobia said. Asia timidly raised her hand. "Lord Michael, I am happy now too. I have met many people who mean so much to me, and I feel honored to have met you and spoken with you." Relief appeared on Michael's face. "I am sorry, all of you honor me with your forgiveness. Zenobia, I will leave Durendal in your care." Asia flinched when she realized Azazel was staring right at her. "I also heard that one of my subordinates deceived this girl, then killed her." "That's right. She already died once," Issei said coldly. "A fallen angel didn't just kill me. They killed Asia too." "Calm down, Issei," Rhea said gently from the seat beside him. Azazel gave a careless shrug. "It's true. We fallen angels have gotten rid of sacred gear users who could become dangerous to us. But tell me, wouldn't any other faction do the same? If you know someone's going to become a threat in the future, you take them out before they can act. And even if I apologized now, it wouldn't change what already happened." He then smirked. "So, how about I offer you something instead? Something to satisfy that anger of yours?" The room fell silent for a moment. "Now then, let's hear what the others have to say. We're not the only ones here with the power to shape the world. Vali, let's start with you. What is it that you desire?" Azazel asked. Vali smirked. "As long as I get to fight strong opponents, I'm satisfied." Azazel then turned to Adrien. "What about you, Adrien?" Adrien did not even hesitate. "I want all of you to make peace and leave me the fuck alone." Bwahahaha. Azazel burst into laughter. Surzek smiled wryly. "I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that. You're far too strong for anyone to simply ignore. And since you have no energy leakage at all, we have no way of knowing how close you are to Satan class. Your name is causing quite a stir in the underworld, after all. To put it simply, you're the one everyone is talking about." After Adrien defeated Kokobeel, his name became known among nearly every devil and fallen angel present. Adrien's stock rose like crazy. For devils, strength came from fame. The more well-known their name became, the more recognition they received, the higher their standing rose, and the more power they gained. All of that applied to Adrien right now. Adrien gave no response. Even if fame could be turned into power, he had no real interest in it. He was never the type who lived only for battle, nor was he obsessed with gaining more power. What he really wanted was to enjoy his life, spend time with beautiful women, and focus on the things he liked. Azazel then turned his attention back to Issei. "What about you, Mr. Red Dragon Emperor?" Issei scratched his cheek before answering. "To be honest, I'm not really sure. All of this is still pretty confusing to me." "That may be true," Michael said calmly, "but you are one of those who hold the power to shape the future. If you refuse to choose, it becomes difficult for the leaders here to decide what course of action to take." Adrien smirked, already having an idea. "Fine, let me make it simple for you. If there is a war again, you'll be dragged into it too. And if that happens, forget about enjoying your peaceful little life with Rias Gremory. You know what I mean by that, right?" Issei's eyes widened, and his hands began to tremble. Adrien gave a small shrug and continued, "But if everyone makes peace, then you won't have to fight. You can just live your life, and spend your time having sex with Rias. War means all of that gets taken away and you won't be getting any pussy, you'll die a virgin basically. So, which one are you choosing?" Azazel broke into a grin, while Surzex and Michael both face-bombed. "Then let's give peace a chance." "Yeah. Peace is the best." "Well, maybe second best after sleeping with the president." Issei shouted. "Oh boy." Kiba muttered. "Issei, you do realize Surzex-sama is here too, right?" Issei slowly turned toward Surzex, his face full of fear. Beside him, Rias had turned bright red. Then, all of a sudden, more than half the people in the room froze in place, as if time itself had stopped. That was exactly what had happened. The only ones still able to move were the two demon kings, Michael, Azazel, Adrien, Vali, Zenobia, Kiba, Rias, and Issei. Everyone else had been frozen in time. What happened?" Issei asked. Adrien looked around the room, and his eyes eventually landed on Vali. Vali stared right back at him, his face completely expressionless. "It looks like a terrorist attack," Azazel cut in, walking over to the windows where Seraphal, Surzex, and Michael were already standing and looking outside. Flashes of light spread before everyone's eyes, and the school building trembled. "We're under attack," Azazel said, his tone turning sharper. "No matter the time or place, there are always fools who oppose peace. The kind who will do anything to stop it." He pointed outside. Countless humanoid figures floated in the air above the school grounds. They were dressed in black robes like sorcerers, launching bullet-like blasts of magic toward the building. They were chanting, then firing repeatedly. Their attacks never reached the new school building. Even so, the barrage showed no sign of stopping. Azazel kept his eyes on the scene outside and spoke in a casual tone. "They've gotta be those so-called magicians. They use a form of sorcery developed from the research of Merlin Ambrosius, a guy who studied demonic power. Judging by what they've shown so far, each of them is probably around mid-class level. In other words, they're humans using abilities similar to you devils." He smirked faintly. "Thankfully, they've got no chance of reaching us in here. Surzex, Michael, and I put up the strongest barrier this school could possibly have. The problem is, it also works like a prison." Whoosh. Boom. A dismantle tore through everything in its path as it shot straight toward Vali. Vali barely managed to dodge the surprise attack. The dismantle tore across the area in a horizontal line, and a section of the school building sheared off and crashed downward. Dust and smoke burst into the air. What just happened?" Issei shouted, waving his hand in front of his face as he tried to clear the smoke. Adrien's eyes stayed cold as he looked ahead through the dust. That timing was way too perfect for a bunch of random terrorists. They've got someone on the inside. Someone told them the place and time of this meeting and place a magic circle so they can teleport into the area bypassing the barrier. And not just that, they even knew about Rias's bishop. That means they had access to all kinds of information. Under normal circumstances, Azazel would be the first person I'd suspect. But I know it's not him. So it has to be someone else who knew everything happening here, same as we do. So who does that leave? He clicked his tongue. Azazel, you really ought to train your dogs better. Whoosh. Whyish. Two more dismantles shot straight at Vali. In the same instant, the white armor of Divine Dividing wrapped around his body as he entered Scale Mail, his balance breaker. Vali had already taken to the air, and the space around the incoming slashes suddenly shrank. The dismantles themselves became smaller, but even then, they still carved shallow marks across his armor when they struck. Vali clicked his tongue and shot upward on wings of light. You figured it out that fast? Adrien did not answer the question. I'll deal with him. You figure out how to restore everything to normal. 8 black wings spread from his back, and he launched himself after Vali. Chapter 44, The Three Factions Meeting Part. Azazel was clearly furious at being betrayed like this, but he kept his composure. Turning to Rias, he spoke in a sharp voice. They probably used a sacred gear, or some kind of trick, to channel power into your half-vampire bishop and force his sacred gear into balance breaker. That's probably what let them pull off a time stop on this scale. Surzex looked outside as he spoke. We cannot retreat, not unless we lower the barrier around the school. But if we do that, there is no telling how much destruction will spread into the human world. In other words, we leaders cannot move until the proper preparations are made. Even so, our first priority must be retrieving Gasper from the old school building, which the terrorists appear to be using as their base. Rias immediately stepped forward. Brother, I'll go. Gasper is my servant, so he is my responsibility. I'll be the one to bring him back. I've also been keeping my last rook piece safe in the old school building, in the clubroom. Surzex gave a small nod. I see. Castling, then. They are no doubt expecting us to try to recover your bishop, but this may catch them off guard. It could put you several moves ahead of them. The time stop ability had not affected the people at the very top. Rias had been holding onto Issei's gauntlet when it happened, so the power of the Red Dragon Emperor protected both of them. Zenobia and Kiba also managed to stay unaffected thanks to Durandal and Kiba's demonic holy sword. All right. But it will be dangerous for you to go alone, Surzex said. Graphia, can you use my power to pass my sister's castling technique to someone else? Graphia gave a small nod. I will not be able to perform anything more than a simple ritual here, but it should be possible to send one other person with her. Rias, who do you want to? Surzex, I'll go. Issei declared, raising his hand at once. Hey, Mr. Red Dragon Emperor, Azazel called out, tossing him a pair of large rings. Those bracelets can help control a sacred gear, at least to a certain extent. Put one on your half-vampire bishop. It should help him keep his power under control. He pointed at the other one. The other one's for you. You still haven't mastered the Welsh dragon's power yet, right? Then put it on. As long as you don't go overboard, you should be able to use your balance breaker. Azazel, just how much research have you done on sacred gears? Michael asked with a weary sigh. The governor flashed the archangel a fearless grin. What, you've got a problem with my hobbies? It's not like God is still around to explain these things to us. Better to have someone here who actually knows what he's talking about, right? Michael's expression turned serious. What exactly are you preparing for? The Cows Brigade. The Cows Brigade. Surzex repeated, one eyebrow rising. Azazel folded his arms. I only found out their name and background recently, but their suspicious movements caught the attention of my lieutenant governor, Shemhazai, some time ago. Apparently, they've been gathering an army made up of dangerous people from all three major factions. Some of them even possess sacred gears that can reach balance breaker. And I've already identified a few who carry Longinus's. And what is their goal? Michael asked. Azazel gave a bitter smile. Destruction and chaos. Simple, right? More than anything, they hate peace. They're terrorists, the worst kind of scum. And they've got a dragon leading them. One even stronger and more dangerous than the Welsh dragon and the vanishing dragon. Surzek's expression darkened slightly. I see. So he's finally making his move. The Ouroboros dragon, Ophis. The infinite dragon god. Even God himself was wary of that being, and for good reason. A monster that has stood at the peak since the beginning of the world. Azazel nodded. Yeah. Ophis is the leader of the Cows Brigade. A magic circle spread across the floor of the conference room. Graphia, send Rias and Issei out at once, Surzex ordered, his tone turning serious. Understood. Graphia quickly guided them to the corner and formed a small magic circle, just large enough for two people. Good luck, Lady Rias. W8. Graphia. Brother. Rias's protests fell on deaf ears. In the next instant, the two of them were swallowed by a flash of light and vanished from the room. The magic circle that appeared in the center of the conference room caught even the leaders of the three factions off guard. More accurately, Azazel looked amused, while Surzex wore the kind of expression of someone who had just tasted shit. That's Leviathan's insignia. The Demon King muttered. Zenobia stared at the circle, then slowly raised a hand and pointed at it. I saw that symbol once in the Vatican library. It belongs to the original Leviathan. A tall woman stepped out of the magic circle. She wore glasses and a headset, and her figure was striking. Her skin was tan, her long brown hair was tied up in a bun, and her purple eyes held a confident gleam. She looked straight at Surzex and gave a bold greeting. Greetings, Lord Surzex, current Demon King. After the original 4 great Demon Kings were destroyed, the Underworld needed a new generation to take their place. But the children of the fallen demon kings refused to let the war end. They wanted to keep fighting until the very end. The faction that supported peace understood that their military strength was nearly gone, so they used the last of their power to force those hardliners and the followers who remained loyal to them into a remote corner of the underworld. That led to a civil war among the devils, and in the end, the pro-peace faction won. Soon after, a new system of rule was created. From that, the current 4 great demon kings were established. Most of us who remained loyal to the old ways have chosen to join hands with the Cows Brigade, Kateria Leviathan declared. Azazel let out a dry scoff. So in the end, a devil family feud grew into a full-blown war, huh? Feels like every faction these days is dealing with some kind of rebellion. Surzek's gaze hardened. Kateria. Should I take those words literally? Of course, Surzek. This is our declaration of war against you. So it really is a coup d'état. It was a rebellion led by the bloodlines of the old regime, rising up against the rulers of the present era. Surzek looked at her in silence for a moment. Why, Kateria? Kateria lifted her chin proudly. Surzek, we reached the exact opposite conclusion from the one your little leaders' summit came to today. In our eyes, if God and the previous demon kings are gone, then this world should throw the past away as well. With Ophus's power, we will destroy this world and build a new one in its place. And when that time comes, we will be the ones who rule it. Surzek gave Kateria a thin, sardonic smile. So that is your plan. You gathered rebellious angels, fallen angels, and devils into one army, and now you intend to use it to conquer a new world. And the one who brought you all together is the Ouroboros dragon, Ophus. Kateria. Why are you doing this? Seraphal cried out. Kateria turned to her with a look full of hatred. Seraphal, how dare you speak to me as if you have that right? You stole what should have been mine. I am the true heir to the Leviathan name. Leviathan's blood runs through me. I am the one who should have been crowned demon king. Kateria. Aye. Seraphal stammered. Kateria's smile turned cruel. There is no need to panic, Seraphal. I will kill you here, take the title of Demon King Leviathan for myself, and reclaim what is rightfully mine. Ophus will become the god of our new world. We will create a new system, new laws, and a new order. Michael, Azazel, Surzek, your time is over. Azazel threw his head back and burst into laughter. Bwahahaha. Kateria's face twisted with anger. What's so amusing, Azazel? Azazel grinned at her without the slightest fear. You and your little band of followers, do you honestly believe you can change the world? Of course, Kateria replied proudly. It is the most righteous thing we can do, Azazel. This world is rotten. Full of foolish humans. Falling apart. Azazel cut in, still laughing. Give me a break. Open your eyes. The world's doing just fine. Better than fine, actually. It's thriving. Kateria narrowed her eyes. I see the years have done very little to change you, Azazel. You hold so much power, yet you are content with this flawed world. Azazel's smile faded, though the mocking edge in his voice remained. He glanced toward Surzek and Michael. Surzek, Michael, I'll handle this one. Stay out of it, got it? At the same time Adrien clashed with the White Dragon Emperor, another battle began below. Kateria Leviathan and Azazel, governor of the fallen angels, faced each other. 12 wings spread from both of them, and in the next instant, they shot upward, smashing through the ceilings of the new school building and bursting out into the open sky. Bam. Boom. Azazel and Kateria collided high above the school. Every punch they exchanged sent shockwaves roaring through the air. Holy light exploded from Azazel's hands as he drove his fist toward her. Kateria reacted at once, raising one hand. From her fingers, more arms, hands, and fingers split off and twisted together, forming a grotesque shield of flesh. The blast tore away part of it, but the mass kept growing, writhing as it tried to seize Azazel. Azazel clicked his tongue and shot straight upward. The twisted wall of flesh stretched after him, chasing him through the sky. He flipped in midair and thrust both hands forward. In the next moment, several gigantic arrows of light were fired from his hands, each one as large as a truck. The arrows ripped through the flesh and flew straight at Kateria. She immediately deployed a multilayered magic circle barrier in front of herself. Boom. Azazel grinned. A descendant of the former demon king Leviathan, the beast of the apocalypse, huh? Not bad at all. Kateria Leviathan, how about we enjoy our own little mock Armageddon? Kateria answered his challenge with a sneer. My thoughts exactly, Governor. A huge mass of flesh burst out from her body. Countless fingers extended from it, and every one of them pointed at Azazel. Magic circles formed at the tip of each finger, and from those circles came blasts of demonic power. Hundreds of attacks shot straight at the fallen angel. Azazel instantly formed small magic circles above each of his energy points. It was a type of defense that demanded absurd control over power. Then he flew straight at Kateria at tremendous speed. He dodged some of the blasts, while others crashed into the magic circle barriers surrounding him. Just as he was about to reach her, Kateria released a burst of demonic energy in front of herself, just like Azazel had done earlier with holy power. Azazel halted his charge at once and shot backward through the air. The earlier blasts that missed him struck the barrier around the school and made it tremble, but it held firm. Others slammed into the ground below, carving long cleaves through it as they tore across the earth. Chapter 45, The Three Factions Meeting Part. Adrien glanced and saw Azazel fighting a devil woman with 12 devil wings, meaning she was a Satan-class devil. Adrien focused back on his own fight. I wanted to finish him, catching him off guard with a dismantle. The situation is tricky now. Vali shot toward Adrien at terrifying speed, aiming to slam straight into him. Adrien threw a dagger downward, then vanished from his spot and reappeared beside the falling dagger. Vali tore through the air, passing right through the place where Adrien had been floating a second ago. I can't let him get close, I can't make him fight at close distance. If he just touches me he'll be able to halve my power with just one touch. Divine Dividing is a sacred gear that activates when its wielder touches an opponent, dividing the target's power in half every 10 seconds. The stolen half is not erased, it is added to the wielder, creating a cruel gap where the enemy grows weaker while the user grows stronger. However, once the wielder enters Balance Breaker, that restriction disappears. The 10-second interval is removed, allowing Divide to be used repeatedly without delay. Adrien fired several dismantles at Vali, one after another. But the White Dragon Emperor activated Half Dimension, a technique that could have the size of objects, living beings, and even attacks without needing to touch them. The demonic energy inside Adrien's dismantles was cut in half. The slashes immediately became weaker and slower. Vali slipped between the attacks and shot toward Adrien again, his eyes locked onto him, carefully watching what he would do next. Adrien's wings beat aggressively, and he launched himself backward, creating distance between them. He quickly reached the inner side of the barrier, then flew along its surface. Vali shot after him. Are you going to keep running away? He shouted. Adrien didn't answer. He simply dropped downward at high speed, cutting through the air like a bullet. Vali kept chasing him. To anyone watching, it looked like a game of tag, and Vali was it. Then Adrien suddenly flipped in midair. Magic circles appeared in front of both his hands. From his right hand, water exploded outward. From his left, a huge wave of flames erupted. The two elements collided and fused together, creating a thick mist. In seconds, it spread through the entire area, blocking everyone's view. Elemental magic was basic magic for devils. Every devil could at least have a few elements they could use in their arsenal. What are you planning? Vali gathered energy in his hand and clapped his hand. Shockwaves spread around and the mist were cleared instantly. Adrien could not be sensed when he was not using demonic energy, so Vali immediately began searching for him. Then he saw him. Adrien was closing the distance with Kateria. Adrien gathered demonic energy around his feet and exploded it outward. His speed doubled in an instant, turning him into a blur as he shot toward the Leviathan descendant. Both Kateria and Azazel noticed Adrien rushing toward them at high speed. Azazel smirked and shot upward, clearing the way. In front of Kateria, multi-layered magic circles formed one after another. Vali shot after Adrien, he raised his hands, and several energy swords flew at Adrien. But the moment Vali attacked, Adrien raised his hand. Time, expand. Adrien's time domain expanded instantly. Vali had just launched his attack, so he was not fast enough to use Half Dimension on the domain. Kateria's movement was immediately slowed. She had been caught off guard by Adrien's sudden attack. She had known he was an Agares the second she saw him fighting Vali. He was the devil reported to have defeated Kokabeel. She also knew what the Agares clan's ability was. What she had not expected was for him to ignore the White Dragon Emperor and come after her this early in the fight. It worked once before. Let's hope it works again. Adrien closed his eyes and shut out everything except his senses and his demonic energy. Then, suddenly, he accelerated even more. He slipped under Kateria's magic circles, changed his flight direction instantly, and shot upward toward her in a split second. Vali's energy swords crashed into the magic circles instead. Vali raised his hand and activated Half Dimension. The entire area around Adrien and Kateria began to distort. Adrien felt his power waver as the space around him was being halved, but he had already reached Kateria. She extended a messy shield of flesh in front of her, but she was too slow to escape. Just as the space around them was fully divided, Adrien placed his hand on the mass of flesh, and both of them vanished. I must be getting rusty, Azazel muttered, his voice heavy with self-mockery as he looked at Vali. Letting someone this close to me turn traitor right under my nose. Vali met the fallen angel's gaze without hesitation. They contacted me while I was returning from my mission to retrieve Kokobeel, he said calmly. Sorry, Azazel. Their vision of the future sounded more interesting. So the vanishing dragon serves Ophis now? No, it's more of a collaboration. They offered me something tempting, a chance to fight Asgard. A faint smile touched his lips. I've been searching for new ways to test my power. How could I refuse? You would never wage war against Valhalla or the Aesir, would you, Azazel? You hate unnecessary conflict. I told you to become strong. But I also told you not to put the entire world in danger. Val's expression did not change. That has nothing to do with this, he said. I just want to keep fighting until the end of time. Azazel stared at him in silence for a moment. I see. His voice lowered, carrying a trace of disappointment. Maybe I always knew this day would come. From the moment we met, you were never the type to stay in one place. You only ever wanted one thing, to test yourself against the strong. "Ah, you're going to make me cry," Adrien said, floating above them. Both Azazel and Vali turned toward him. Adrien's clothes were waving as if violent winds were whipping around him, even though the air was completely still. He was just aura farming. Kateria Leviathan was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a shadow fell over them. A chill spread through the air, and everyone looked toward the school building. A giant ice golem stood there, swinging an enormous ice axe down. "What's happening?" Azazel asked. Adrien smirked. "I put that curvy woman in front of Sona. I guess Seraphal didn't like it." Boom. A gigantic explosion erupted as the giant ice axe crashed into a massive shield of flesh. Adrien glanced toward the battlefield. Oh, Rias and Issei succeeded. That little vampire is under control now. Azazel looked at Vali and smirked. Even though I told them not to interfere, there's no stopping Seraphal. So now it's 2 against 1, Vali. Do you really still want to do this? Vali's lips curled into a mocking smile. You might be strong, Azazel, but Adrien isn't. He's just been running away. Adrien didn't waver under the taunt. So you know how to run your mouth, huh? You really think I can't beat you just because of those annoying techniques? Vali shrugged. Yeah. I don't think you can. Azazel let out a dry laugh. I think you're just trying to avoid a handicap match. Vali raised his hand toward Azazel and activated half dimension. The area around them began to distort. But this time, Vali poured a massive amount of energy into the technique. Half the space inside the barrier started warping, including part of the school building and the yard. How is that even fair? Rias's voice echoed from below. Everyone had escaped the battle between the two Leviathans, only to be met with the White Dragon Emperor's half-dimension technique. Azazel frowned. He couldn't teleport everyone out at the same time. He looked around for a second, and his eyes landed on Issei. He shot a glance at Issei then smirked, "Hey Red Dragon Emperor, that power divides things around him in half." Meaning that if he's serious, Rias Gremory's bust line could also be reduced. Adrien's ears twitched. How could I not have thought of that? No. I'd rather die. Issei seemed to stop for a second. His body and mind both froze. Then he craned his neck mechanically toward Rias. Seeing his expression, she shuddered in fear. Don't, she tried to say. Don't you even dare. You bastard. I won't let you. You're not touching the Prez's breasts, Valii. Boost. 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 Adrien shot upward, his eyes serious now. He needed to stop Vali immediately. Issei shot in from the other side. He had entered his balance breaker, and his speed was tremendous. Vali smirked and charged toward Adrien at high speed. Both of them extended their hands toward each other. From behind, Issei had gathered a huge amount of energy into the shape of a ball, controlling it with both hands. Just as Adrien and Vali were about to collide, Adrien teleported Kateria right between them. Vali's hand touched her stomach, and he activated Divide, the technique he had meant to use on Adrien. She lost half of her remaining demonic energy, and her power dropped significantly. Shit! Vali screamed. At the same time an energy blast appeared in front of him. The blast hit him head-on and created a large dent in his armor. Adrien raised his hand and, at the perfect moment, released a maximum output dismantle. The slash cut through the weakened Kateria at the waist, cutting her in half. Then continued toward Vali, striking the cracked part of his armor. The dismantle tore through the armor and carved a deep gash across Vali's body. Blood poured down from his intestines, mouth and nose. His helmet from inside was a pool of blood. Time, expand. Issei flew toward Vali at high speed and threw a punch. The moment Adrien's time domain expanded, Issei accelerated even further thanks to Adrien speeding him up while Vali's movements slowed. Issei's full power punch broke through Vali's helmet and smashed straight into his face. At the same time, Adrien accelerated Vali's body inside the time domain, launching him out of it at several times the speed of sound. Vali tore through the air like a white streak before crashing into the barrier surrounding the school. From the beginning, Adrien was never planning to fight Vali one-on-one. He wanted the fight to become a 2-on-1, either in his favor or Vali's. The problem wasn't Vali himself, the problem was that he couldn't fight him up close, so he needed someone who could act as a shield against Vali's divide. He had planned to drag out the fight until he found someone who could become that shield. That was why he went after Kateria first and placed a magic circle on her before teleporting her to Serafall. He was not just removing Kateria from the battlefield, he was preparing a piece for later. Issei was naturally the best person to fight Vali at close range, since they were natural rivals with opposite powers. Even if Vali halved Issei's power, Issei could simply boost again and double his energy back. Azazel understood that. That was why he pulled Issei into the fight. With Issei there, they finally had someone who could pressure Vali up close without being completely shut down by divide. Vali was not beaten by raw power alone, he was outsmarted by both Adrien and Azazel. Chapter 46, Aftermath 3. Boom. Cough. Cough. He coughed blood onto the floor, it poured from the broken helmet and into the ground. Interesting. This is incredible, he muttered to himself. Albion, Vali said, his voice low with excitement, do you think they're worth using Juggernaut Drive against? Albion's voice answered inside him, Vali, that would be unwise. If you activate it now, without the proper precautions, the consequences will be severe. It'll be fine, Albion. It is time for I, who has awakened, to embrace the supreme law. Restrain yourself, Vali. Albion snapped. Do you truly wish to place yourself at the mercy of my power? Adrien, Azazel, and Issei stood 10 meters away from Vali. It's over, Vali, Azazel said, a faint melancholy in his voice. Vali was still his student, after all. Vali's smirk didn't fade. Do you really think so, Azazel? I still have Juggernaut Drive. What's that? Issei asked, his voice echoing from inside his helmet. Azazel kept his eyes on Vali as he answered. Some sacred gears were created by sealing powerful beings inside them. Those beings are usually locked away behind strict restraints, but their power can still be forced out if the wielder knows how. That is Juggernaut Drive. It lets the user draw out the sealed power inside the sacred gear. For a short time, it can grant strength close to that of a god. But the price is severe, it can shorten your lifespan and strip away your reason. Huh. Issei raised his guard again. He's seriously going to use something like that. Albion doesn't sound very eager, Adrien said with a small snicker while staring at Vali. So I'm guessing Vali would be putting himself in serious danger. A god who loses his mind is nothing but a beast in rage anyway. Vali's smirk widened as he stared back at him. Do you want to test that theory? Before Adrien could answer, a shadow swept down from the night sky, the moon shining behind it. It landed swiftly between Vali and the three of them. He was wearing an ancient Chinese armor and had a handsome face. Vali, I've come for you, he stated. He rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Biko. What are you doing here? Don't be so cold, partner. The moment I heard you were in trouble, I came all the way to this gloomy little island country to pick you up. HQ's losing its mind right now, you know. We're about to start fighting those northern bumpkin gods, so why didn't you head back after the mission went bad? Kateria failed to assassinate Michael, Azazel, and Lucifer, right? Then your job as an observer is already done. Come on, let's go home. Vali pointed at Adrien, he figured it out and attacked me, so I was forced to fight him back. Who's that? Biko said, looking at his partner. Adrien Agares, keep your eyes on him, he can move from place to place instantaneously. Huh. What an interesting technique, he said, pointing his staff at the three of them. Who are you? Issei demanded. That's Biko, a descendant of the victorious fighting Buddha. A monkey spirit who inherited Sun Wukong's power. Still, I didn't expect someone like him to side with the Chaos Brigade. The Vanishing Dragon and Sun Wukong's heir working together, yeah, that's one nasty pair. SS Sun Wukong. A monkey. Adrien answered as he calmly looked at Biko. Can you do tricks? Or do you need a banana first? Biko narrowed his eyes. He spun his staff above his head a few times before stabbing it into the ground, ignoring Adrien's taunt. Let's go, Vali, he said, his gaze still locked on the three of them. He understood their situation clearly. They couldn't win this fight right now. Azazel was a 12-winged fallen angel, Biko couldn't sense Adrien's power at all, and the Red Dragon Emperor was standing with them too. Who said we're going to let you leave? Issei tried to shout but was interrupted. You can go, Adrien said with a smile. Azazel glanced at him. Why would we let them leave? He's more valuable alive than dead, just let him leave for now. Adrien answered. Then he stared at Vali again. Next time I see I'm gonna steal your bitch. Vali gave a confused expression, then a magic circle formed underneath both of them and they disappeared. By the time they returned to the school grounds, the armies of the three factions had already passed through the barrier. They were handling the aftermath of the battle, removing the dead magicians and repairing the damage across the campus. In the center of the schoolyard, Surzex, Seraphal Leviathan, and Michael were each giving orders to their subordinates. When Surzex saw the three of them return, he raised a hand in greeting. Celia ran straight toward Adrien and threw her arms around him. Mahiru followed right behind her. Hey, give me some space. Adrien complained, though he didn't push either of them away. Michael stared at Azazel for a moment, his expression heavy. Did the White Dragon Emperor truly betray you? Azazel looked away, his usual carefree smile nowhere to be found. Vali was always chasing power. Looking back, maybe it was obvious he would end up this way. Still, that doesn't change anything. I was the one who took him in. I should have stopped him before it got this far. Michael sighed. I should return to heaven. We need to prepare countermeasures against the Cows Brigade. Surzex turned to him with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry things ended this way, Michael. We were responsible for hosting these talks, and yet. Michael shook his head gently. You don't need to carry that blame, Surzex. What matters is that our three factions have finally taken their first step toward peace. If this agreement can lessen even a few of the pointless conflicts between our people, then it was worth it. Azazel let out a dry chuckle. Yeah, though we're definitely going to lose a few idiots who can't accept the new order. Michael's expression softened, but his voice remained serious. That was always unavoidable. Our people have hated each other for far too many years. Change will not happen overnight. But from this point on, we will begin moving forward, even if it is slowly. And now, our next great obstacle appears to be the Cows Brigade. Michael. Issei called out. Michael turned to him. What is it, Red Dragon Emperor? There's something I wanted to ask you. Very well. We are short on time, so please be quick. Issei hesitated for a moment, then spoke. It's because of God's system that Asia gets hurt when she prays, right? Yes. When a devil or a fallen angel prays to the Lord, the system releases light energy to discourage them from doing so. Why do you ask? Issei clenched his fist slightly. Can you change it so Asia doesn't get hurt when she prays? Michael fell silent. For a moment, surprise crossed his face. He clearly hadn't expected that request. Not a bad idea, Adrien said as he walked over to them. Add Zenobia and Mary to that list too. The three girls, who had been listening to the conversation, seemed just as startled by the request. Michael, however, gave them a gentle smile and nodded. I understand. For 3 people, we may be able to arrange something. You are already demons, and I doubt any of you intend to return to the church after everything that has happened. I will see what I can do. Then his expression softened with curiosity. However, I have a question of my own. Asia, Zenobia, Mary, you are all aware that the Lord is no longer with us. And yet, you still wish to pray to him. Asia nodded without hesitation. Yes. Even if he is no longer there, I still want to pray to him. Zenobia lowered her gaze for a moment, then answered firmly. I feel the same. I still want to give thanks to the Lord. She looked back at Michael. And to you as well, Michael. Mary quietly nodded beside them. I agree. My faith has not disappeared just because the truth was painful. Very well. I will handle it as soon as I return to heaven. This may become quite an interesting development. Issei. Asia cried, throwing her arms around him. Thank you. Issei froze for a second, clearly flustered. It's nothing, Asia. I just didn't want you getting hurt over something like praying. Zenobia and Mary both turned to Adrien and bowed. Thank you, Adrien, Zenobia said, her ears turning slightly red. Mary bowed beside her. Yes. Thank you for thinking of us. Adrien gave them a lazy wave with a smile. Watching the exchange, Azazel suddenly turned to Michael. I'll leave the explanation to the Valhalla guys to you. Odin probably won't be thrilled if I'm the one who contacts him. And while you're at it, let Mount Meru know too. Michael nodded calmly. Yes, I suppose the message would not be very convincing if it came from the governor of the fallen angels, or one of the demon kings. I will deliver the news. I am used to giving reports to the Lord, so this should not feel too different. With his business finished, Michael spread his wings and rose into the sky, his forces following him back toward heaven. The school grounds, which had been crowded with devils, angels, and fallen angels only moments ago, gradually emptied. Azazel, the only fallen angel still with them, let out a deep sigh and turned toward the school gate. "I'll leave the rest to you, Surzex. I'm heading home. I'm dead tired." With that, the three great powers finally reached an agreement. Michael, the archangel representing heaven, Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels and leader of Grigori, and Surzex Lucifer, the demon king representing the underworld, each signed their names to the peace accord. From that moment on, open conflict between the three factions was forbidden, and a new framework for cooperation was established. The agreement took the name of the school where it had been signed. It became known as the Kuo Treaty. "I'll be advising the Occult Research Club starting today," Azazel announced. "You can call me Mr. Azazel. Or maybe Governor sounds better." The fallen angel stood in the clubroom, dressed in a worn-out suit that looked like it had seen better days. "Why are you here?" Rias asked, looking completely perplexed as she pressed one hand to her forehead. "Ha! Seraphul's little sister gave me the job. And really, who can blame her? A super smart, super handsome guy like me is perfect for the role." "That does not answer my question. Why would Sona allow this?" Azazel grinned and shrugged. "Well, at first, Surzex wanted to give the position to Adrien." Rias blinked. But apparently, the moment he heard about it, he refused and vanished. "So I asked Surzex about it, and he told me to take it up with Seraphul's little sister. And now here I am. The only condition for me staying is that I have to help Rias Gremry's peerage properly develop their sacred gears." He grinned. "Guess having a healthy obsession with sacred gears finally paid off, huh?" Chapter 47, Daily Life 2-part. 1 week later. Slurp. Slurp. Adrien stirred in his large bed as he felt a pleasant sensation from his lower half. He looked ahead and saw something moving under his blanket. He lifted the edge of the blanket slightly. Zenobia was hiding under it, her tongue licked his morning wood, then she gobbled it all. She had no gag reflex. "Fuck, what are you doing this early? When did you learn this shit?" Zenobia continued bumping her head up and down, taking on the full length of his cock. Adrien was rather big, not like the BBCs in porn, but he was still way above average. Zenobia lifted her head, a trail of saliva linked his dick to her mouth. Her face was red and she looked at him like he was a piece of meat she wanted to devour. "I haven't been able how you fucked me 2 days, I want more," she said with ragged, horny breaths. "You could have just said you wanted some," Adrien said as he threw his blanket away and pushed Zenobia on her back. "Once you taste the pleasure of devils you can never go back." Adrien pulled her into a deep kiss, their tongues swirled in each other's mouths. Adrien unbuckled her bra with one hand and threw it away. He grabbed her boob and squeezed it in his hand. Zenobia moaned as Adrien pinched her nipple. He grabbed her panties and swiftly removed them and her white pussy appeared in front of him, it was pinkish white. He first inserted one finger in, it went in immediately. "HAAA. You're wet as fuck," Adrien said as he grabbed his dick and tapped her pussy a few times. "Fuck me, please," Zenobia said through ragged breaths. Adrien laid on top of her and whispered in her ear, "Tell me if it hurts okay." He centered his cock and slowly pushed it inside. "MHMMMM." Adrien looked at Zenobia who was sprawled on his bed breathing heavily, close to passing out. He grabbed her face and kissed her again. "You feel amazing," he whispered. A wide smile slowly formed on her face, then she closed her eyes and fell asleep immediately. They fucked for at least 4 rounds before Zenobia tapped out. A glass of water formed out of thin air in Adrien's hand, and he downed it in one go. Then he stood and walked across the room in silence, his footsteps soft against the black marble floor. The early morning light poured through the curved glass windows, drawing pale gold lines over the black leather seats, the large low bed, and the polished walls around him. He passed the lounge table without looking at it and stopped in front of the towering windows, staring down at Shibuya as the city slowly came alive beneath him. It was still early, but the streets were already moving. People were walking to work, cars flowed between the buildings, and the city lights faded little by little beneath the rising sun. Adrien had only thrown on a pair of underwear. He stood there calmly, watching everything from the 3rd floor of his triplex penthouse. Then his gaze dropped lower. On the 1st floor terrace, by the pool, Mary was sprawled on long chair in red swimsuits, quietly watching the sunrise. Siko was practicing with her wooden sword. She was wearing tempo shorts and a black sports bra, doing her morning workout by the pool. He walked back inside his room. He put on a long white robe, he glanced at the naked body of Zenobia with a smile, then walked out of the room. He walked down the hallway. There was a door on both the right and left side, but the one on the right was open. Adrien glanced. Mahiru was still asleep on one of the 2 queen-sized beds. She shared her room with Siko. Their room looked very similar to Adrien's, though it was slightly smaller. Celia was occupying the room on the left. It was exactly the same as the room on the right, but no one else was inside. For now, she was sleeping there alone. The second floor of the penthouse was large as well. It had a spacious sauna, a wide bathing room, and a huge bath. There were also 3 more bedrooms, each with the same size and layout as the others. Zenobia and Mary had taken one of them. Adrien called the lift and went down to the first floor. The first floor was just as large as the second. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped out onto the black marble floor of the gigantic living room. After crossing the living room, he entered the kitchen. The island stood in the center like a block of polished stone, its black marble surface reflecting the faint gold glow from beneath the cabinets. Matte black cupboards lined the walls, smooth and seamless, while the pale marble floor carried his reflection with every step. Celia was standing in nothing but an apron, making breakfast. Adrien approached her and slapped her bare ass. "Ouch," she said, trembling slightly as she looked up at Adrien with a pout. Adrien leaned down and kissed her cheek, making her smile. "Where do you want to eat today?" she asked, still looking up at him. "I'll eat outside today." The two of them crossed the living room and stepped onto the terrace. Celia was weakly walking toward next to him. The sun had already risen, warm light spilling over them. Devils were naturally weak to daylight, but all of them had gotten used to it by now. Mary was still sprawled across a long lounge chair, calmly sipping some kind of juice, while Siko continued swinging her wooden sword nearby. Adrien sat on the lounge chair next to Mary's. Celia put a small table next to it and laid out his breakfast. "Did you eat?" Adrien asked the girls before he started eating. It was around 9 am now. It was a Saturday, so they had no school today. "Yeah, we ate while you were with Zenobia," Celia said. "Tonight's my turn," Mary said as she continued sipping on her juice. Celia and Zenobia had been taking turns sleeping with him each night. Yesterday was Celia's turn, but Zenobia had come to his room this morning. Since it was the weekend, they didn't need to go early to school and use that chance to have sex with him. Only Siko and Mahiru had not reached that level yet. They were not bold enough to act on their feelings, and Adrien simply gave them space. He was not the type to pressure anyone. When they felt comfortable enough to come to him on their own, he would accept them. Adrien finished his breakfast and put on his sunglasses. Then he slipped off his robe and lay back on the lounge chair, letting the morning sun wash over him. Mary stood up from her chair and settled against Adrien, wrapping her long bare leg lightly around his. She rested her head on his chest and hugged his waist, using him like a long pillow. Over the past week, both former exorcists had grown extremely close to Adrien. When Mary saw how boldly Zenobia acted around him, she started doing the same. Adrien rested one hand behind his head and played with Mary's long white silver hair with the second one. "Do you think we'll be attacked again?" she asked. "Nah," Adrien said lazily. "It isn't every day you get a chance to take out the leaders of all 3 factions in one place, and they already failed. They'll have their hands full with heaven and the underworld for a while. The fallen angels are working with the devils now, so the underworld won't fall easily. And those seraphs up in heaven won't just sit around doing nothing either. Plus, heaven has its own monsters." Mary, still resting against him, looked up. "How do you know so much about heaven?" Adrien answered casually. "Because I went there once." Siko, Celia, and Mary all stared at him with wide eyes. "I snuck in," Adrien said with a small shrug. "With no energy leakage, they couldn't sense me. Looking back, that was probably the first time I suspected God wasn't there anymore. If he had been, he definitely would have noticed me." "Adrien," Siko said slowly. "That could have started a war." "Nah." Adrien waved the concern away. "Worst case, they would have locked me up for a while, not that they could keep me in a prison anyway." Mary rested her head against his chest again, and closed her eyes. "So what now?" Celia asked. "Summer break is in like what? 2 or 3 weeks. Till then you'll continue doing your devil work, then we'll go to the underworld. My sister will be joining the raiding games this year, so I want to go to that ceremony they'll do. There's also something I want to do." Adrien explained. "When will we join this raiding game thing?" Siko asked. "I'll officially join it when I turn 18 next year, though I doubt it'll be interesting. The new generation ain't shit compared to me after all." No one but Adrien Agares could say those words and be considered as understandable. With peace settling in, I'm guessing a lot of angels and fallen angels will take an interest in it. We might face prodigies from other races later. Celia said. "I hope so, it would be boring otherwise." Raiding games were the best way for devils to gain recognition and grow stronger. Adrien normally would not have cared about them, but after fighting Vali, he realized he was still lacking in a few areas. He needed more pure demonic energy. Even with his perfect control over techniques and abilities, some powers still consumed a massive amount of energy. Time manipulation was the best example. Creating a time domain required a large burst of demonic energy. Maintaining it did not drain much, but changing the laws inside it did. Speeding up time, slowing it down, or shifting the flow of time around specific targets all demanded an enormous amount of power. Adrien could even isolate individual targets and alter the laws of time around them alone. That required insane control, the kind barely any Agares could perform. The condensed version of his time ability, the one he used like Gojo's Infinity, worked differently. It took a similar amount of energy to create, but the time inside it was extremely distorted. Because of that distortion, controlling it and changing its speed required far more energy than normal. Adrien could only use it because he was Adrien Agares. No other Agares before him had ever been able to manipulate time in such a compressed and precise way. In short, Adrien needed to expand his demonic energy pool. He had to use his techniques for longer, use them more efficiently, and gather enough power for his next major project involving his sacred gear. Next time they faced, Adrien planned to demolish Vali, and if he was lucky, she would be with him and he could take her in. Chapter 48, Daily Life 2-Part. Adrien sat cross-legged in a small living room, resting his head on one hand, 8 wings spread from his back, filling the cramped room, giving him a demonic vibe. Across from him sat a boy with a black eye, his head lowered in shame. The man had summoned Adrien after finding a sheet of paper with a magic circle slipped under his door that morning. "So," Adrien said lazily, "why did you summon me?" The man sniffed. "I was sent a video of my girlfriend of 5 years getting fucked by 3 large cocks. I went there and one of the dudes that was fucking her beat my ass, then forced me to watch her getting railed by the other 2. Adrien stared at him blankly. "Yeah. Just pull the plug, bro." The man burst into tears, his hands trembling as he tapped the table in front of him. Adrien watched him cry and, for a second, actually felt a little bad for him. This dude was cucked and got his ass beat at the same time. That was a brutal combo, even by Adrien's standards. Now. I was just kidding, so how do you want me to help you? Can you help me get back at them? Look, revenge is not a god option. It's the best option, he said with a grin. Can you make me stronger, and more handsome, and... His voice trailed off, like he was too embarrassed to finish the sentence. Adrien thought for a second. What's your name? Takemaki Hanagaki. A wicked smile formed on Adrien's face. He took out his phone and dialed a number. After a few beeps, someone answered on the other end. Hey, Watari, Adrien said, still smiling. Come to the location I'm about to send you. Yawn. Adrien shifted in his bed slightly and looked to his left. Mary was sleeping next to him. Her long silver hair shined under the morning light. Her pale naked body was his eye candy this morning. Never though exorcists could be this slutty, Adrien murmured to himself. He woke Mary up, then had breakfast with his familia before they all left for school. When Adrien first returned after the 3 factions meeting, he had been sent to the principal's office. However, he simply used hypnosis on the principal and made him come up with a believable excuse for Adrien's absence. Today was open house at Seiho Academy. Adrien's parents obviously had not come. They were not even happy that he was attending school. At least, that was what he thought. An extremely beautiful woman with long blonde hair and green eyes stood at the back of the classroom, happily taking pictures of her son. Adrien glanced at her and sighed. Everyone in class was staring at the woman, including the teacher and the other parents. Her beauty was almost distracting enough to stop the lesson by itself. Andy. Give me a smile. Adrien's expression went flat. What is she doing here? How did she even know today was open house? Then his eyes narrowed slightly. Celia. Adrien. Smile. Adrien gave her the brightest smile he could manage. Even Adrien Agares was afraid of his mother. Celestine Agares, Valerius Agares' wife and the mother of Adrien and Sikvera, was an extremely cheerful and beautiful woman. But anyone who knew her understood one thing very clearly: you did not want to experience her wrath. Zenobia and Mary, who were both in his class, hid their laughter as they watched him obey without a word. After classes ended, Celestine waited for her son outside. The moment Adrien appeared, she hugged him tightly. I missed you so much, Andy. She said, squeezing him. Then her tone sharpened. And how rude of you. You don't even send your mother a message from time to time. I was a bit busy, Mom. I don't care. Next time, don't forget about your mother. Celestine then glanced at the 2 girls standing behind Adrien. She had sensed their demonic energy during class. So you 2 must be part of his familia, she said, looking them over with a smile. Zenobia stepped forward and bowed. Yes. My name is Zenobia. It is nice to meet you, Lady Agares. Mary bowed beside her. My name is Mary. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Agares. Celestine looked them over from head to toe, her eyes shining. You two have amazing figures. I have some wonderful dresses that would look absolutely gorgeous on you. Mary and Zenobia exchanged slightly confused looks as Lady Agares suddenly began taking their measurements without waiting for an answer. Adrien watched the scene with a small smirk. Oh, you're here, Siko said as she arrived with Mahiru and Celia. Celestine turned toward them at once, her smile widening. Oh. You're part of my son's peerage too, she said brightly. Then she looked at Adrien with mock disbelief. Adrien, why didn't you tell your mother you had so many beautiful girls with you? After finishing Zenobia's and Mary's measurements, she moved on to Mahiru and Siko. She already had Celia's measurements after all. The girls sat with Lady Agares in the penthouse living room while she showed them pictures of Adrien from when he was young. She always kept her children's photos stored safely inside her personal space storage. Look here. Celestine said brightly. This was the first time he came home with a wyvern's head. He was only 10. Ah, how time flies. She energetically flipped through the photos she had collected over the years. Some were embarrassing baby pictures of Adrien, the kind every mother loved to show off. But as he grew older, the pictures became more and more unbelievable. It became very clear that Adrien Agares had been a monster since birth. How were you able to hide Adrien's power? Zenobia asked. With the things he did, he should have gotten a lot of attention. Celestine smiled softly. The underworld is around the same size as the human realm. That said, even with devils, fallen angels, and the other species living there, the population is much lower. There is no ocean either, so there is far more available land. On top of that, Adrien's special body made him very difficult to detect. Because of that, we were able to hide him fairly well when he was young. Then she sighed, though her smile did not disappear. Adrien was always a smart boy. He escaped our island often, but he never entered another devil's territory. At least, not until he turned 11. After that, he started doing whatever he wanted. We still managed to keep most of his information hidden from the rest of the underworld, but certain clans already knew about him. The Gremory, Baal, and Citri clans, for example. Families like that were too influential to keep completely in the dark. The Demon Kings too, right? Mahiru asked. Of course, Celestine replied. You may already know this, but they were actually the ones who asked us to hide him in the first place. She looked down at the photos with a fond, almost helpless smile. But when Adrien grew older and received his evil pieces, everyone learned his name. Even then, he rarely appeared in public, so most people only knew him as a powerful troublemaker. Very few people truly understood the extent of his strength. I suppose even we, his parents, don't know exactly how far his power reaches anymore. Raising someone as eccentric as Adrien must have been difficult, Siko said with a small smile. Yeah, but I think you did an amazing job. Really, Mahiru added. Adrien might look cold, but he's actually very kind. He takes care of us. I don't think I've ever been as happy as I am right now. Zenobia nodded. I feel the same. After the church exiled me, I thought my life was over. But Adrien found me and Mary, then gave us a place to belong. Mary nodded quietly beside her. Yes. He helped us when we had nowhere else to go. A warm, genuine smile formed on Celestine's face as she listened to the girls speak about her son like that. More than anyone, she knew Adrien was a kind boy. But she also knew most people would never see that side of him because of the way he acted. Seeing people care for him so openly made her incredibly happy. Then Adrien entered the living room, wearing the same clothes he had worn during the Three Factions meeting. A stray has appeared in Tokyo, he said calmly. Chapter 49, Daily Life 2-Part. A stray has appeared in Tokyo, he said calmly. Zenobia and Mary immediately frowned while Mahiru and Siko looked confused. What's a stray? Siko asked. A stray devil is a servant devil who betrays or murders their master, leaves their side, and starts running wild, Celia explained as she began preparing to leave. When they're found, their former master is usually called to eliminate them. Sometimes, other devils are sent instead. She glanced at Mahiru and Siko. It's one of the laws devils live by. Adrien, be careful. Celestine said, watching everyone prepare to leave with worry in her eyes. Even though she knew how powerful her son was, a mother's heart would always worry. It's middle class at most, Adrien said lazily. I could kill it with spit. Then he glanced at Mahiru, Siko, and Celia. But you three are handling this one alone. Me, Zenobia, and Mary will just watch. So prepare yourselves. The three girls Adrien named looked at one another. Siko's eyes sharpened with excitement. She had been waiting for a chance to test herself. Celia stayed calm, but her clenched fists showed her nerves. Mahiru took a quiet breath, trying to steady herself. They all wanted to become stronger, strong enough to stand beside Adrien and help him when it mattered. Everyone finished getting ready and looked at Adrien, expecting him to teleport them. "Nope, we're not teleporting there," Adrien said. "You're going to find it yourselves. Use your senses to track it down, then fly toward it. And fly as high as you can so humans don't notice you. Zenobia and Mary, you're part of Phase 1 too. When you find the stray, you do not attack it. Leave it to the other 3. Understood." All of them looked a little shaken, but they nodded. Adrien had already trained them to fly and sense demonic energy, but this would be the first time they handled a mission like this on their own. Adrien sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV. Then he glanced at his familia. "What are you all standing there for? Get moving." The 5 girls looked at each other, then headed for the balcony and shot into the night sky. Unbeknownst to the people of Tokyo, 5 devils were flying high above the city that night, searching for their prey. "Aren't you going with them, Andy?" Celestine asked her son, who was watching TV while his familia hunted a stray devil. "I'll go when they find it," Adrien replied. "Are you sure those 3 girls can handle it on their own?" "Yeah, they're strong enough," Adrien said without looking away from the screen. "Mahiru has Sanctum Veil. She can boost herself and the other 2 to middle class easily. And if something goes wrong, Zenobia and Mary are with them. Either one of those 2 could fight a high-class devil if she had to." Celestine went silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "Take good care of them, Andy. Girls can be sensitive, so pay attention to them. Not just what they say, but how they feel too." She looked at him knowingly. "You understand what I mean, don't you? You seem closer to Celia, Zenobia, and Mary than you are to Siko and Mahiru." Adrien finally glanced at her. "It's not like that. I just don't want to force them to. Some people aren't as bold as others," Celestine said gently, cutting him off with a smile. "But that doesn't mean their feelings are any weaker." "Wow," Adrien said, raising an eyebrow. "You're not scolding your son for sleeping with multiple girls. Instead, you're telling him to sleep with more. What a great example of a mother." Celestine smiled without a trace of shame. "You think I don't know how much you like women? I always knew you would have a harem one day." Adrien stared at her. Celestine continued calmly. "Besides, devils don't have children easily. Your father and I having you and Sikvera only a year and a half apart was a miracle that almost never happens. The average age gap between devil siblings is usually measured in hundreds of years. So even if you sleep around, you won't suddenly have children everywhere." "Mom. I'm only being realistic, Andy. And don't forget, at some point, you'll have to choose a girl from an important clan to marry." "Yeah." Adrien said flatly. "No. It isn't negotiable, Adrien. If you don't choose someone yourself, then your father and I will choose your future wife for you. And if you try anything funny," she added, her smile turning fearless, "you'll have to deal with me." Adrien gulped, as said before even Adrien Agares feared his mother's wrath. A letter appeared in her hand through a swirling vortex. The space storage technique was originally something Celestine had created before passing the formula down to both of her children. Adrien's impressive mind had not come from nowhere. He had inherited it from his mother. "This is the invitation letter for the upcoming Demon Youth Social," Celestine said. The Demon Youth Social was a gathering where young high-class devils around Sikvera's age were expected to meet one another before making their formal debut in the raiding games. Adrien nodded and took the letter from his mother's hand. He had already planned to attend the gathering. Even though he was not eligible to participate in raiding games yet, his sister was. Rias and Sona would be there as well. Adrien rarely attended social gatherings like this. He only went when he thought they would be entertaining, or when his family was involved. "They found it," Adrien said as he stood. "See you later, Mom." Then he vanished from the room. Celestine looked slightly shocked, but there was curiosity in her eyes. The technique her son had just used was not normal teleportation. "So, you created something like that, huh?" she said with a proud smile. "You really are my son." The 5 girls stood outside an old warehouse by the sea, the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoing through the night. "It's definitely in there," Zenobia said, staring at the old building. A heavy sense of danger hung in the air as the girls approached the warehouse. Siko walked at the front, with Celia right behind her and Mahiru after that. Zenobia and Mary stayed back, only observing, just as Adrien had instructed. "Mahiru, use your sacred gear and expand it over the whole building," Celia said. "You've been training to sense energy inside it, right?" "Yes," Mahiru replied simply. The bracelet on Mahiru's wrist began to shine, and a pink domain spread across the entire building. Mahiru still could not control the domain precisely enough to exclude certain areas, so because she stood at the center, even Zenobia and Mary, who were far behind her, were caught inside it. Everyone immediately felt their strength multiply, while a refreshing warmth spread through their bodies. It's coming toward us. The moment Mahiru shouted, a creature burst through the large warehouse door from the inside and came flying straight at the girls. Siko instantly jumped back behind Celia, who raised a magic circle barrier in front of them. The stray devil slammed into it head-on, small cracks spreading across the barrier's surface. What do we have here? A man's voice echoed. Purple energy threads shot out of the ground and wrapped themselves around Celia and Siko's legs. Promotion, Queen, both of them shouted. The pawn piece gave its holder the ability to promote into any other chess piece and gain its special traits, except for the king. However, promotion only worked when the pawn was in enemy territory, or at least in a place their master, the king, considered enemy territory. Siko poured demonic energy into her sword and cut the threads apart. At the same time, Celia shifted her magic circle from a barrier into an attack spell and unleashed a beam of demonic energy. The stray devil moved at the last second and dodged the attack. I'll tear you to pieces. Siko frowned as she got a clear look at the stray devil, while Mahiru gulped. One side of his face looked almost human, but the other had mutated into a monstrous jaw lined with sharp teeth and a glowing red eye. His skin was gray and cracked, and his wings were uneven and torn. One still resembled a devil's wing, while the other looked more like a broken frame of bone and flesh. Chapter 50, Daily Life 2-Part. The stray devil smiled in a disgusting way and licked his lips as he stared at the girls in front of him. Then his eyes drifted farther back and landed on the other two girls watching from behind. He frowned. Instinctively, he felt danger from those two. He needed to kill those three and escape quickly. From the large bulging pimples all over his body, bats burst out from his skin. The bats shot toward the girls. Siko swung her sword and cut down 3 bats at the same time, but they suddenly exploded. Boom. Siko slid out of the smoke, some of her clothes burnt and thin trails of smoke rising from her body. Inside, Celia had already created a magic circle to protect herself and Mahiru. Are you okay, Siko? Mahiru asked worriedly. Yeah, I'm all right. Siko said as she took her stance again. Mahiru, focus your energy on weakening him, Celia instructed as she held the magic circle barrier. The stray devil punched her barrier, forming cracks all over it. Then he suddenly felt his power weakening even more than before, and clicked his tongue. Demonic threads shot out from his fingers, curved around the magic circle, and flew toward Celia and Mahiru. But they were slower than normal because of Mahiru's sanctum veil. Mahiru was able to weaken him even further by focusing most of her energy on her opponent. But she was also maintaining the same boost she was giving her allies, so she was losing her demonic energy fast. The tip of Siko's sword flashed through the air as she cut the demonic threads apart again. More bats shot toward her, but she didn't attack them. She had already predicted that even if she didn't cut them down, they would still explode once they got close enough. So she gathered demonic energy in her feet and dashed toward the stray devil. Boom. 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 Multiple bats exploded at the same time, but she weaved between them at high speed and reached the stray devil in the blink of an eye. What? The stray devil shouted in surprise, but it was already too late. With her boost from promotion and Mahiru's support, Siko was far too fast for the stray devil to react at such a short distance. Whoosh! Her blade sliced through the air and beheaded the stray devil. The corpse fell forward and started turning to ash. Siko swung her sword to shake the blood off it, then sheathed it. Clap. 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 Adrien walked toward the 3 girls while clapping his hands. Good job. You 3 fought well. Andy. When did you arrive? Mahiru asked. Before you engaged him. Now let's go back. I'll give you my reports on your performance once we return. Adrien snapped his fingers, and all the blood and traces of the battle vanished. Always clean up after yourselves. Now all of you, come here and touch me. Wow, right here. Mary asked with a smirk. But we might get arrested for public indecency. Mary, just get your dirty-minded ass over here. After everyone gathered around him and touched him, they all vanished from the battlefield and reappeared inside their living room. You don't even use normal teleportation circles anymore, Celia said as she immediately sat on the sofa. Well, it's faster and uses less energy that way, Adrien said with a shrug. Now then, all of you go clean yourselves up, then come back so we can talk. Zenobia, Mary, you can do whatever you want. Everyone went to the 2nd floor, where the large bath was, while Adrien simply lay on the sofa and ordered food. His mother had returned to the underworld. He couldn't feel her energy in the area anymore. Then Adrien noticed a piece of paper on the living room table. The paper flew into his hand, and he read the message written on it. It was from his mother. Adrien. When you return to the underworld soon, come visit the island. There are matters we still need to discuss, and I expect you not to avoid them. Also, don't forget what we talked about. You may act carefree, but I know you listened. Your mom. Adrien threw the message inside the storage. He sighed, can't they just let me live in peace? They're probably going to talk about this engagement shit. So, first things first. Your formation was correct. Putting Mahiru in the back, with Celia defending her and Siko acting as the main attacker, was the best choice. So, bonus points for that. Now, for the individual reports. Adrien said this as he bit into a slice of pizza. First, Mahiru. When you expanded your domain, you immediately sensed the opponent. I could tell from the way you reacted. But it seems you didn't focus on weakening him right away, not until Celia told you to. It's alright since this was your first mission, but always focus on your enemies first. Once you know your enemy's location, weaken them immediately. If you do that, you'll rarely be caught off guard. Keep training, you'll be very valuable to us in future fights. Yes, Mahiru said, then hesitated. But I have a question. Sure. Ask. I lose a lot of energy when I try to weaken or strengthen people more than my sacred gear already does. So, in longer fights, I might not be able to last very long. I understand, Adrien said. But that's the most important part of Sanctum Vale, so you can't stop fighting that way. There are two things you can do. First, when we fight in future raiding games, your stats will increase and you'll gain more demonic power. Second, there's something you can work on right now. Mahiru looked at him carefully. Changing your domain while you fight, for example, when the stray devil closed the distance between all of you, your domain didn't need to stay that large anymore. If you made it smaller, it would have burned less energy and been easier to control. He pointed at her with the slice of pizza. So from now on, train on changing the shape and size of your domain during battle. Mahiru nodded in understanding. Now, Celia. Adrien shifted his attention to her. Your leadership on the battlefield was great. Since you've been in my peerage the longest, and since I've trained you the most, your experience really showed today. Your control and timing with techniques are already great, Adrien continued. But you still need more demonic power. For now, focus on training your body. With time, your demonic power will grow too. He gave her a small nod and smiled. Good job. Celia smiled back. She was always very happy whenever Adrien praised her, so right now, she was practically over the moon. Now, Siko, Adrien said as he looked at her. Before this mission, her self-esteem had dropped a lot because she kept comparing herself to the others. But she had trained hard every day, and today, she had defeated the stray devil herself. Siko looked at Adrien nervously. Adrien stood up, sat beside her, and ruffled her hair. You were amazing today, he said. You read the battle perfectly and adapted quickly. After the bats exploded the first time you cut them, you didn't make the same mistake again. You let them explode on their own while focusing on reaching the stray devil. Siko's eyes widened slightly. Your technique was really good too, Adrien continued. You were the MVP today. She lowered her head slightly to hide the smile that had formed on her face. Mahiru and Celia smiled when they saw her reaction. Then Adrien lifted her head with his hand then kissed her lips. This shocked all of them including Siko whose eyes were wide open through the kiss. I know how you feel, he said. You're my girl, so of course I know. You don't need to hold back, okay? Come to me whenever you want. Understand? Siko's face turned beet red as she nodded. Why yes, she said. Adrien then turned to Mahiru, as if giving her the same message. Mahiru's face reddened, and she quickly averted her gaze. Now then, Adrien said as he lay on the sofa. He lifted his hand, and the PS5 controller shot into it. Then he turned on his console. He was going to play some 2K. Siko suddenly lay down beside him and rested her head on his shoulder. Huh. That fast? Celia said as she saw Siko move the moment Adrien finished talking to her. Mahiru was also slightly taken aback. Siko shrugged, and a small smile formed on her face. He did say whenever I wanted. Adrien simply smiled as he started playing. Chapter 51, Daily Life 2-part. Sitting around the living room table, all the girls were studying for the end-of-semester exams. There was less than a week left before the exams started, and after that, summer break would begin. Adrien was fast asleep on the couch while the others studied relentlessly. Even though they were devils, they still needed to study if they wanted to pass their grade. He won't study? Siko asked, looking at Adrien's sleeping form. I've never seen Adrien study school-related subjects, Mahiru said, shaking her head. They looked at him for a second, then returned to their books. A group of students stood in the hallway, murmurs echoed throughout the hallway as everyone looked who placed first from each grade. First year's ranking. First, Shina Mahiru 578/. Second, Itsuki Hanabusa 544/. Third, Hina Kurosawa 543/. Mahiru ranked first for the second years, behind her a boy and a girl were fighting a close battle with 1 point difference between them. Third year's ranking. First, Sakayanagi Arisa 589/. Second, Akira Kenzaki 561/. Third, Shin Amamiya 548/. Sakayanagi ranked first among the third years, scoring the highest mark the school had ever seen. Siko wasn't able to enter the top 3, but she still ranked among the top 20 in her grad. Second year's ranking. First, Agares Adrien 600/. Second, Takagi Saya 582/. Third, Agares Celia 575/. Sakayanagi would have been the highest scorer in Seiho High's history, if not for Adrien scoring perfect marks in every subject. Everyone looked stupefied as they searched around for Adrien, but he wasn't in the hallway. Adrien didn't even come to school today, saying he didn't feel like it. So, what do you think I should do? Adrien asked. Sitting in front of him was a man with black hair and golden bangs. He had a smile on his face as he rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. What an interesting idea, Azazel said. I knew you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be able to form a gear like this on your own. Wanna join Grigori's research department? I'll give you whatever you... Ain't no way, Adrien cut him off. You think I'll let you work me to death, you fallen angel fucker? Azazel sighed, then pulled out a dagger and placed it on the table in front of Adrien. Look, I'm not just some guy who likes sacred gears a little too much, Azazel said, tapping the dagger with his finger. I've made a few replicas myself. Most of them are garbage, sure, but hey, you don't get anywhere without failing a few dozen times. He leaned back with a grin. Still, I'll give credit where it's due. Sacred gears might be the one thing God made that I can honestly call impressive. Too bad he left the world before patching the damn system. Longinus. Balance breakers. Those things are basically bugs that were left to grow into disasters. They completely ruin the balance of the game. But I guess that's exactly why they're so damn fascinating. Adrien picked up the dagger from the table and started examining it from different angles. Azazel watched him with a proud grin. This is my masterpiece, he said. The Downfall Dragon Spear. An artificial sacred gear born from my research into the Vanishing Dragon and other similar weapons. When it enters its pseudo-balance breaker state, I call it Downfall Dragon, another armor. It gives me scale mail, the same kind of armor the boosted gear and divine dividing give their users in balance breaker. Adrien glanced at the dagger again. But it isn't a true balance breaker, is it? Exactly. I push the sacred gear into a burst mode and force it to activate. So you're overloading it, it would probably fall after one battle. But so long as the jewel at its heart is still intact, I can always rebuild it. How did you make it reach that level though? Adrien asked. Azazel didn't answer, he just left Adrien to think about it. Wait. You sealed dragon in it just like the three factions did with Draig and Albion. Azazel grinned. I've sealed the Gigantes dragon, the golden dragon Lord Fafnir, one of the 5 dragon kings, inside this artificial sacred gear. The 5 great dragon kings were a group of 5 legendary dragons, said to be the strongest and most noble among dragonkind. Their destructive power rivaled ultimate class devils, and the strongest among them were said to be on par with the 4 great satans. Their names were Tiamat, Yulong, Vritra, Midgardsormr, and Fafnir. Adrien thought about it for a moment, then smirked. Do you have your research on divine dividing or the boosted gear with you? Azazel's smile widened. And what exactly are you planning to seal inside it? He asked. There aren't any creatures with the power to reverse how things work. Yeah, I changed my mind about that, Adrien said. I don't need a creature that reverses concepts anymore. What I need is a way to bypass divide. So, I'll ask again. Do you still have your research on divine dividing? I do, Azazel said. But they're at Grigori headquarters. I'll send them to you in a few days. In return, you'll have to help me with something. Adrien narrowed his eyes. I helped you defeat Kateria and Vali. I still haven't been paid for that, by the way. We gave you Tokyo, you brat. Azazel snapped. If you don't help me, I'm not sending you the research. Adrien clicked his tongue. Fine, he sighed. What do you want me to help you with? I'll tell you later. You're going to the Underworld this summer, right? Yeah, Adrien said. There's stuff I need to deal with. And right now, I have way too many ideas I want to try with the info you gave me. Azazel's eyes widened. He had just remembered what kind of person Adrien was. And he might have brought a catastrophe to the Underworld. Click. The door to the Occult Research Club opened, and a girl entered the room. She had long black hair tied into a ponytail behind her back and purple eyes. Era, who do we have here? Aquino said with a smile. She walked up to Adrien and sat on his lap. Why haven't you been visiting? She asked, hugging his neck then kissing his cheek. I missed you. Azazel watched the two with a smirk on his face. It reminded him of himself. Adrien wrapped an arm around her waist. I need to talk with Azazel about something, and I need Rias's help too. I'm sure she'll happily help you, Aquino said as she took out her phone. I'll contact her. Then she sent a message to her best friend. How's Issei doing? Adrien asked, turning his head toward Azazel. The kid's full of spirit, Azazel said. He's constantly spouting nonsense about wanting to become a harem king. He gets it, Adrien said, nodding in agreement with Issei's dream. Nothing better than being surrounded by gorgeous women. Right. Azazel said with a grin. Though dragons naturally tend to form polygamous relationships. Strong men attract attention, so he doesn't really need to worry about that part. And I guess he gets stronger when girls are around him, so Surzex ordered the girls of the Gremry peerage to move into the Haida residence. Everyone did, except Aquino here. Azazel pointed at her with an amused smile. You didn't? Adrien asked, shifting his attention to Aquino. Aquino smiled and gently touched his cheek with her finger. I don't mind Issei. He's a cute underclassman, she said. But the one I really like is you. Azazel let out a small laugh. Surzex didn't really mind either. Actually, he looked kind of happy for some reason. Which means he's definitely planning something. Adrien looked at Aquino for a second. Wanna come live with me? He asked casually. I've got plenty of rooms, and you can set up a magic circle in your room so you can teleport straight to Kuo. Aquino's smile widened. I'd love to, she said. But I should ask the president first. I think it'll be fine, Azazel said. I'll talk with Rias. Of course, Azazel had his own reason for agreeing. He had heard that Aquino still hadn't fully accepted her fallen angel side. But he had also heard from Rias that she became less against it after Adrien spent a week with her at the shrine. So Azazel wanted to see if Adrien could help Aquino use her holy power properly. Chapter 52, Daily Life 2-Part. Rias entered the clubroom, followed by Issei and Kaneko. Adrien didn't miss Kaneko's expression. She clearly wasn't in a good mood. Adrien, it's been a while. Yo, Adrien. Rias and Issei both stopped for a second, slightly surprised to see Aquino sitting on Adrien's lap while hugging him. Sona wouldn't like this sight. Rias muttered to herself. Yo, Rias, Adrien said, looking at the crimson-haired princess of the Gremry family. I wanted to talk to you about something. Yeah, sure. What is it? Rias asked as she sat in the seat in front of him. Issei stood behind her, while Kaneko sat alone without saying a word. I'm surprised you're thinking about doing things legally, Rias said with a chuckle. It'll be a drag later if they go alone and aren't properly registered, Adrien said. Since you're going to use the buses, I want you to take my girls with you. I don't mind, Rias said. But you'll have to come with us. Huh? Adrien frowned. Why? It'll be their first time going to the Underworld, Rias explained. They shouldn't arrive there without their king. Aquino's smile widened. Great. That means we'll get to spend more time together. Maybe we can have some fun. She whispered in his ear. Adrien froze for a second then turned his attention to her. Are you a cat in heat? Kaneko glanced at Adrien with a flat stare for a second before ignoring him again, while Aquino only laughed. Summer break had started, and on the day they were supposed to leave for the Underworld, Rias's peerage waited for Adrien's peerage to arrive at the local train station in Kuo. They're late, Rias said, looking at her watch with an annoyed expression. Did you really expect him to show up on time? Be serious, Azazel said. He was wearing sunglasses and drinking whiskey through a straw. Then they finally appeared. Adrien was walking in front, while 5 gorgeous girls followed behind him. All of them were wearing formal clothes, except for Adrien, who was dressed in his usual outfit. Issei looked at Adrien with burning jealousy as the girls followed after him. Not fair. I hate pretty boys. Rias shot him a look, then let out a sigh. Now that everyone's here, let's go. Rias and Aquino walked toward a nearby elevator that led to the lower platforms. Issei looked around in confusion. He had used the station countless times before, so he had no idea how an elevator here was supposed to take them to the Underworld. Rias stepped inside and called to her peerage and Azazel. Everyone, get in. Aquino, can you stay with Adrien and his peerage and guide them? We'll be going down first. Of course, Rias, Aquino answered with her usual graceful smile. Wait. Issei froze. G going down. Adrien placed a hand on his back and pushed him lightly into the elevator. Just move, bro. Beep. Once everyone entered, the elevator gave an electronic beep and began moving downward. Aquino turned to Adrien with a sweet smile. Azazel already spoke with Rias. After we return from the underworld, I'll be moving in with you. She rested her hand gently on his chest, a mischievous smile forming on her face. Please take good care of me. Celia's eye twitched. Excuse me. She's moving in with us. She pointed at Aquino. She's not even part of our familia. I invited her, Adrien said casually. That single sentence ended the discussion. Mahiru looked between Aquino and Celia nervously. Is this going to be okay? Zenobia crossed her arms and nodded seriously. This will make the schedule more difficult. Mary sighed. Yes. With Siko already joining too, getting private time with him will become troublesome. Celia slowly turned toward them. That is what you're worried about. Aquino covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Era, what a passionate familia. The elevator arrived, and everyone stepped inside. With all their luggage, it quickly became cramped. The girls looked confused when they saw that the panel only had buttons for going up. There was nothing for going down. Aquino smiled and pulled out a card-shaped key from her pocket. She waved it over the panel. Beep. A soft electronic sound came from behind the console, and the elevator began to move downward. There's a secret basement level under the station, Aquino explained with a gentle smile. It's reserved for devils like us. Ordinary humans can't access it. There are actually quite a few hidden places like this inside Rias's territory. Mary blinked and looked at Adrien, who was busy tapping on his phone. We don't have anything like that. Not yet. I'll talk to my clan about making one when we go to the island. Aquino glanced at him with curiosity. Now that I think about it, what's your plan after we arrive? We're staying in the Gremory territory for a day or two before the gathering. After that, we're heading to Agria's island. I see, Aquino said with a small nod. So you'll only be there for a short while. The elevator kept descending for about a minute before finally coming to a stop. When the doors opened, they were greeted by a huge chamber, like a massive underground cavern. It was built like a train platform. There were a few subtle differences in design from those in the human world, but the resemblance was very close. Rias and her peerage were waiting for them. Now that we're all here, let's head to platform 3, she said, taking the lead. As they walked, Aquino moved closer to Adrien and gently slipped her hand into his. Adrien squeezed her hand back without thinking much of it. For a moment, Aquino's usual teasing smile disappeared. Her face flushed bright red, and she quickly looked away. Wasn't she talking about fucking me while we traveled while sitting on my lap? The fuck is this contrast? Are all girls like that? Adrien really should have seen it coming, but he didn't. The moment the 5 girls noticed him holding Aquino's hand, all of their eyes snapped toward them. They moved at once to grab his other hand. Mary was the fastest. She instantly summoned Excalibur rapidly and dashed, reaching Adrien first and wrapping her hand around his free one. Hey, that's not fair. Celia complained, glaring at her. Zenobia frowned slightly. I should have used demonic energy to accelerate. Siko let out a small amused sigh, while Mahiru froze for a second, clearly too slow to join the competition. Mary held onto Adrien's hand without shame. Speed decides victory. Celia clicked her tongue. This isn't a race. Issei stared at Adrien with burning jealousy in his eyes. I hate you so much right now. Adrien looked at him with a flat expression. Skill issue. Seeing Issei stare at Adrien with pure jealousy, Asia gently took one of his hands. Ria smiled and took his other hand. Issei froze. Then his face turned bright red, and a stupidly happy grin spread across his face. Rias chuckled. You're very easy to cheer up, aren't you? I mean. Issei tried to speak, but his grin only grew wider. This isn't bad at all. Kaneko continued walking ahead alone, completely unfazed while Kiba just watched the whole scene with an amused smile. Kiba wasn't a cuck, he just had the whole school after his dick, so he didn't really care. After passing through a winding corridor, they entered another large open space. A train was waiting for them there. Its design was nothing like a normal human train. The whole body was made of sharp edges and harsh angles, with demonic patterns engraved across almost every surface. This train belongs to the House of Gremory, Rias declared proudly. The automatic doors slid open with a soft swoosh, and Rias led everyone inside. Once they entered, Rias turned to Adrien. Adrien, you should come with me to the lead carriage. Nah, I'll stay here, you go. You're the princess. Rias raised an eyebrow. Your family is an Archduke house, while mine is only a Duke house. If anything, you're the prince here. We'll get bored if we sit alone anyway, Adrien said, leaning back into his seat. Let's just stay here with everyone. Aquino giggled softly. Era, how humble of you. He just doesn't want to deal with formal treatment. Celia said as she took a seat. Exactly, Adrien said without hesitation. Fine. We'll stay together, then. Ria said with a faint smile. Chapter 53, Taking a Train to Hell. The carriage was wide and lounge-like, with several private booth areas along the sides. Each booth had curved green sofas, small wooden tables, and short divider walls for privacy. Adrien, Aquino, Rias, Issei, Mary, and Zenobia sat together in one booth, while the others spread out and mixed into different booths. Azazel claimed an entire booth for himself and was already asleep. The train continued moving for a few minutes. Outside the windows, there was nothing but pitch-black darkness. The locomotive was powered by a special kind of fuel that couldn't be found in the human world. Issei looked out the window, then turned to Rias. How long does it take to reach the underworld? We should arrive in about an hour, Rias answered calmly. This train is made to pass through the dimensional barrier while following the proper procedures. Issei tilted his head. I thought we could just use a magic circle and teleport straight there. Normally, yes, Rias said. But for new Familia members like you, your first entry into the underworld has to be done through an official port. Otherwise, it would be treated as illegal entry. Illegal entry? Seriously? Rias nodded. Yes. And it comes with punishment, so this way is safer. Aquino, who was sitting beside Adrien, leaned closer to him with a sweet smile. Adrien. She said softly. Why don't we move to that booth over there? It looks much quieter. Before Adrien could answer, Mary calmly took his free arm and pressed it against her chest. Unfortunately, I do not handle trains and boats well, Mary said with a perfectly serious face. So I want my master to stay close to me. Aquino's smile sharpened slightly. But you look perfectly fine to me. My condition just worsened. She suddenly acted as if she was dizzy and rested her head on his lap. Adrien looked down at her for a moment, then started lightly playing with a strand of her long silver hair. Out of all the girls around him, Mary's soft, wavy silver hair was probably his favorite. Then a figure appeared beside their booth. It was an elderly man wearing a conductor's uniform. He had a neat, white, dandy-like beard and carried himself with the dignity of a veteran servant. Greetings, the man said with a polite bow. It is a pleasure to meet the newest members of Princess Rias's Familia. Then he turned toward Adrien and bowed a little deeper. It is also an honor to have Prince Agares aboard this train. My name is Reinald, and I am the conductor of the Gremery family's private train. Everyone rose to their feet, except for Adrien and Rias, and bowed politely in return. It's nice to meet you, too. I'm Issei Hayadu, the Prez's, Rias Gremery's pawn. Zenobia stepped forward with a serious expression. Zenobia Quarta. Adrien's knight. Mary bowed calmly, her silver hair falling over her shoulder. Mary Leroy. I serve Lord Adrien as his knight. It is a pleasure to meet you. With the introductions finished, Reinald took out a piece of specialized equipment and set a monitor beside it. We use this device in the demon world to confirm each passenger's identity, Reinald explained politely. All vehicles entering through official channels, like this train, must be inspected. Forged identities and illegal entries are serious crimes. And with the current times, we must also be careful of possible hijackings. Everyone in the carriage turned their attention to the elderly conductor. Rias gave them a small mischievous smile. Don't worry. All of you were registered in the system when I used my evil pieces to reincarnate you. It should be the same for Adrien's side as well. This machine simply checks your identities against that data. So relax. You're all exactly who you're supposed to be. The device checked everyone without any problems. Reinald gave a satisfied nod and smiled pleasantly. Entry procedures have been completed. The identities of your new Familia members have all been confirmed, Lady Rias and Lord Agares. You may relax until we arrive at our destination. We have beds in the sleeping carriage and a dining hall for meals, so please feel free to use the train's facilities. Adrien glanced at him. You can just call me Adrien, Reinald. Lord Agares makes it sound like you're talking to my father. As you wish, Lord Adrien. Reinald bowed politely. Adrien stared at him for a second. That's basically the same thing. Ria smiled faintly, then glanced toward Azazel, who was still sleeping peacefully in his booth. Thank you, Reinald. The only person left is Azazel, right? Oh ho ho, Reinald chuckled softly. The governor of the fallen angels looks quite at peace. After Reinald left, everyone returned to their conversations. Zenobia looked at Rias with a serious expression. How long have you known Adrien? Rias leaned back slightly, thinking. Well, I knew his sister, Sikvera, quite well. I also knew she had a brother, but I never actually met him until we were around 11. She smiled a little, as if remembering something amusing. It was quite the first meeting. I had gone into the forest near our castle with one of my father's pawns. Then we were attacked by a demonic bear. Yes. Just as my guide was about to deal with it, Adrien appeared out of nowhere and killed it with his sword. Zenobia looked impressed. That sounds like him. At the time, Adrien was still being hidden by his family and the four great Satans, so I had to keep our meeting a secret. Akino turned her gaze to Adrien. Era, then why were you in the Gremory territory in the first place? Adrien shrugged casually. I was bored and wanted to swing my sword around, so I escaped Agrias and wandered off without any real direction. I just ended up there by chance. Wait, Mary said, looking at Adrien. Didn't you meet Celia in a similar way? Yeah, he did, Celia said from another booth, making it obvious that the others had been listening in. My village was being massacred by a demonic beast, then Adrien suddenly appeared and killed the monster. That was a coincidence. It's not like I can see the future, Adrien said lazily. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Is that so? Akino said with a soft chuckle. That sounds a little suspicious. Ria smiled and continued. After that, I saw him a few more times. Sometimes he would come to play chess with Sona. He was the only one who could beat her back then. And when I moved to Kuo, he visited a few times too. He always said he came because he wanted peace. Celia said teasingly from her booth. Sounds like you were chasing Rias around. Adrien gave her a flat look. If I really wanted that, I could have gotten engaged to her a long time ago. Rias got slightly embarrassed as she heard what Adrien said. What are you talking about? She asked. Adrien leaned back and continued casually, do you know how many times Sirzex bothered me about getting engaged to her? Both before and after the Riser mess. Issei shot up from his seat, his face twisting in panic. Wait, you're joking, right? Adrien waved him off. Relax. Rias is just a friend. She's basically my homegirl, if that makes sense. Issei pointed at Adrien like he had just found his greatest enemy. Never trust the guy best friend. Everyone chuckled at Issei's panicked expression. From another booth, Kiba smiled and decided to tease him too. If Adrien went after the president, you might as well give up, Issei. There's no way we could beat him in a raiding game to cancel the engagement. Issei gulped. His eyes moved between Kiba and Adrien. Adrien saw his reaction and immediately joined in. Relax. I'm not the type to cuck, he said casually. But if she comes to me on her own, what am I supposed to do? Issei's soul almost left his body, his eyes snapped toward Rias, who was watching him with a small smirk. She finally let out a soft laugh. They're only messing with you, Issei. You believe things far too easily. Issei slowly sank back into his seat. That was not funny. Chapter 54, The Gremory Territory. We will soon be passing through the dimensional barrier. We will soon be passing through the dimensional barrier. Reynolds' voice came through the train's speaker system. Rias turned to everyone with a small smile. Take a look outside. They did as she said and looked through the windows. The pitch-black darkness outside began to change. Slowly, it was replaced by a vibrant purple light that spread across the scenery. Issei pressed his face close to the window, his eyes shining. Mountains. Trees. Ha ha ha. Whoa, this is awesome. Asia also leaned forward from her booth, her expression filled with wonder. It's beautiful, incredible. Beyond the window, the train seemed to be coming out of something like a black hole floating in the air. That was the dimensional barrier, it was the system that connected the underworld to the human realm. This territory belongs to the House of Gremory, Ria said with pride. So all of this is your family's land? Zenobia asked, looking outside. Even the railway line? Mary stared out the window with quiet surprise. It is far larger than I expected. Adrien wasn't shocked. He simply looked out at the scenery, his mind drifting somewhere else. Then he felt a soft weight against him. Akino had sat on his lap again. Her face was slightly red as she leaned back against him. What are you thinking about? She asked softly. Adrien glanced down at her. Nothing much. Issei looked away from the window and turned to Rias. How much territory does the House of Gremory actually have? From another booth, Kiba looked up and answered calmly, if we compare it to Japan, I believe it is around the same size as Honshu. Honshu. Issei cried out in shock. Honshu was Japan's main island, home to most of the country's biggest cities and cultural sites. It was around 227,960 square kilometers. The underworld is around the same size as the human realm, Rias explained. But the population is much lower, and there is far more available land since there are no seas or oceans. So yes, this territory may be similar in size to Honshu, but most of it is still untouched wilderness. Then Ria seemed to remember something and turned toward Issei and Asia. Ah, I almost forgot. Issei, Asia, all of you will be granted your own territories later, so please tell me what kind of places you would like. Oh, our own territories. Issei stammered. Of course, Ria said with a proud smile. You are all members of the familia of the next head of the Gremory family. You will be free to live within your own territories. Aquino, Yuto, Kaneko, and Gasper already have theirs. Adrien glanced at his own girls. Ah, right. Same for you. The girls turned toward him. When we go to my territory, you'll have to choose your own lands too, Adrien said casually. My mom will help you choose, so don't worry about it for now. Siko blinked, genuinely surprised. Wait, we get territories? Yeah, of course, Adrien said, sounding completely uninterested. You're my servants. You'll each get territory, a castle, and servants of your own. Mary remained calm, but even she looked slightly taken aback. A castle and servants. That is not a small reward. So becoming your knight also comes with land ownership. I see. Zenobia nodded seriously. A castle. For each of us. Mahiru looked slightly shaken. Another announcement echoed through the train. We will soon be arriving at the main Gremory residence. We will soon be arriving at the main Gremory residence. Thank you for riding with us today. Everyone turned to the windows and looked toward their destination. In the distance, a huge crowd was waiting at the platform. Some of them were dressed in military uniforms. Thud. The train came to a stop, and Rias led everyone out through the doors. Azazel, however, showed no sign of getting up. Ah. Aren't you coming, Teach? Issei asked. Ah, no, Azazel said lazily, waving one hand. I'm heading to the Demon King's territory first. I've got a meeting with Surzex and the others. I'll stop by the main Gremory residence after I'm done. Please give my brother my regards, Azazel, Ria said. Azazel then looked at Adrien. Don't forget what we talked about. Adrien stepped out of the train without even turning back. I said I'd help, but in due time. The moment they got off. Lady Rias, welcome home. Bang. 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 Fireworks burst across the sky. The soldiers gave a formal gun salute, and a band of musicians began to play a celebratory tune. Above them, a group of military riders flew through the air on winged creatures while waving huge flags. Ah, there are too many people. Gasper whimpered, shrinking back and hiding behind Issei. The butlers and maids bowed their heads together as Rias approached. Lady Rias, welcome home, they said in unison. Thank you, everyone, Rias replied with a bright smile. Then the head butler looked past her and noticed Adrien. His eyes widened at once. Prince Agares. It is a pleasure to see you. The people nearby immediately froze. In the next second, all attention shifted from Rias to Adrien. Prince Agares. Is that really him? He's the one who defeated the 10-winged fallen angel, right? That's Adrien Agares. An uproar spread through the crowd in an instant. The noise grew louder and louder as more people turned to look. Girls and women of all ages pushed forward, trying to get a better look at the Prince of House Agares, the prodigy rumored to be the strongest of the new generation. Prince Adrien. Look this way, please. Prince Adrien. Over here. Some waved their hands wildly, some called his name at the top of their lungs, and others were nearly jumping in place just to catch his attention. Even some of the soldiers and servants were staring at him in shock or admiration. Adrien rarely made public appearances, and after the Kokobeel incident, his name had suddenly spread throughout the underworld. Because of that, not many people actually knew what he looked like. Even among the younger generation of high-class devils, Adrien's strength had been more of a rumor than something real. It was then that a familiar face stepped forward, the silver-haired maid, Graphia. Welcome home, Lady Rias. Welcome, Lord Adrien, she said with perfect composure. You arrived earlier than expected. I am delighted to see that both of your familias made it here safely. If you would please board the carriages waiting for you, we will take you to the main residence. Graphia then led them toward a luxurious horse-drawn carriage, while the maids began carrying away their luggage. The two familia separated and got into different carriages. Once everyone was seated, the carriage started moving. Looking out at the scenery, they saw a paved road lined with rows of neatly trimmed trees. The path stretched straight ahead, and at the end of it stood a ridiculously huge castle. Mahiru pointed at it, her eyes wide. Look at that castle. It's the Gremory's main residence. Adrien said as he watched the scenery outside. I knew you were high-ranked, Siko said, staring at Adrien, but why didn't you tell us you were a prince? Because I'm not really a prince. Mahiru blinked. But everyone was calling you one. That's just how people talk in the underworld, Adrien explained. Devil territories are huge, so the rulers of major territories are treated like kings and queens by the people living there. The Agares clan are archdukes. We're high-ranking nobles, but we're not the real royal family. The closest thing to real kings would be the Baal clan, the clan of Rias's mother. So Rias is a real princess? Zenobia asked. Yeah, something like that. A title is still a title. Whether official or not, people clearly see you that way. Mary said, sitting calmly by the window. That's exactly why I don't go out and make public appearances that much, it's annoying as fuck. They arrived outside the castle, where a beautiful garden was in full bloom. Colorful flowers covered the area, expertly crafted fountains poured clear water into shining basins, and birds of every color fluttered through the air. The carriages slowly came to a stop, and everyone stepped out. Maids and butlers stood in perfect lines on both sides of the path. A red carpet had been laid down the center, leading straight toward the enormous castle. Then, with a heavy sound, the castle gates slowly swung open. Grafia stepped forward and gave a formal bow. Lady Rias, Lord Adrien, everyone. Please step forward. Chapter 55, The Grimoires. As they stepped onto the carpet, a small figure suddenly broke away from the line of maids and ran straight toward Rias. Auntie Rias. You're back. A young boy with short crimson hair rushed up to her and wrapped his arms around her in a warm hug. Milikas. Rias smiled brightly and hugged him back. I'm home. Look at you, you've grown so much. Prez. Issei asked, blinking in confusion. Who's the kid? Rias gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. This is Milikas Grimoire. He is my brother's son. In other words, Sirzek's Lucifer's son, and my nephew. Milikas then looked past Rias and noticed Adrien, who was calmly looking around the garden. The boy's eyes widened. A second later, he quickly hid behind Rias, peeking at Adrien from her side. Mahiru noticed this and softened her expression. She walked over, crouched down in front of him, and smiled gently. Hey, are you okay, Milikas? She asked kindly. My name is Mahiru. It's nice to meet you. Milikas looked at her for a moment, still shy, then slowly nodded from behind Rias. Mahiru really loved children, not in a weird way you fuckers, in a gentle motherly way. That's the son of the Demon King. Siko said quietly as she looked at Milikas hiding behind Rias. The boy wasn't looking at anyone except Adrien. He had once heard his mother talk about him with his grandfather. And now, when he couldn't sense any demonic energy from Adrien at all, Milikas realized who he was. Milikas, say hello to everyone, Rias said gently. Milikas nodded and stepped forward. Hello. I'm Milikas Grimoire. Nice to meet you. He's so cute. Asia said at once. She crouched down beside Mahiru, smiling softly as both of them patted his head. The others stayed where they were, looking a little stiff. No matter how small he was, Milikas was still the son of a demon king. Rias let out a soft chuckle. A demon king's name and title belong only to the one who inherited them. Even though Milikas is my brother's son, he is still a member of House Grimoire. He is also a possible heir to the Grimoire family. Then Rias pointed toward Adrien. The last time he came here, you were probably too young to remember. He's the son of the Archduke, Adrien Agares. Adrien finally shifted his attention to Milikas and looked at him properly. Interesting, he said. Your energy control is amazing for your age. Adrien stepped closer and looked down at the boy, clearly thinking about something. Milikas stiffened, but this time he didn't hide behind Rias. He tried to stay calm and composed. Andy, leave the boy alone, Celia said as she grabbed Adrien by the arm and pulled him back. Come along now. Let's head inside, Rias said, taking Milikas's hand. She led him toward the gate, and everyone followed behind her. They passed through the towering entrance and stepped into the castle. The entrance hall was enormous. A grand staircase stood ahead of them, leading up to the second floor, while a huge chandelier hung from the ceiling above. Allow me to guide everyone to their rooms, Grafia said, raising one hand. A group of maids immediately gathered around her. His lordship is away at the moment, but he will return by evening, she continued. He informed me that he wishes to speak with you all during dinner tonight. Oh. Rias said, smiling softly. Thank you, Grafia. In that case, everyone should head to their rooms for now. I assume their belongings have already been brought in. Yes, Grafia answered with a polite bow. Their chambers are prepared and ready for use. Yours are ready as well, Lord Adrien. Thanks, Grafia, Adrien said casually. He then began following her toward their quarters. At that moment, a woman's voice called out from above. Oh, Rias. You've arrived already. The woman's eyes then landed on Adrien, and her voice immediately brightened. Ah. Adrien. Is that really you? My, you've grown so handsome. The woman descending the grand staircase had flaxen hair and violet eyes. She was beautiful, and she didn't look much older than the others. Your mother visited not too long ago, the woman said with a bright smile. She told me you were in Japan. I suppose it was true after all. Her smile widened. So, are you going to get engaged to my daughter? Surely you will, right? Especially after you beat Riser for her. Mom. Rias complained, her face turning red as her mother bombarded Adrien with questions. Mother. Issei nearly shouted. That's impossible. Look at her. She's too young. I thought she was your sister. Oh my, Venelana said, looking at him with a pleased smile. What a charming thing to say. Rias sighed, devils can use their power to control their appearance as they grow older. My mother just likes dressing like a young woman. It is a pleasure to see you again, Lady Venelana, Adrien said politely. Unfortunately, But Venelana didn't let him finish. I also heard how strong you've become, she continued, her eyes shining with interest. I heard about how you defeated Kokobile, and how you killed Kateria Leviathan by outsmarting both her and the White Dragon Emperor. Who the fuck is glazing me that much? Not even my girls are riding it that hard. It's got to be that asshole Surzek's right. With Graphia's help, Adrien somehow managed to escape Venelana's endless barrage of questions. A few hours after they arrived at the main estate, everyone gathered in the dining room for dinner. A mountain of food was piled across the long table in front of them. Adrien and his familia sat on one side, while Rias and her familia sat on the opposite side. By now, the two familias had grown incredibly close, so the atmosphere felt much more relaxed than before. At the head of the table sat Zeoticus Gremory. His wife, Venelana, sat beside him, with Rias and her peerage seated further down on that side. On the other side, Milikas sat close to his grandfather, followed by Adrien and his peerage. Outside the dining room windows, an artificial moon floated high above the Gremory estate. It was not a natural celestial body like the moon in the human world. In the underworld, the sky itself was different. It was a deep purple by nature, and the day-night cycle was maintained through artificial means, using devil magic and advanced demonic technology. The concept of time in the underworld seemed to be modeled on that of the human world. Originally, time in the underworld was different than the one in the human realm, but the demon kings had synchronized it with the human world. Please, enjoy yourselves, Zeoticus Gremory said warmly. With that, the meal began. Everyone started eating, though Zenobia, Mary, Siko, and Asia were struggling a little. They were trying not to look rude or vulgar in front of the father of a demon king. Issei, on the other hand, didn't even know where to start. He stared at the food, then at the utensils, then back at the food. Everyone else managed well enough. Only Kaneko had not touched her plate. As they ate, Zeoticus turned his attention to Adrien. The last time I visited the human realm, I wanted to meet you, he said calmly. Unfortunately, you were not present. So I am glad you came here with Rias. Adrien looked up from his plate. Yeah, I was busy back then. I see. And how is your father? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Zeoticus answered with a smile. Adrien hadn't seen his father since he came to the underworld, but his mother had filled in with what was happening on Agria's island. He's fine, Adrien replied casually. Maybe a little stressed because of me, but that's nothing new. Zeoticus chuckled. That sounds like him. Your name has spread throughout the underworld lately. The Agares clan is what everyone is talking about. Given your special constitution, I suppose it was only a matter of time before you became one of the most famous devils of your generation. Yeah, it was. He didn't deny it nor acted humble. Adrien knew who he was and what it meant. Pretending otherwise would just be stupid. I did say I haven't seen your father in a while, Zeoticus said, continuing to eat with calm elegance. But we did speak over the phone recently. We had a rather long conversation, and in the end, we decided on something quite interesting. Chapter 56, The Honored One. I did say I haven't seen your father in a while, Zeoticus said, continuing to eat with calm elegance. But we did speak over the phone recently. We had a rather long conversation, and in the end, we decided on something quite interesting. That sounds like a pain, Adrien said casually. Everyone felt the atmosphere at table change and they stopped eating and focused their attention at the two. Venelana smiled beside her husband, clearly already knowing what he meant. Rias looked at her parents in suspicion. Father, what did you decide? Now, there's no need to be so cautious, it's nothing bad. It's actually a beautiful opportunity for both clans. I refuse, Adrien said directly. We decided on an engagement between our two families. So, Adrien, you may start calling me father-in-law. Bam. Rhea slammed her hand on the table and abruptly stood up. Father. Mother. It's the second time. I told you before, I want to choose who I want to marry. At Rhea's outburst, Venelana's smile disappeared. Be quiet, Rheas. You already broke off your engagement with Riser, even though he defeated you in the raiding game. Based on the result of that match, you should have already been married to him by now. Rhea stiffened, unable to answer right away. Venelana continued. Do you understand how much effort your father and Surzex had to put in to calm the other high-class devils? Some of them have already started saying that you selfishly used the son of House Agares as a way to escape your betrothal. You may be the sister of a demon king, but even that has limits. There are things even you cannot simply walk away from without consequences. Issei's face went pale. W8. Rhea's face twisted in anger. Surzex has nothing to do with. You don't honestly think your brother had nothing to do with it, do you? Venelana interrupted. Surzex may need to pretend otherwise for the sake of appearances, but there is no escaping the truth. Everyone sees you as his sister. Your actions reflect on him, whether you like it or not. And now that the three great powers are beginning to work together, your name, your position, and your identity will become even more widely known. Rheas lowered her gaze slightly. You will not be able to keep behaving as freely as you have until now. From this point on, many eyes will be on you, Rheas. Surely you understand that this is the situation you are in now, don't you? Venelana did not stop there. Her gaze shifted from Rheas to Adrien. And half of this is your fault as well, Adrien. There are consequences to every action. When you beat Riser and the news spread, many people took it as proof that you and Rheas were already in a relationship. To them, it looked like you stepped in to save her from an unwanted engagement. She sighed softly. No one knows that you most likely fought him because he insulted your sister. I am sorry to speak to you like this, especially as a guest in our home. But this is simply the result of everything that happened. Rheas looked truly vexed by her mother's words but was unable to respond. Clearly unconvinced, she retook her seat. Venelana breathed a quiet sigh before turning back to the rest of the people at the table. I'm sorry you all had to see that. Adrien sighed. That's exactly why I hate politics and everything related to it. He muttered to himself. He felt something would happen soon after his mother brought up an engagement, but he hadn't expected this turn of events. Adrien looked at Zeoticus. I get it, he said. So Rheas and I are getting engaged. Rheas stiffened in front of him, but Adrien continued without looking away from Zeoticus. So what's the catch? How do we cancel this decision? It obviously won't be a fight between us like it was with Riser. So what is it? Surzex guessed you would ask that, so we both decided on something with the approval of your father. So Surzex is involved in it, that bastard. Adrien said, causing Zeoticus to chuckle. Only Adrien would call the Demon King a bastard. We will agree to cancel the engagement, Zeoticus said calmly, if either you or Rheas can defeat the him, Surzex Lucifer, in a raiding game. Yeah, wrap it up. Adrien leaned back on his chair, already giving up. Rheas looked stunned at her parents. She had never expected the condition to be so difficult. That's impossible. Different reactions were visible from the long dinner table. Then I suppose the engagement will remain. Venelana said with a smile. Oh, and one more thing, Zeoticus added calmly. I also have a message from your father and the four great Satans. If you miss the engagement ceremony, or refuse to attend it, you will be treated as a criminal for illegally attacking Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family, in an unofficial contest. Adrien looked at both Zeoticus and Venelana, his expression flat but his tone was unusually serious. Do you two actually want me to marry your daughter? I'm a guy who causes trouble wherever he goes. I'm always surrounded by women, sleeps around, multiple gods already hate me, and I'm a massive pain in the ass. Compared to other noble heirs, I'm basically trash. Then his gaze shifted toward Rheas. And Rheas is beautiful, proper, polite, and probably hasn't even had her first kiss yet. Rheas's face instantly turned red. Adrien. Zeoticus smirked. I know exactly who you are. You are Adrien Agares, the boy hated by half the Norse gods and the Greek gods. You are the biggest troublemaker I have ever seen in my life. But you are also a singularity. His gaze stayed fixed on Adrien. Your potential is completely beyond normal limits. Surzex has told me about you over the years. You were born a high-class devil simply because of the amount of demonic power you possessed from birth. And on top of that, you have that special, almost godlike body of yours. A body that does not leak even a drop of energy. You became an ultimate class devil at 8 years old, becoming the youngest devil in history to ever reach that level. You were not just born talented, Adrien. The universe itself favored you. Everyone's eyes turned to Adrien. He could not deny Zeoticus's words because everything that he stated was true, so he just stayed silent. So yes, I do want you to marry my daughter. When I heard that her engagement with Riser had been broken because of you, I was honestly delighted. The thought of you replacing him was far better than anything I could have hoped for. Despite everything known about you, I'm very sure that you're a kind boy who will treat my daughter right and protect her. Even if you did have a harem, that is not unusual for extremely powerful individuals. What matters is that Rias would stand beside you as your first wife. Adrien stood up from his seat. Let us think about it, he said, looking at Zeoticus. At the very least, I want to request that the engagement be postponed until I become eligible for the raiding games next year. That was the plan from the beginning. Without saying anything else, he turned and left the dining hall. A heavy silence followed after him. A few seconds later, Rias stood up as well. Her expression was tense, and she avoided looking at her parents. I'll be leaving too. She walked out of the dining hall, but she went in the opposite direction from Adrien. Rias's parents looked at the rest of the table. Zeoticus let out a calm sigh, while Venelana's expression softened slightly. We apologize for what happened, Zeoticus said. I know this may have made dinner uncomfortable. Venelana nodded gently. But we believed it was best to reveal this matter in front of everyone. This does not only concern Rias and Adrien. It will affect both of your familias as well, so it was better that none of you heard about it from rumors. Celia crossed her arms, still clearly annoyed. That doesn't make it any less sudden. This became quite complicated. Aquino smiled softly, though her eyes stayed on the door Rias had left through. It seems both of them need time to think. Siko quietly said. Out of everyone, Issei looked like his soul left his body, his face was pale and his head was lowered. Chapter 57, we move on. Inside Gremory territory, Adrien was lying on the grass on a small hill under a tree, looking at the artificial moon hanging in the purple sky of the underworld. This is checkmate. He muttered to himself. I knew my actions would come back to bite me in the ass one day, but I left it for future Adrien to deal with. Fuck you, Adrien from 2 months ago. Adrien sat under the tree thinking. A demonic squirrel jumped on his chest. It looked at him for a second then left. Beating Surzex in a raiding game, yeah, I'm getting cooked. Even Adrien knew his own limits. As he was right now, he was not on Surzex Lucifer's level. Yes, he had killed Kateria, a 12-winged devil, but that only happened after Vali had already divided her power in half. And even among 12-winged beings, the difference between someone on the lower end like Kateria and someone at the peak like Surzex was like the difference between heaven and earth. Adrien had considered an idiot for even trying some shit like that, and he wasn't going to do the same as her. Not a top 10 my ass, he would fuck your mother brains out and you couldn't do shit about, he muttered to himself. Vali had told Adrien that Surzex was not in the top 10, but Adrien knew he was wrong. Adrien knew how strong Surzex really was. He had seen it with his own eyes once. The only reason Adrien acted so casually around him was because they had become friends over time. He could joke with Surzex, talk back to him, and even annoy him without fear. But deep down, Adrien understood the truth. Surzex Lucifer was not someone he could fight right now. Let's forget about it for now, I'll deal with it then. Adrien looked down at the ring on his finger. Soon, he should be receiving Azazel's research on the vanishing dragon. Once that happened, he could finally start preparing. Rias lay face first on her bed, her face buried in the pillow. Knock. 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 Someone knocked on her door. She didn't look up and just stayed there without moving. A moment later, the door opened, and Aquino walked in. Her long black hair flowed behind her, tied in a ponytail. Rias. Aquino called softly. I'm sorry. Rias said without lifting her head to look at her best friend. Aquino smiled faintly and sat down on the bed beside her. You don't need to apologize, she said. Then a small smirk appeared on her face. I'm not giving up on him, you know. I'll just become part of his harem. Rias sighed, then slowly sat up. She leaned back against the wooden headboard of her bed, her expression tired. Aquino watched her quietly for a moment before speaking. You always knew this day would come, Rias, she said softly. Sooner or later, you were going to be forced into another engagement. That is the weight behind being called a princess. Rias looked down at her hands, saying nothing. You should at least be relieved that it is Adrien and not someone like Riser, or the heir of the Glaciolabalus clan. Rias let out a weak laugh. That is supposed to make me feel better. A little, Aquino replied with her usual teasing tone. Adrien is handsome, powerful, reliable, and he actually respects you. Compared to most noble heirs, that is already a miracle. Rias sighed again and looked away. Yeah. I know, she said quietly. But I told you before. I don't like him that way. She paused, then her expression became even more complicated. And did you forget about Sona? It feels like I stole her childhood crush. Aquino's smile turned a little awkward. Yes. Sona will probably be devastated when she hears about this. Then she sighed softly. Just like Issei is right now. Rias gave a weak chuckle. We were teasing him on the train, but who would have thought it would actually turn out like this? Her smile faded a little. Poor boy. Aquino looked at her carefully. Rias, do you like Issei? Rias froze for a moment. Aquino continued, her voice gentle but direct. I know nothing has really happened between you two, aside from you sleeping beside him a few times. And even then, it was only to heal him after his training injuries. Rias lowered her eyes. I don't know. Issei is kind, he's passionate, honest, and he always gives everything he has. He's also the heart of my familia. Everyone changes when he's around. But I always thought of it as just that, Rias admitted. He was my servant, my precious pawn. Someone I wanted to protect and help grow. She held the bedsheet in her hands. So now. I don't really know what I feel. Rias sighed, then slowly regained her focus. Thanks for talking with me, Aquino, she said, her voice steadier now. But enough about that. There are other important things we need to focus on. How is Kaneko? I tried talking to her, but she's still down. She barely touched her food. And even when everyone was talking, she stayed quiet. In other words, high-class devil society. The next day, Rias's parents assigned a tutor to Issei and Asia. The goal was to teach them etiquette and the expectations of devil nobility. They were both new members of Rias's familia, so they needed to get used to the underworld. This was especially important for Issei, since he was the Red Dragon Emperor. After what happened during dinner yesterday, Issei had managed to recover a little, mostly thanks to Asia staying by his side. Young master, young mistress, the tutor asked politely, can either of you read devil script? And not really, Issei answered, looking embarrassed. Asia lowered her head slightly. I'm sorry. I can only recognize a little. The tutor nodded calmly. That is perfectly fine. Then let us begin by studying the characters one by one. Click. The door opened, and Venelana Gremory walked into the room with graceful steps. Grandma. Milikas, who had been studying with Issei and Asia, immediately looked up with excitement. Venelana smiled warmly at him. Hello, Milikas. Then she turned her attention to the others. Issei, Asia, Milikas. Have your studies been going well? Yes, Grandma, Milikas answered politely. We are doing our best. Issei scratched his cheek. Why yeah. I'm trying. Venelana walked over and looked at the papers they had been working on. I see, she said softly. You are just as dedicated as Surzex and Grafia reported. Her eyes moved over their writing. I cannot say your handwriting is perfect yet, but at least you are making a clear effort to learn. The last part was mostly directed at Issei. Rias will be returning soon, Venelana said. The traditional Demon Youth Social will be held in the Demon King's territory, after all. While Issei and Asia were busy with their devil studies, Rias and the others had gone sightseeing around the Gremory territory. Aquino had suggested that Rias take Adrien's peerage with them as well, so the girls could get some fresh air after everything that happened yesterday. Issei hesitated for a moment, then looked at Venelana. Where is Adrien? Venelana smiled calmly. Adrien is sleeping in his room. He said he did not feel like going with the rest of the group. Issei lowered his gaze. He wasn't angry at Adrien. Deep down, he knew none of this was really his fault. But he still felt jealous. Being near him made Issei feel uncomfortable, especially now that Adrien was suddenly engaged to Rias. And if he was being honest, there was another fear hiding inside him. He was scared that Adrien might take Asia from him too. Asia seemed to notice his unease. She gently took his hand and squeezed it. That small gesture eased his worries a little. He turned to her, and Asia gave him a warm smile. Chapter 58, The Demon Youth Social Part. No sooner had Rias and the others returned from their sightseeing trip around the castle than everyone set off again, this time by train toward the Demon King's territory. The two familias were placed in different locomotives. During the trip, the train passed through several large magic circles suspended above the tracks. The glowing arrays were used for long-distance travel, allowing the train to cross huge parts of the underworld much faster. Zenobia looked away from the window and turned to Adrien. Rias seems more accepting of the engagement now. Adrien rested his chin against his hand as he stared out at the passing scenery. Is that so? I thought she'd throw more of a tantrum. Guess she already gave up. Siko looked at him with a faint smile. You do not seem very angry about it either. I kind of guessed I'd be forced into an engagement sooner or later, Adrien said. That's how noble families work. At least Rias is better than some other spoiled noble little shits. But if you marry her we won't be able to sleep in your room again, right? Mary asked. All she really cared about was Adrien's dick. As long as she could keep sleeping with him, she didn't mind sharing him. Nah, I'll keep sleeping with whomever I want. They forced me into it even though they knew I was making a harem for myself. Zenobia looked at him with a serious expression. So we are automatically part of your harem? Adrien glanced at her. That depends on you. She thought about it for a moment, then nodded. I see. I am not angry. To be honest, I do not mind sharing you either. You're agreeing to it too rapidly. Mahiru hit her face that had turned red. It's the same for all of us, I guess, Mary said flatly. Oh, I guess you haven't slept with him yet. When you do, you'll feel the same. I haven't slept with anyone else, but I seriously doubt I'd find someone who would satisfy me as he does. Let's change the conversation, Mahiru said, quickly looking away from everyone. Her face was red, and she clearly wanted the topic to disappear as fast as possible. Adrien smiled faintly and reached over, patting her head. Yeah, stop teasing Mahiru. Mahiru froze for a second, then lowered her head even more. Celia clicked her tongue. You're the worst one here, Andy. After nearly 3 hours, they arrived at a modern-looking metropolis. This is Lucifard, Adrien explained as everyone looked out at the city. It's the Demon King's territory and the old capital of the Underworld. The original Lucifer is said to have lived here. We'll need to switch to the subway line. If we go to the venue out in the open, we'll draw too much attention. Kaya. Princess Riaz. High-pitched cries suddenly echoed across the platform. A group of young devils had already noticed Riaz in the locomotive in front of them and were waving excitedly. Adrien pointed toward them. That's what I meant. If even one person recognizes me, it'll become a drag. Adrien reached into his dimensional storage. A black blindfold appeared in his hand, and he tied it over his eyes. Mahiru blinked. Why are you putting on a blindfold? Adrien adjusted it calmly. Disguise. You just want to look like Gojo, Celia pointed out. That's the other reason. Adrien then turned his head towards Siko. Give me your sword. Siko blinked. Why? What kind of blind man walks around without a stick? Hurry up. Siko let out a small amused breath and handed him her sheathed sword. A moment later, they stepped out of the locomotive. Adrien walked slowly, tapping the sheathed sword against the ground in front of him like a cane, while Mahiru held onto his arm as if she were guiding him. When Rias's peerage came out of the locomotive in front of them and saw the scene, they immediately burst into laughter. In the end, the disguise worked perfectly. Adrien and his peerage managed to switch subway lines without anyone recognizing him. Both familiars entered the same train, and the two groups gathered together again. Adrien took off the blindfold and put it back into his dimensional storage. Akino immediately came over and sat beside him. Era, should I help you walk, dear? She asked with a playful smile. Nah. I suddenly got my vision back. What a miracle. Akino chuckled and leaned even closer against him. You know, she whispered teasingly, coming after you right now feels like I'm stealing from my master. That makes it even hotter. You have some weird kinks, girl. Do you blame me? She hopped on his lap facing him directly. She put her hand on his cheek. I really feel like getting a mouthful of you right now. What's stopping you? Can you two flirt in private? Geez, Celia said with a pout, looking away. It's been a while since I sat on his lap. At her words, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward them. But before anyone could say anything, the train came to a stop. A moment later, the doors opened, signaling for them to get off. Listen, everyone, Ria said, turning to her peerage with a serious expression. No matter what happens, don't lose your composure. You cannot get into a fight, regardless of what anyone says to you. These people are our future rivals. We must not do anything that could damage our reputation. Issei straightened a little. All right. Got it, Prez. Kiba nodded calmly. Understood. Adrien, on the other hand, said nothing to his own familia. He simply stepped out of the train first, hands in his pockets. Rias glanced in his direction. For a second, her eyes stayed fixed on his back. Then she quickly looked away and returned her attention to her own familia. Their destination was the largest building in the city. It served as the venue for the formal gala, where coming-of-age devils from high-class and influential families gathered. Adrien was only supposed to attend as a spectator, since he would not become eligible for the rating games until the following year. He and his peerage waited outside for Rias to finish her pep talk, then they followed them. They rode the elevator up for a good while, but it eventually came to a stop. They rode the elevator up for a while before it finally came to a stop. When the doors opened, they stepped into a large hall. A servant immediately approached and bowed politely. Welcome, Lady Gremory. Please, this way. The attendant led them down a long corridor. Several people stood around the edges of the hall, talking quietly among themselves. Then Rias suddenly stopped. Serorg. A tall young man approached them. He had black hair, violet eyes, and a strong, muscular build. Despite his mature presence, he looked around the same age as them. It's been a long time, Rias, he said with a grin, holding out his hand. Rias smiled and shook it. It has. I've missed you, Serorg. I'm glad to see you haven't changed. Her expression softened with familiarity before she turned to her peerage. Everyone, this is Serorg. He is my cousin from my mother's side. While Rias was introducing him to her peerage, Adrien was being guided away by another servant. Lord Adrien, the spectator seats are this way, the servant said politely. Serorg Bale, heir to the House of Bale. Serorg Bale was the heir of the princely House of Bale. He was the eldest son of Lord Bale and the only child of his first wife, Misla Bale. Just from his presence, it was easy to tell he was not an ordinary young devil. He carried himself with confidence, but there was nothing arrogant about the way he smiled at Rias. What are you doing lurking out here in the corridors? Rias asked. Ah, Serorg said, scratching the back of his head. I couldn't stand being in there anymore. I had to step outside. Rias raised an eyebrow. You couldn't stand it. Have the others arrived already? Agares and Astaroth have, Serorg answered. Then Zephyrdor got here and decided to pick an argument with Agares. Adrien, who still had not left the hall, heard Serorg's words clearly. He stopped in his tracks and turned to the group. What did you just say? Chapter 59, The Demon Youth Social Part. What did you just say? Adrien's voice echoed through the long hallway. Everyone froze. The last time someone had insulted Sikvera, they had ended up beaten half to death. Wait, Lord Adrien, you can't go in there, the servant called out, trying to stop him. Adrien ignored him and pushed straight into the banquet hall. The room was huge, but it was already a mess. Tables had been overturned, chairs were broken, and decorations were scattered all over the floor. At the center of it stood Sikvera. She was facing a man with green spiked hair, a bare chest, and black occult-like tattoos covering parts of his face. Zephyrdor, do you really have to start a fight now, of all times? Do you have a death wish? Because I do wonder if any of the higher-ups would actually blame me for killing you. Ha! I'll say it again, bitch. Zephyrdor shouted with a twisted grin. If you want someone to take your virginity, I'll gladly do it. You're always hiding behind your guards. That's why you still haven't done anything yet. You don't let any man get near you. Seriously, you Demon King families make me sick. I only offered to help you in the opening round. Olivian, Sikvera's queen, noticed Adrien entering the room. His eyes widened at once, just as he was about to warn Sikvera that her brother had arrived. Boom. Adrien's 8 wings spread open with a violent flap. A massive shockwave exploded through the banquet hall. The entire room was thrown into even more chaos than before. The windows shattered all at once, and broken glass scattered everywhere. Before anyone could react, Adrien was already in front of Zephyrdor. He grabbed the man by the head and smashed straight through the outer wall with him. The next second, Adrien was outside, holding Zephyrdor up with one hand and leaving his body hanging helplessly in the air. You have 1 second to tell me why I shouldn't kill you. Andy, wait. Sikvera immediately rushed after her brother and grabbed his arm, trying to hold him back. Adrien glanced at her right away, his eyes moving over her body to check for injuries. Are you hurt? He asked. Sikvera shook her head. I'm fine. Only after making sure she was all right did Adrien turn back to Zephyrdor. You're joining the raiding games, right? Then let's see how good you are at flying. He released him from his grip and his body dropped from the tower. Adrien walked back into the hall. The man's peerage looked at Adrien with complete fear. In front of them was an ultimate-class devil after all, something far beyond them. Adrien patted his sister's head. Why didn't you kill this fucker? Who is he anyway? I'm the older one here, she said as she slapped his hand away from her head. That was Zephyrdor, the rebellious heir of House Glaciolabilus. The same house as Demon King Falbium, huh? You called him rebellious, why is that? I'm not really into underworld drama, you see. I know. You don't need to explain it to me, Sikvera said calmly. Truthfully, you were close to being labeled rebellious as well. Both of you have the same problem, you act like delinquent nobles who refuse to respect hierarchy, etiquette, or authority. She adjusted her glasses slightly before continuing. However, the Demon Kings decided to drop the matter because of your recent accomplishments and the help you've provided. So we're birds of feather. Adrien looked genuinely disgusted. I'll have to turn him into an upstanding citizen. Why don't you become one? Why would I do that? As Adrien and Sikvera were talking to each other, Rias and her familia followed by Serorg followed them. Rias sighed and face-bombed. You really can't help yourself, can you? Did you actually have to destroy the hall? The old high-class family set this room aside so we could greet each other and settle any bad blood, Sarorg said, looking around at the damage. But I guess that's not happening now. Then he turned his eyes to Adrien and extended his hand. You must be Adrien Agares. This is our first time meeting. You didn't come to the ceremony our clan held a few years back. Yeah, Adrien said casually as he shook his hand back. I thought it would be boring as hell. Sikvera immediately smacked the back of Adrien's head with her hand. He meant that he was busy. No, I didn't mean that. Adrien noticed Sikvera glaring at him. Ah, yes, I was busy. The group watched in amusement at the bickering of the two Agares siblings. A servant approached them. Lord Adrien, please, the Demon Kings wants to see you. Tell them I'll see them later. I can find them on my own, their demonic energy is leaking all over the place. The servant froze in surprise, unsure of what to do. He couldn't force Adrien to come with him, but he also couldn't ignore an order from the Demon Kings. Sarorg looked genuinely surprised by how casually Adrien dismissed the Demon King's summons. For a moment, he simply stared at him, as if trying to understand whether Adrien was joking or not. Then he slowly turned to Rias. She already knew what he was going to ask. She just sighed and rubbed her temple. He's always like that. That's impressive in its own way. Rias glanced at Adrien with a tired expression. Mother, father. Are you punishing me with this arranged marriage? Sikvera, on the other hand, had already had enough. She stepped behind Adrien and placed both hands on his back. Go, she said firmly. Adrien glanced over his shoulder. You're really pushing your little brother around in public. You still have time, go and redo your makeup. He said as he finally left the room, his peerage following him. Adrien was led out of the hallway and after a few minutes of walking they entered into a gigantic room with stadium-like seats surrounding the middle. Wow, there's so many people, Mahiru said as she looked around. Yeah. Zenobia replied. Adrien seemed unfazed as she walked up the stairs where the four Demon Kings sat. Surzek smirked when he saw Adrien walking toward them. Hey, Adrien. Serafal greeted him brightly, making AV sign with her fingers. As usual, she was wearing her magical girl outfit. The other two Demon Kings stood out in their own ways. Falbium Asmodeus had a completely bald head and a goatee on his chin. Beside him stood Adjuka Beelzebub, an attractive young man with slick-back green hair and calm light blue eyes. Adrien knew both of them, of course. He walked up to the four Demon Kings and stopped in front of them, leaning casually against a nearby pillar. You've got some nerve calling me out here after forcing me into shit, Surzex, Adrien said, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Didn't I refuse your offer multiple times? Surzex only shrugged, still wearing that calm smile. Refusing doesn't mean it won't happen. This was a decision made between the two clans. A decision you obviously pushed for. Adrien clicked his tongue. What are you going to do if I accept the rating game challenge and beat you? Surzex only smiled wider. You're welcome to try. It seems something is happening behind the scenes, Adjuka said, looking between Surzex and Adrien with an amused smile. Yeah, seems like it, Falbium said lazily, resting his chin on his hand. Huh. No fair. Serafal puffed her cheeks and pointed at Surzex. What are you planning with little Adrien? It will become known soon enough, Surzex answered calmly. Adrien clicked his tongue. So what do y'all want? Why call me out here? He was probably the only person in the underworld who could speak to the Demon Kings like that and get away with it. But that was only because they had known him since he was born. Because of his special body and absurd talent, the Demon Kings had kept a close eye on him for years. They would often visit Agria's island to check on his growth, and sometimes they even trained him personally. Nothing serious, Adjuka said with a relaxed smile. We simply want you to watch the gathering with us from here. Is this some kind of informal Demon King training? Adjuka's smile didn't change. Don't take it that way. Exactly. Serafal said excitedly. It's definitely Demon King training. Then Serafal blinked. Oh, wait. Should we have lied to him? Surzex, Adjuka, and even Falbium facebombed at the same time. Adrien was already turning around to leave. Wait. Serafal suddenly jumped forward and grabbed his arm. Adrien looked down at her. What? Surzex smiled. Azazel gave me the documents you asked him for. I was planning to use them to get something out of you, but I can give them to you right after the gathering ends, as long as you stay. Adrien stopped mid-step, he turned to stare at Surzex. Then he sighed deeply. You're a real piece of shit, you know that. Chapter 60, The Demon Youth Social Part. Who is that? Why is he sitting with the Demon Kings? Huh. I swear I've seen him somewhere before. That's Prince Adrien Agares, you idiots. What? That's him. Murmurs spread through the crowd as more and more young devils turned their eyes toward the platform where the demon kings were seated. Right there among them sat Adrien himself. Below the platform, his peerage sat in the seats reserved for them. Adrien clicked his tongue and glanced at Surzex, who was sitting beside him. Perfect, he muttered dryly. Now I won't be able to walk through the streets without getting surrounded by people. Surzex only smiled. Adrien's name was already well known throughout the underworld by now. After all, news of his accomplishments had spread far and wide. But this was different, this was his first real public appearance on this level. Sitting beside the four great Satans in front of everyone was more than enough to burn his face into the minds of the entire crowd. Now, everyone would know his face too. The 6 up-and-coming young devils stood at the center of the stage, with their peerages lined up behind them. They were Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, Sikvera Agares, Serorg Baal, Diodora Astaroth, and Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas. Zephyrdor had returned, though his body was now covered in bruises. Falbium didn't seem interested in what happened with his cousin. Thank you all for coming. An elderly male devil stood before the stage with his arms crossed. We have gathered here today to look upon the faces of the next generation and judge the future of our youth. Surzex spoke next from his seat, right beside Adrien. In terms of name, pedigree, and ability, the 6 of you are among the most promising devils of your generation, he said calmly. That is why, before your formal debuts, we wish for you to compete against one another. Through these matches, you will sharpen yourselves and grow. Serorg raised his head and looked toward the demon kings. Will we eventually be expected to fight the Cows Brigade? That has yet to be decided. If possible, I would prefer not to send our young people against them. Beside him, Adrien leaned slightly closer and whispered, does that include me? Surzex ignored him completely. Adrien clicked his tongue. With all respect, Lord Lucifer, we are young, but we are still devils. We cannot simply hide behind the older generation forever. If we keep waiting while others carry every burden for us, how are we supposed to prove ourselves? Surzex's expression softened. Serorg, we acknowledge your bravery. However, bravery and recklessness are not the same thing. It is important that those who are still maturing are not forced into battle too soon. Please understand. If anything were to happen to the next generation, the loss would be far too great. His gaze moved across the 6 young devils standing on the stage. You are more precious to us than you realize. That is why you must move forward gradually, step by carefully prepared step. Serorg looked more or less convinced by Surzex's assertion. I understand. Now then, Surzex began calmly, folding his hands together. The first matter is the schedule for the next series of raiding games. We intend to hold several exhibition matches before the official debut season begins. One of the elderly devils nodded. Correct. The matches will not affect official rankings, but they will allow the old families to evaluate the next generation's command ability, strategy, peerage balance, and public appeal. Seraphal raised her hand with a bright smile. And popularity. Don't forget popularity. If the young devils look cool and cute, people will cheer for them more. The current rating game system still favors direct combat power too heavily, so we'll be working on including games that would need more strategizing with new fields, limited resource environments, and rule sets that force commanders to think. There is also the matter of evil peace compatibility. Some young kings are collecting peerages too quickly without considering the long-term structure of their team. A strong servant is useless if they cannot function inside the king's overall strategy. Surzex said. Ajuka nodded. A peerage is not a collection of trophies. It is a unit built on trust, loyalty, and purpose. They continued talking about raiding game stuff for a while. Now then, to put it simply, Surzex said, looking over the young devils on the stage, our hopes for the future rest with all of you. Please understand that. You are the underworld's greatest treasures. Everyone started clapping at Lucifer's words. Then Surzex smiled gently. Before we conclude, we would like to hear each of your future goals. Serorg was the first to step forward. My dream is to become a demon king. A wave of quiet gasps spread through the higher-ups. Oh. To declare it so openly. A demon king from a princely house. That is unheard of, one of the older devils remarked, sounding both shocked and impressed. Serorg stood tall, completely unshaken by their reactions. Y'all are pushing the demon king propaganda way too hard, Adrien said lazily to the 4 Satans next to him. How do you sleep at night knowing you're brainwashing the young generation with this bullshit? This is what people call ambition, Adrien, Ajuka said with a faint smile. Serorg placed a hand over his chest and declared with complete confidence, when the people of the underworld feel there is no choice but to make me a demon king, that is when I shall accept the position. The audience barely had time to react before Rhea stepped forward and announced her own ambition. My goal is to succeed as the next head of the House of Gremory, she said proudly, and to win every last rating game competition. Applause followed Riasa's declaration. Then Sikvera stepped forward, her expression calm and composed. As the next head of the Agares family, my goal is to uphold the order of the Underworld and fulfill the duties entrusted to the Archduke house. After her, Diodora Astaroth smiled gently and placed a hand over his chest. As the next head of the Astaroth family, I wish to contribute to the prosperity of the Underworld and bring further honor to my house. Zephyrdor stepped forward. Unlike the others, he didn't bother with dignity or noble manners. His bruised face twisted into a glare as his eyes locked onto Adrien. My goal is to become the strongest devil, Zephyrdor said, pointing straight at him, and humiliate you. I'll make everyone acknowledge my name. Everyone turned to where Zephyrdor was looking. Adrien was on his seat reading his notebook. In fact, he wasn't even listening anymore. The moment Sikvera finished speaking, he had already lost interest. Zephyrdor was about to shout at Adrien again, but before he could say anything, Sona stepped forward. My goal, Sona said clearly, is to build a school here in the Underworld. A school that teaches devils how to fight in raiding games. A few of the higher-ups immediately frowned. Is there not already an academy for studying raiding games? One of them asked. There is, she answered calmly. However, only high-class devils and those of privileged rank are allowed to enroll there. I want to build a school without ranks or social barriers. A place where even low-class devils and reincarnated devils can attend. Suddenly laughter filled the audience hall. Impossible. How absurd. I see. So the Citri heiress is a dreamy little girl. Ah, youth. How charming. To think the next head of House Citri would cling to such an innocent fantasy. At least she said it here before her official debut. The Underworld had become more progressive than it used to be, but old discrimination was still deeply rooted in devil society. High-class devils looked down on low-class devils. Pure-blooded devils looked down on reincarnated devils. Many nobles still believed that hierarchy was the natural order of the world. Amid the mocking laughter, Sona's expression didn't change. I am serious. One of the elder devils leaned forward, his tone cold and dismissive. Sona Citri, low-class devils and reincarnated devils exist to serve their masters. They are chosen because of the talents they already possess. Creating a training institution for them would insult the old families who have protected our traditions for generations. Several old nobles nodded in agreement. We may be living in an age of change, the elder continued, but not everything should be changed. Educating low-class devils is not something you should concern yourself with. That was when Saji couldn't hold himself back anymore. I can't take this anymore. Why are you all laughing at the presidents? No, at Lady Sona's dream. What the hell is wrong with you people? Who are you to decide she can't do it? Who gave you the right to laugh just because her dream doesn't fit your stupid traditions? We're serious down here. Every single one of us. One of the high-ranking demons stood up. Hold your tongue, reincarnated demon. Or what? Adrien's voice echoed throughout the audience hall for the first time. Chapter 61, The Demon Youth Social Part. Or what? Adrien's voice echoed through the audience hall. The laughter died almost instantly. What are you going to do about it? He asked lazily. Seraphal's eyes widened. She had been seconds away from speaking herself. Tears had already gathered at the corners of her eyes after hearing the nobles mock her little sister's dream. One of the elderly devils frowned and turned toward Adrien. Prince Adrien, this matter has nothing to do with you. Adrien's eyes shifted toward him. And does it have anything to do with you, you dried up old shit? Close your mouth before I put your head on a stick. The entire hall froze. Before anyone could react, Adrien spread his 8 wings and flew down from the Demon King's platform. He landed in the middle of the stage with a heavy thud, standing directly in front of Sona. Everyone's eyes widened. Sona stared at his back, stunned. Her face slowly turned red when she realized Adrien had stepped in to defend her. Adrien. She muttered under her breath. Just out of spite for you old bastards, he said, his voice ringing through the hall. I, Adrien Agares, an ultimate-class devil who outranks every single one of you, will make sure this school gets built. And I dare any of you to stand in my way. This was no longer a young devil making a childish argument. This was an ultimate-class devil from the Agares house openly declaring his support. Seraphal wiped her eyes quickly, then clenched her fists with a bright smile. That's right. Sonatan's dream is super important. Adrien glanced at Sona, she stared at his eyes, they were warmer than they ever were. Now say it again, Adrien said. Tell everyone your dream one more time. Sona nodded and stepped forward, thank you. She muttered. I want to build a school here in the Underworld to teach demons how to fight in the raiding game. After she finished speaking, Adrien turned around and walked back up the stairs toward the Demon King's platform. Saji stared at him with shining eyes, looking like he had just witnessed something legendary. That was cool as hell. Even Issei, who had been trying to keep some distance from Adrien lately, couldn't help but blurt out, yeah. That was seriously cool. Surzek spoke from his seat, still wearing a smile that made it obvious he was in a very good mood. Very good. In that case, why don't we hold a rating game between two of our 6 up-and-comers? Rias, Sona, would the two of you compete against each other? Rias's familia and Sona's familia all gawked at the sudden proposal. Rias and Sona glanced at each other, blinking in surprise. We were already planning to schedule Rias's first match in a few days. Azazel has also been gathering rating game fans from among the 3 great powers under the pretext of watching our bright young talents compete before their official debuts. This seems like an excellent opportunity. Rias versus Sona would make for quite an interesting match, would it not? Rias let out a deep sigh, then slowly smiled. Across from her, Sona adjusted her glasses, a faint smirk forming on her lips. It may not be an official match, Sona said, but it does feel like fate that my first rating game opponent would be you, Rias. I'm not about to lose, Sona. Neither am I, Sona replied calmly. Yay. A match between Rias-tan and Sona-tan, she exclaimed, winking joyfully. This is going to be so exciting. Then it is decided. The match will be held on August 30th by the human calendar. Until then, you may spend your time preparing however you see fit. The full details will be given to you closer to the date. With that, the match between Rias Gremory and Sona Citri was officially set. After the gathering ended, Adrien's familia and Rias's familia returned to the Gremory estate. Inside one of the estate's rooms, Rias and her peerage gathered around Azazel and explained everything that had happened at the young devil's gathering. Heh, Azazel said with an amused grin. So you'll be facing the Citri girl, huh? Yes. It seems my brother decided that on the spot. That sounds like Surzek's, all right. It's still July 28th in the human world, so that gives us around 30 days. F for training, you mean? Issei asked nervously. Azazel grinned wider. Of course. We start tomorrow. I've already planned a full training regimen for each of you. Wait, already? Obviously, Azazel said. You think I came here just to drink and watch you kids run around? Kiba smiled politely, though he looked a little tense. Is it really acceptable for us to receive direct advice from the governor of the fallen angels? Only our side, I mean. Wouldn't that be unfair? Azazel waved his hand casually. It's fine. I'll be giving the other side plenty of data too. Besides, the angels have their own backup system in place now. The rest depends on you devil kids. If you're serious about getting stronger and making sure your species survives, then take whatever help you can get. Pride won't save you in a real war. And my lieutenant governor is already giving advice and information to the other devil houses anyway. Honestly, Shemhazai's input might be even more useful than mine. Ha ha ha. Rias nodded. Then we'll be in your care. Good. Azazel pointed at the group. Everyone besides Issei, meet me tomorrow morning. I'll get you started on your individual training programs. Issei blinked. Huh. Why am I not included? Because you're leaving today with Adrien's peerage. Issei froze. Leaving, where? To Agria's island, Azazel said. For the next 30 days, you'll be trained by Adrien himself. Rias's familia fell silent, they glanced at each other. They were sure that Azazel had no idea of the decision made by both the Agares and Gremory family. Hey Azazel, you can't. Asia said looking between Issei and the fallen angel. Issei, if you don't feel comfortable you don't have to. What are y'all talking about? Azazel looked confused as he saw everyone's reactions. Rias will be engaged to Adrien when he becomes eligible for the rating games. Azazel's eyes widened, then a grin formed on his face. That's a genius idea. It's the first time I can confidently say that Surzek's made an excellent decision. Everyone seemed surprised by Azazel's excitement. 1. Your position becomes much stronger. You're already a Gremory and the Demon King's little sister, but with this engagement, you'll also be tied to House Agares, the Archdukes. That's a nasty political shield right there. 2. You gain a terrifying deterrent against enemies. Adrien is probably already considered as dangerous as us big shots by Cow's brigade. They saw him become the main reason Kateria and Vali lost, after all. And 3. You'll have a way to get Adrien to train you in your peerage without me having to stick my neck in and offer the shit I have for him to give us a bit of his precious time. Rias lowered her gaze, her expression conflicted. Yes, I understand the benefits. But there's no proof he'll truly help us. Our bond would only be tied by paper, not real feelings. She paused for a moment, then admitted, I do think he's cool, but I'm not in love with him. And I don't think he's in love with me either. It's mostly politics, yeah, Azazel said, but don't get it twisted, Rias. This is politics that works in your favor. Love is important, sure. I'm not heartless enough to deny that. But survival. Survival comes first. And Surzex made the best move he could to make sure you stay alive. Rias frowned, her pride clearly stung. But I can take care of myself. I'm not that weak. Can you really? Azazel cut in, his voice calm but sharp. You're still a high-class devil who's only just about to reach the four-winged stage. That's impressive for your age, princess, but the people we're going to be fighting aren't normal enemies. The Cows Brigade have monsters, ultimate-class fighters, descendants of the old Mao, Longinus users, gods, and dragons. Rias went quiet. I'm here right now. Surzex is here right now. But what happens if we're hit from multiple different sides at the same time? What if Surzex is forced to defend the underworld? I'm dragged into a fight with some fucking god-class idiot. If the Cows Brigade comes for you then, can you honestly say you and your peerage could hold the line alone? Chapter 62, What Lies in the Heart? I agree with you, Kiba said, his brows furrowing slightly. But there are still a few contradictions I don't understand. The punishment for Adrien not attending the engagement ceremony, or, I suppose, breaking the engagement later, is that he would be treated like a criminal. But can we really afford that? If Adrien is that important, then branding him as a criminal would only push him away from us. Wouldn't that be almost the same as handing him over to our already overpowered enemies? A heavy silence fell over the room. Even Azazel didn't know how to answer Kiba's question, he was just hearing about the situation right now after all. Akino, who had been quietly listening for a while, finally opened her mouth. I think everyone is misunderstanding something, she said. Adrien isn't some wild beast that needs to be chained down. He actually enjoys the life he has now, he considers us his friends, and whether he admits it or not, he cares about us. Rias looked toward her. Adrien probably didn't have many friends growing up. He was hidden from most of the underworld, treated more like a secret weapon than a normal child. So I think, he values the people around him more than he lets on. That's why he got so angry when those higher-ups mocked Sona. He knew defending her would cause trouble for him later, but he still did it without hesitation. He did it because, in his own way, he cares. I think. I agree with Akino, Issei said, surprising everyone in the room. He scratched his cheek awkwardly, his voice quieter than usual. When I heard Adrien and the Prez were going to get engaged, I felt really sad. I mean, of course I did. But at the same time, I guess I always knew she might get engaged again sooner or later. He looked down, clenching his fists slightly. And if it had to be someone, then Adrien is way better than the other nobles I've met so far. Kiba lowered his gaze, thinking carefully over Issei's words. I see. Maybe Lord Surzex already understood that. Perhaps he knew Adrien would not truly betray us in the first place. The engagement was important because of what it meant on paper, not because Adrien needed to be forced into loyalty. But that also means Lord Surzex chose to bind Rias's future to someone she does not truly love. He trusted Adrien's character, but still sacrificed Rias's freedom of choice. Kiba let out a small breath and added, it is just as Azazel said. Lord Surzex chose Rias's safety and future prosperity over her personal feelings right now. From a political point of view, it may be the correct decision, but from Rias's point of view, it must still feel cruel. But couldn't Issei have been chosen to marry her instead? Asia asked softly, looking between everyone with innocent confusion. I mean, he is the Red Dragon Emperor, and in the future, he'll probably become incredibly strong too. Azazel gave her a surprisingly honest look. Yes and no, Asia. Yes, Issei is the Red Dragon Emperor, and yeah, his future potential is insane. I'm not denying that. But there are two problems. First, he isn't a pure-blooded devil. Now, personally, I don't think Surzex cares much about that kind of thing. He's not the type to look down on reincarnated devils or half-bloods, but Devil Society does care. Your race has been declining ever since the Great War and the Devil Civil War, so bloodlines still matter politically. If Rias is going to carry the Gremory name forward, the nobles would expect her future partner to be someone from an old pure-blooded house. He leaned back against the chair he was sitting on, and second, Issei's potential is huge, but Adrien is different. That brat isn't just talented. It's like the universe itself decided to cheat when making him. Just hearing the shit and techniques that he was planning on creating made me realize how incredibly smart the kid is. If Issei is someone who might one day become one of the strongest, Adrien is someone people already expect to eventually stand face to face with beings like the dragon gods, the same kind of monsters only beings like God could reach. Rias sat quietly, listening to everyone give their thoughts on the matter. At first, she wanted to reject it completely. But after thinking about it carefully, she slowly reached the same conclusion as them. It made perfect sense why her brother had chosen Adrien as her fiancé. She was not throwing a tantrum like she had with Reiser, because Adrien was nothing like him. Reiser had treated her like a prize, like something he was entitled to own. Adrien, on the other hand, had never looked at her that way. Yes, he was a pain in the ass to deal with, but like Aquino said, he cared for them in his own way. Even she felt her heart moved by how he stood from Sona in front of the higher-ups of the underworld, and she understood that he would the same for her. If she truly had to marry someone from one of the main noble houses, then yes, she probably would have chosen Adrien herself. But as Kiba had said, even if the choice made sense, even if Adrien was the best possible option, it still felt cruel to her. Even though she did not dislike the idea of him, she hated the fact that the right to choose who she would love had been taken from her. Adrien and his familia stood in front of the entrance hall. They didn't have any packed bags since Adrien had stored them in his dimensional storage. Issei was standing with them too, looking a little uncomfortable, but also weirdly excited to be surrounded by so many beautiful girls. Rias and her familia stood across from them with Zeoticus, Venelana, and Milikas, who had all come to see them off. Well then, Zeoticus said with a warm smile, I hope your stay here was not too uncomfortable. No, it was really nice. Mahiru said, her eyes shining as she looked around the entrance hall one last time. It's my first time staying in a castle. I didn't even know beds could be that soft. Venelana smiled warmly at her. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, dear. Everyone said their goodbyes. They weren't gonna see each other for at least a month. Aquino approached Adrien and hugged him. She didn't care that she was in front of Zeoticus and Venelana. She lifted her head to look at him. Her face was slightly red. I'm really excited to move with you when we return to the human world. Till then I'll think about you and please myself till we can do the real thing. The second sentence came as a whisper, so low that only Adrien heard it. Adrien turned his head and looked at Aquino flatly. I really have no idea what goes on in your head. Sometimes you act shy, and sometimes you act like a complete freak. Which one is the real you? You have to find out of yourself, she winked. Gaze shifted toward Rias, who was still saying her goodbyes to the others. But he did not miss the quick glance she gave in his and Aquino's direction. After a brief pause, Adrien spoke. Rias, I want to talk to you for a second. The entrance hall quieted slightly. Rias looked surprised, but Adrien had already turned and walked outside before she could answer. Everyone's attention shifted toward them at once. Rias hesitated for only a moment before following him out of the manor. Adrien was standing near the water fountain in front of the estate, his hands in his pockets as he looked at the garden. The sound of flowing water filled the brief silence between them. Rias stopped a few steps away from him, folding her arms beneath her chest as she looked toward the flowers instead of directly at him. I kind of feel bad, he said, like your mother said, I was half the reason this engagement happened. So, sorry about that. I didn't exactly plan to walk into your life and change your life like that. I'll try to find a way to break it off. Chapter 63, Velmora. I kind of feel bad, he said, like your mother said, I was half the reason this engagement happened. So, sorry about that. I didn't exactly plan to walk into your life and change your life like that. Adrien looked at the fountain again. I'll try to find a way to break it off. Rias looked at him, with her eyes widened. Break it off? How? We're not strong enough to face my brother. I know. I'll try to find another way. Rias lowered her gaze, her fingers tightening slightly around her own arm. Why would you go that far? That's not really your character. You clearly didn't choose this, and I don't like being forced into things either. That's all. Rias stayed silent. Look, I'm not Riser. I'm not going to use a contract to trap you and then act like I earned you. Yeah, you're beautiful, smart, and kind. If someone really forced me to pick a pure-blooded devil girl to marry, I'd probably choose either you or Sona. Rias's eyes widened slightly. But that's the point, Adrien continued, that would only be if I was forced. And I hate being forced into shit. I'm not the type to force myself on someone else either, you see. Adrien was not lying. If he truly had to choose a pure-blooded devil to marry, Rias or Sona would probably be his first choices. They were both talented, intelligent, and had enough pride to stand beside him without simply lowering their heads. Adrien. Rias said softly. TSK. Adrien clicked his tongue and walked past her, heading back to the manor. Don't act like that, it's pissing me off. A chuckle escaped Rias's lips, though Adrien didn't hear it as he had already entered the manor. Inside a medieval-style bar, two hooded figures sat on stools at a long wooden counter. The bartender placed 2 glasses of liquor in front of them, stared at them for a moment, then walked away to serve the other customers. One of the hooded men picked up his glass and gulped the drink down in one go. The other took a small sip, froze, and immediately set the glass back on the counter. Bluff. How can you even drink that? The first man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. You get used to it. Besides, places like this are the best for gathering information. I don't understand. What are we even doing? Shouldn't you be training me? Shut your mouth for a second. The guy should be here any moment now. Adrien raised his empty glass slightly. Another glass, please. Issei glanced around the bar nervously. Isn't there an age restriction for coming here anyway? Of course there is. That's why I got fake IDs for both of us. Adrien leaned closer and lowered his voice. Don't forget, my name is Val then, and your name is Basenji. I sent my name a dog breed. Issei whispered sharply. Don't stutter when you talk. If you feel like you can't say a sentence without stuttering, then don't say anything. Think first, then speak. After Adrien left the Gremory territory, he teleported his familiar right in front of the Agares castle, then immediately left with Issei. He had already asked Sikvera to train them in his place, since he needed to train Issei as payment for the information about the White Dragon Emperor. Issei stayed silent for a second before asking, is that part of the method? Adrien frowned at him. What was the first rule? The first rule of the method is that we never talk about the method. What is the second rule? The second rule of the method is that we never talk about the method. Right. So shut the fuck up. Issei gulped, then looked down at the glass of alcohol in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, he picked it up and downed it in one go, trying to imitate Adrien. His face twisted immediately, but he forced himself not to cough. I'll imitate your every move, master. Adrien gave him a small approving nod. Excellent. The noise of the bar continued around them. Adrien sat calmly at the counter, his hood hiding most of his face, but his senses were already focused on the person approaching from behind. Without turning around, he raised his index finger slightly, signaling Issei not to move. A man in ragged clothes walked up beside them and sat on the empty stool next to Adrien. His coat was worn at the edges, and the wide hat on his head hid the upper half of his face. He did not look at either of them for long. Instead, he silently slid a folded piece of paper across the counter toward Adrien. 25 crowns, the man muttered. Adrien glanced at the paper but did not touch it. 20. The man's mouth tightened. 23. I'm not going any lower. Basenji. Issei nodded at once. He reached into the pocket of his hooded cloak and pulled out a small leather pouch. When he opened it, the soft shine of golden crowns reflected in the dim light. The man's eyes widened for a brief second before he quickly looked away, trying to hide his reaction. Adrien took the pouch from Issei, and slowly counted out 23 coins. Then slid them across the counter. The man took the crowns, slipped them into his coat, and stood up from his stool without another word, then he stood up and left the bar. Adrien waited until he was gone before taking the folded piece of paper. He opened it and quietly read through the information written on it. After a few seconds, he passed it to Issei. I still can't read devil script, he said, pausing a little before speaking, just like Adrien had told him to. Then make sure you learn it later, Adrien replied. It's important to be able to read it. Adrien picked up the second glass on the counter and downed it without reacting. Then he placed half a crown beside the empty glasses, more than enough to pay for the drinks and leave a generous tip. The bartender noticed the coin and gave them a short, respectful nod. Adrien stood up from his stool and adjusted his hood. Issei quickly followed his lead, pulling his own hood lower over his face. Without saying another word, the two of them walked out of the bar and stepped back into the old stone streets of Velmora. Velmora was an old town on the mainland of Agares territory, resting far below the floating island of Agrias. It looked like an old town from an Isekai anime. Its houses were built from dark timber and pale plaster, with steep crimson and slate roofs rising above warm amber windows. Iron lanterns burned with soft violet flames, and flower boxes hung beneath the arched windows. This town is so cool. Issei said as he looked around, his eyes moving from the old houses to the glowing lanterns along the street. Velmora is a very old town, Adrien said. It was one of the first towns built in Agares territory. We'll be staying here for the night, then we'll leave tomorrow. Are we going to sleep in an inn? Yeah. Where else? Adrien replied. But first, I need to change my face. He stepped into a narrow alley between two old buildings. A few seconds later, he came back out with a different appearance. He had only changed a few basic features. His hairstyle stayed the same, but his hair had turned brown, and his green eyes had changed to blue. There was also a small mole under his right eye now. Adrien and Issei made their way to the best inn in town. It was a wide building made of dark wood and pale stone, with 3 floors rising above the street. Its roof was covered in dark green slate, and warm amber light shone from every arched window. Above the entrance hung a large wooden sign with a silver stag standing under a crescent moon. What's it called? Issei looked at the name of the inn written on the wooden sign. The Moonveil Stag, Adrien said as he stepped in. Issei followed after him. Chapter 64, Flirting Lesson. The reception stood near the entrance, with a polished darkwood counter and a wall of brass room keys behind it. A curvy woman stood behind the counter. She had shoulder-length brown hair and green eyes. When she saw the two hooded men enter, she gave them a polite smile. "Welcome to the Moonvale Stag. How may I help you two gentlemen?" Issei stared at her for a second too long, his face slowly turning red as he ogled her boobs. Adrien noticed immediately and smacked the back of his head, forcing him to snap back to reality. "Focus," Adrien muttered. Issei quickly straightened his back and cleared his throat. "Go get us 2 rooms for the night," Adrien said. Issei stepped forward. "See, can we get 2 our rooms for the night, please?" "Of course," Mirella said with a warm smile. "Each room costs half a crown per night, so the total will be 1 crown. Issei nodded and took out 1 golden crown, paying for their stay up front. "Thank you." "Of course. If you need anything, my name is Mirella. You can ask for me," she said, giving him a playful wink. Issei's brain almost shut down on the spot, and his mind immediately started wandering. Adrien grabbed the back of his hood and dragged him away before he could embarrass himself any further. They went upstairs to check their rooms first. The rooms were simple but comfortable, each one having a wooden bed, clean sheets, warm blankets, and a small desk near the window. After checking out their rooms, they went back down to the main hall of the inn. A large stone fireplace burned at the far end of the room, keeping the place warm. The walls were decorated with old paintings of Velmora, the floating island of Agares, and past members of the Agares family visiting the town. They sat at a round table near the side of the hall. Their hoods were lowered now, leaving their faces in plain sight. Adrien had already changed his appearance so people would not recognize him, especially after his official appearance at the Devil Youth Social. His face had been published across the news all over the underworld. Issei, on the other hand, was not well known yet, so he did not really need to hide his face. Confidence is key when you want to approach girls. Yeah, looks matter, but if you're at least a 6 out of 10, then you're already fine. What matters more is your vibe. Girls notice how you carry yourself. They usually pay attention to the guy who seems like he can handle himself and take care of her. To give off that kind of feeling, you need confidence. But what if I don't have confidence? What if they reject me or make fun of me? If they reject you, then you move on, Adrien said simply. That's it. Girls get asked out and complimented often, so unless you do something weird, they'll probably forget about it later. And about them making fun of you, what are the chances, really? Most people won't go out of their way to be cruel for no reason. But even if it happens, you stay calm and respectful. Just take the loss and walk away. Issei listened quietly. Adrien continued, and here's the funny part. Girls usually notice how a guy reacts under pressure. So if you happen to approach a rude girl and she makes fun of you, but you still stay respectful and composed, the other girls around her might actually respect you more for it. But what should I even talk about? Issei asked, looking completely lost. He really had no idea how to talk to the opposite sex without panicking. Adrien looked at him for a second, then smirked. Watch the pros and take notes. He stood up from the table and walked across the main hall. Issei quickly straightened in his seat, watching him closely. Adrien approached a girl who was sitting alone at a nearby table, quietly eating her dinner. She had long blue hair that fell neatly over her shoulders and violet eyes. She was a very beautiful woman. He stopped at a respectful distance and gave her a smile. Hey, I saw you from my table, and I just wanted to tell you that your hair is beautiful. The girl looked surprised at first, but she quickly smiled, clearly happy with the compliment. That's so sweet. Thank you. Seeing that she reacted well, Adrien continued without rushing the conversation. Is this your first time coming to Velmora? I don't think I've seen you around before. It's actually my second time, she said. My father is a merchant, and I sometimes come with him on his business trips so I can learn from him. I like this town because it's quiet and peaceful, so I decided to come with him again. Adrien nodded as if he was genuinely interested. Oh, a merchant. That's nice. What does he sell? Mostly enchanted fabrics and small protective charms, she replied. Nothing too dangerous or expensive, but nobles and travelers usually buy them. Velmora is a good place for that kind of trade. Makes sense, a lot of travelers pass through Velmora every day. Do you have anything in hand so I can check it out? The woman's expression brightened. Sure, please sit. Adrien sat at the table in front of her. May I ask for your name? Yes, my name is Selena, you? My name is Val then, nice to meet you. Adrien ended up telling her several crazy stories from his travels, which were all true by the way. He only changed small details so they would not reveal who he really was. Selena spent most of the time laughing, sometimes covering her mouth when she laughed too loudly. The more Adrien talked, the more relaxed she became. From his own table, Issei watched in complete disbelief like he was seeing forbidden knowledge being used right in front of him. Adrien eventually bought Selena a drink, and the two of them continued talking for a while. By the end of the night, Selena gave him her contact information. Devils have their own phones that Devil Scientist created, before standing up from the table. I had fun tonight, Val then, she said. Same here. Issei watched in amazement as Adrien came back and sat across from him. That was smooth as fuck. Issei shouted, his eyes shining as he looked at Adrien. Not every girl is like this, he said. Girls aren't all the same, obviously. Some are shy, some are direct, some just don't want to be bothered. You just have to read the cues she's giving you and act based on that, the rest becomes easier. Issei nodded excitedly, taking in every word like it was sacred knowledge. So, compliment first, then ask questions. Not really, Adrien said. You just have to see how she reacts when you first talk to her. Pay attention to her face, her tone, and whether she actually looks interested. If she keeps looking at you before you even approach her, there's a decent chance she finds you attractive or is at least curious about you. That's usually a good sign that you can approach her directly. Issei nodded, listening carefully. Okay, now, Adrien said, glancing toward the reception desk. You seemed interested in the receptionist. Go talk to her. Huh? What? Right now. Issei whispered loudly. Adrien gave him a flat look. We're leaving tomorrow, and you're not going to learn how to approach girls if you never approach anyone. So go talk to her. What am I supposed to say? Don't know, just go. Adrien lightly kicked his chair, making it slide back across the floor. Issei awkwardly stood up from his chair and awkwardly made his way to Morella, who was still behind the counter, writing something in the large guest book. When she noticed him approaching, she looked up and smiled. Hello again. Do you need something? Issei froze for a second, his brain completely blanking out. Why, you're really exotic. Bwahahaha. Adrien burst into laughter from his table. Chapter 65, How to Train Your Dragon. At 5 in the morning, deep in a forest near Velmora, a young man with brown hair was doing push-ups with a gigantic rock strapped to his back. 98. His arms shook as he pushed himself up again. 99. 100. The moment he finished, Issei collapsed flat onto the ground, breathing heavily. On the tree above him, Adrien sat cross-legged on a thick branch, reading a book. He glanced down at Issei. All right. Let's get going. Adrien closed the book, jumped down from the branch, and landed lightly on the ground. Issei slowly pushed himself up onto his knees, still gasping for air. Going where? Next, we're heading to a city, Adrien said. It's different from Velmora, but I have some shit I want to do there. Issei blinked. Okay. Adrien turned and started walking. Start running. Issei froze. What? I'm running there. Of course you are, Adrien said without looking back. If you sprint, it should take you around 6 hours. We should arrive by around 11. Are you trying to kill me? Adrien stopped and looked back at him with a flat expression. You won't be able to unlock your balance breaker if your body stays as weak as it is. Adrien pointed toward the road ahead. Now run, Basenji. Adrien floated in the air above Issei as he sprinted along the road. Heiwa. Hawa. They could now see tall buildings in the distance. After another 30 minutes they finally reached Nocthane. Unlike Velmora, Nocthane is one of the most advanced cities in the territory. It is a large urban city built to support trade, research, travel, and modern devil life. Outside the city, 2 demon guards clad in armor checked both of their IDs before letting them in. Issei was still breathing heavily and his face was pale. He looked at Adrien. Hey, can't they notice that you don't leak demonic energy? Are that shit at sensing? I'm surrounding my body with a bit of demonic energy so they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between me and other devils. Issei nodded as he started looking around the city. Whoa. It's so different from Velmora. Adrien continued walking beside him. The underworld has different types of cities and towns. Some places are built like modern human cities, with trains, hotels, offices, stores, and all that normal shit. Then there are old towns like Velmora that keep the medieval fantasy look on purpose. Those places care more about tradition than modern convenience. As they walked down the wide street, they passed a group of low-ranked devils. The girls in the group were wearing very human-like clothes, though the style was much more revealing. Issei's eyes followed them immediately, his mouth almost watering. Adrien glanced in the same direction and noticed where he was looking. Go talk to them, Adrien said casually. Issei paused for a second, then shook his head. No. I can't just go after every girl I see. Good. Dragons naturally develop polygamous relationships, but that doesn't mean you should chase anyone who crosses your path. Keep your standards up. Issei blinked, then looked at Adrien walking beside him. You're really teaching me about women. I promised I'd change you in 1 month, Adrien said. This is one of the paths to boosting your confidence and strength. I'll make sure you leave your virginity behind. So what are we going to do here? Issei asked, still looking around the modern city. I want to check out a place that sells items around here, Adrien replied. What kind of items? Stolen and smuggled goods. Issei stopped for a second and looked at him in surprise. Wait, but aren't you the prince of this territory? Shouldn't you, uphold the law? Where's the fun in that? Adrien continued walking with his hands in his pockets. Besides, other clans would never sell me the valuable shit they're hiding. So I go to smugglers instead. Issei gulped and followed behind Adrien. After walking for a while, Adrien turned into a shady side street. He headed all the way to the end of it, where a set of stairs led down to a metal door. Adrien walked down the stairs and knocked on it. A few seconds later, footsteps could be heard approaching from the other side, and the light visible through the peephole disappeared. Will they recognize you? Issei asked quietly. Yeah, Adrien replied. This is the face I use whenever I'm sneaking out. The door opened, and an old man greeted them from inside. Sir Val then. Welcome. Adrien walked in, with Issei following right behind him. The shop was made up of only one room. It was dimly lit, and at the far end stood a long counter, which the old man quickly moved behind. There were no aisles or shelves like in a normal store. Instead, a large rectangular table stood in the middle of the room, with several chairs placed around it. How are you doing, old man Orlan? Adrien asked as he approached the counter. Orlan gave him a tired smile. I've seen better days. What can I help you with today? Adrien took out a folded list of chemicals and herbs, then handed it to him. The old man adjusted his round glasses and skimmed through the items Adrien wanted. His eyes moved down the paper slowly. I have most of these. Orlan said. Are you trying to create another potion again? Yeah, Adrien replied casually. It should work this time. If it does, I'll give you a flask to sell the next time I visit. The old man's gaze shifted from Adrien to Issei, who was standing awkwardly behind him. Adrien noticed and added, that's Basenji. I'm teaching him. Is that so? Orlan asked, looking Issei over. Are you planning on retiring? Nah, Adrien said. He'll just help me with the shit I do. Ho ho ho, you're in for a long life, my friend, Orlan said to Issei with a quiet chuckle. After Adrien got what he needed, he left the store with Issei. A few minutes later, the old man placed several sealed packets, small glass bottles, and bundles of herbs on the counter. Adrien checked everything quickly, paid him, then stored the items away. With that, Adrien turned and walked toward the door. Issei quickly followed behind him, throwing one last nervous glance at Orlan before stepping back out into the city. Issei threw a punch. Adrien dodged, stepped in between his legs, and threw him over his back. Issei slammed into the ground again. He was breathing heavily now, and his whole body was covered in bruises and injuries. Again, Adrien said. Guh. Issei slowly forced himself back to his feet. His legs were shaking, and he looked like he could faint at any moment. Adrien had been training him in hand-to-hand combat for nearly 5 hours straight. With a strained shout, Issei attacked again, throwing a high kick at Adrien's head. Adrien raised his arm to block it, but at the last second, Issei suddenly lowered the kick and changed the angle, aiming for Adrien's waist instead. Adrien immediately reacted. He twisted his body at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the blow, then used the momentum of his movement to drive a kick straight into Issei's gut. Gah. Issei coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. His body crashed into a tree, struck the trunk hard, then slid down it before collapsing onto the ground, completely unconscious. Adrien approached him, lifted him with ease, and placed him over his shoulder. A second later, he vanished from the makeshift training ground and appeared inside the hotel room they had rented. He threw Issei onto the bed without healing him. Issei was completely out cold, his body battered from the hours of training. Adrien looked at him for a moment, then turned away. He had no intention of healing him. If Issei wanted to grow stronger, his body needed to become more resilient, and the fastest way to do that was to push it past its limits, let it recover naturally, then repeat the process again. That was how Adrien had trained his own body when he was a kid. He left the room and closed the door behind him. As he walked down the hallway, a maid passed by, pushing a food trolley. Adrien glanced at the covered plates. What's on the menu today? The maid stopped politely and gave him a small bow. For today, we have boar steak, crimson drake ribs, and mushroom stew. I'll have one of each, thank you. Take them to room 807-inch. Adrien placed 3 golden crowns on her trolley. The maid's eyes widened slightly, 2 crowns was far more than the cost of the food. It was a huge tip. Why yes, sir. Right away, she said, quickly bowing again. Adrien gave her a small nod and continued walking down the hallway, leaving the maid staring at the coins in disbelief. Chapter 66, A Tale of Two Cats. Issei woke up the next morning completely exhausted. His body felt heavy and sluggish, and even moving his arms was difficult. Drag. Issei muttered as he stared at the ceiling. Is this really the way to train for my balance breaker? Drag's voice echoed inside his mind. Yes. Just keep doing whatever this Adrien kid tells you. He is not only training your raw power. He is also teaching you the fundamentals you are lacking. Issei sighed heavily and forced himself to sit up. Every part of his body complained, but he still dragged himself into the shower. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, he slowly made his way downstairs to the hotel's breakfast buffet. Adrien was already there, sitting at a table by himself and calmly eating breakfast. Issei walked over and dropped into the chair across from him. A maid soon approached and placed a plate of food in front of him. It was filled with all kinds of breakfast dishes, warm bread, roasted meat, eggs, fruit, and a small bowl of thick mushroom soup. Thank you, Issei said with a tired nod. Normally, seeing a pretty girl in a maid outfit would have sent him into some kind of excited panic, but right now, he was too tired to react. Adrien noticed Issei's lack of excitement and smiled slightly. He took a sip of tea, then asked, "How do you feel?" "Like shit," Issei muttered. "That's good," Adrien said calmly. "It means you're doing well." Issei slowly raised his head and looked at him. "Kaneko, the Prez's rook. She's been acting strangely since before we came to the Underworld. I've been worried about her lately. I kind of want to know how she's doing. I noticed that girl is probably struggling with how to face her own powers and identity. It's not an easy situation for her." Issei frowned. Her own powers and identity. Adrien looked at him. "You don't know." "Know what?" "You haven't been part of Rias's familia for very long, so I guess it makes sense." "Fine. I'll tell you." Issei nodded, now paying full attention. There were once two cat sisters. The siblings were inseparable. They slept together, ate together, and played together. Their parents were gone, they had no home to return to, and there was no one they could truly rely on. So, in order to survive, they relied only on each other. One day, a devil found them and took them in. The older sister became part of his familia, while the younger one was allowed to stay with them. For a while, things probably looked fine. But then the older sister started growing way too fast. Her power kept increasing after she became a devil, and abilities that had been sleeping inside her started waking up. Those two weren't normal cats. They were from a race of cat yokai that specialized in senjutsu, yujitsu, spirits, and all that troublesome mystical shit. As for the older one, on top of her natural talents, she had a rare gift for a kind of ancient sage magic that only a handful of people could even touch. So, naturally, she grew until she became stronger than the devil who owned her. Her power kept growing, and eventually, the older sister killed her own master and became a stray devil. Not just some random stray either. She became one of the most dangerous strays ever. Every squad they sent after her got wiped out. The younger sister was left behind, and because devils are paranoid as fuck, they blamed her too. They thought, if the older one went crazy, then the younger one might do the same someday. So they decided to get rid of her before she became a problem. Adrien clicked his tongue softly. Pretty disgusting logic, but that's politics for you. That's when Surzek stepped in. He argued that the younger sister was innocent and convinced the higher-class devils not to execute her. But because he defended her, he also became responsible for her. Still, surviving didn't mean she was fine. Her sister had abandoned her, the devils around her treated her like a monster, and she was basically one step away from breaking completely. So Surzek gave her to Rias. And little by little, after meeting Rias, that little cat started getting her emotions back. Eventually, Rias gave her a new name, Kaneko. Issei was sprinting along the road, his breathing rough as the two of them headed toward the huge mountain in the distance. Adrien floated above him with his arms crossed, barely paying attention to the road below. His mind was somewhere else. He was thinking about ways to break the engagement. Several ideas came to him, but most of them ended the same way, Adrien gaining a higher political status and getting buried under a shitload of work. Which was exactly what he was trying to avoid at all costs. One idea, for example, was becoming one of the 4 great Satans. He probably couldn't defeat Surzek yet. Ajuka was also a problem, and Serafal wasn't someone he could underestimate either. Falbium on the other hand, Adrien believed he might be able to surpass him soon enough. If Adrien became Asmodeus and then married Rias, people could accuse House Gremory of gaining private influence over another one of the 4 great Satans, alongside Surzek's Lucifer. That alone would make the engagement politically dangerous. The problem was that becoming Asmodeus came with endless meetings, military duties, government responsibilities, public expectations, and a mountain of annoying political bullshit. Adrien would rather die before putting himself in this fuckery. He dismissed the idea with a sigh, pulled out his notebook, and started studying while still floating above Issei. One thing was certain, he needed to become stronger. The stronger he became, the more influence he would gain. And the more influence he had, the easier this whole engagement problem would become. Surzex was a 12-winged true Satan. So were the other 3 demon kings. Most noble house leaders were only normal 10-winged Satan-class devils. As of now, Adrien believed he could defeat most of those 10-winged elders if he really wanted to. But that still wasn't enough. Demonic power wasn't his real problem. Because of his lack of energy leakage, he could do things that even 12-winged beings could do, despite still being ultimate class. His efficiency was just that absurd. The real problem was technique. He didn't have a guaranteed way to win against the true monsters of the world. He needed a proper winning condition, a technique or ability that would make fighting him feel like a nightmare. Dismantle was powerful, but against the top beings in the universe it wasn't enough. Soon enough, they arrived at the base of the mountain. Issei bent forward, breathing heavily. His legs were shaking, and sweat dripped down his face. He had been sprinting for several hours straight, and his body looked like it was one bad step away from collapsing. Adrien landed beside him and looked up at the mountain. Good. It's around 3 in the afternoon right now, Adrien said calmly. You have until 8 to reach the top. Start climbing. Issei slowly turned his head and stared at him like Adrien had just killed his parents. What the fuck do you mean, climb it? Exactly what you heard, start climbing. After you reach the top, you still have 4 more hours of hand-to-hand combat training. Issei's face went pale. Adrien smiled. The faster you climb, the more time you'll have to rest before I beat the shit out of you again. So if I were you, the Senji, I'd start moving. Issei lay on the ground, half-conscious. It was around 11 at night now, and the artificial moon of the underworld glowed brightly in the sky. Adrien sat nearby, scratching his head as he stared down at the notes in his notebook. How the fuck did he do it, he muttered. He was trying to understand Adjuka Beelzebub's formulas. When Adrien was younger, Adjuka used to visit the Agares estate from time to time and teach him demonic power calculations. Back then, Adrien hadn't been interested in the slightest. To him, it had just sounded like a bunch of annoying numbers and complicated theory. But now he needed that knowledge badly. Adjuka was a monster-level genius. He had possessed that kind of understanding from a young age, and in the entire underworld, only someone like Azazel could even compete with him in that field. Adrien clicked his tongue and leaned back slightly, frustration clear on his face. Damn it. I should have paid more attention when I was a kid. Chapter 67, 10 and the Legendary Dragon. Adrien sat on a cut-off tree trunk while Issei sat on the ground in front of him, eating roasted boar meat for breakfast. The boar had been hunted by Issei himself. Well, technically, Adrien had dropped him in the forest and told him, if you want breakfast, go catch it. In raiding games, players are usually divided into 4 general fighting types, Adrien said, picking up a small branch from the ground. Power, technique, wizard, and support. Issei chewed slowly while listening. Adrien started drawing on the dirt, making 1 vertical line and 1 horizontal line until the ground was divided into 4 sections. Power types are simple. They hit hard, break shit, and force their way through problems. That's like you and Kaneko. But your boosted gear lets you act as a support type too, since you can transfer your power to allies, and change the flow of a fight. Adrien wrote power in 1 section, then placed a dot there for Issei and Kaneko. But he put Issei closer to the support area instead of placing it fully in the middle. Rias is a wizard type. Same with Akino. They're both strongest when they're using wide-range attacks, magic, and destructive energy. He placed 2 dots in the wizard section. Kiba is a technique type with his swordsmanship focusing more on precision and speed, Adrien continued. He placed Kiba's dot in the technique section. Asia and Gasper are support types. To analyze them both a little deeper, Asia also leans toward being a wizard type, while Gasper is closer to a technique type. Issei looked down at the rough chart in the dirt. So everyone has a main type, but they can lean into another one. Exactly, Adrien said. No good player is just one thing. If you're only one thing, you're easy to read and counter. Adrien then drew a circle around Issei's and Kaneko's dots in the power category. Power types need to be careful of one thing in particular, he said, tapping the dirt with the branch. Counter types. Issei tilted his head. Counter types. A troublesome subclass of technique type fighters, Adrien explained. They're the kind of annoying fuckers who punish you for hitting too hard. When a power type fights someone with a counter type sacred gear or ability, their own strength can be turned against them. The stronger you are, the worse the damage a counter-type battler can deal you. If they have someone like that, then I'll just push through with raw power, Issei said, trying to sound confident. That's exactly the kind of stupid answer that gets power types killed. Issei flinched. Killed. Or knocked out instantly. Pick whichever sounds better to your ego. Listen, you might get away with forcing your way through some weak counter-type. If their timing is bad, or their ability has limits, then yeah, overwhelming them with raw power could work. But if the opponent is actually skilled in reversals, then brute force becomes the worst possible option. So what am I supposed to do? Just not attack. Pretty much, Adrien said bluntly. At least not directly. Against a proper counter-type, your best move is to avoid giving them anything to counter in the first place. He pointed toward the wizard and technique sections of the chart. Those types are better handled by spellcasters like Akino or technique types like Kiba. Adrien suddenly stopped talking and looked into the distance. Noticing the change, Issei shifted his gaze and looked in the same direction. What are you looking at? He asked. We've got company, Adrien replied, though he didn't move from where he was sitting. Hush. Boom. A violent gust of wind blasted across the area as a gigantic western dragon crashed down beside them, sending dust and dirt flying into the air and leaving a crater in the ground. The dragon was around 15 meters tall. Most of its body was covered in dark purple scales, while its lower body, especially its belly, the inner side of its long tail, and its legs, was a pale beige color. Its head was triangular, with sharp yellow horns, large red eyes with lavender scara, and rows of serrated fangs. Its claws were thick and powerful, tipped with long yellow nails. A dragon. Issei exclaimed. No shit, Sherlock, Adrien said flatly as he waved away the dust and smoke. Then he looked up at the beast with annoyance. Can't you fucking land carefully? Jeez. The dragon lowered its head slightly and stared at him. So you're the Agares brat everyone's been talking about. Adrien didn't answer right away. The dragon continued, its deep voice rumbling through the area. I'm here because Surzex asked me for a favor. It shifted toward Issei. Is this the boy with the red dragon emperor gauntlet? Yeah, that's him, Adrien answered. It's been a long time, Drake, I'm guessing you can hear me in there. At that moment, Issei's left arm began to glow red on its own. His boosted gear activated, and the jewel in the gauntlet shone brightly. Ah, it's good to hear a familiar voice, Tannen, Drake replied, his voice booming out loud enough for everyone to hear. Issei looked down at his gauntlet, then back at the giant dragon. You know this guy? Yeah, Drake answered. Do you remember how I told you about the 5 great dragon kings? Tannen here used to be one of them, back when they were called the 6 great dragon kings. You might have even seen his name in the Bible. This is him. Adrien looked up at the massive dragon calmly. Tannen was reincarnated as a devil, so the 6 great dragon kings became 5. Now he's a Satan-class devil and one of the strongest beings in the underworld. Issei's eyes widened. Tannen, the blaze meteor dragon. His fire breath is said to have the force of a meteorite impact. He's one of the few legendary dragons still alive today. You know your stuff, boy. Adrien shrugged. That's basic knowledge. Issei looked between them, still trying to process the fact that a legendary dragon had casually landed in front of him. Adrien stood up from the tree stump. Good thing you're here, he said, looking at Tannen. Surzex probably sent you to help train Issei. Tannen gave a low rumble. That's right. Perfect, Adrien said. You can teach him how to use his dragon power properly for the next 10 days. After that, I'll continue training him myself. 10 days. Well, it will probably be enough to get him accustomed to how dragons fight. Surzex want me to pick on this boy. I've never trained one of Drake's vessels, Tannen remarked happily, narrowing his eyes and breaking into a grin. Go easy on him, Tannen. My host is more pathetic than you can possibly imagine. Then I'll leave you to it, Adrien said, turning as if he was already done with the conversation. Then he paused. Oh, by the way, do you know where Tiamat is? Tannen's red eyes narrowed. Tiamat. What do you want with her? I need to talk to her. That is not an answer, Agares brat. It's the only one you're getting. Tannen studied him for a moment, then said, Tiamat is not someone you simply visit. She moves when she wants. If she does not wish to be found, even Satan-class devils can waste years searching. So she has a hidden territory. She has several, Tannen replied. All right, I guess it can't be helped then, Adrien shrugged, then completely vanished from the spot. Chapter 68, The Engagement Contract. Adrien appeared in his own room. It had been a real while since he came here. His room hadn't changed in the slightest. It had been quite some time since he had last set foot here, but the place had not changed in the slightest. The same bookshelves lined the walls, filled with old notebooks and half-forgotten research. Adrien looked at her for a moment, then walked over and gently caressed her head. She did not wake up. Her breathing remained soft and even, completely unaware that he had appeared beside her. He was here to take a book and he was going to leave again. He had lots of things he wanted to do this summer break. Turning away from the bed, he walked back to the shelves and pulled out an old notebook. It was one of the notebooks he had used to write down Adjuka's basic calculation magic circle formulas when he was a kid. He wanted to start from there. Adrien left his room and headed toward his father's study in the western part of the castle. He walked through the luxurious halls of Agares' castle, passing polished floors, tall windows, and walls decorated with old portraits and expensive ornaments. After a few minutes of walking, he reached the study. Adrien raised his hand and knocked twice. Knock. Knock. Come in, a voice answered from inside. As Adrien had expected, his father was still there. He opened the door and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit by candlelight. Of course, Agares' castle had electricity, but Valerius Agares preferred to keep things old-fashioned, especially in his private quarters. His father was sitting on a luxurious wooden chair behind a heavy wooden desk. Bookshelves covered the wall directly across from the entrance, and a fireplace burned quietly in the corner of the room, filling the study with a soft orange glow. Valerius did not seem particularly surprised to see him. Even though he could not sense Adrien's energy, he could still hear his footsteps. And Valerius Agares could tell his children's footsteps apart from everyone else's. Been a long time since you visited, Valerius said without looking up. Did you forget about us? Adrien walked into the study and sat down on the chair in front of his father's desk. How did you feel selling your son to the Gremmaries? Valerius finally raised his eyes from the papers in front of him. Selling is an overstatement, he said calmly. You are being married into House Gremmary to unite our clans. And before you start acting like we gained nothing from it, understand this clearly, both sides put conditions on the table. Adrien leaned back in his chair, unimpressed. What was the deal? House Gremmary had 4 main demands. First, they wanted a direct blood tie with House Agares. A marriage between you and Rhys Gremmary connects the Demon King's family to an Archduke house. Politically, that is very valuable for them. Second, Valerius continued, ignoring him, they wanted your reputation to protect Rhys. After Kokabeel, the 3 factions meeting, and the chaos with Kateria Leviathan, your name has become dangerous. If Rhys is tied to you, other houses and the enemy will be much more careful before targeting or insulting her even in Surzex's absence. Using me as a warning sign. How nice. Third, they wanted you involved in Rhys's training. More specifically, they wanted you to help improve her peerage. You are already doing that, which means Surzex likely planned this part ahead of time. Valerius gave a faint smile. Surzex is a skilled schemer. I would not be surprised if he spoke with Azazel about having you train Rhys's pawn without ever mentioning the engagement deal. By the time the contract was revealed, you were already useful to them. Adrien stared at him flatly. That bastard. Fourth, Valerius said, they wanted you close to Gremmary territory after the marriage becomes official. You would be expected to spend a great deal of time there. Adrien rested his cheek against his fist. I'm going to find a way to break it, by the way. Valerius ignored that completely. As for House Agares, we also made our demands. First, you will keep the Agares name. Adrien blinked. Normally, because you are not the heir of House Agares and Rhys is the heiress of House Gremmary, there would be pressure for you to take the Gremmary name or become politically absorbed into their house. We refuse that. You will remain Adrien Agares. You will keep your independence, your peerage, your territory, and your rank. House Gremmary will have no right to command you, claim your assets, or interfere with your personal forces. That's the first intelligent thing I've heard today. Second, we demanded official recognition of your claim over Tokyo. House Gremmary will support your authority over the territory publicly, and if another house tries to challenge it through the council, they are required to back us. Adrien seemed impressed. That's actually useful. Very useful, Valerius said. Your control over Tokyo is powerful, but it is also unusual. Having the Gremmaries and the Demon King's faction openly support it makes it far harder for other nobles to question. He then lifted a third finger. Third, we demanded access to Gremmary political channels. That includes certain noble contacts, council influence, and internal information routes that House Gremmary has built over the years. Adrien wasn't the least bit interested in that, so he didn't comment on it. Fourth, Valerius continued, we demanded access to rating game data. Not everything, of course, but enough to benefit our house and your future matches. That's the greed they talk about in the Bible, don't we have enough of it? How would you know what's written in the Bible? I've read it once, I guess after God died their system isn't working on someone like me. Fifth, we arranged a limited research exchange. House Agares will share information on territory management, defensive domain formations, and training methods. In return, House Gremory will provide resources, political support, and access to data we would normally have to fight for. Limited research. Yes, Valeria said firmly. Your personal techniques are excluded. Your teleportation method, your ring, and anything else you created yourself are not part of the deal. It's not a bad deal, Adrien admitted. Actually, we're getting more out of it than they are. But that only matters if the engagement actually goes through, Adrien added. His father's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you truly going to try to break it? Do you intend to fight Sir Zex? Adrien stood up from his chair and gave him a faint smile. I'll leave that to your imagination. I'm leaving. Valerius watched him walk away, his expression unreadable. The fire in the corner crackled softly, filling the silence Adrien left behind. Adrien walked out of the study and moved through the long hallway. The castle was quiet at this hour. Only the faint sound of his footsteps echoed against the polished floor as he passed the tall windows and old portraits lining the walls. After a while, he stepped out onto a balcony. The cold night air immediately brushed against him. Adrien leaned against the railing and looked out over Agrias. The floating island was wrapped in darkness, with scattered lights glowing from the towns below like small stars. You came back. A soft voice came from behind him. Adrien turned his head and saw Zenobia standing near the balcony entrance. She was wearing her pajamas, her hair slightly messy. I'm leaving now, Adrien said with a small smile. Do you need anything? Zenobia looked at him for a moment. Then she said quietly, can I hug you? Adrien was surprised. Zenobia was not usually the touchy type like Mary. She didn't even do foreplay that much when they have sex. Before Adrien could answer, Zenobia stepped out onto the balcony. The cold night air moved around them as she walked up to him and wrapped her arms around him without waiting for permission. Adrien hugged her back, his arms settling around her lightly. What's gotten into you? Zenobia stayed quiet for a moment, still holding onto him. I don't know. I just feel like you've been distant lately. Adrien looked down at her. Well, I have been away for 2 nights, but have I been really that distant lately? Maybe not on purpose, she said. But you're always thinking about something else. You're here, but it feels like part of you is already somewhere far away. That's not like you. Adrien went silent. He wanted to deny it, but the words did not come out immediately, because she wasn't exactly wrong.